In the fantastical world of Meow Meow, the eccentric director of this madhouse, everything is purely fictional. Any resemblance is purely coincidental, though if you find it relatable, you're welcome to join the asylum. The sky was heavy with dark clouds, an oppressive weight that seemed to press down on the heart, suffocating. A storm was on the verge of unleashing its wrath, and the tension in the air was so thick it made one's pulse race. Mu Chen lay flat on the towering rooftop of a bell tower, like a leopard in ambush. His body melded seamlessly with the roof, his sharp eyes cutting through the distance like blades, locked onto his target. Finally, Lu Ruyan emerged from the room, her figure draped in a striking purple gown. A flash of ferocity crossed Mu Chen's gaze as he resolutely squeezed the trigger of his sniper rifle. Bang! A thunderous crack shattered the silence. A ghastly hole appeared on Lu Ruyan's once beautiful forehead, blood gushing out like a crimson fountain. Her expression froze in confusion before her body collapsed with a resounding thud. At that moment, lightning split the sky, followed by a deafening roar of thunder, as if the heavens themselves were enraged by this act of carnage. Raindrops, large as beans, plummeted from the skies, drenching everything in an instant. Mu Chen slowly stood up, spreading his arms wide, and let out a maniacal laugh into the downpour. The death of Lu Ruyan had finally unleashed the pent-up hatred festering in his heart, filling him with a twisted sense of satisfaction. In his mind, memories from the past replayed like an old film reel. The scenes brought nothing but regret: how he had foolishly fallen for Lu Ruyan's lies. She had deceived him, swindling away nearly all of his family's wealth. Not only did he lose a leg because of her, but his family had also suffered for his mistakes. He swore silently to himself, if there's a next life, I will never stoop to being a simpering fool again. Just then, his footing slipped. Ah, damn it! Mu Chen's body tumbled off the bell tower's roof, falling uncontrollably. At the same time, a bolt of purple-gold lightning, carrying the fury of the heavens, struck down with devastating force. Everything went black before his eyes. A radiant white light enveloped his entire body. Instinctively, Mu Chen stretched out his hand, gripping at the void in front of him. Ha! What's this soft, springy feeling? Ah! A sweet yet startled cry jolted through the air, pulling him back to consciousness. Mu Chen's eyes snapped open, his mind a jumbled haze. Wait, wasn't I falling from a bell tower? How am I still alive? Hold on. He quickly scanned his surroundings, and memories long buried began to surge back like a tidal wave. This is Star City? His eyes glinted, as if sensing something miraculous. He frantically patted his legs. My leg! It's still here. Hey, are you okay, handsome? A melodious yet slightly annoyed voice interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, Mu Chen saw a young girl in a pale pink dress, her cheeks flushed as she puffed them out in irritation. Her adorable appearance was enough to melt hearts. Do you need me to call an ambulance? He stared at her blankly. Is this Su Linwan? This is the scene where I met Su Linwan for the first time 7 years ago. I've actually returned to 7 years ago? Mu Chen couldn't contain the excitement bubbling within him. He burst out laughing, his voice filled with disbelief and elation. Su Linwan was startled by his sudden outburst, instinctively taking a step back. What a pity, she thought to herself. Such a good-looking guy, but his brain seems a little off. Mu Chen noticed her reaction and immediately snapped back to reality. Standing up, he wiped the sweat from his brow and hurriedly said, "Thank you, I'm all right. I just fainted from low blood sugar. My name is Mu Chen." Mu as in bathing in the spring breeze, and Chen as in spotless and pure. Su Linwan regarded him with a hint of suspicion. This boy seemed a bit odd, yet she still responded politely, "Hello, I'm Su Linwan. If you're fine, I'll be on my way." Before Mu Chen could say another word, Su Linwan spun around and walked away briskly, her steps hurried. Mu Chen watched her retreating figure, his lips parting as if to speak, but no words came out. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him, a crucial memory surfaced in his mind. That's right, the gaming headset. Tonight at 7 p.m. marks the official launch of the virtual reality game Phantom Realm. Players can pre-create their characters before the servers go live. Without hesitation, Mu Chen bolted toward the sales counter. Looking back, Phantom Realm was humanity's second world. In just 1 week, it took the globe by storm, amassing an unparalleled number of players, a force as unstoppable as a hurricane. Within 3 months, almost every major corporation had scrambled to establish a foothold in Phantom Realm. Half a year later, it had become an indispensable part of daily life. In this game, Mu Chen could achieve every goal he had for his second chance at life. When he stepped into the store, a passionate sales assistant was enthusiastically introducing various models of gaming helmets. The cheapest one was priced at 5,200 blue star coins, while the most expensive reached an astonishing 13,140 blue star coins. The most luxurious gaming pods were still in the testing phase and would be officially launched in a few months. The higher the price, the better the helmet's configuration, and the quality of the configuration directly impacted in-game micro-operations. Mu Chen glanced down at the communicator, which displayed a balance of 14,005 blue star coins, and without hesitation, he purchased the highest spec, sleek black helmet. Back home, Mu Chen glanced at the time. It was already 4 p.m. He hurriedly lay down on the couch, put on the gaming helmet, and in an instant, his vision went dark. His consciousness was pulled into the game world. System notification, binding identity, please wait. Name, Mu Chen. Age, 19. Identity number, NGC 2237. System notification, binding successful. When the light flashed again, his figure appeared in front of a grand angelic statue. A tiny sprite flapped its crystalline wings and flew over, speaking softly. Welcome to Illusion Realm. Please place your hand on the magical array on the stone platform to draw your talent. Talent, this was a critical aspect of Illusion Realm. Each person could only draw once. Even if they restarted, their talent would not change. Talents were categorized into 3 levels, S, A, and B. Whether it was a remarkable combat talent, a mysterious support talent, or an extremely rare life talent, each had its unique value and significance. There was a saying that circulated in Illusion Realm. There are no useless talents, only useless players. Without hesitation, Mu Chen placed his hand on the magical array on the stone platform. In the next moment, the array erupted with a dazzling light, and streams of mysterious, radiant purple light began to converge from the raised hand of the massive angel statue. An A-level talent again. Not bad. Mu Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, S-level talents were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. But just then, a thick bolt of purple gold lightning suddenly shot out from Mu Chen's body. With a crackling sound, it struck the purple light sphere in the statue's hand. In the very next instant, the purple light sphere miraculously transformed into a purple gold color. Then, with a whoosh, it flew straight into Mu Chen's body. Congratulations, player, for obtaining the SSS level talent, Master of All Spirits. Talent skill, 1. Evolution, * evolves a contracted pet with a 100% success rate. Talent skill, 2. Fusion, * fuses 2 contracted pets with a 100% success rate. What the heck? Mu Chen's eyes widened, his mouth agape in disbelief. An SSS level talent? Aren't talents supposed to be only S, A, and B tiers? I've been grinding in this game for so long, and I've never heard of anyone getting an SSS level talent. This is insane. Just as Mu Chen was immersed in his shock, the melodic voice of the sprite beside him interrupted his thoughts. Please choose your class. The sprite fluttered her delicate wings, her lively eyes looking at Mu Chen with anticipation, as if urging him to make his decision quickly. Mu Chen snapped out of his daze, his eyes resolutely fixed on his SSS level talent. Without hesitation, he chose Summoner. Please give your character a name. The prompt sounded again. Mu Chen pondered for a moment, considering Pet Keeper, but quickly shook his head, dismissing it as too plain. He wanted something with a touch of elegance. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with inspiration. Let's go with Courtyard Melody. Name confirmed. Please adjust your appearance. In the game, a character's appearance differed significantly from reality. Even without adjustments, it was hard to detect similarities. But Mu Chen, full of enthusiasm, casually tweaked his appearance a bit. After meticulously crafting his character, a strikingly handsome face appeared on the screen. Satisfied, Mu Chen smiled and decisively clicked Confirm. Character pre-creation completed. The game interface unfolded before him. Game name, listening to songs at the brothel. Class, Summoner. Level, 1. Talent, Master of All Spirits. HP, 100 out of 100. Mana, 120 of 120. Attack power, 6, takes the higher value between physical and magical damage. Defense, 1. Constitution, 1, 1 Constitution equals plus 10 HP, plus 1 defense. Intelligence, 3, 1 Intelligence equals plus 2 magic damage, plus 10 mana, plus 0.1 casting speed. Strength, 1, 1 Strength equals plus 2 physical damage. Agility, 1, 1 Agility equals plus 0.1 movement speed, plus 0.1 attack speed. Free attribute points, 5. Skills, Heart of Compassion, Level 1, Rejuvenation, Level 1. Skill descriptions *. Heart of Compassion, Level 1 passive skill. Increases pet space by plus 2. Slightly boosts the drop rate of pet eggs upon defeating bosses. Rejuvenation, Level 1 active skill. Restores the target's HP by 10, skill coefficient, plus 2% of the target's max HP. Cooldown, 5 seconds, mana cost, 10. Inventory, Level 0 pet egg, Summoner exclusive. Pet space, none, 0/3. Staring at the pre-created character, Mu-Chen shook his head helplessly. Who would have thought, after being reborn, he would end up choosing the summoner, a class even dogs wouldn't play? The summoner's weakness in early game combat was simply outrageous. At the start, the summoner only had one healing skill, and combat relied entirely on the default level 0 pet. Offensive pets couldn't compete with the damage output of other classes, and defensive pets were nowhere near as tanky as those of dedicated tank classes. When it came to team play, summoners were often shunned by other players. Very few people playing as summoners lasted more than a week before reluctantly deleting their characters and starting over with a different class. Even those who stubbornly persisted as summoners eventually quit due to the exorbitant cost of pet eggs. In the end, only a tiny handful of summoners remained. Within the world of Illusory Realm, there was even a saying: of 10 summoners, 9 are rich, and the last one is ridiculously wealthy. Glancing at the clock, Mu-Chen saw that there were 33 minutes and 53 seconds left until the servers opened. He logged out of the game for now. With his parents running a business out of town, he was home alone. After a simple dinner, he returned home, put on his gaming helmet, and waited for the game to launch. The countdown to server launch displayed in front of him, 3 minutes and 23 seconds. Mu-Chen sat patiently, awaiting the opening of the game. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Logging in. You have been assigned to newbie village number 9526. Mu-Chen immediately opened his inventory. Used level 0 pet egg. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the pet, Skeleton Warrior, ***. Skeleton Warrior, required level, 0. Level, 1. HP, 50/50. Attack power, 3, player intelligence, *1, attack growth, ***. Defense, 2.4, 3, player intelligence, *0.8, defense growth, ***. Agility, 3. Skill 1. Power Strike, LV.1 active skill. Channels all its strength, 1 second charge, to deliver a powerful blow. Deals 4.5, 1.5, skill damage coefficient, *3, Skeleton Warrior attack power, *** damage to the target and knocks them back. Has a 5% chance to trigger a critical hit, dealing 200% of the base damage. Cooldown, 5 seconds, max level, 5, levels up with proficiency. Skill 2. Undead Nature, LV.1 passive skill. When HP drops to 0, the pet is not forcibly recalled to the pet space. It will fully revive after 5 minutes. Immune to all abnormal status effects. Cannot benefit from HP recovery skills or healing items. Max level, 3, levels up with proficiency. Pet equipment, none. Note, when the pet's HP drops to 0, it will be forcibly recalled to the pet space. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Mu-Chen stared at the Skeleton Warrior's attribute panel, his face darkening. His lips twitched uncontrollably. To his shock, he realized that his only healing skill was completely ineffective on the Skeleton Warrior. Even if he allocated all his free attribute points to intelligence, the Skeleton Warrior's attack power would still be a pitiful 8. Using its only active skill, Power Strike, would barely deal 12 damage. That level of damage couldn't even compare to a casual normal attack from a DPS class. At this moment, he could only pin his hopes on the SSS level talent, silently praying in his heart. Please, work your magic. Then, Mu-Chen quickly activated the Mastery of All Creatures talent skill and selected the evolution option. In that instant, a mysterious 6-pointed star formation, shimmering with enigmatic light, appeared before his eyes. The light flickered on and off, exuding an aura of mystery. Mu-Chen placed the skeleton soldier into the formation, and the evolution icon immediately lit up. The skeleton soldier's status window displayed evolution count 2. Without the slightest hesitation, Mu-Chen decisively clicked the evolve button, his eyes filled with both tension and anticipation. Ding! Skeleton soldier evolved skeleton archer, ***. The previously ordinary skeleton soldier underwent a shocking transformation upon evolving into a skeleton archer. Its skeletal structure became more refined, and it now held a skeletal bow in its hand. Its eye sockets glowed with a ghostly blue flame, emitting an icy aura. Mu-Chen quickly opened the skeleton archer's status panel. Skeleton archer, carrying level, 0. Level, *1. HP, *150 of 150. Attack power, *7.5, 3, player intelligence, *2.5, skeleton archer attack growth, ***. Defense, *3.3, 3, player intelligence, *1.1, skeleton archer defense growth, ***. Agility, *5. Skill 1. Deadly arrow, LV.1 active skill. Concentrates energy, charging for 0.5 seconds, to shoot a powerful arrow. Deals 22.5, skill damage coefficient, asterisk 7.5, skeleton archer attack power, asterisk damage to the target. There is a 50% chance to trigger a critical hit, dealing 200% of the original damage. Cooldown, 5 seconds, max level, 10, level increases with skill proficiency. Skill 2. Undead Entity, LV.1, description omitted. Pet equipment, asterisk none. Wow! Mu-Chen couldn't help but exclaim out loud. This SSS level talent is absolutely insane. He looked at the skeleton archer before him with excitement, secretly feeling proud. With this, he could easily grind experience solo. Subsequently, Mu-Chen's gaze locked onto the evolution count displayed on the skeleton archer's status panel. Seeing the clear, evolution count, 1, his heart skipped a beat. It can evolve one more time. Without hesitation, Mu-Chen decisively clicked evolve again. Ding! Skeleton archer evolved skeleton knight, asterisk. On the evolution screen, a tall and imposing figure appeared. Its entire body was encased in heavy black armor, seated atop a skeleton horse draped in dark gray battle gear. In its right hand, it wielded a gleaming lance, while its eye sockets burned with mysterious ghostly blue flames. The flames flickered and danced, creating an immensely powerful aura. Hiss! Mu-Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. This design is just too cool. Taking it out will definitely make other players green with envy. He nodded with satisfaction and then checked the Skeleton Knight's status panel. Skeleton Knight, carrying level, 0. Level, asterisk 1. HP, asterisk 500 of 500. Attack power, asterisk 9, 3. Player intelligence, asterisk 3. Skeleton Knight attack growth, asterisk. Defense, asterisk 7.5, 3. Player intelligence, asterisk 2.5. Skeleton Knight defense growth, asterisk. Agility, asterisk 15. Skill 1. Lance Barrage, LV.1 active skill. The Skeleton Knight swings its lance continuously for 3 seconds, dealing 27.3 skill damage coefficient, asterisk 9. Skeleton Knight attack power, asterisk damage per second to surrounding targets. Cooldown, 10 seconds, max level, 3, level increases with skill proficiency. Skill 2. Death Charge, LV.1 active skill. The Skeleton Knight spurs its skeletal horse into a high-speed charge, dealing 54.6 skill damage coefficient, asterisk 9. Skeleton Knight attack power, asterisk damage to targets in its path. Cooldown, 20 seconds, max level, 3, level increases with skill proficiency. Skill 3. Dark Trample, LV.1 active skill. The Skeleton Knight commands its skeletal horse to stomp the ground with full force, dealing 90.10 skill damage coefficient, asterisk 9. Skeleton Knight attack power, asterisk damage to surrounding targets and applying a 5-second stun effect. Cooldown, 120 seconds, max level, 2, level increases with skill proficiency. Skill 4. Undead Entity, LV.1, description omitted. Pet equipment, asterisk none. Unbelievable. Mu-Chen was utterly amazed. This design is just phenomenal. Taking this out will definitely turn heads. When Mu-Chen's gaze fell upon the detailed stats panel of the Skeleton Knight, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upward, his grin almost uncontrollable, as if it could stretch all the way to his ears. His heart surged with joy, feeling as though he had sprouted the wings of flight. The car he had always dreamed of, the spacious and comfortable house, limitless blue star coins, and even those socks he had been yearning for. It all seemed so close, right in front of him, ready to become reality. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Mu-Chen forced himself to calm down. Without hesitation, he allocated all his free attribute points to intelligence. In an instant, the Skeleton Knight's attack power skyrocketed to 24 points. There was no time to waste, he had to level up quickly. At this moment, Mu-Chen glanced around and saw crowds of people surging like a tidal wave. It had only taken a few moments to evolve his pet, yet the previously empty novice village was now packed with an endless stream of players. Wow! Is this really a game world? Someone exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Yeah, this game is so realistic. It's practically like living in the real world, another chimed in, their tone full of amazement. Suddenly, a sharp, angry roar pierced the crowd. Hey, who the hell just touched my leg? A furious woman pointed directly at the crowd. Almost simultaneously, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky with a deafening crack. The thunderous strike hit a male player squarely, electrocuting him on the spot without giving him a chance to react. Everyone, don't move recklessly. If you get struck by lightning and die, it'll take 3 hours to respawn, someone shouted quickly, their voice tense with warning. Then, another panicked cry rang out. Whoa, no. Bro, what are you doing touching me? A man stammered in response, sorry, I was just afraid of getting struck by lightning and wanted to test how real this game is. Couldn't you have just shaken hands to verify? The other player was left speechless, glaring at him in awkward frustration. In Novice Village, there were no quests available for players below level 5. This forced the vast majority of players to venture into the wilderness to grind monsters and level up. Muchin slowly stepped out of the village, the scene before him coming into full view. The level 1 mountain chicken grinding area was surrounded by hordes of players, their chatter creating a cacophony. In the level 2 red-eyed rabbit zone, groups of players worked in small teams, cooperating nervously but efficiently to slay monsters. Muchin glanced indifferently at the bustling scene and resolutely headed toward the level 8 wild wolf spawn area. Wild wolves were known for their high attack power and exceptional speed, far surpassing most ordinary monsters. However, they were not without weaknesses. Their defense was relatively low, and their health was moderate. With the Skeleton Knight's overwhelming attack power, a single skill could instantly kill them. Captain, look! Another idiot heading off to explore the high-level area. What a death wish, one team member couldn't help but shout. Yeah, I can't even handle the red-eyed rabbits at level 2 without nearly dying in 3 hits. Don't even get me started on those high-level monsters, another teammate added. Focus. Keep up the attack rhythm. If you know the red-eyed rabbits are tough, why are you wasting energy gawking at others? The captain reprimanded sternly, his voice booming like thunder. Muchen made his way through the dense forest, and the path ahead suddenly opened up to reveal a vast, expansive grassland. If I remember correctly, it should be here. Taking a deep breath, he decisively summoned the Skeleton Knight and led it deeper into the grassland. Before long, he spotted a lone wild wolf standing in the distance. The gray figure stood out sharply against the green grass. Wild wolf. Level 8. Health 230/230. Attack 86. Defense 8. Agility 16. Skill 1, active skill. Bite asterisk inflicts 129 damage to the target and causes bleeding, dealing 5 damage per second for 10 seconds. Muchen's eyes sharpened, and without hesitation, he commanded, Skeleton Knight, attack the wild wolf. The Skeleton Knight marched forward with heavy, clattering steps, swiftly closing in on the wolf. Sensing danger, the wild wolf raised its head and let out a chilling howl before charging madly at the Skeleton Knight. Just as the wolf was about to collide with the Skeleton Knight, Muchen seized the moment and coldly uttered, Dark Stomp. A tremendous force erupted from beneath the Skeleton Knight's feet, shaking the ground. A massive damage number, -232, floated above the wild wolf's head. Instant kill. Killed wild wolf, LV.8, received a 1400% overlevel bonus, level difference *2, gaining 560 EXP. 3 streaks of white light representing level ups glimmered over Muchen's body. Congratulations! Your level has increased. Level 4, 52.5%. 190 EXP needed for the next level up. HP, 130 of 130. MP, 200 out of 200. Attack, 22. Defense, 4. Constitution, 4. Intelligence, 11. Strength, 4. Agility, 4. Free attribute points, 15. Muchen approached the fallen wild wolf's corpse and picked up the 2 copper coins it had dropped. Without hesitation, he allocated all his free attribute points to intelligence. The intelligence stat on his attribute panel skyrocketed to 26. As a result, the attack power of his Skeleton Knight surged like a rocket, reaching 78 points, while its defense climbed to 65 points. After a brief pause, Muchen scanned his surroundings, searching for his next target. Target locked. Death charge. -460, one-shot kill. Before the wild wolf could react, it was knocked to the ground by the Skeleton Knight. Killed wild wolf, LV.8, received an 800% overlevel bonus, level difference *2, gaining 320 EXP. Congratulations! Your level has increased. Level 5, 16.25%. 670 EXP needed for the next level up. A dazzling white light appeared next to the wild wolf's corpse. Ha! It dropped an item. The wild wolf had dropped 3 copper coins and a pair of boots. Muchen picked up the boots and examined them closely. Wolf hide boots. Quality, white. Defense +3. Agility +2. Requirement, level 5 or higher. In the game Phantom World, equipment quality was ranked as white, blue, purple, gold, dark gold, and rainbow artifact. Additionally, green set items could be dropped in dungeons. Set item attributes varied greatly, but if one managed to collect a full set of green gear, its stats could surpass even gold tier equipment. Not bad. Though it was just white tier equipment, in a game where the drop rate was so abysmally low it made players want to curse, this was already considered great luck. Without a second thought, he equipped the boots. Now at level 5, Mu-Chin decided to return to the beginner village to claim the novice quest. Although the experience reward from novice quests was minimal, they awarded a skill book tailored to one's class. He recalled that summoners at level 5 were rewarded with a life-saving skill * magic barrier *. With that in mind, Mu-Chin hurriedly headed back to the beginner village with his skeleton knight in tow. In the beginner village's level 2 rabbit spawn area, a bustling crowd had gathered. They worked together seamlessly, weakening the level 2 rabbits until they were near death, allowing a young man to deliver the final blow and claim all the EXP. Suddenly, a dazzling white light of level up radiated from the young man. The crowd cheered in unison, "Congratulations, young Master Wang, on leveling up again. Young Master Wang, you must be the fastest leveler in this beginner village." The young man, brimming with pride, declared loudly, "I'm already level 3 now. I've put all my attribute points into strength, and my attack power has reached 32 points. Come on, let's go hunt level 3 monsters." However, a teammate standing nearby frowned and said, "That won't work, young Master Wang. Our hired teammates are only level 1, they can't tank a level 3 monster." Frustrated, young Master Wang cursed internally, "Damn it, this is my first time playing a game where I can't pay to win. It's so frustrating." Then, after killing another level 2 rabbit, he noticed that the EXP he earned was only half of what it had been before. Frowning, he decisively ordered, "Have them level up first. Leave 2 priests with me, I'll keep farming rabbits." At that moment, Mu-Chin strolled over with his skeleton knight. "Whoa, Captain, look at that," someone in the crowd exclaimed. "What is that? A pet? It must be a pet. I just tried attacking it, but the system said PK is prohibited in the beginner village," another quickly explained. "You're brave to attack it. What if it's a monster? I heard dying in this game makes you lose an entire level," someone teased. "This pet is so cool," another marveled. "Man, this is unfair. My pet egg hatched into a little wolf pup," grumbled one player in frustration. "Consider yourself lucky. Look at mine. A goblin. It's ugly as hell, and its attack is garbage," another lamented. "If I didn't have to wait 24 hours to delete my character, I would have started over by now," yet another sighed. Mu-Chin frowned deeply as he watched the sudden surge of friend requests on his screen, the count instantly skyrocketing to +99. Without hesitation, he adjusted his settings to block all incoming friend requests and decisively dismissed his summoned skeleton knight. Several female priests with exceptional healing abilities hurried over, their cheeks flushed with excitement. One of the younger girls shyly asked, "Hey there, handsome, want to team up as a CP? I'm great at all 3 lanes." Mu-Chin sighed helplessly and shook his head in refusal. Without another word, he turned and strode away resolutely. The girls stood there dumbfounded, their faces filled with disappointment. Just as Mu-Chin was leaving, a young man's eyes lit up, and he suddenly leaped out, blocking Mu-Chin's path directly. "Hey, man, that skeleton knight, it's your pet, isn't it?" The young man's eyes glimmered with excitement, his face brimming with anticipation as he asked, "Interested in joining my guild? We'll pay you 10,000 blue star coins per month, with food and lodging included. The perks are unbeatable." His tone was filled with temptation. Mu-Chin paused slightly, his gaze falling upon the young man before him. To be honest, if this offer had been made earlier, he might have accepted it without a second thought. After all, such a deal was incredibly enticing. But now, even if they offered 10 times that amount, he wouldn't budge. "Sorry, I'm not joining any guild," Mu-Chin replied calmly. 20,000 a month. The young man was unwilling to give up and raised the offer. Mu-Chin lifted his head, a faint smirk curling his lips, and his expression carried a hint of disdain. "This isn't about the money. All right then, at least let's add each other as friends. If you ever change your mind, my guild will always welcome you. The perks will be even better than you imagine." The young man spoke earnestly. After a brief hesitation, Mu-Chin nodded in agreement and took the initiative to send a friend request. Without lingering further, he quickly headed toward the village chief, ready to accept a new quest. "Wang Xiao, that kid's talent is extraordinary. We've seen so many summoners, but none of their pets can compare to his," a companion beside the young man commented. Wang Xiao stared intently at the name on his friend list and murmured to himself, "Go Lan Ting Sure. He's not swayed by such generous offers. How intriguing." The village chief of the novice village was an elderly man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. Despite his age, he exuded a warm and kind demeanor that made people feel at ease. Apart from being the village chief, he was also the only appraiser in the village. As Mu-Chin approached the village chief, ready to accept a quest, the old man suddenly spoke, "Young man, I sense the aura of darkness on you. Be careful not to become a slave to the Nether Demon Emperor." Mu-Chin's heart skipped a beat. Is this a hidden quest? He thought to himself. I've never heard of a hidden quest in the novice village. His eyes turned to the golden question mark hovering above the village chief's head. He quickly opened the quest interface, but all he found was a standard beginner's task: kill 20 wild boars. After accepting the quest, Mu Chen tried to engage the village chief in further conversation. However, the old man seemed to have become a completely different person, ignoring Mu Chen entirely. No matter what Mu Chen said, the village chief remained unresponsive. Left with no choice, Mu Chen shook his head and resolved to complete the quest first. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. Exiting the village, he followed a shaded path that led him to a dense forest. This was the spawn point for level 6 wild boars. Taking a deep breath, Mu Chen's gaze sharpened with focus. With his current health, even a light hit from a wild boar would send him back to the village instantly. Summoning his skeleton knight, Mu Chen ventured deeper into the forest. Soon, one of the quest targets, a wild boar, came into view. The wild boar was massive in size, its sharp tusks gleaming, and its body radiating a wild, feral energy. Wild boar. Level 6. Health 300/300. Attack 63. Defense 21. Agility 12. Skill 1 *. Savage Charge deals 81.9 damage, 1.3x skill damage multiplier * 63 attack, with a 30% chance to stun the target for 5 seconds. The wild boars weren't too far apart from one another. Mu Chen's eyes narrowed, and he decisively commanded his skeleton knight to attack one of them. The skeleton knight moved like a gust of wind, its lance stabbing fiercely into the wild boar. A damage value of -75 floated above the wild boar. Roaring in pain, the boar became enraged and immediately activated its Savage Charge ability. The skeleton knight reacted swiftly, dodging the deadly attack with ease. Then, it skillfully maneuvered to lure the boar closer to its companions. Moments later, the skeleton knight successfully attracted the attention of 5 nearby wild boars. At that moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from the skeleton knight's body. Its lance swept through the air, creating a whirlwind as after-images of its attacks filled the battlefield. The whirlwind of strikes unleashed a flurry of damage numbers: -267, -263. Under the ferocious assault, the 5 wild boars were nearly obliterated in an instant. Killed wild boar, LV 6, overlevel bonus achieved, 200%, level difference *2, 60 XP gained. Quest, kill wild boars, 5/20, incomplete. Mu Chen bent down and picked up the 8 copper coins that had dropped, a smug grin spreading across his face. Without hesitation, he ventured deeper into the forest with his skeleton knight, seeking stronger prey. After advancing a short distance, a massive figure caught his eye, a wild boar that was significantly larger than the average one. His eyes lit up instantly. An elite field boss spawned. The wild boar exuded an imposing aura. Its thick, sharp tusks gleamed with a chilling light, and its entire body radiated a sense of overwhelming power, enough to make anyone feel intimidated. Boar Leader. Level 7. HP 2000 out of 2000. Attack 91. Defense 52. Agility 15. Skill 1. Savage Charge deals 154.7 damage, 1.7 skill damage multiplier *91. Boar Leader's attack ** to the target has a 50% chance to stun the target for 5 seconds. Skill 2. Tusk Thrust deals 172.9 damage, 1.9 skill damage multiplier *91. Boar Leader's attack ** to the target inflicts bleeding status, causing the target to lose 10 HP per second for 10 seconds. Skill 3. Thick Hide, passive, plus 500 HP, immune to abnormal statuses, and reduces all incoming damage by 20%. Mu Chen's gaze locked onto the Boar Leader's stats panel as his mind worked rapidly. After a quick assessment, he was confident he had what it took to defeat this boss. With a sharp glint in his eyes, he issued a decisive command: Skeleton Knight, attack. The Skeleton Knight responded immediately, striding forward with powerful steps, like a black whirlwind surging toward the Boar Leader. As it neared the boss, an intense aura erupted from its body. It unleashed its powerful Death Charge skill. Boom! A thunderous impact echoed out, and a damage number, -419, floated above the Boar Leader. The beast roared in pain and fury, retaliating instantly by thrusting its razor-sharp tusks forward, activating its ferocious tusk thrust skill. -92, immune. Seeing the status notification, Mu Chen let out a small sigh of relief. Thank goodness for the status immunity. Otherwise, that bleeding effect would have drained 100 HP over just 10 seconds. Skeleton Knight, use Dark Stomp. Do it now, he ordered decisively. The Skeleton Knight, riding atop its skeletal steed, reared up its front hooves high into the air. With a forceful stomp, the ground trembled, and a wave of black energy rippled outward. Damage numbers appeared, -726, along with immune, as the boar leader's HP plummeted to below 1000. At that moment, the boar leader suddenly lowered its head and crouched slightly. It was clearly preparing to unleash savage charge. Dodge it! Now! Mu Chen quickly commanded. The skeleton knight swiftly evaded to the side. Boom! The boar leader, like an out-of-control war chariot, crashed into a tree behind it, causing the trunk to shake violently. Seizing the opportunity, the skeleton knight dashed forward, its lance spinning in a deadly arc as it unleashed its ultimate skill, Lance Flurry. -188, -188, -377 critical. The boar leader's HP dropped to a sliver. At this point, it tried to flee. With his skills on cooldown, Mu Chen could only command the skeleton knight to attack with basic strikes. -35, -36, -38. With a few final hits, the boar leader's HP was depleted, and it collapsed heavily to the ground, motionless. Killed boar leader, LV7, overlevel bonus achieved, 400%, level difference *2, 1400 XP gained. Congratulations! You leveled up! Ding! Congratulations! You are the first player in the entire server to defeat a field boss, LV1 LV10. System announcement pending. Please choose whether to hide your in-game name. Yes, no, if no choice is made, the system will default to yes in 30 seconds. Without hesitation, Mu Chen selected no. System message: congratulations to player listening to opera from newbie village number 9526 for being the first in the server to defeat a field boss, LV1 LV10. Rewards: 1 gold coin, level 5 purple weapon gift box, summoner, bound, plus 10 reputation with light faction. The shocking news scrolled continuously through the system channel, causing all the rookie chat channels to explode into a frenzy. Meow meow me, is this for real? Chasing a BMW on a donkey, you're doubting the system messages? Bro, what have you been through? You don't understand dumb people's world. Someone get me an insider account. I swear I won't spill. I'll be online 24/7 when the game goes live. Chubby leaking swag, this game has no GMs. It's all managed by AI from the moment the servers launched. Where would you even get an insider account? I have candy in my pocket, I'm still killing level 2 rabbits, and this big shot is already taking down a boss? Flying Potato, from now on, listening to songs at the brothel is my new boss. Liang Shanhua beating Juliet, what's the point of calling him boss? Just make him your godfather already. Matchstick Girl at listening to songs at the brothel, Godfather. I'm in the same newbie village as you, please take me with you. Picking mushrooms, Godfather. I want in too. Smiling half-step madness, LOL, you guys are like toads trying to act like frogs. Flying Potato, what page of the classic of mountains and seas are you on now? Moon running low on power, all you little cuties who can't even beat rabbits, hurry up and go level up. Mu Chen chuckled softly, glancing casually at the lively chat channel. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't pay it more attention. He bent down and picked up the items dropped by the wild boar boss one by one. Boar hide shield, quality, blue, unidentified. Tusk of the wild boar boss, special item. Handed over to the village chief to complete a beginner quest and receive an additional piece of equipment. Copper coins X23. A blue quality shield. I'm rich. Mu Chen thought, his heart surging with excitement. Shields are critical in the early game. With this piece of gear, my team can take on higher level mobs and even challenge outdoor bosses. Without hesitation, he used the level 5 purple weapon gift box in his inventory. Black tea with staff, bound. Quality, purple. Magic attack plus 15. Intelligence plus 5. Constitution plus 3. Mana recovery speed plus 50%. Equipment requirement, level 5 plus, Summoner Mage Cleric. Not bad, this is a top-notch item for early stage grinding. Mu Chen nodded in satisfaction. He then allocated all his free attribute points to intelligence. After handling these upgrades, he turned to check his character panel. Level 6, 64.37%. 570 XP needed for next level. Health, 180 of 180. Mana, 520 of 520. Attack power, 101. Defense, 9 plus 3. Constitution, 6 plus 3. Intelligence, 38 plus 5. Strength, 6. Agility, 6 plus 2. Free attribute points, 0. Skills, Heart of the Pact, Level 1, Rejuvenation, Level 1. Inventory, Boarhide Shield, Tusk of the Wild Boar Boss. Pet Space, Skeleton Knight, 1/3. Equipment, Wolfhide Boots, Black Tea with Staff. Currency, 1 gold, 0 silver, 36 copper, 1 gold equals 100 silver equals 10,000 copper. Quickly, Mu Chen began heading back to the newbie village. Upon reaching the village, he made a beeline for the village chief. Handing over the tusk of the wild boar boss, the chief's wrinkled face lit up with astonishment. Young adventurer, you actually managed to defeat that ferocious wild boar boss. You're truly the savior of our village. Please accept the village's token of gratitude. Congratulations! You have successfully completed a beginner quest. Rewards, 500 XP, level 5 skill gift box X1, summoner, and a fine mage robe. At this moment, the village chief's expression subtly shifted. His brows furrowed, and his face grew solemn. From you, I sense a trace of dark energy. Young adventurer, do you believe that wielding dark power necessarily makes one evil? Mu Chen's heart leapt with excitement. It seemed he had triggered a hidden storyline. After a brief moment of thought, he answered according to his true beliefs. I think whether it's dark power or light power, as long as it is used for righteous purposes, it is just. Hearing this, the village chief's clouded eyes suddenly shone brightly. With trembling hands, he retrieved a jet black box from his robe and fixed his gaze on Mu Chen. In a low and solemn voice, he said, "This was left behind by an old friend of mine. The aura on you reminds me of her. I hope you remember your words and use this power for good." Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered a hidden quest and obtained the quest item, Marlin's Training Notes. Marlin's Training Notes, the training journal of the undead summoner, Marlin. Using this item will trigger the hidden class advancement quest for Necromancer. Usage requirements, summoner, level 20 or above. Binding item, indestructible, Mu Chen was so shocked that he could hardly speak. This is actually a hidden class advancement quest. The Necromancer class, no player has ever triggered the quest for it. Although, there is that one NPC who's an undead summoner. That guy can summon hordes of undead creatures in battle, and his power is absolutely terrifying. I was originally planning to advance to Elemental Spirit Summoner, but now I have a dilemma. Forget it, I'll think about it later. After all, I can't change classes until I hit level 20. I'll decide when the time comes. His gaze shifted to the new item he had just obtained. Elegant Mage Robe. Quality, rare, blue. Defense, +4. Intelligence, +2. Constitution, +2. Equip requirement, level 5. Level 5 skill selection box X1, Summoner, bound item, choose one skill from the following two options. Mana Shield, active skill. Uses magic power to construct a shield around the user. When taking damage, consumes, damage received ×5, skill coefficient. Mana points to negate the damage. No cooldown, can be toggled on or off at will. Automatically deactivates when mana is depleted. Magic Missile, active skill. Concentrates magical energy to launch a single elemental missile at the target, dealing user's intelligence ×0.5 skill coefficient plus attack power, damage. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Mana cost, 20. Without hesitation, Mu Chen equipped the Elegant Mage Robe. Then, without a second thought, he selected Mana Shield from the skill box. With a powerful damage-dealing pet like the Skeleton Knight, he didn't need more attack skills. Although Mana Shield seemed mediocre at first glance, it was a life-saving ability for fragile classes like his. At least he wouldn't get sent back to town with just one hit from a monster. He immediately activated Mana Shield. In an instant, a faint blue energy barrier flowed out like water, tightly enveloping his entire body. Well, it doesn't drain mana just to keep it active, so why not? Next, he clicked on the village chief's appraisal interface. The village chief smiled warmly and said, "Young adventurer, what item would you like me to appraise?" Mu Chen placed the boarhide shield onto the appraisal panel. The village chief spoke slowly. "The appraisal fee is 20 copper coins, but since you helped the village by defeating the wild boar leader, I'll give you a 10% discount. Just 18 copper coins. The corner of Mu Chen's mouth twitched slightly, muttering in his heart, well, 2 copper coins saved. Big deal. He clicked to confirm the appraisal. The village chief's hands glimmered faintly, like stars twinkling in the night sky. Suddenly, a soft blue light flashed across the surface of the boarhide shield. Boarhide shield. Quality, rare, blue. Defense, +7. Health, +20. Damage reduction, +10%, shield specific attribute Equip requirement, level 5, Knight/Shield Warrior. Mu Chen carefully examined the attributes of the boarhide shield, murmuring, "Not bad at all. Should fetch a decent price." Without hesitation, he tossed it into the auction house. After a moment of consideration, he thought to himself, the server just launched, and most players don't have much in-game currency yet. Selling it for in-game coins would be a loss. So, he decisively chose to list it for real-world currency, setting the starting bid at 1 blue star coin. The moment the boarhide shield was successfully listed, the chat channels across all starting villages erupted in chaos. Melancholy 2-flower asterisk guys. Check out the auction house now. Riding a donkey chasing a plane asterisk, holy crap. I'm only level 2, and someone's already gotten a level 5 rare item? Carrot asterisk, do we even need to ask? This has to be my godfather, hooker at the tavern, putting it up. Flying slipper asterisk, stop arguing, everyone. I bid 100,000 blue star coins for this shield. Step aside. Potato won't sprout asterisk 100,000? Are you delusional? Did you forget this is a game? One iced tea asterisk, the water's too deep, the winds are too strong. If you don't have the money, don't speak. Understand? I'm bidding 10 million blue star coins. Don't even bother competing. Handsome without washing my face asterisk, what kind of plastic bags are you people using to hold all that hot air? Meanwhile, in a luxurious auction house private room, Wang Xiao sat with a smirk on his face. Young Master Wang. With this shield, once we hit level 5, we can easily take down monsters way above our level, one of his subordinates exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement and ambition. Wang Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Humph, finally a place where I can show what I'm made of. Since no one's bidding yet, let me set the tone. He chuckled coldly, his slender fingers tapping gracefully on the auction interface. Without hesitation, he entered a starting bid of 500,000 blue star coins, his gaze brimming with confidence and arrogance. Meanwhile, on the other side of the game world, a team of 5 level 4 players was grinding tirelessly in a monster-dense area. Captain, someone just bid 500,000 for the blue shield in the auction house, one team member shouted anxiously. Do we keep bidding? The man referred to as the captain furrowed his brows, deep in thought. We've been grinding for so long and only managed to get 2 white tier items. The drop rate is just too low. If it's under 1 million, let's go for it, he finally decided. If it goes over that price, forget it. Our studio is just starting out, and we can't afford to sink too much into gear. In another group, Han Feng was growing increasingly agitated. Lei Ge, we have to get this equipment. With it, we can grind higher level mobs for more experience. Not to mention, we could even try taking on some of the outdoor bosses, he added excitedly, his tone brimming with anticipation. Invest early, and it'll definitely pay off 100-fold in the future. Han Feng, you're quite the schemer. This gear is only usable by you, yet you want Lei Ge to foot the bill so you can enjoy it alone, a woman quipped sharply, her voice dripping with sarcasm and dissatisfaction. Xiaoli, Han Feng is the tank of our team. If he can hold the line, we all benefit from leveling faster. Another teammate quickly stepped in to defend Han Feng. At this moment, a man with an authoritative presence spoke slowly. His voice was deep and commanding. Han Feng, I'll give you a budget of 2 million. Anything beyond that, let it go. It's just low-level equipment, it won't last forever. Lei Ge, this is really important. If we, Han Feng tried to argue further. Enough, it's settled, now get back to grinding. Lei Ge cut him off decisively, his tone leaving no room for debate. Young Master Wang, the bid has already climbed to 1.9 million. Should we keep going? One of his subordinates asked cautiously. Wang Xiao smiled coolly. Of course, we keep going. Who dares challenge me for gear? When it comes to spending, I've never lost. Games are meant to be enjoyed by spending big. With that, he reached out again, his fingertips gliding across the screen with unwavering determination. 2.22 million. Wang Xiao quickly updated his bid, his face glowing with satisfaction. With this piece of gear, we'll be leaps and bounds ahead of everyone else. He felt a surge of pride in his heart, his eyes gleaming with the light of victory. Mu Chen kept his eyes fixed on the auction house prices, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He felt a flicker of joy in his heart. If he could successfully secure these funds, his parents would finally be freed from the arduous life they led in a distant town. They would no longer need to endure endless toil and hardship. In this life, I will make sure they can enjoy life to the fullest, he vowed silently to himself. Taking a deep breath, Mu Chen exhaled slowly, his gaze shifting to his level indicator. Almost level 7. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. How could I forget? He recalled reading on the game forums about a special dungeon designed for beginners in the starter village. Completing its challenges would reward players with a uniquely powerful transformation ring, an item that could prove invaluable in certain hidden areas. With that thought in mind, Mu Chen wasted no time heading toward the coordinates etched in his memory. Leaving the village, he quickly made his way through a lush, verdant forest. Before long, he arrived at a towering cliff, where a small, inconspicuous cave was nestled in a corner. This should be the place, Mu Chen murmured. Without hesitation, he summoned his skeletal knight, sending it in to clear the way. He followed cautiously behind, step by step, as they ventured into the cave. It was his first time entering this location, having only heard about it on the forums. As he stepped inside, he realized it was completely different from what he'd imagined. The narrow entrance led into a dark, oppressive passage that made his heart uneasy. But as he ventured deeper, the space suddenly opened up, revealing a wondrous new world. At the center of the cavern was a crystal-clear pool of water, its surface as smooth and reflective as a mirror. Beside the pool sat an elderly man with silver hair. His face was lined with deep wrinkles, his eyes shut tightly, and his posture motionless. Surprisingly, there wasn't a single monster in the cave. Upon seeing the old man, Mu Chen's heart leapt with joy, confirming he was in the right place. He approached respectfully and asked, "Is there anything I can do to help you?" The old man slowly opened his eyes, his voice low and weathered with age. "The task I have is dangerous. You cannot accomplish it alone." Mu Chen frowned slightly, a trace of annoyance crossing his face. How can it be? A single person can't accept the quest? He fell into a brief moment of thought, his gaze shifting toward the +99 notifications in his friend system. Without hesitation, he clicked ignore and opened the friend requests. His eyes landed on his friend list, which contained only one name, Chen Duo. Ha! Mu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected that the man he'd encountered earlier was actually him. In his previous life, Chen Duo had established a guild that became one of the top 10 guilds in Star City. However, due to his girlfriend and best friend's betrayal, he became disheartened, quietly left the illusion realm, and gave all his wealth to his ex-girlfriend and former friend. Recalling Chen Duoduo's past, Mu Chen felt a strange sense of camaraderie, as though they shared the same scars. Just as he was about to call Chen Duo over, a burst of conversation echoed from the cave entrance. "Big sis, come on in. There are no wild monsters in here." As the figures drew closer, a spirited female archer and a gentle-looking female priest appeared in front of him. Mu Chen was utterly unprepared for this moment. Players had discovered this place already? "Big sis, there's someone here. Wow, that summoned beast is so cool." The young archer chirped like a merry sparrow, quickly darting to Mu Chen's side. She exclaimed with excitement, "Hey handsome, is your pet from a special talent?" Mu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. In the illusion realm, casually inquiring about another player's talents was considered extremely impolite. At that moment, a soft yet magnetic voice interjected, "I apologize, handsome. My sister is playing an online game for the first time. She didn't mean any harm." "What's the big deal, sis? It's just a game. I was just curious and asked." The young girl pouted, her face full of indignation. "Alright, but don't ask others about their talents so casually anymore." Mu Chen's brows relaxed slightly as he spoke in a calm tone. "Later in the game, there will definitely be arenas. Everyone's talent is their trump card, it shouldn't be disclosed lightly to others." The young archer froze for a second before nodding, "Got it. Hello, I'm Undying Devotion, and this is my sister, Bayubu. Want to add us as friends?" Undying Devotion smiled sweetly. "And me, add me too," Bayubu shouted excitedly. At that moment, 2 friend request notifications popped up on Mu Chen's screen. Undying Devotion? Mu Chen's heart trembled, and his pupils contracted slightly. She was one of the 3 most renowned priests in the illusion realm. He hadn't expected to run into her in the same beginner's village. Without hesitation, he accepted both requests. Undying Devotion. Class, Priest. Level, 5. Bayubu. Class, Archer. Level, 5. They're already level 5. As expected, top-tier players level up way faster than ordinary ones. Mu Chen thought to himself, the name Bayubu didn't ring a bell, but she was clearly not to be underestimated. After all, with such a formidable sister guiding her, her future was bound to be extraordinary. "Wow, handsome, are you the one who got the first kill on that wild boss? Are you Gulen listening to songs?" Bayubu was so excited she nearly jumped up. Even Undying Devotion's eyes lit up faintly. Mu Chen pondered for a moment before speaking. "There's a beginner dungeon here that requires a teen to enter. Do you two want to join me?" Undying Devotion's face brightened with delight, but her gaze turned toward the skeletal knight beside Mu Chen with a hint of concern. She asked cautiously, "Just the 3 of us? Without a tank to hold the monsters, my healing spells won't work on undead pets. There's bound to be a boss in the dungeon, right? Are you really confident about this? Should we find a tank to join us?" Mu Chen replied slowly, "This dungeon has a level restriction. Only players level 5 and above can enter. Right now, there are only a handful of players who've reached level 5, let alone a tank." He smiled faintly and continued, "It'll just be the 3 of us. Once we're inside, you'll need to follow my lead. If you agree, then let's go. Come on, sis. Gulen listening to songs got the first kill on a wild boss. I trust him. Bayubiyubiyo said with conviction, her voice brimming with confidence. Alright, then about the loot, Undying Devotion began, but Muchen cut her off decisively. We split it evenly. Without hesitation, Muchen sent party invitations to Undying Devotion and Bayubiyubiyo. Then, he walked toward the mysterious elderly NPC nearby and asked in a low voice, "Is there anything I can help you with?" The old man lifted his head slightly, his wrinkled face showing a trace of urgency. "Young adventurer, my necklace has accidentally fallen into the tranquil pool here." He paused, his expression turning bitter. "Those vile murlocs picked it up and took it into the dungeon. Could you help retrieve it for me? System notification, do you accept this quest?" Muchen decisively accepted the mission. The elder's withered hand slowly emitted a faint glow as he gently pressed toward the pool. Asterisk crack. Asterisk a crisp sound echoed, resembling the shattering of glass in the air. Immediately, a mysterious spatial rift suddenly appeared, and the elder's voice resonated nearby. "Young adventurers, this rift will remain open for 1 hour. Be swift and cautious. The murlocs are cunning and treacherous, stay on guard." Muchen turned back and sternly instructed, "Once inside, don't wander off. Follow my lead." "Got it, handsome leader," Bayubiyubiyo teased with a mischievous grin. Muchen was momentarily stunned, his steps faltering slightly as a trace of helplessness flashed across his face. Shaking his head, he walked straight toward the mystical entrance. "System notification, do you wish to enter the Tranquil Pool secret realm instance?" The instant Muchen clicked confirm, the three figures vanished, only to reappear in a mysterious, fantastical cavern. Soft light bathed the vibrant corals in a kaleidoscope of colors, while clear pools of water lay as smooth as mirrors, their ripples glinting enchantingly under the illumination. The air was dense with a rich, humid atmosphere. "Wow, this place is so beautiful," Bayubiyubiyo exclaimed excitedly. Muchen frowned slightly, lowering his voice. "Shoo, don't speak. The monsters in the illusionary realms aren't like those in ordinary online games. Sound will attract their attention. Communicate through the team chat instead." Bayubiyubiyo quickly clamped a hand over her mouth, nodding vigorously. Meanwhile, Never Healing widened her eyes slightly, clearly astonished by this unique mechanic. "Stay here and don't move. I'll scout ahead," Muchen instructed in a hushed tone before cautiously advancing into the mysterious environment, gradually blending into the shadows. "Bayubiyubiyo, sis, he seems to know everything. He's amazing. Do you think he might be a pro player?" Bayubiyubiyo looked at Never Healing curiously, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Never Healing, based on what I've seen so far, it's possible." Never Healing frowned slightly, responding thoughtfully. "Bayubiyubiyo, should we try to recruit him into our guild? He's so skilled it'd be incredible to have him with us." Bayubiyubiyo's excitement was palpable as she imagined the possibilities. "Never Healing, let's wait and see. Professional players usually have their own organizations, and lone wolves aren't likely to join easily." Never Healing explained patiently, her expression serious. "Bayubiyubiyo, sis, I think we could use a beauty trap. You're so pretty, I'm sure it wouldn't be hard to win him over." Bayubiyubiyo winked playfully, a sly smile tugging at her lips. "Listening to melodies in the brothel. Never Healing. Bayubiyubiyo, oh no, I forgot this is the team chat, asterisk asterisk." Bayubiyubiyo suddenly froze, an awkward expression flashing across her face as she stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Muchen moved cautiously deeper into the cave when, suddenly, a group of murlocs emerged from the coral-filled passage ahead, blocking his path. 4 grotesque mermen wielding tridents that gleamed with a chilling light stood there, their menacing faces rendered even more terrifying under the interplay of light and shadow. At their center was an unexpectedly beautiful mermaid, instantly heightening the tension. She held an exquisitely crafted staff, its tip glowing with a mysterious radiance like a signal from another world. Unfortunately, her lower body was a fish tail, which swayed gently in the light. The elegance of her movements exuded an otherworldly beauty, yet it left a faint sense of regret lingering in the air. Merman Warrior, Level 5, Health 450/450, Attack 69, Defense 11, Agility 13. Skill 1, Trident Barrage, swiftly unleashes a series of attacks with the trident, dealing 2 hits of damage. Each hit inflicts 75 points of damage, 1.1, skill damage coefficient, times 69, Merman Warrior's attack power, and causes bleeding, reducing the target's health by 5 points per second for 5 seconds, stackable up to 5 layers. Cooldown, 20 seconds, asterisk asterisk. Merman Mage, Level 6, Health 320/320, Attack 80, Defense 6, Agility 11, Skill 1, Tidal Surge, summons the power of tides to deal area damage to a target zone, inflicting 120 points of damage, 1.5, skill damage coefficient, times 80, Merman Mage's attack power, to each target within the area. Cooldown, 15 seconds, ***. Listening to melodies in the brothel, the path is clear, no danger. Come over. There are 5 Murloc mobs ahead. Never healing, understood. By Ubu, on my way. Mu-Chen turned his attention back to the Skeletal Knight's interface. Skeleton Knight, required level, 0. Level, *6. HP, *750/750, gains 50 HP per level. Attack, *13545, player's intelligence, times 3, Skeleton Knight's attack growth multiplier. Defense, *11245, player's intelligence, times 2.5, Skeleton Knight's defense growth multiplier. Agility, *20. Skill 1, Spear Whirlwind, LV.1. Active skill. The Skeleton Knight swings its spear in a flurry for 3 seconds, dealing 405 damage per second to surrounding enemies. Damage formula, 3, skill damage coefficient, times 135, Skeleton Knight's attack. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Maximum level, 3, skill proficiency increases with usage. Skill 2, Death Charge, LV.1. Active skill. The Skeleton Knight urges its skeletal steed forward, charging rapidly toward enemies and dealing 810 damage to all targets in its path. Damage formula, 6, skill damage coefficient, times 135, Skeleton Knight's attack. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Maximum level, 3, skill proficiency increases with usage. Skill 3, Dark Stomp, LV.1. Active skill. The Skeleton Knight charges with full force, stomping the ground with its skeletal steed to deal 1350 damage to surrounding enemies and stun them for 5 seconds. Damage formula, 10, skill damage coefficient, times 135, Skeleton Knight's attack. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Maximum level, 2, skill proficiency increases with usage. Skill 4, Undead Being, LV.1. Pet equipment, none. The atmosphere of battle grew more intense by the second, igniting a fiery determination in Mu-Chen's heart. What kind of fierce fight lay ahead? Taking a deep breath, Mu-Chen exhaled slowly and shook his head, silently berating himself, *too cautious. I'm not that rookie who just stepped into the game anymore, *. Now, with a powerful pet by his side, these minor mobs were nothing more than trivial obstacles. A single strike was enough to take them down, there was no need to painstakingly bait them out one by one. Just then, the air around them seemed to ripple slightly. By Ubu and to the bitter end hurriedly arrived on the scene. Mu-Chen's eyes sharpened instantly, narrowing into a hawk-like gaze. With a wave of his right hand, the Skeleton Knight leapt into action, charging forward like a black whirlwind toward the targets. As the Skeleton Knight neared the enemies, its hollow eye sockets glowed with an icy blue light. Without hesitation, it unleashed Death Charge. The 5 unsuspecting Murlocs had no time to react before the thunderous impact sent them sprawling to the ground. Damage numbers erupted like fireworks in the air. -804, -799, -796. Mu-Chen's face remained stoic, his lips pressed into a firm line as his sharp gaze never wavered from the battlefield. Bai Ubu arrived just in time to witness the scene, her eyes wide with amazement and full of admiration. To the bitter end, however, furrowed his brow slightly, as if lost in thought. His gaze flickered between Mu-Chen and the Skeleton Knight, his expression unreadable. You have killed a Murloc warrior, LV.5, and earned 37 EXP, 50% EXP due to level difference, 1/level difference times 2, but dungeon bonus experience gain unaffected by party division. Total EXP gained, 300%. Congratulations! You have leveled up. You have killed a Murloc mage, LV.6, and earned 45 EXP, 50% EXP due to level difference, 1/level difference times 2, but Bai Ubu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Wow, Golingage, you're amazing. You wiped out all the monsters before we even got here? And the EXP from these mobs is insane, I just got 480 EXP. One more wave and I'll hit level 6. To the bitter end stood motionless, his expression distant as if deep in contemplation. After a long silence, he finally seemed to make up his mind. Pressing his lips together slightly, he spoke earnestly. Captain. About the agreement we made before entering this dungeon, let's change it. From now on, all the loot from this dungeon belongs to you. Bai Ubu and I won't take anything. Bai Ubu tilted her head, her face filled with confusion as question marks seemed to float above her head. Mu-Chen glanced at to the bitter end, noticing the faint smile on his face. After a moment of silence, Mu-chen nodded lightly, feeling a subtle sense of relief. Keeping his expression calm, he said softly, "No need. Let's stick to the original agreement." "Wow, Gulengij, you're so generous. Love you." Bayubiyubiyo cheered gleefully. Mu-chen coughed lightly, a hint of awkwardness flashing across his face as he quickly strode forward to avoid further embarrassment. To the bitter end, however, continued to watch him intently. "I owe you a favor for this," he said seriously. "As a professional player, I understand what this game represents." Mu-chen shook his head lightly. "It's fine. I wouldn't have been able to access this secret realm on my own anyway. This is mutual cooperation. It's a timed dungeon, so let's keep moving." In his heart, he secretly muttered, "This dungeon's mobs don't even drop a single copper coin? Hey, sis, aren't you a little tempted by a pro like him? If you're interested, you should make the first move." Private chat. Bayubiyubiya sneakily sent a message to "Till death do us part," winking playfully. "Till death do us part, you. Just keep quiet." A glimmer of something flashed in Till death do us part's eyes before she turned her gaze to Mu-chen ahead of them. As the trio ventured deeper, they arrived at a fork in the path. Bayubiyubiyu, "Hey, big brother Gulen, there's a fork in the road ahead." Mu-chen halted, narrowing his eyes slightly as he strained to recall the strategy for clearing this beginner dungeon from his past life. To the left was a small murloc leader. Defeating it would yield a conch horn. If the horn were blown during the final boss fight, the boss's guards would immediately retreat. After a moment of thought, Mu-chen spoke calmly. "Gulen listens to music. Take the right path." The right path led to skeletal knights, making retrieving the conch horn unnecessary. Moments later, the trio emerged from the coral cave, stepping into a vast and magnificent hall. Mu-chen squinted slightly, surveying the mysterious and grand space before them. The hall appeared as though it had been carved from a single massive crystal. The walls and dome shimmered with strange, radiant hues, giving the entire space a dreamlike quality. The floor was adorned with intricate, arcane patterns that seemed to form an ancient and powerful magical array, faintly emanating an aura of mystery. At the center of the hall stood a towering, imposing figure exuding an intense, dark energy. Its massive hand gripped a gleaming, frost-covered battle axe, and its ferocious face only added to its air of menace, making it a truly fearsome sight. Mu-chen's brow furrowed slightly, a trace of seriousness flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Bayubiyubiyu's jaw dropped and her eyes widened with excitement as she took in the scene. Surrounding the boss were 6 tall, hulking mermen arranged in a fan-shaped formation. They were significantly larger than the mermen encountered earlier in the coral cave. Each wore heavy armor and wielded tridents that glimmered with a faint, icy glow. Merman Guard, level, *8. HP, *700 of 700. Attack, *102. Defense, *31. Agility, *15. Skill 1, Trident Thrust. Vigorously swings the trident, delivering a fierce stab to the target. Deals 153 damage and inflicts a severe injury status on the target for 3 seconds. Severe injury, unable to recover HP during this period. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Skill 2, Surge Piercer. Harnesses the power of water to dash ferociously at the target. Deals 173 damage and inflicts a stun status on the target for 4 seconds. Stun, unable to perform any actions during this period. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Merman King, Boss. Level, *10. HP, *5000 of 5000. Attack, *154. Defense, *59. Agility, *16. Skill 1, Raging Wave Axe Slash. Wields the massive axe like a storm, slashing at the target with ferocious might. The axe blade stirs up a colossal wave, dealing devastating damage. First strike, 277 damage, 1.8, skill damage coefficient, x154, attack. Second strike, 308 damage, 2, skill damage coefficient, x154, attack. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 2, Whirlwind Axe Shadows. Spins the axe rapidly like a whirlwind, leaving enemies in the vicinity with no escape. Deals 169 damage, 1.1, skill damage coefficient, x154, attack, per second, lasting 5 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Skill 3, Wrath of the Deep Sea. Sacrifices 10% of its own HP to unleash full power, slamming the massive axe into the ground. Deals 770 damage, 5, skill damage coefficient, x154, attack, to all nearby targets after a 5-second charge time. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Big brother Gulen, there's no way we can beat this, right? These monsters could knock me out with just one hit. By Yubu, muttered nervously. Honestly, I didn't expect the dungeon boss to be level 10. The difficulty is way beyond what I imagined. Till death do us part, said helplessly. Hold on a moment, Muchen said in a low, steady voice. Without hesitation, he allocated all his remaining free attribute points to intelligence. Level, *7, 2.53%. HP, *210 of 210. MP, *600 of 600. Attack, *117. Defense, *12 plus 7. Constitution, *7 plus 5. Intelligence, *44 plus 7. Strength, *7. Agility, *7 plus 2. Free attribute points, *0. The attack power of the skeleton knight instantly surged to 153. Muchen surveyed the surrounding monsters, calculating his next move. By Yubu, what's your agility stat? Exactly 15, by Yubu answered with a blink, looking somewhat nervous. Perfect. Follow me. As for you, Undying Grace, stay here. Muchen gestured decisively and started walking in a particular direction without hesitation. Wait, you can treat me as a mage. My damage output isn't any lower than a mage's. Undying Grace hurriedly followed after him. Alright, we'll see when it's time to fight the boss. For now, by Yubu and I will clear out the sentinels. Otherwise, my skeleton knight won't hold up. Muchen's strides were firm, his tone unwavering, and he didn't even look back. Aren't you surprised? Seriously, I have mage-level damage. Yes, I'm very surprised, Muchen replied, his voice as calm as a still lake. Undying Grace froze in place, looking somewhat at a loss. Muchen thought to himself, Undying Grace is known as one of the top 3 priests in the Phantom Realm. Not only is her healing power unparalleled, but rumors say she possesses an S-tier talent that allows her to convert healing into damage, *. See that circular pattern on the ground up ahead? In a moment, aim for the center and fire your arrow. Once you've shot, run immediately. Muchen pointed toward the distant pattern. Got it. By Yubu gripped his bow tightly, tension written all over his face. Muchen commanded the skeleton knight to hold its position, ensuring everything was ready. Fire. In an instant, By Yubu drew his bow, and the arrow streaked through the air like lightning. Whoosh, as the arrow flew toward the target, Muchen swiftly followed up with a basic attack, his energy strike hitting another patch of empty ground. Hearing the commotion, 6 merman sentinels turned and began heading toward the nearest source of the sound. Seeing this, Muchen quickly attacked another spot, miraculously herding all 6 merman sentinels into a single location. They advanced in perfect unison toward the skeleton knight, the tension in the air so thick it was suffocating. When Muchen confirmed that the distance to the boss was just right, his gaze sharpened, and he decisively commanded the skeleton knight to charge. The skeleton knight moved like a black whirlwind, rushing into attack range in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, its long spear swung fiercely, the tip slicing through the air and creating a dazzling arc as it unleashed its spear dance. Swish, swish, swish. The sound echoed continuously. In an instant, damage numbers floated above the heads of the 6 merman guards, -428, -429, -426. The 6 merman guards were instantly killed. You have slain Merman Warrior, LVE8, earning 200%, level difference x2, experience, amounting to 240 points. Dungeon bonus, experience unaffected by party sharing, earning 300% experience. The glow of leveling up burst forth from By Yubu and Undying Resolve, lighting up their figures. Undying Resolve tilted her head slightly, her gaze locking onto Muchen as she murmured to herself, this technique of luring and clustering mobs seems simple but is actually incredibly challenging. Only a handful of players can pull it off in one go. Any slight mistake, and the boss would have been aggroed straight to us, resulting in a full wipe. Her brows furrowed tightly as doubt crept into her mind. Who is he? Among the top professional players, I've never heard of the ID Courtyard Serenader. Could he be an alternate account of some pro player? Meanwhile, By Yubu was beaming with excitement. By Yubu, wow, I leveled up. Following Brother Courtyard is so satisfying. Grinding experience has never been easier. Undying Resolve, killing higher level enemies coupled with the dungeon experience bonus. I nearly gained 2 levels in one go. By Yubu, same here. I'm just a smidge away from hitting level 7. Courtyard Serenader, once we take down the boss, you'll definitely reach level 8. By Yubu's eyes lit up with excitement. By Yubu, Brother Courtyard, have you considered joining our guild? Our guild is full of gorgeous ladies. Whatever type you like, we've got it.
If you join, I'll personally introduce you to some guaranteed satisfaction. She blinked her large, expectant eyes at Mu Chen. Courtyard Serenader, I'm not a fan of being tied down by restrictions. By Ubu's face fell, showing a hint of disappointment. By Ubu, that's such a shame. Brother Courtyard, do you think we can actually take down this boss? Courtyard Serenader, this boss only has 16 agility. Once my pet's skill cooldown is ready, we'll give it a shot together. By Ubu, Brother Courtyard? This boss's attack power is insane. It feels like one hit from it could wipe us all out. Courtyard Serenader, don't panic. My pet can tank it. Just focus all your effort on dealing damage and ignore everything else. Mu Chen's eyes stayed glued to the Skeleton Knight's stats panel, his brows slightly furrowed, a focused and resolute determination gleaming in his gaze. Skeleton Knight, pet level, 0. Level, 7. Health, 800/800, plus 50 HP per level. Attack, 153, 51. Player Intelligence, x3, Skeleton Knight Attack Growth. Defense, 127, 51, Player Intelligence, x2.5, Skeleton Knight Defense Growth. Agility, 21. Skill 1, Spear Dance, LV1. Active Skill. The Skeleton Knight swings its spear with great force, 3-second duration. Deals 459 damage per second, 3, Skill Damage Coefficient, x153, Attack, to surrounding targets. Asterisk, cooldown, 10 seconds, max level, 3, levels up with proficiency. Asterisk. Skill 2, Death Charge, LV1. Active Skill. The Skeleton Knight drives its skeletal steed forward at incredible speed, charging through enemies. Deals 918 damage, 6, Skill Damage Coefficient, x153, Attack, to all targets in its path. Asterisk, cooldown, 20 seconds, max level, 3, levels up with proficiency. Asterisk. Skill 3, Dark Stomp, LV1. Active Skill. The Skeleton Knight and its mount stomp the ground with force. Deals 1530 damage, 10, Skill Damage Coefficient, x153, Attack, to nearby enemies and stuns them for 5 seconds. Asterisk, cooldown, 120 seconds, max level, 2, levels up with proficiency. Asterisk. Skill 4, Undead Being, LV1. Pet Equipment, none. Mu Chen's expression remained calm and composed as he analyzed the stats and prepared for the battle ahead. Mu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, quickly calculating the potential damage in his mind. The Skeleton Knight's skills were astonishingly powerful, capable of dealing up to 1,200 damage points. The second skill inflicted 859 damage, and the third skill could reach an impressive 1,471 damage. Altogether, the damage exceeded 3,500 points. Although the Skeleton Knight's defense was only 127 and its health merely 800, Mu Chen was confident the first two skills would surely hold their ground. Mu Chen slowly raised his head, a confident smile appearing on his face. Golan listening to opera, get ready to engage the boss, everyone spread out and go all out on DPS. By Ubu, ready. Unhealable till death, ready. Mu Chen's gaze sharpened as he issued a silent command in his mind, and the Skeleton Knight immediately responded. It mounted its skeletal steed, hooves clattering in a rapid clop-clop rhythm, and charged towards the Merman King with astonishing speed. Death Charge. With a deafening impact, a red damage number, -859, floated above the Merman King. Damn intruders! I'll smash you into pieces with my axe. The Merman King roared furiously, his voice thunderous. He raised his massive axe and swung it down with overwhelming force, aiming directly at the Skeleton Knight. Thud! A dull sound echoed as the Skeleton Knight displayed a damage number, -27. By Ubu, Golan bro. Is your pet some kind of mythical beast? Its attack power is insane, and its defense is god tier. It's more like a boss than the Merman King. By Ubu shouted excitedly in the chat as arrows zipped through the air, continuously hitting the Merman King, causing damage numbers, -58, and -52, to float up. Meanwhile, Unhealable Till Death calmly cast a healing spell on the Merman King, only for it to backfire, dealing a massive damage of -188. Seeing such high damage, Mu Chen couldn't help but marvel inwardly, what a toxic healer. His damage output is higher than the mage's, At that moment, the Merman King roared again, his voice booming like a thunderclap. He raised his gigantic axe high and bellowed, die. Mu Chen didn't issue a command for the Skeleton Knight to dodge. Instead, he gripped his spear tightly and swung it with force. In an instant, the spear danced like a dragon. The air whistled as the spear struck, and a series of damage numbers, -400, -398, -401, floated above the Merman King.
But at the same time, the Merman King's massive axe slammed down onto the skeleton knight.
Boom! A damage number, -150, appeared. The battle grew even more intense, and the tension in the air thickened with the uncertainty of victory or defeat. Suddenly, the blade of the giant axe released a surging wave of energy, like a ferocious beast pouncing towards the skeleton knight. Crash! A loud roar echoed as a damage value of -181 appeared. The skeleton knight's health plummeted by nearly half, and its once imposing figure shuddered slightly under the blow. At that moment, the Merman King let out a low, guttural roar, raising his giant axe high once more. This time, it spun at a dazzling speed. As it spun, a sharp, howling wind erupted, quickly forming a massive, visible whirlwind. The whirlwind, like a frenzied dragon, twisted violently, kicking up dust and turbulent air. Mu Chen's eyes narrowed sharply as he urgently commanded the skeleton knight to retreat. The skeleton knight reacted swiftly, its hooves pounding the ground as it leapt backward. Although it managed to avoid the worst of it, it was still grazed by the ferocious whirlwind twice. Thud, thud. Damage numbers, -42, and -43, floated up. Mu Chen decisively ordered the skeleton knight to kite the enemy. The skeleton knight immediately began moving, skillfully leading the Merman King in circles around the hall. The Merman King, dragged into constant motion, appeared somewhat disoriented and clumsy. Moments later, the skeleton knight's first skill became available again. With a sharp thrust of its spear, it transformed into a streak of silver lightning. Slash, slash, slash. The spear whirled fiercely, carving out 3 staggering damage numbers, -400. The Merman King's health dropped rapidly, like water spilling from an overturned cup, and it was clear he was nearing his end. Enraged, the Merman King tilted his head back and let out an earth-shaking roar. "Damn intruders! I'll kill every last one of you." His voice seemed to tear through the roof, reverberating through the entire space. The Merman King raised his giant axe again, his body radiating a blood-red aura that surged like a tide. The air grew thick with the stench of blood. Then, a damage number, -500, floated above him as the tip of his axe glowed with a blinding red light, so bright it stung the eyes. "By Yubu, Golan bro. This ugly freak is about to unleash his ultimate skill. Should we fall back?" By Yubu shouted in alarm. "Keep attacking with full force, no retreat." Mu Chen replied coldly. The skeleton knight gripped its spear tightly, the tip shining with a frosty gleam. Like a falling star, it charged straight towards the Merman King. The next moment, the skeleton knight urged its skeletal steed into action, the horse's hooves pounding heavily against the ground. Boom! A muffled sound echoed, and a dark wave of energy burst forth instantly. The surging power swept toward the Merman King, who was preparing to unleash his ultimate skill. The Merman King's movements abruptly halted. A deafening crash followed, and damage numbers floated above his head. -1471. In an instant, the Merman King froze like a statue, falling into a stunned state. By Yubu and Undying Stigma were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide open in shock. "Wow!" Her voice was filled with disbelief. "I never thought the experience from killing the boss would be this high." She stood there, dazed, with a dreamy look in her eyes, as if everything happening was unreal. Undying Stigma's cheeks flushed slightly as she fixed her gaze on Mu Chen, her eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions. "Big sis, brother gallant. I actually leveled up 3 times. Ha ha." By Yubu finally snapped out of her shock, jumping and dancing with excitement, her laughter echoing through the space. Watching their joyous reactions, Mu Chen's lips curled upward ever so slightly, as he thought to himself, with this kind of leveling speed, even a group of S-class talents gathered in the beginner's village wouldn't be able to keep up. He strode steadily toward the Merman King's corpse, where 4 items glowed on the ground, 1 gold, 1 purple, and 2 blue. Bending down, he picked them up one by one. Amethyst Resonance Necklace, quest item. Mu Chen's lips twitched slightly, his eyes showing a trace of resignation. The only golden item turned out to be just a quest item. Shaking his head, he shifted his gaze to the purple item. Frost Star Burst releases freezing frost energy to form an energy sphere within the attack range. After 1 second, it explodes, dealing damage and causing a freezing effect on enemies within the area. ***. Requirement, level 10 or higher, mage. As Mu Chen read these words, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. It's Frost Star Burst, the skill book. He was taken aback. This was the coveted control skill for mages, and its area of effect nature made it an invaluable asset for early game progression. Mastering the timing of its casting could interrupt most boss skills. Once upon a time, this skill book was a rare treasure, envied by all who saw it. Anyone who learned it would be welcomed with open arms by any guild, enjoying treatment that was second to none. Mu Chen quickly turned his attention to the 2 blue items. Red Crystal Ring, quality, blue, strength +2, agility +3, requirement, level 5 or higher, oakwood staff, quality, blue, magic attack +8, intelligence +3, constitution +1, requirement, level 5 or higher, summoner mage cleric. He shared the items in the party channel. A total of 4 items and 2 silver coins dropped. One is a quest item. As for the other 3, we'll split them according to our agreement. Undying Stigma's eyes lit up as she looked at the 3 items. After exchanging glances with Bayubiubiu, she slowly said, "Captain, you've already done us a huge favor by helping us farm experience. We owe you. As for these items, you should take them all. We didn't contribute much, so taking the gear would feel greedy." Bayubiubiu nodded earnestly, adding eagerly, "Exactly, brother gallant. In such a short time, we've leveled up 4 times. We're incredibly grateful and can't take anything more." Mu Chen gazed at the earnest expressions in their eyes, feeling a quiet sense of appreciation. In this life, he hadn't crossed paths with them before, but judging by their behavior so far, their character seemed commendable. Thinking back, he had seen many people ruin friendships over disputes about loot distribution, even turning against their closest allies. Returning to the moment, Mu Chen didn't hesitate as he handed the red crystal ring to Bayubiubiu and the oakwood staff to Undying Stigma. "These are of no use to me. You two should take them," he said calmly. "Consider this a gesture of friendship." Without another word, he turned and walked toward the dungeon exit. "Thank you, brother gallant." Bayubiubiu's excited voice rang out behind him. Undying Stigma, meanwhile, stood in a daze, staring at his gradually retreating figure. She murmured softly, "Friends, huh?" A faint smile blossomed on her face. Then, together with Bayubiubiu, she slowly followed him. Her steps seemed lighter now, as if a spark of hope had ignited in her heart. After leaving the tranquil pool secret realm, Mu Chen walked straight toward the elder NPC. He handed over the necklace. The mysterious elder's face, deeply etched with wrinkles, suddenly lit up with uncontrollable excitement. With trembling hands, he quickly took the necklace and murmured, "Yes, this is it. The amethyst spirit necklace." The elder calmed himself, looked up with gratitude filling his eyes, and said to Mu Chen, "Young adventurer, thank you for helping me recover this lost necklace. This ring is something I stumbled upon in my younger days. Let me give it to you as a token of my gratitude. System, congratulations. You have completed the beginner dungeon, Serene Lake's secret realm, and received the transformation ring, fractured, and 500 experience points." Mu Chen's heart leaped with joy. Finally, it was his. Without delay, he eagerly inspected the ring's stats. Transformation ring, fractured, * quality * purple, * constitution * +5, * special skill * transform into water spirit, instantly transform into a water spirit. During this state, you can breathe underwater, move underwater at +200% speed, cannot attack any targets, and generate 0 aggro from aquatic creatures. Duration, 600 seconds, cooldown, 24 hours. Requirement to equip * none. Yes, this was the ring he'd been seeking. With it, he could explore even more treasure-filled secret chambers after reaching level 10. Without hesitation, Mu Chen equipped the transformation ring. Then, he allocated all his free attribute points to intelligence and opened his character panel to check his stats. In-game name, * listening to ballads in taverns. Class, * summoner. Level, *9, 11.1%. Next level requires 11,379 experience points. Health, * 280 of 280. Mana, * 720 of 720. Attack power, * 141. Defense, * 19 plus 7. Constitution, * 9 plus 10. Intelligence, * 56 plus 7. Strength, * 9. Agility, * 9 plus 2. Free attribute points, * 0. Skills, * Heart of Benevolence, level 1, Rejuvenation, level 1, Mana Shield, level 1. Inventory, * Marling's Training Notes, Frostburst Star. Pet Space, * Skeletal Knight, 1/3. Equipment, * Wolfhide Boots, Black Teakwood Staff, Exquisite Mage Robe, Transformation Ring. Currency, * 1 gold coin, 2 silver coins, 18 copper coins, 1 gold equals 100 silver equals 10,000 copper. Reputation with Light Faction, * 10. As Mu Chen's intelligence stat increased, the attack power of his Skeletal Knight surged to 189, and its defense reached 157. Mu Chen turned around slowly to look at Tildeth Duuspart and Bayu. A faint smile played on his lips. The beginner dungeon is complete. I should get going now. Till death do us part immediately replied, alright. If you ever need help, just call me, I've got plenty of healing to spare. Beside him, Bio hopped excitedly and chimed in, and me. Don't forget to call me, brother Ballads.
Hearing this, Mu Chen's face flushed slightly.
He thought to himself, what nonsense is this girl spouting?
He waved his hand and quickly walked out of the cave, muttering under his breath, seriously, so awkward.
Just then, the system delivered some good news.
System, your auction item, Boarhide Shield, has been successfully sold.
Final sale price, 2.88 million blue star coins.
After deducting a 20% transaction fee, 2.304 million blue star coins have been transferred to your personal account.
Please check your balance. Mu Chen's heart soared with joy.
He quickly checked his account balance, which now displayed a staggering 2,304,855 blue star coins. A satisfied grin spread across his face as he thought, unexpectedly, this turned out better than I anticipated.
Truly, the world of the wealthy is something I can only look up to.
Quickening his pace, he headed toward the area of level 9 monsters, the long-necked turtles. Through the dense, shadowy forest, Mu Chen moved with the agility of a breeze, weaving effortlessly between the trees as sunlight began to filter through the canopy.
Before him lay the long-necked turtles' marshland, a tranquil haven that seemed like a secluded paradise.
The crystal-clear pools sparkled under the sunlight, resembling countless dazzling gems reflecting the blue sky and white clouds, creating a dreamlike, enchanting scene. Mu Chen walked forward at a steady pace, his gaze sweeping across his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a long-necked turtle quietly crouched at the edge of a puddle.
The turtle stretched its neck, lifting its head slightly as it cautiously observed the area for any movement. Long-necked turtle. Level, 9. Health, 510 of 510. Attack power, 72. Defense, 96. Agility, 10. Skill 1, Iron Shell.
Passive skill, increases defense by plus 50.
Skill 2, Perfect Defense.
Active skill, retracts into its shell, reducing 90% of damage received.
Skill 3, Venom Spray.
Sprays venom to deal 115 damage to the target and inflict poison, causing 10 damage per second for 6 seconds. Poison effect stacks up to 10 layers. Mu Chen's eyes were firm as he swiftly commanded his skeleton knight to launch an attack. The skeleton knight charged at the long-necked turtle like a gust of wind. As it entered striking distance, it unleashed a barrage of slashing spear strikes, its cold, gleaming spear flashing in the light. The spear's afterimages overlapped, bursting forth with the overwhelming power of a wild spear dance. The long-necked turtle, taking heavy damage from the assault, immediately withdrew into its sturdy shell, readying itself for a counterattack.
Above its head, 2 damage indicators appeared in rapid succession, -471, -46. The long-necked turtle, utterly defenseless, was instantly slain. You have slain long-necked turtle, LV.9, gaining 45 experience points.
Mu Chen calmly approached the fallen creature, crouching down to pick up 5 copper coins from the ground. A faint smile graced his lips as he set his sights on his next target with unwavering determination. System notification, the illusory realm will close soon. Please prepare to log off. Time remaining, 300 seconds. Hearing the system message, Mu Chen furrowed his brows slightly, exhaling a long breath with a trace of fatigue. Inwardly, he grumbled, I'm so sick of grinding long-necked turtles.
That was already the 100th one. He quickly glanced at his experience bar.
Level 9, 48.36%.
6,609 experience points needed for the next level. Seeing that his experience bar was nearly full, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Mu Chen's eyes. Looks like I'll hit level 10 tonight. Scanning the area around him, he looked for a safe spot to avoid the respawning monsters. After making his decision, he decisively logged out of the game. Sunlight streamed in as the clock's hands pointed to 10 a.m.
The illusory realm operated from 7 p.m. to 10 a.m. the following day, a full 15 hours. Players in the game entered a state akin to deep sleep, leaving their physical health unaffected. Mu Chen slowly opened his eyes, rubbing his slightly tired ones as he lazily stretched out on the sofa. His gaze landed on his account balance, the numbers gleaming in his vision. After a moment of thought, he made a decisive move, transferring 1.5 million blue star credits to his mother's account, leaving a portion for his own expenses. Then, picking up his communicator, he swiped his finger lightly across the screen and dialed his mother's number.
Hello, Mom.
His voice carried a hint of excitement. On the other end of the line, his mother's concerned voice came through.
Chen, why are you calling all of a sudden? Are you doing okay? Do you have enough money?
I can transfer another 10,000 blue star credits to you.
Remember to take good care of yourself and don't skimp on spending.
Listening to his mother's words, Mu Chen's eyes grew misty.
Tilting his head back slightly, he took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions before speaking gently. Mom, I'm fine. I just missed you and Dad. You two have to take care of yourselves out there. His mother immediately replied, we're doing great, don't worry about us. Mu-Chen continued, Mom, there's something I need to tell you, but you have to promise to keep it a secret and not tell anyone. His mother chuckled in confusion. All right, we'll keep it a secret. What's gotten into you, being all mysterious? Go on, spill it. Licking his dry lips, Mu-Chen said seriously, yesterday, I got a rare item in the game and sold it for over 2 million. I just transferred 1.5 million to your account. You and Dad don't have to work so hard anymore, just relax and enjoy life. I have the ability to make sure you live comfortably. Please, take some time off, stop exhausting yourselves, and go travel around the country with Dad. From now on, money will never be a problem for our family. Silence lingered on the other end of the line before his father's stern voice broke the quiet. Chen? Mu-Chen quickly responded, Dad? His father asked gravely, you're not lying to us, are you? Did this money really come from the game? Was it earned legally? You'd better not be doing anything illegal. Mu-Chen hurried to explain, Dad, don't worry. You've heard of that new game, Illusory Realm, right? It's all from the game, completely legal and above board. Don't overthink it, but please keep this a secret. I'm not ready for anyone else to know my true identity in the game. Father responded, all right, we won't tell anyone. Once we're done with our tasks, we'll head back. Take good care of yourself. Mu-Chen nodded. Got it, Dad. After ending the call, he shook his head helplessly, a faint bitter smile appearing on his lips. It seemed his parents still didn't fully believe him. He could only wait until they returned to explain everything. He stood up, stretched lazily, and walked to the bathroom with unhurried steps. After freshening up, he felt rejuvenated, dressed neatly, and stepped out of his home with a light and cheerful gait. Bathed in the warm sunlight, he began his new day. The surroundings were particularly serene. A gentle breeze brushed past, carrying a hint of freshness. Not far from Mu-Chen's home, a 4-star luxury restaurant stood quietly, its opulent exterior gleaming under the sunlight. The signboard at the entrance shimmered brilliantly, exuding an aura of sophistication and class. Dining here would cost no less than tens of thousands. In the past, Mu-Chen, struggling to make ends meet, would never have dared step into such a place, even though his family business was doing decently. But now, he brimmed with confidence. In the future, eating here every day wouldn't be an issue. The 2 million he had was just the beginning. Thinking of this, a self-assured smile unconsciously curved his lips. As he reached the restaurant entrance, 3 striking figures appeared at the street corner. Among them, one girl caught his eye. Her long, jet-black hair flowed like silk, her delicate and flawless face carried a subtle blush, and her star-like bright eyes sparkled with an enchanting glow. Lu Ruyan. Mu-Chen's gaze instantly turned cold. His fists clenched involuntarily, veins faintly bulging on the back of his hands, but he soon relaxed them. Inwardly, he thought, in this life, Lu Ruyan, I'll play this game with you, slowly and carefully. Without hesitation, he turned around and decisively entered the restaurant. Just then, a surprised exclamation came from behind him. Ha! Ruyan! Was that Mu-Chen? One of the girls widened her eyes in disbelief. It looked like him. It must be him. The other girl chimed in, I think you're right. Who would have thought he's been hiding so well? We're all in the same class, and I never noticed he was so rich, coming to dine at such a fancy place. Maybe he's attending someone else's party here? However, when they looked through the glass and saw Mu-Chen sitting alone at a windowside table, the 3 exchanged glances, all reaching the same conclusion: Mu-Chen was secretly a wealthy heir. Ruyan, hasn't he been pursuing you all this time? Has he never shown his wealth? Lu Ruyan frowned slightly and replied slowly, he's never gifted me anything expensive, just some useless trinkets, like a jar of folded paper stars or a floral mirror. They were so unimpressive I threw them away. Then it's obvious, Mu-Chen must be a hidden rich kid. He probably hopes to win your heart with genuine feelings rather than money. That's such a typical rich heir move. Ruyan, you should seize this opportunity. Upon hearing this, the other 2 girls looked at Lu Ruyan with envy in their eyes. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, felt a hint of joy flicker in her heart. She thought to herself, good thing I look decent enough that he hasn't turned me down yet. Who would have thought he's a rich heir? Looks like I should give him a little sweetness to test the waters. Ruyan, should we go in and say hi to him? No need. If I walk in now and find out he's truly a rich heir, it might ruin the mystery. Besides, I won't lower myself to flatter him. He's been chasing me for a whole year. He's not going to give up that easily. There'll be plenty of chances later. Meanwhile, inside the restaurant, Mu-Chen watched through the glass as the 3 figures gradually disappeared into the distance. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint, cold smile appeared on his lips. That smile carried an inexplicable chill. After enjoying a luxurious meal, Muchen stood up leisurely and headed toward a pharmacy. Having been reborn, his current body felt somewhat weak. He decided to purchase some all-purpose nutritional supplements to properly nourish himself. As he entered the pharmacy, the air was rich with the aroma of various medicinal herbs. Shelves were lined with an array of nutritional products. After carefully selecting, Muchen spent 100,000 Blue Star coins to buy a month's supply of supplements. Returning home swiftly, he changed into lightweight sportswear and began a simple fitness routine. At times, he did push-ups, at others, he performed squats, his legs trembling slightly under the strain. By 7 p.m., Muchen had freshened up and was lying on his bed. Closing his eyes, he logged back into the game. The moment he was online, he summoned his skeletal knight, his gaze cautious as he scanned the surroundings. His eyes swept across every corner, and after confirming there was no danger, he exhaled softly. Logging out in the wilderness was always risky. Although there was a 10-second invincibility window upon logging in, Muchen dared not let his guard down for even a moment. The price of death in this game was steep, losing an entire level and risking a 50% chance of dropping an unbound item. Muchen glanced at his experience bar. He was only halfway away from leveling up to level 10. Bringing along his skeleton knight, he delved deep into the spawn area of the long-necked turtles, carefully searching for his targets. You have killed a long-necked turtle, LVE 9. You gained 45 experience points. A few moments later, ding, ding, ding. The sudden sound of a friend notification broke the silence. Muchen frowned slightly, reached out, and tapped the virtual screen to open the friend tab. To his surprise, it was Qian Duo messaging him. Qian Duo, big shot, I found a Jasper Snake Leader. Interested? Muchen responded without hesitation. Listening to songs in the pavilion, coordinates. Qian Duo, Novice Village, 3478, 53453, but. Closing the friend tab, Muchen immediately sprinted toward the coordinates. Before long, he arrived at the location. In the clearing ahead, a dozen players were gathered. Some were chatting in small groups, while others were nervously scanning the surroundings. Qian Duo spotted him instantly, a bright smile breaking across his face as he hurried over. Big shot, you're finally here. His smile was as radiant as sunlight. Muchen gave a slight nod, his expression remaining calm and composed. I'm short on time. State your terms. Qian Duo answered promptly, all right. My only ask is that I and one of my subordinates share the experience points. As for all the loot, it's yours. If there's any equipment we can use, I'll pay you for it. How does that sound? Muchen pondered for a moment. This rich guy was surprisingly sensible, only asking for experience points. A faint smile played on Muchen's lips. Deal. He immediately invited Qian Duo and his subordinate, Steel Warrior, to join the team. Steel Warrior strode forward and exclaimed excitedly, big shot, the Jasper Snake Leader is just a little further ahead. A short while later, they arrived at a dense patch of grass. There, a golden-green Jasper snake lay coiled quietly, its scales glinting brilliantly under the sunlight like a finely crafted piece of art. Its body shifted slightly, exuding an oppressive and menacing aura. Jasper Snake Leader. Level, 9. HP, 3500/3500. Attack, 133. Defense, 46. Agility, 36. Skill 1, Venomous Spray, sprays toxic liquid at the target, dealing 93 damage and inflicting poison and corrosion effects. Skill 2, Toxic Bind, quickly binds the target, immobilizing them and dealing 50 damage per second. Skill 3, Serpent Summon, summons 2 Jasper Snakes to assist in battle. Skill 4, Agile Serpent Body, passive skill, increases agility by 20. Big shot, do you need some healers and tanks? I can go gather them right now, Steel Warrior asked nervously. Muchen glanced at the Jasper Snake Leader indifferently and said calmly, no need. Just stay here. But, Steel Warrior tried to argue, only to be interrupted by Qian Duo. Just listen to the big shot. We'll wait here. Qian Duo smiled and turned to Muchen. We're counting on you, big shot. Muchen nodded slightly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and commanded softly, go. At the signal, the skeleton knight charged forward. The skeletal warhorse let out a low, eerie whinny, its hooves pounding the ground like a black whirlwind as it sped toward the Jasper Snake Leader. During the charge, the skeleton knight raised its lance high. The spearhead gleamed coldly, cutting through the air with a chilling whistle as it bore down on the target. Death crash. With an unstoppable momentum, the skeleton knight slammed into the Jasper Snake Leader. A resonant crash echoed, and the snake's HP bar plummeted by a significant chunk. A massive damage number floated above its head, -1088. Holy crap!
Xian Duo and Steel Warrior exclaimed in unison. Their eyes widened in disbelief.
Steel, are we even playing the same game as the big shot?
We struggle to break 100 damage after all that effort, and his pet just casually lands a skill that does over 1,000 damage, Xian Duo muttered, his face a mixture of awe and shock. At that moment, the Jasper snake leader hissed loudly, opening its mouth to release a rain of inky black venom, spraying it toward the skeleton knight like a deadly arrow barrage. Damage numbers appeared above the skeleton knight, -1, immune.
Xian Duo, Steel Warrior.
Mu Chen chuckled faintly and said in a low voice, the skeleton knight is immune to abnormal statuses. It's the perfect counter to the Jasper snake leader. In an instant, the skeleton knight swung the long spear in its hand, the tip gleaming with an icy, chilling light as it thrust fiercely toward the
Jade Serpent.
The spear moved like the wind, unleashing 3 consecutive strikes in rapid succession, each causing damage, -521, -523, -520.
The Jade Serpent leader roared, its furious hissing echoing in the air.
Its massive body lunged toward the skeleton knight, wrapping around
it in a swift motion.
The skeleton knight was firmly bound, unable to move, while the word immune floated repeatedly above its head.
5 seconds later, the Jade Serpent loosened its grip.
The skeleton knight and its skeletal horse stomped the ground in unison with tremendous force. A burst of dark energy exploded outward, like a violent storm crashing into the Jade Serpent leader.
With a deafening boom, the Jade Serpent leader was sent flying, its scales scattering through the air.
Its health bar plummeted to nearly empty, and it let out a piercing scream before collapsing to the ground, motionless. The skeleton knight stood tall and steady, its long spear still glinting with a cold light, resembling an invincible war god.
You have slain the Jade Serpent leader, LVA 9, earning 150 experience points.
Gained +5 reputation with the light faction. Suddenly, a radiant white light enveloped Xian Duo and Steel Tough Guy, warm and comforting like sunlight breaking through the clouds. Mu Chen cast his gaze toward his own experience bar. Level 9, 85.39%. 1,869 experience points needed to reach the next level. He tilted his head slightly and thought to himself with a hint of satisfaction, almost level 10. Just need to grind experience from about 40 more long-necked turtles, and that should do the trick. With that, his sharp eyes fell on the 2 blue items lying on the ground. Walking over with quick steps, he bent down and picked them up.
Poison Infusion. Infuse a weapon with deadly poison, granting additional poison attribute damage. Requirement, level 5 or higher, assassin class.
Spirit Sword Formation. Summon a spirit sword that enhances physical attack power by 5% for yourself and allies within its range. Requirement, level 5 or higher, swordsman/shield warrior class.
31 copper coins. Not bad. These 2 skill books are must-learn essentials and could fetch a good price early on.
A faint smile tugged at the corner of Mu Chen's lips as he casually shared the 2 skill books in the team chat.
Then, turning his head toward Xian Duo, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you want these 2 skill books?"
Xian Duo, who had been stunned into silence, suddenly snapped out of his daze. He quickly reached out to check the skill book descriptions, his eyes lighting up with excitement and his face brimming with enthusiasm.
"Yes, I want them both. Big boss, just name your price."
Mu Chen paused to think, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Players were generally around level 6 at this stage, and skill books were as rare as gold.
The Jade Serpent leader was your discovery.
I'll let you have both books for just 300,000 blue star coins.
Deal.
Xian Duo agreed without hesitation, swiftly opening the trade panel. His fingers moved rapidly, and in no time, he had entered 500,000 blue star coins.
Mu Chen was taken aback and looked at Xian Duo with a hint of confusion.
"Big boss, I know the real value of these 2 skill books. Sure, we found the Jade Serpent leader first, but without you, we wouldn't have dared to challenge it. I'm already grateful that you brought us
along to grind experience.
Consider the extra 200,000 as a gesture of friendship.
If you have anything good in the future, sell it to me first, and I promise to offer you a price you'll be happy with." A small smile appeared on Mu Chen's lips as he thought to himself, "This Xian Duo is quite an interesting character."
All right then, deal. As the trade was confirmed, the system notification chimed in.
Transaction successful.
A 10% handling fee has been deducted, and 450,000 blue star coins have been credited to your account.
Please check your balance.
Mu Chen checked his account balance, **1065,967 blue star coins **, and smiled faintly.
Transaction complete. I'm off to level up now, he said.
Before the words had even fully left his mouth, he turned and headed swiftly toward the long-necked turtle respawn area with his skeleton knight in tow.
Watching Mu Chen's retreating figure, Chen Duoduo furrowed his brows slightly.
Steel Tough Guy leaned closer and whispered, "Young Master Wang, he seems like a lone wolf player.
Should we invite him to join our guild? We could even offer him a vice leader position." Qian Duoduo's eyes flickered with thought.
After a moment of contemplation, he said slowly, "Just being able to befriend someone like him is already good enough.
With his level of skill, he's destined to be extraordinary. Our
guild is too small, he probably wouldn't even consider it.
Come on, let's focus on leveling up.
Meeting someone like him in the beginner's village is already a stroke of luck.
We're at level 7 now, ahead of 90% of other players." With that, Chen Duoduo waved his hand and headed toward the leveling area with Steel Tough Guy.
Mu Chen moved swiftly, arriving once more at the long-necked turtle respawn zone. The respawn points for these creatures were quite spread out, and his skeleton knight could only pull 3 at a time to kill. "You have slain a long-necked turtle, LVE9, earning 45 experience points." As he repeated the process over and over, a dazzling beam of light suddenly descended. "System, congratulations! Your level has increased. System, congratulations! You've reached level 10. You can now use the teleportation array to travel to the main city." Mu Chen let out a long sigh of relief, as if exhaling all the fatigue and hardships of grinding through countless monsters. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Without hesitation, he allocated all his free attribute points to intelligence and then shifted his gaze to his character panel.
Game name, listening to ballads in the pavilion. Class, Summoner. Level,
10, 0.1%.
Experience needed for next level up, 19,979, ***. HP, 290/290. MP, 780/780. Attack, 153. Defense, 20+7. Constitution, 10+10.
Intelligence, 62+7.
Strength, 10. Agility, 10+2. Free attribute points, 0.
Reputation with the Light Faction, +15.
Skills, Heart of Compassion, LV1, Rejuvenation, LV1, Mana Shield, LV1.
Inventory, Marlin's Training Notes, Frost Starburst. Pet Space, Skeleton Knight, 1/3. Equipment, Wolfhide Boots, Black Tea with Staff, Exquisite Mage Robe, Shapeshifting Ring. Currency, 1 gold coin, 3 silver coins, 78 copper coins, 1 gold equals 100 silver equals 10,000 copper. He then opened the Skeleton Knight's panel, and when he saw the status display showing, Evolution Count, 1, his eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened. Unable to contain his excitement, Mu Chen immediately accessed the Talent Skill Evolution panel and placed the Skeleton Knight into the slot. His hand hovered in midair for a brief moment of hesitation. Then, he decisively pressed confirm. In the next instant, the Skeleton Knight was enveloped in a mysterious and dazzling purple-gold light. The light swirled like a dreamlike vortex, shimmering as though narrating an incredible transformation. Ding! Skeleton Knight evolved Skeleton Assassin Brock, ***. On the evolution page, a figure appeared, a skeleton assassin, its entire body as black as ink, emerging slowly. It stood silently, its black skeletal frame exuding an eerie and chilling aura, as though even the surrounding air had turned frigid because of its presence. In its hollow eye sockets, ghostly blue flames flickered like an unfathomable, icy abyss that no one could look directly into. Its bony hands were long and sinewy, gripping 2 daggers that gleamed with a menacing cold light, their edges reflecting a sharpness that seemed capable of slicing through anything with ease. The skeleton assassin crouched slightly, its posture resembling a panther ready to pounce on its prey, tense, aggressive, and perilous. Mu Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He quickly turned his gaze away and eagerly checked the Skeleton Assassin Brock's attribute panel. Skeleton Assassin Brock. Required level, 10. Level, 10. HP, 600/600, HP growth, plus 30 per level. Attack, 241/69, Player Intelligence, *3.5, Brock's attack growth, ***. Defense, 75/69, Player Intelligence, *1.1, Brock's defense growth, ***. Agility, 48/69, Player Intelligence, *0.7, Brock's agility growth, ***. Skill 1, Shadow Strike, LV1. Active skill. Instantly teleports behind the target and delivers a fierce blow. Deals 771, 3.2 skill damage coefficient, *241, Brock's attack, damage to the target, with a 60% chance to critically hit. Critical hit, deals 200% of the original damage. If the target is defeated, the skill's cooldown is immediately reset. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Max skill level, 3, level increases with proficiency.
Skill 2, Shadow Stealth, LV1. Active skill. Allows the user to blend into the shadows, entering a stealth state and becoming undetectable by others. The next attack deals 20% additional damage. Lasts for 180 seconds. Asterisk, cannot be used during combat. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Max skill level, 5, level increases with proficiency. Asterisk. Skill 3, Shadow Dance, LV.1. Active skill, transform into a shadow and instantly teleport to the target's side. Deals random damage to enemies within the target's range 7 times, remaining invincible during the shadow state. Each strike inflicts 1205 damage to a random target. 5, skill damage coefficient, asterisk 241, Brock the Skeleton Assassin's attack power. Cooldown, 180 seconds, max level, 5, levels increase with mastery. Skill 4, Undead Entity, LV.1. Passive skill, when health drops to 0, the pet is not forcibly recalled to the pet space and will fully recover after 5 minutes. Unaffected by any abnormal statuses, but healing skills or items are ineffective for the pet itself. Max level, 3, levels increase with mastery. Pet equipment asterisk none. Muchen stood excitedly in place, muttering to himself, phew. This SSS grade talent master of all beings is truly incredible. Just one. Evolution is already this powerful. I can't imagine how terrifying fusion pets will be. Once I have extra pet eggs, I must try pet fusion. With a spring in his step, he approached the teleportation array in the beginner's village. Strange runic lights shimmered around the array. As he stepped onto the array, a system prompt immediately appeared. System, do you want to teleport to Star City? Without hesitation, he stretched out his right hand and selected yes. In the next moment, the array emitted a dazzling white light, shooting skyward like a pillar of brilliance. Muchen felt a brief darkness before light returned to his vision. System, you have arrived at Star City. The maps in the illusionary realm largely mirrored reality, and the names of the main cities remained the same. Among the 5 major cities, players from the beginner village were always teleported to Star City. He quickly stepped out of the teleportation array and headed toward the city center. In the center of the city stood a massive skill spirit tree, its crown spreading like a canopy that blotted out the sky. The trunk shimmered with an otherworldly radiance, as if holding infinite mysteries within. Every 10 levels, players could learn a fixed skill from their profession at this tree. Muchen stood under the skill spirit tree and opened the skill learning interface. System, do you want to learn the Summoner's level 10 skill, Pet Frenzy, cost 10 silver coins? He clicked confirm. System, you have learned the skill, Pet Frenzy. Pet Frenzy unleashes the wild power of your pet, increasing your pet's damage by 10%. Duration, 60 seconds, cooldown, 120 seconds, mana cost, 30 ***. Looking at the skill description, Muchen's lips curled into a slight smile. He thought to himself, this skill is pretty good. Definitely a practical addition for any summoner. He then narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind racing through low-level hidden quest guides like a movie reel. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if stars glimmered within them. He whispered to himself, right. I need to grab that versatile skill blink first, great for both offense and defense. With that, he quickly exited the city gates, his steps firm and urgent as he headed north, following the coordinates etched in his memory. Half an hour later, he finally arrived at the location he remembered. Before him stood an old wooden cabin, quietly nestled amidst lush trees. The area exuded an air of ancient mystery. In the cabin's yard, a medium-built man was bent over, busy with something. In front of him was a pot, its flames flickering as a colorful mushroom soup simmered within. The mushrooms were of various shapes and hues, some as red as fire, others as green as jade, and some an eerie, glowing blue, radiating an aura of both allure and danger. The man seemed oblivious, humming an off-key tune as he skillfully added mushrooms to the pot, a look of near obsession on his face. Muchen took a deep breath, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he summoned Brock, the skeleton assassin. Brock exuded a chilling aura, his hollow eye sockets glowing with an eerie light. With the skeleton assassin at his side, Muchen steadily approached the mysterious man. Just as he reached him, the man became aware of his presence. He suddenly looked up, and his eyes lit up instantly when he saw Muchen. Young adventurer, welcome to my humble abode, he exclaimed eagerly, his voice brimming with excitement. Come in quickly. I've just made some mushroom soup, it's absolutely delicious. Would you like to try some? Muchen smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. The mysterious man's face beamed with joy as he swiftly ladled out a bowl of mushroom soup and handed it to Muchen. Muchen accepted the bowl and glanced down. Savory poisonous mushroom soup, carefully crafted with rare toxic mushrooms, the aroma is incredibly enticing, making it hard to resist. Upon consumption, 1% chance to permanently increase all attributes by 1 point. 2% chance to permanently increase health by 30 points. 3% chance to permanently increase mana by 30 points. 14% chance to reduce all attributes by 50% for 24 hours. 80% chance of instant death.
Without a change in his expression, Mu Chen calmly stored the bowl of mushroom soup in his backpack. The mysterious man frowned slightly, a trace of displeasure flashing through his eyes, but he quickly ladled a second bowl and handed it to Mu Chen.
Once again, Mu Chen remained composed and quietly placed the second bowl into his backpack. The man's face darkened instantly, and he roared, "Young adventurer, is my soup not good enough for you? Why won't you drink it? Why?"
he questioned furiously, his eyes blazing with anger.
Suddenly, he pulled out a half-human-height butcher knife from behind him.
The blade gleamed coldly under the sunlight, sending shivers down one's spine. Mu Chen, still expressionless, said calmly, "Your soup is so delicious that I want to save some for my friends." The mysterious man's body trembled, then his face broke into a cheerful grin again as he quickly filled a third bowl.
"Don't worry, I've got plenty. Go ahead and drink."
He stared intently at Mu Chen, his eyes filled with anticipation. Mu Chen looked at the mushroom soup before him, secretly relieved.
As expected, he could snag yet another bowl for free.
A faint blue glow surrounded his body as he quickly activated his magical blue shield. Then, in one swift motion, he stored the third bowl in his backpack and stepped back. The mysterious man's eyes turned bloodshot as he let out a furious roar. The butcher knife in his hand slashed through the air like lightning, cutting through the spot where Mu Chen had just stood. The oppressive aura spread through the air, instantly heightening the tension around them.
Enraged Jack Hill, status, poisoned, level, 20, health, 7500/7500, attack power, 289, defense, 0, poison -230 agility, 21, skills, unknown.
Mu Chen quietly observed Jack Hill's stats, the corners of his lips curling into a subtle smile.
He thought to himself, not bad, looks like the poison reduced his defense.
Without hesitation, he commanded his skeletal assassin, Brock, to launch Shadow Dance. The bones of skeletal assassin Brock emitted faint cracking sounds as it seemed to gather strength.
Suddenly, its figure blurred, transforming into a ghostly shadow that appeared instantly beside the enraged Jack Hill.
The air around them stirred violently as black flashes of light streaked through the sky like lightning.
The sharp whoosh-whoosh sounds pierced the air, threatening to shatter eardrums.
In an instant, a string of massive damage numbers floated above Jack Hill's body.
-1205, -1210. Each number carried lethal power.
Jack Hill let out a desperate wail, his body convulsing violently. His eyes grew dim, and finally, he collapsed lifelessly in a pool of blood, splattering crimson everywhere.
System, you have slain Mad Jack Hill, LV 20, but, System, you have killed an NPC of the Light Faction. Light Faction reputation -20, Dark Faction reputation +10. System, warning, your Light Faction reputation is now -5. If your reputation drops to -50, all NPCs will treat you as an enemy. Brock, having finished the attack, stood silently, faint traces of dark energy emanating from its skeletal frame, as if declaring its cold and formidable might.
Ignoring the system notifications, Mu Chen's eyes were fixed eagerly on the two golden, shimmering items lying beside Jack Hill's body. Excitedly, he stepped forward to pick them up, his face glowing with joy. Blink of light transforms the user into a flash of light, instantly teleporting them to a designated location.
Maximum range, 10 yards. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Mana cost, 50. The Betrayer's Secret Letter, a letter containing the names of betrayers. * purpose unknown. Will drop upon death, *. Ha!
So it's this item, Mu Chen murmured with a slight frown, surprised.
It's not useful at this level. Looks like I'll have to save it for later when I'm stronger.
He quickly packed the items into his backpack, a sly grin forming on his face as he activated Flicker of Light.
Now I've got another life-saving skill. Getting that artifact is just a matter of time.
At that moment, the system broadcasted a server-wide announcement.
Server announcement, 10,000 players have reached level 10. Experience gain in the beginner's village is increased by 100%.
Mu Chen froze, his face full of confusion.
What's going on? This didn't happen in my previous life.
This sudden change disrupted his plans, but he decided to prioritize obtaining the artifact first.
Mu Chen rushed back to the main city, now bustling with players. Several people were recruiting for guilds, gradually transforming the once quiet city into a lively hub. So many people have reached level 10 already? I remember this didn't happen until the third day back then. Mu Chen's mind swirled with doubts. Is this still the world I'm familiar with? A sense of urgency welled up in him. He darted to the shop, his eyes scanning the shelves intently. His fingers moved quickly as he prepared to purchase what he needed. He spent 3 silver coins to buy 3 return scrolls. These scrolls could teleport him to Star City in 5 seconds, though the casting would be interrupted if he was attacked. The cooldown time was 30 minutes. Next, he spent 10 silver coins on 10 basic health potions, which could restore 100 HP over 10 seconds, as well as 20 basic mana potions, capable of restoring 100 MP in the same amount of time. Now this is what I call proper preparation, Mu Chen murmured to himself. Without delay, he opened the map and locked his eyes on the location of the magic forest. He set off in haste, muttering under his breath, "Still no mount, this is way too slow." The magic forest was a level 30 wilderness map with towering ancient trees and intertwining vines. At its center lay a dreamlike lake called Phantom Star Lake. According to Mu Chen's memory, a small hidden dungeon lay at the bottom of the lake, and it was there that the artifact was concealed. Along the way, he cautiously avoided dangerous zones. After a grueling 2-hour journey, he finally reached the shores of Phantom Star Lake. Standing at the water's edge, Mu Chen took a deep breath and leapt into the lake without hesitation. At the same time, he decisively activated the special ability of his transformation ring Transform, Water Spirit. As a bright light enveloped him, his body morphed into a translucent light blue fish. With a gentle flick of its tail, the small fish darted toward the lake's depths. As soon as he entered the water, he saw a dozen phantom starfish, LV-37, swimming gracefully nearby, their bodies shimmering with a strange radiance. As he ventured deeper, the levels of the aquatic monsters around him rose steadily. There were starry jellyfish, LV-45, glowing like ethereal flowers swaying in the water, and even dark night mermaids, LV-55, their shadowy figures flickering in and out of view, exuding an air of mystery and menace. At the bottom of the lake, a serene and enigmatic atmosphere surrounded him. The water was as clear and deep as a sapphire, radiating a profound blue hue. Massive rocks lay scattered about, their surfaces covered with moss and shells, exuding an ancient aura. At the center of the lakebed, a colossal cave came into view, its entrance gaping like a mysterious maw, silently waiting for its prey. This must be it, Mu Chen thought, his heart racing. With a flick of his fish tail, he swam straight into the cave. As he ventured deeper into the cave, the light gradually dimmed. Mu Chen strained his eyes to see as he swam further inward. Suddenly, the darkness ahead was pierced by a radiant glow. A mystical portal appeared, emanating an ancient and enigmatic brilliance, as if it carried the weight of countless eras. Mu Chen's heart trembled with excitement. This is the place I've been searching for. He swam swiftly toward the portal, but just then, a massive silhouette emerged, fixing its gaze on his transformed water spirit form. It was a starry giant turtle, LV-100. The turtle's shell was etched with mysterious patterns, brimming with an intimidating power. Mu Chen froze instantly, tension gripping him. His eyes darted to the remaining duration of his water spirit transformation, 113 seconds. Time ticked away, second by second, yet the turtle's gaze never wavered. Mu Chen clenched his teeth and began to inch forward. The moment he moved, the turtle's head extended slightly in his direction. Mu Chen stopped immediately, his heart pounding furiously. His eyes darted to the portal, his mind racing for a solution. The transformation timer now showed only 10 seconds remaining. There's no other way. If the transformation ends, I'm dead for sure. I have to take a chance. His resolve hardened. With a grim expression, Mu Chen swiftly summoned skeleton assassin Brock. The skeletal assassin materialized in the water, its hollow eye sockets glowing with an eerie light. "Brock, use shadow dance on it," Mu Chen ordered without hesitation. In an instant, a shadowy figure appeared like a ghost before the colossal turtle, twisting and shifting as it seamlessly merged with the water. Then, swish, 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 several sharp slashes streaked through the water like icy winds, targeting the giant turtle's head. -1, miss. The giant turtle, enraged by the sudden onslaught, opened its mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar. Its massive forepaw crashed downward with immense force, aiming at Brock, the skeletal assassin cloaked in shadow. The water instantly churned into chaos. At that very moment, Mu Chen took a deep breath and swiftly swam toward the gate of the secret realm. The giant turtle noticed and raised its other forepaw, a mountainous claw that swept toward Mu Chen, accompanied by towering waves. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Chen decisively released his transformation. In that critical split second, he activated his asterisk blink of light star. His body was enveloped in radiant energy, and in the blink of an eye, he shot forward like an arrow, heading straight for the gate. Behind him, the giant turtle's furious roar echoed through the depths of the lake, shaking the waters like rolling thunder, as though it sought to shatter its confines. But by then, Mu Chen's silhouette had already disappeared into the secret realm. The moment he stepped into the secret realm, system, your pet, skeletal assassin Brock, has perished. Would you like to recall it to your pet space? Without hesitation, Mu Chen selected yes. He widened his eyes, staring blankly at his surroundings as an indescribable wave of awe surged through him. It felt as though he had been frozen in place. At this moment, he stood upon a floating island suspended in midair. The island exuded a mysterious and ancient aura, its surface covered in intricate, interwoven patterns that seemed to whisper endless tales and secrets. These patterns shimmered with an ethereal glow, blending seamlessly with the environment to create a dreamlike atmosphere. Lifting his gaze, he saw an endless expanse of dazzling starry skies. The stars twinkled like jewels embedded in a black velvet canvas, radiating brilliance. At the center of the island stood a towering statue of a goddess, its grandeur awe-inspiring. The statue, dozens of meters tall, emanated a sacred and majestic radiance. Her benevolent face seemed to embody infinite wisdom and power. The craftsmanship was extraordinary, with every detail carved to lifelike perfection, leaving one speechless with admiration. Before the statue lay an ancient and solemn stone platform, quietly settled in place. Its surface faintly glimmered with an elusive glow, bearing a resemblance to the platforms used by players to select talents. Mu Chen stood there in a daze, his heart pounding wildly. It felt as though his blood was boiling, and an unprecedented surge of excitement and elation coursed through him like a tidal wave. Back then, Mu Chen had only heard of this place's mysteries through distant rumors and strategy guides. But now, standing here in person, it felt like a dream. The overwhelming sense of wonder far surpassed anything he had imagined. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his excitement, and stepped forward, slowly approaching the stone platform. Each step felt heavy, as if he were bearing an invisible weight. His eyes locked onto the platform, gleaming with fervent anticipation. As he drew closer to the platform, Mu Chen's hand trembled slightly. Yet, with unwavering resolve, he extended his right hand and pressed firmly onto it. In an instant, the intricate patterns on the ground seemed to ignite like flames, spreading rapidly from beneath his feet. The mysterious patterns shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance, linking together at an astonishing pace to form an enormous magic array. At the center of the array, a burst of radiant, multicolored light erupted like fireworks, dazzling and resplendent. The entire space was bathed in a dreamlike glow. At that moment, a phantom of the goddess began to emerge from the statue, exuding a sacred and commanding presence. She floated gracefully toward Mu Chen, as though time itself had halted. The phantom of the goddess cast a gentle glance at him, her gaze seemingly imbued with infinite meaning and expectation. Then, she extended a hand as pure and flawless as jade, lightly touching his forehead. Mu Chen felt a cool, refreshing energy surge into his mind, leaving his consciousness momentarily stunned. In the next moment, the goddess's phantom transformed into a stream of multicolored light, shooting toward Mu Chen's forehead like a meteor. The light vanished in an instant, leaving him standing in place, his expression a mixture of shock and joy. System, congratulations! You have obtained the artifact, Tear of the Stars, Freya's Blessing. Mu Chen muttered in excitement, finally, it's mine. His eyes burned with fervor. However, before he could examine the artifact's attributes, an abrupt change occurred within the secret realm. Without warning, the entire area began to tremble violently. The air seemed to ripple as a deep, resonant hum echoed through the space. Mu Chen's smile froze, his pupils dilating as alarm bells rang. In his mind, he quickly pulled out a return scroll from his backpack, took a deep breath, and focused all his energy on casting the spell. As he chanted, the return scroll began to emit a faint glow. 5. He anxiously scanned the crumbling secret realm around him and continued the incantation. 3. The tremors intensified, and chunks of stone began to rain down from above. 2. Mu Chen clenched his teeth, willing himself to stay calm despite the chaos. 1. At the very moment the secret realm was on the verge of collapse, the return scroll's glow burst forth like a blazing flame. At the critical moment, Mu Chen exerted all his strength and successfully teleported back to the main city. The moment his feet touched the ground, he let out a long sigh of relief, muttering to himself with lingering fear, that was way too close. Dying in a place like that would have been so frustrating. Hurriedly, he opened his backpack, and his eyes were immediately drawn to a necklace radiating a 7-colored glow. This necklace was intricately crafted from mithril, its chain shimmering with a soft luster. The pendant was a teardrop-shaped blue gemstone, resembling a star in the night sky. Within the gem flowed a nebula-like brilliance, exuding an enchanting and dreamlike allure. Freya's Tear of the Stars, Necklace. Quality, Divine Artifact. Intelligence plus 20, Character level *2. Constitution plus 10, Character level *1. Luck plus 10. Health regeneration plus 5, restores 5 HP per second. Special effects, asterisk. Magic resistance, reduces magic damage taken by 50%. Magic penetration, increases magic damage by 30%. Skills, asterisk. Falling stars, asterisk. After a 6-second cast, summon the power of the stars. 7 meteors rain down on a designated area, each dealing 690 damage to all enemies within range. Cooldown, 24 hours. Divine skill, asterisk.
Freya's Mercy, asterisk. Select one of your skills to enter extreme cooldown status. Extreme cooldown, reduces cooldown time to 1 second, for 10 seconds.
Cooldown, 96 hours. Requirements to equip asterisk none. Bound, non-tradable, cannot be dropped, indestructible. This is it, the necklace.
Mu Chen whispered excitedly to himself. Images from the forums flashed through his mind, pictures of this necklace, its astounding stats sparking envy and amazement from countless players.
And now, this divine artifact was finally his. Without hesitation, he equipped the necklace and immediately checked his status panel. Character name, Tavern Bard. Class, Summoner. Level, 10, 0.1%. 19,979 XP needed for the next level, asterisk asterisk. HP, 390/390. MP, 980/980. Attack, 193. Defense, 30+7. Constitution, 10+20.
Intelligence, 62+27.
Strength, 10. Agility, 10+2. Free attribute points, 0. Reputation, +15, Light Faction.
Skills, asterisk. Heart of Compassion, LV1, Rejuvenation, LV1, Mana Shield, LV1, Pet Frenzy, LV1, Flash of Light. Backpack, asterisk. Marling's Journal of Training, Frost Nova Star, Delicious Poisonous Mushroom Soup X3, Betrayer's Secret Letter, Town Portal Scroll X2, Basic Health Potion X10, Basic Mana Potion X20. Pet Space, asterisk. Skeleton Assassin Brock, 1/3. Equipment, asterisk. Wolfhide Boots, Blackwood Staff, Exquisite Mage Robe, Transformation Ring, Freya's Tear of the Stars. Currency, asterisk. 0 gold, 97 silver, 78 copper, 1 gold equals 100 silver equals 10,000 copper. At that moment, the system broadcasted another global announcement. Global announcement, 100,000 players have reached level 10. Players in the starter village now receive 200% increased experience gain. Mu Chen frowned slightly, standing still as a trace of confusion and contemplation flickered in his eyes. Tilting his head upward, he tried to piece together the changes in this life. What's going on this time? He wondered to himself. It feels like the AI is deliberately speeding up the leveling process for new players. After a moment of silence, he muttered, "It's time to level up." Unlike the starter village, where grinding mobs was the primary way to gain experience, players at level 10 transitioned to dungeon runs as the main method
for leveling up.
Dungeons not only granted abundant experience but also had significantly higher drop rates for equipment and skills compared to the wild. While most of the drops were common, white, or rare, blue, gear, it was still better than nothing. Early on, assembling a complete set of gear could provide a significant boost in stats. Of course, only paying players could afford to collect a full set so early in the game. Free-to-play players could only hope for exceptionally good luck, like finding a purple tier item, selling it, and exchanging the earnings for a full blue set. As a fast-leveling player like Mu Chen, much of his equipment slots were still empty. Mu Chen slowly stepped out of the teleportation array, only to find the streets of Star City bustling with life. The overwhelming noise and chaos of the crowd made him frown with irritation. He weaved cautiously through the throng, his alertness heightened. At that moment, a vibrant figure appeared like a graceful butterfly, effortlessly blocking his path. The girl blinked her large, sparkling eyes, her face adorned with a radiant smile. In a crisp, cheerful voice, she said, "Hey there, handsome, are you a mage? Want to join our guild? We've got professional players leading level ups and dungeon runs. Plus, there are plenty of sweet and lovely ladies in the guild. Think about it." With that, she playfully winked at Mu Chen. Mu Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk, his expression tinged with amusement. He replied, "I'm a summoner." "Ah, a summoner, huh? Never mind then. Sorry about that." The girl's face flushed with a hint of awkwardness. Without another word, she turned and quickly ran off toward another player. Watching her retreating figure, Mu Chen sighed inwardly. It's only the second day, and summoners are already being discriminated against? Sigh, he shook his head helplessly. In the not-so-distant future, the same vibrant girl who was responsible for recruiting players would often recall this day, this moment when she brushed shoulders with the legendary summoner, narrowly missing the chance to connect with him. Her heart would fill with endless regret and self-reproach. She'd bite her lip hard, her eyes brimming with frustration, and slap her younger brother twice on the back, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. All your fault for deciding not to accept summoners." Every time the scene replayed in her mind, she'd wish she could turn back time, return to that very moment, and make a different choice. She longed to undo her mistake and seize the opportunity to befriend the great player, instead of living with unending regret and remorse.
Mu Chen left Star City, crossing a vast and boundless plain.
As he moved forward, a towering stone cliff gradually came into view.
The cliff rose high into the clouds,
resembling a natural barrier. At the base of the mountain, a slightly dim and mysterious cave entrance revealed itself. This was the entryway to the Dark Cavern dungeon. The Dark Cavern was a level 10 to 19 dungeon. Once a player's level surpassed this range, they could no longer enter. When Mu Chen arrived at the entrance, the chat channel was instantly flooded with team recruitment messages. **1 /little kid*** full DPS warrior looking for a team, attack power 150+.
Only join teams with a proper tank and healer. Read the requirements before inviting me. To the last leader who invited 3 warriors, seriously, go get your eyes checked first. **Yuri the clown **, someone actually formed a team with 4 warriors for a dungeon? Forget an eye check. That leader needs to drink 8 energy drinks and reboot their brain before playing this game again. **little milk bottle ** looking for a mage with 150+ attack power. Easy mode. We've got a tank and healer. Speed run.
Mu Chen stood quietly, gazing at the flurry of team recruitment messages on the screen. Tanks and healers were in the highest demand, followed by mages and archers. As for melee classes like warriors and assassins, due to the high skill level required, no one wanted
to team up unless they were close acquaintances. And summoners? Mu Chen let out a resigned sigh.
Scanning the messages, he didn't find a single team looking for a summoner. Early game summoners really are in an awkward position.
Standing tall and composed, Mu Chen's fingers danced across the interface.
He swiftly created a party and posted his own recruitment message in the chat. **, listening to music in pavilions ** looking for 4 players to grind XP. 10 silver coins per spot, no class restrictions. I'll carry the whole team.
All loot belongs to me. Limited spots, first come, first served.
The moment his message appeared, the channel erupted in chaos.
**, handsome guy ** today's been full of surprises, but this? Someone dares to claim they can carry 4 players solo? Who still uses such a low-level scam these days? Do you think we're fools? What a clown. **, flying potato ** OMG. It's listening to music in pavilions. The boss himself is in Star City. Boss, invite me. I'm your diehard fan.
**, rich girl ** it's actually listening to music in pavilions, the legend.
The man who got the first wild boss kill. Everyone move aside, let me in.
** free flying ** get handsome guy, turns out the real clown is you.
Ha, you're killing me. How do you not even recognize the great listening to music in pavilions? Mu Chen watched as the list of party applications surged like a tidal wave.
A faint smile played on his lips as he pondered to himself. When I decided not to hide my name, it was precisely for moments like this. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Among the flood of names in the application list, a familiar one stood out, ** Peach Blossom Fairy **. If I remember right, she's Su Qingshua's friend in real life.
She once even tried to set me up with Su Qingxue.
Without hesitation, Mu Chen approved Peach Blossom Fairy's application, then accepted the next 3 applicants in order. ** Peach Blossom Fairy, Mage, ** Hey handsome, I don't have that much silver on me right now.
Can I pay in blue star coins instead?
Peach Blossom Fairy bit her lip lightly, her eyes filled with anticipation. ** Moonlit Courier, Assassin, ** Hey handsome, same here.
I hope that's okay?
Moonlit Courier scratched his head, flashing a sheepish grin.
Here's the English translation of the provided excerpt, adapted to suit American readers' preferences for clarity and flow.
Almost Bunny Ed, Archer, same here.
Listening to songs at the brothel. 1. Flying Potato, Shield Warrior, Boss, hi, thanks for adding me to the team. Can you add me as a friend too?
Flying Potato was brimming with excitement, his eyes fixed intently on Mu Chen. Listening to songs at the brothel, added you.
System, notice, your team's loot distribution mode has been changed to leaders free distribution.
At this moment, Mu Chen scanned the group with a calm gaze and spoke in an even tone. When we enter the dungeon, stay close to me. If there are no objections, pay the fare now, 10 silver coins or 10,000 blue star coins.
The group didn't hesitate and each transferred 10,000 blue star coins in turn.
A notification chimed, and 36,000 blue star coins were instantly credited to Mu Chen's account, a significant boost to his balance. With steady steps, he began walking toward the entrance of the dark cavern.
System, would you like to enter the dark cavern dungeon? Team limit, 5 players, daily entry limit, 2 halves, ****. Mu Chen didn't waver and decisively selected confirm.
System, please choose a difficulty level: easy, adventurer, heroic, champion, hell, locked. Unlock hell difficulty after achieving an S rank in champion difficulty. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he chose champion difficulty. A flash of light enveloped them, and in an instant, the entire party vanished from the spot. As soon as they stepped into the dark cavern dungeon, a chilling, icy aura sharp as frozen daggers rushed toward them like a surging tide, making it feel as though they might freeze instantly. The cavern was shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, thick as ink, spreading like a heavy curtain. It resembled an endless abyss, bottomless and terrifying, instinctively stirring fear in their hearts. Faint streaks of light barely managed to seep through cracks in the stone walls, casting a feeble glow on the uneven ground covered in sharp rocks and thick layers of dust. The walls were rough, resembling the weathered face of an aged farmer.
The damp air was thick and suffused with a nauseating mildew odor. Above them, stalactites hung like inverted swords, jagged and irregular.
Some were sharp as spikes, others smooth as pearls. In the dim light, they seemed to loom ominously, as if they could fall at any moment.
In the darkness, bats flitted silently past, causing faint disturbances.
Their wings, thin as cicadas' wings, flapped rapidly, producing soft womp-womp sounds that broke the oppressive silence of the cavern, leaving an uneasy feeling in the air.
System, you have entered the dark cavern dungeon. Difficulty, champion. The party couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. Moonlight Courier, Captain? Why did you choose champion difficulty? Was that a mistake?
Moonlight Courier's voice carried a hint of doubt.
He furrowed his brow, gripping his weapon tightly as he stared at Mu Chen.
Flying Potato, hey, you should thank our boss.
For this price, running a champion-level dungeon is a steal.
Flying Potato waved his shield excitedly, his face full of exhilaration, his body trembling slightly from the excitement.
Almost Bunny Ed, are we sure about this?
The monsters at this difficulty level have double the stats of normal ones. Almost Bunny Ed swallowed hard, his eyes brimming with concern as his hands nervously rubbed the hem of his shirt.
Peachy Peach, was that a mistake, or?
Peachy Peach tilted her head slightly, her puzzled gaze resting on Mu Chen. Mu Chen remained composed, standing steadily as he raised his hands slightly. With a swift motion, he summoned the skeleton assassin, Brock. A chilling aura filled the air as the skeletal figure emerged.
The skeleton assassin radiated an eerie glow, its hollow eye sockets flickering with a sinister light. Mu Chen's lips curved into a faint, confident smile as he declared,
"Listening to songs at the brothel, stay down and follow me.
Don't wander off, obey my commands and you'll live. Otherwise, you're on your own."
Flying Potato, when our boss takes charge, champion difficulty is nothing.
Relax.
Flying Potato spoke loudly again, his eyes filled with admiration and unwavering trust in Mu Chen. Mu Chen glanced at Flying Potato and couldn't help but inwardly remark, "This kid has potential. He'll have his day." Mu Chen's gaze sharpened like a hawk's as he focused on the stats panel of the skeleton assassin, Brock.
Skeleton assassin, Brock, summon level 10. Level 10.
Health, 600 over 600, gains plus 30 HP per level. Attack, 311, 89 intelligence times 3.5 attack growth.
Defense, 97, 89 intelligence times 1.1 defense growth.
Agility, 62, 89 intelligence times 0.7 agility growth. This translation maintains the nuances of the original text while adapting the language and narrative flow to engage English-speaking
readers effectively. The balance between descriptive details and dialogue ensures clarity without losing the immersive tone. Skills Overview *. Skill 1, Shadow Strike, LV.1.
Instantly teleport behind the target and unleash a fierce blow.
Deals 995 damage to the target with a 60% chance to trigger a critical strike. Critical Strike inflicts 200% of the original damage. If the target is killed, the skill cooldown is immediately refreshed. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Max level, 3, level increases with proficiency. Skill 2, Shadow Stealth, LV.1.
Shroud yourself in shadows, becoming invisible and undetectable. The next attack deals an additional 20% damage.
Lasts for 180 seconds. Cannot be used in combat. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Max level, 5, level increases with proficiency. Skill 3, Shadow Dance, LV.1.
Transform into a shadow and teleport to the target's location, delivering 7 random strikes to enemies within range. While in shadow, Form, you are invincible, and each strike deals 1555 damage.
Cooldown, 180 seconds. Max level, 5, level increases with proficiency. Skill 4, Undead Entity, LV.1, details omitted. Pet equipment, none. Mu Chen walked deeper into the cave with an expressionless face.
His teammates exchanged puzzled glances but had no choice but to follow him despite their apprehension.
After all, they had
already entered this perilous dungeon. Dying here wouldn't incur too much loss. Besides, Mu Chen had been soloing bosses when they were only level 2, perhaps miracles could happen again. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A bone-chilling screech echoed from the darkness ahead. Moments later, 3 giant spiders, each as tall as half a man, slowly emerged into view.
Dark Spider. Level, 15.
Health, 720/720.
Attack, 165. Defense, 73. Agility, 41. Skill 1, Corrosive Venom.
Sprays venom at the target, dealing 280 damage and applying a poison effect that causes 10 HP loss per second for 5 seconds.
Skill 2, Shadow Walker.
A passive skill that allows the spider to move swiftly in darkness, increasing movement speed by 50%.
These mobs are insane.
One skill from them could take out half my HP, exclaimed Flying Potato, his eyes widening in shock.
TCH, consider yourself lucky. For us fragile classes, even a single hit means an instant trip back to town.
Nearly Bunny pouted, her face filled with helplessness.
Mu Chen remained silent, his gaze as sharp as a blade.
Without hesitation, he commanded his skeletal assassin, Brock, to engage.
Brock, like a ghost in the dark, swiftly flitted forward.
Accompanied by faint clicking sounds, he suddenly vanished from everyone's sight. The next moment, Brock appeared behind one of the dark spiders. Wielding twin daggers like a venomous serpent, he plunged them into the spider's abdomen. A cold glint flashed, followed by a muffled thud as a damage number floated upward.
-761.
The dark spider didn't even have time to shriek before its massive body collapsed with a resounding crash, its green blood splattering everywhere and forming an eerie, putrid puddle on the ground. The Shadow Strike skill instantly refreshed its cooldown. Without pausing for a moment, Brock teleported behind another dark spider. A shadow streaked through the air like lightning, followed by slash, slash, slash. 3 elegant yet deadly stabs consecutively struck their mark. The 3 spiders in front of them were swiftly overwhelmed by the relentless assault, their grotesque bodies slumping to the floor with dull thuds.
Even as they writhed in their final moments, their struggles were futile. System notification, killed Dark Spider, LV.15, gained 250 EXP, dungeon bonus, EXP unaffected by party distribution. Excitement gleamed in everyone's eyes. Asterisk, Flying Potato whoa, boss is incredible. He took them all down in one go, asterisk. Flying Potato flailed his arms in excitement, his tone brimming with awe. Moon Courier 666. Moon Courier couldn't help but cheer loudly. Asterisk, nearly Bunny Handsome, DM me anytime.
By the way, I can swallow a whole banana in one bite, asterisk. Nearly Bunny shouted enthusiastically, completely disregarding her image.
Peach Blossom.
Peach Blossom silently observed, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar gleam.
Listening to songs in the brothel.
Listening to songs in the brothel also remained silent, but a faint smile crept onto his face. Asterisk, Nearly Bunny just kidding. Don't take it seriously, and please don't spread it around, asterisk. Realizing her words might have gone too far, Nearly Bunny hurriedly explained. The Flying Potato flashed a sly grin as he slowly leaned closer to Nearly hopped away, chuckling mischievously.
Bunny sis, you wouldn't want our friends to find out about this, would you? So, how about adding me as a friend first?
Nearly hopped away, as if her tail had been stepped on, jumped back abruptly. Her cheeks flushed a deep red as she pointed at the Flying Potato and shouted furiously, "You pervert!
You've been exposed! Dream on, I'll never add you!"
The Flying Potato scratched his head awkwardly, trying to explain, "I really didn't see anything." Beside them, Peachy Peach quietly observed the scene, her expression neutral, but her eyes betrayed a hint of helplessness.
Meanwhile, the moonlit postman couldn't hold back anymore and burst into laughter, the sound echoing throughout the cave.
At that moment, Mu Chen walked over to the corpse of the dark spider with an emotionless expression. He crouched down, picked up the 15 copper coins that had dropped, then stood up and continued walking deeper into the cave without looking back. The group exchanged nervous glances but hesitated no further and followed him without delay. They carefully made their way through a narrow passage, so tight that only one person could pass at a time. Ahead, the path suddenly opened up into a spacious stone chamber.
Mu Chen's expression turned grave. He raised a hand, signaling everyone to stop.
The group immediately halted, even suppressing their breathing to a whisper. Mu Chen's sharp gaze cut through the dim light like an eagle's. In a low voice, he commanded the skeletal assassin, Brock, to scout ahead. Without a sound, Brock moved forward, step by step, toward the center of the stone chamber. The moment Brock reached the middle of the chamber, a spine-chilling rustling noise erupted.
6 dark shadows descended instantly. It was 6 dark spiders. Their grotesque faces sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Without hesitation, the dark spiders lunged at Brock.
Their ghastly mouths opened, exuding a nauseating stench, before they sprayed a stream of corrosive, dark green venom.
The chamber filled with a hissing sound, a foreboding prelude to death. Just as the venom was about to strike Brock, the skeletal assassin's figure vanished like a phantom.
A sharp whistling sound cut through the air as the skill Shadow Strike activated silently. Brock's figure darted between the 6 dark spiders like a flash of lightning. Whenever he appeared behind a spider, the blade in his hand gleamed coldly as it stabbed with precision. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds of impact echoed in succession. The 6 dark spiders didn't even have time to scream before collapsing one by one.
Bright red numbers, -1522 critical, -762, floated above their heads as they fell lifelessly.
Their massive bodies hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, while dark green blood oozed onto the floor. Brock stood silently amidst the settling dust, his figure seemingly invincible, like a war god in the shadows. System notification: you have defeated Dark Spider, LVE 15, gaining 250 experience points.
Dungeon bonus, experience unaffected by group division.
Muchen picked up the 28 copper coins that had dropped and spoke calmly, "We can proceed now." The group widened their eyes in astonishment, their faces filled with disbelief and confusion.
How had the captain known there was an ambush ahead?
After all, this was everyone's first time entering this dungeon. If they had recklessly rushed in earlier, they might have been wiped out and forced to respawn in town instantly.
The consequences would have been disastrous. Moonlit Postman, Captain? How did you know there was an ambush ahead? The Flying Potato, first time playing an MMORPG? When pioneering new dungeons, you have to tread carefully. That's just basic pro-gamer knowledge.
Muchen fixed his gaze on the Flying Potato, growing more and more fond of the guy. He had been racking his brain for a plausible explanation, but to his surprise, the Flying Potato had come up with one on his own. That saved him a lot of trouble. The group cautiously entered the hall, where they found themselves facing a fork in the path ahead. Muchen frowned slightly, staring intently at the paths before them as he tried to recall the vague dungeon strategy guide buried in his memory. It had been too long, and the details of these minor dungeons had become hazy in his mind. Slowly, he raised his hand. With a gentle flick of his weapon, a streak of light shot forward, like a comet, striking the stone wall. However, the wall remained unresponsive. Muchen shook his head in resignation. Seems like the secret room only exists in the hell difficulty version. The group exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of what was happening. Finally, Peachy Peach couldn't hold back anymore and asked softly, "Do you guys have any idea what the captain is doing?" The others shook their heads, their faces blank with confusion. The Flying Potato, "I think he's testing for traps or mechanisms." In many games, the real danger in dungeons often comes from hidden traps. One wrong move, and the whole party wipes. Moonlit Postman, makes sense. I think so too. Nearly hopped away, Potato little brother, you sure know a lot. The Flying Potato, little brother? I'm not little at all. Don't believe me? I'll show you. As he said that, he puffed out his chest, striking a confident pose. Listening to opera in the brothel. Moonlight Courier, Peach Blossom Fairy. Almost Rabbit, you really are a perverted freak. This confirms it, asterisk asterisk. Flying Potato? Flying Potato, what kind of thoughts are running through your head? I was talking about showing you my ID. I'm way older than you. What were you even thinking? Flying Potato, ugh. Don't tell me you were imagining, asterisk asterisk. Almost Rabbit, shut up. Listening to songs in the brothel, let's go. Let's clear the dungeon first, asterisk asterisk. Muchen took the lead, decisively charging into the left tunnel with the team following behind. The group slowly delved deeper into the rugged passage. Around them, spiderwebs began to manifest like ghostly veils along the cave walls. The webs shimmered faintly in the dim light, weaving patterns so eerie they sent chills down the spine. Bulging cocoons of webbing hung from the walls and ceiling, resembling mysterious, ominous pods. A sense of dread crept into their hearts, as if something terrifying was about to emerge from within. Listening to songs in the brothel, watch your surroundings and don't touch those cocoons. Muchen whispered a warning, his steps becoming more cautious. Flying Potato, acknowledged. Flying Potato quickly responded, glancing smugly at Almost Rabbit. Almost Rabbit, got it. Almost Rabbit gritted her teeth and shot a glare at Flying Potato. Moonlight Courier, acknowledged. Peach Blossom Fairy, acknowledged.
Flying Potato, little bunny sister, do you even know what acknowledged means? Flying Potato asked with a cheeky grin. Almost Rabbit, you perverted freak, shut up. Almost Rabbit rolled her eyes at him. The group continued their cautious advance, and the passage gradually opened up. At the deepest point of the cave, an enormous, awe-inspiring spider web came into view. At the center of the web sat a massive spider, motionless yet menacing. Its body was a sinister blend of black and purple, as if it were the embodiment of darkness itself. The fine hairs covering its body shimmered faintly in the flickering light, resembling tendrils of black mist. Its sharp legs, akin to deadly spears, gleamed coldly, ready to unleash lethal strikes at any moment. Every slight twitch of its body exuded a bone-chilling aura. Its grotesque mouth resembled a bottomless black hole, as though it could devour anything in its path. A single glance at it was enough to send icy dread coursing down one's spine. Dark Spider Overlord. Dark Spider Overlord. Level, 18. Health, 5500/5500. Attack, 198. Defense, 87. Agility, 52. Skill 1, Deadly Pierce. Active skill. The spider's sharp legs launch ferocious attacks, dealing double damage to the target. Each strike inflicts 257 points of damage. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 2, Dark Spider Summon. Active skill. Summons 4 dark spiders to assist in battle. The dark spiders have 1/5 of the Overlord's attributes, 500 HP, and no skills. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Skill 3, Web Spray. Active skill. Sprays a large amount of webs in all directions. Enemies hit have their movement speed reduced by 80% for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 4, Web Crawler. Passive skill. Movement speed on spider webs increases by 200%. Flying Potato, this game is amazing. This spider looks like it crawled straight out of the abyss, ***. Peach Blossom Fairy, thank goodness I'm a ranged class. Just imagining having to fight this thing up close gives me goosebumps, ***. Almost Rabbit, goosebumps +1. Moonlight Courier, I'm a melee class. Everyone cast a sympathetic glance at her. Mu Chen's eyes were sharp and focused, locking onto the Dark Spider Overlord as he quickly formulated a strategy in his mind. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and commanded in a low voice, "Go, Brock." The skeletal assassin Brock darted forward like a phantom. The sound of its footsteps echoed in the deathly silent cave, like the ominous prelude to death itself. As soon as it entered the attack range of the Dark Spider Overlord, its figure blurred and transformed into a shadow, moving at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye toward the enemy's flank. The air was pierced by sharp, whistling sounds as blades struck with the force of a torrential storm. Each flash of the blade carried a deadly chill, radiating lethal intent. Massive damage numbers floated above the Dark Spider Overlord, -1120. The massive body of the Dark Spider leader trembled violently under the relentless attacks, letting out an enraged screech that echoed through the cavern like a desperate cry of injustice against fate. In a furious burst of rage, the Dark Spider leader launched a frenzied assault on Brock. Yet, when its attacks landed on Brock, a glaring attack ineffective notification appeared. Before it could regroup and strike again, a tide of damage numbers surged forth relentlessly. -1125. Brock's attacks came in a torrential wave, leaving no room for respite. The Dark Spider leader, overwhelmed by the onslaught, retreated step by step under the ferocious assault, its green blood splattering everywhere. At last, with one final agonized scream, the Dark Spider leader collapsed to the ground, its massive body stirring up a cloud of dust. System, you have slain Dark Spider leader, LV.18, gaining 3000 EXP, dungeon bonus applied, experience unaffected by party reduction. System, Dark Cave leader defeated, dungeon completion score increased. Beside the corpse of the Dark Spider leader lay 3 items, radiating 1 purple blow and 2 blue blows. Calmly, Mu Chen stepped forward and picked them up one by one. Dark Spider Pet Egg. Asterisk quality, purple, the higher the quality, the better the pet's attributes upon hatching. Asterisk. Asterisk a mysterious pet egg. Upon hatching, you will gain a pet, Dark Spider asterisk. Requirement, level 10 or higher, with an available slot in the pet inventory. Spider Silk Belt. Quality, blue. +10 constitution. +10 bag capacity. Requirement, level 10 or higher. Spider Silk Gauntlets. Quality, blue. +9 strength. +1 agility. Requirement, level 10 or higher. 57 copper coins. Not bad, Mu Chen smirked, his face lighting up with a hint of surprise and satisfaction as he held the purple pet egg. His eyes gleamed with contentment. The rest of the party were still lost in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Such a powerful Dark Spider leader, taken down in less than 10 seconds?
It hadn't even had the chance to unleash its core skills.
Moonlight Courier, oh my god, are summoners this powerful? Is it too late to delete my character and start over? Flying Potato, summoners, powerful? The real strength lies in my boss. Just look at other summoners, most of them can't even find a leveling party, probably still wandering around the newbie village. Hearing this, everyone's eyes burned with admiration and desire, their gazes fixed on the skeletal assassin, Brock, with undisguised envy. Almost Rabbit, look at the party inventory. A purple pet egg dropped. Our leader's luck is insane. Peachy Peach, I can't wait to open the end of dungeon chest. If we get purple gear, we're set. Flying Potato, with the boss leading us to clear like this, our dungeon scores are bound to be high. The chances of getting good loot are huge. Almost Rabbit, hurry up, let's go. My heart's pounding so hard I can barely stand it. With a faint smile, Muchin glanced at the group, then swiftly equipped the spider silk belt and gauntlets. Without hesitation, he turned and headed back the way they came. Upon reaching the fork in the path, he decisively chose the right-hand corridor. The dark cave was eerily silent. Suddenly, a faint light flickered ahead, barely illuminating a strange stone chamber. It resembled an ancient tomb, its walls covered in weathered runes and patterns, as though whispering tales of past glory and decay. At the very center of the chamber stood a skeletal knight clad in armor. The armor, though rusted and worn, still exuded a chilling gleam in the dim light. Its intricate patterns seemed forged in blood, emanating an unsettling aura. The knight's hollow eye sockets flickered with ghostly blue flames. Some sinister force churned within them, making one's blood run cold. Its skeletal frame appeared ghastly pale in the shadows, and in its right hand, it gripped a massive, long sword. The blade shimmered with an icy radiance, exuding a deadly chill. Motionless, the knight resembled a silent reaper, emanating an oppressive aura that hinted it could awaken at any moment, ready to unleash its boundless hatred and fury upon any intruder. Mu Chen halted in his tracks, his gaze locking onto the skeletal knight. A surge of unyielding determination rose within him. Tomb Guardian, Boss. Level 19. HP, 8880/8880. Attack, 210. Defense, 113. Agility, 45. Skill 1, Dark Slash. Wield your weapon and summon dark energy to form a devastating slash. The sword energy sweeps through enemies along its path. Deals 357 damage to the target. Backslash, 1.7, skill damage coefficient, asterisk 210, Grave Guardian's attack power, backslash. Skill 2, Crescent Skybreaker slash. Charge your sword and unleash a circular slash that sends sword energy radiating outward, striking all nearby enemies. Deals 420 damage to the target. Backslash, 2, skill damage coefficient, asterisk 210, Grave Guardian's attack power, backslash. Skill 3, Dark Roar. Let out a soul-shaking roar that terrifies all surrounding enemies. Deals 399 damage to all nearby enemies. Backslash, 1.9, skill damage coefficient, asterisk 210, Grave Guardian's attack power, backslash. Effect, panic, a state of intense fear, causing enemies to lose the will to fight and flee in disarray for 5 seconds. During this time, their defense is reduced by 50%. Skill 4, Soul Liberation. Unleash the burning power of your soul to amplify your damage output. While the skill is active, all damage dealt is increased by 50%, and movement speed is boosted by 100%. However, defense is reduced by 80, and 100 health points are consumed per second. Lasts for 10 seconds. When the party members saw the boss's stats panel, their eyes widened in unison, and their throats bobbed nervously, as if frozen in place by tension. All of their gazes turned simultaneously towards their team leader, Gulen Tinker. Expectation and hope filled their eyes. Mu Chen frowned deeply, his expression intense as he quickly recalled the strategy guide. His gaze swept across the 4 corners of the stone chamber. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as though he had just remembered a critical piece of information. Asterisk Gulen Tinker asterisk, stick close to the walls, move quietly, don't alert the boss. 1 person at each corner, squat down, and don't move at all. Mu Chen's voice was calm but resolute. Asterisk Flying Potato asterisk, got it, boss. Even if I die, I won't budge. Flying Potato nodded firmly, his expression unyielding as he gripped his shield tightly with both hands. Asterisk Moonlight Courier asterisk, 1. Asterisk Almost Bunnied Out asterisk, 1. Almost Bunnied Out unconsciously bit her lip. Asterisk Flying Potato asterisk, wow, Bunny's a quick learner, huh? Flying Potato grinned as he glanced at Almost Bunnied Out, playfully winking. Almost Bunnied Out rolled her eyes at him, her cheeks puffing slightly as she nervously twisted the hem of her shirt. Asterisk Peachy Peach asterisk, 1. Peachy Peach maintained a steady and composed expression. The next moment, the group began moving cautiously,
taking care to make as little noise as possible. They slowly took their positions, crouching down carefully, their bodies tense with concentration. Mu Chen observed the scene and then turned his attention back to the skills of the skeleton assassin, Brock. He noticed that the cooldown for Shadow Dance had 23 seconds remaining. Gull and Tinker asterisk, hold on, my pet's skill is still on cooldown. Asterisk almost bunnied out asterisk, this dungeon is so intense it's even more nerve-wracking than a haunted house at an amusement park. Asterisk Moonlight Courier asterisk, right? This setting and atmosphere are way more thrilling than any haunted house I've been to. Moonlight Courier gulped, their gaze locked onto the boss. Asterisk Flying Potato asterisk, haunted house? You call that scary? This boss is just plain epic. Look at that massive sword. If it drops, I'd be the flashiest guy in the whole Mirage realm. Flying Potato's eyes sparkled with excitement and longing. Asterisk almost bunnied out asterisk, shut up. Almost bunnied out glared at Flying Potato fiercely. Asterisk Gull and Tinker asterisk, alright, I'm about to initiate the boss fight. Remember, no matter what happens, don't move, just stay crouched. Everyone nodded in agreement, vowing to follow orders without question. The stone chamber was heavy with an oppressive atmosphere, so tense it felt as though the air itself might solidify. Mu Chen's gaze grew sharper as he deftly moved his hands, murmuring an incantation under his breath. A faint blue magical shield shimmered into existence around him, its watery glow adding an aura of mystery. He then locked his focus on the skeleton assassin, Brock. With another series of swift gestures, a strange light enveloped Brock, imbuing it with the effects of Pet Berserk. Shadow Stealth, go, he commanded. In an instant, Brock's figure vanished, blending seamlessly into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. Mu Chen's expression turned razor-sharp, his eyes piercing like blades as they fixed on the Grave Guardian. Taking a deep breath, he decisively ordered Brock to unleash Shadow Blink Strike. In the blink of an eye, Brock transformed into a streak of shadow, darting towards the Grave Guardian at lightning speed. Its movements were so fast, they left behind blurred afterimages in the air, as though tearing the surrounding darkness apart. The cracking sound of joints echoed like a death knell. In the next instant, a dark shadow appeared before the Tomb Guardian. Brock's twin daggers slashed through the air, gleaming like frost on a winter's morning, cold and deadly. For a brief moment, time seemed to freeze. A massive damage number floated above the Tomb Guardian. Minus 1672 critical hit, 3.2 skill damage coefficient, asterisk 311, skeleton assassin Brock's. Attack power, 3.2 skill damage coefficient, asterisk 113, Tomb Guardian's defense, asterisk 120%, shadow stealth bonus damage 20%, asterisk 200%, critical hit bonus, asterisk 110%, Pet Berserk bonus damage plus 10%. The devastating force made the Tomb Guardian roar in pain. Its massive body staggered backward a few steps, each heavy footfall shaking the earth, and kicking up clouds of dust. Cracks, like spider webs, spread across its armor, with tiny fragments falling off, clinking loudly on the ground. The Tomb Guardian struggled to steady itself, its limbs trembling violently. Each shudder caused its armor to rattle, producing deep, echoing clangs. Its hands gripped the massive greatsword tightly, knuckles white from the strain, as it attempted to resist the overwhelming impact. A guttural growl rumbled from its throat, carrying a mix of rage and fear, as though it was trying to voice its anger. Everyone was left stunned, mouths agape and eyes wide, utterly speechless at the breathtaking scene before them. Flying Potato, boss, are you cheating? A single skill did over 1600 damage? That's insane. Flying Potato's jaw nearly hit the ground. Almost bunny, oh? You can still be surprised? We've been numb to all this the entire way here. What took you so long to react? Almost Bunny rolled their eyes dismissively. Flying Potato, do you even realize what it means to deal over 1000 damage? The captain is only level 10. That's like being able to one-shot a tank with an S-tier talent at the same level. It's beyond ridiculous. Almost Bunny, oh? Didn't the captain just one-shot the dungeon boss earlier? Taking out a tank at the same level is child's play in comparison. Is it you who doesn't understand, or us? Almost Bunny's face was full of disdain. Flying Potato, oh, fine. Let me tell you a secret. The captain also has a skeleton knight pet that rides a warhorse. It's cooler than this boss. Almost Bunny, Omega Omega. Moon Mailman, what? Omega Omega. Peach Blossom, really? Omega Omega. Peach Blossom looked utterly shocked. Intruders, die. The Tomb Guardian's thunderous roar shook the entire crypt. Its voice rumbled like rolling thunder, reverberating through the enclosed space and making everyone's eardrums ache. Its eyes suddenly blazed with furious red light, like raging flames, striking terror into the hearts of all who saw it. In the next moment, it gripped its massive greatsword with both hands. The muscles in its thick arms bulged, taut with raw power. Leaning slightly backward, it prepared to unleash its full strength. As it moved, the greatsword began to gather an immense energy, glowing with a flickering light, like a storm on the verge of erupting. Roar! With a deafening shout, it swung the greatsword in a circular arc. The strike unleashed a whirling gale, shrieking like the wails of vengeful ghosts, sharp and bone-chillingly eerie. The powerful sword energy radiated outward instantly, slicing through the air with a hissing sound. Seeing this, Mu Chen's pupils contracted sharply, his heart clenching as if gripped by an iron fist. Without hesitation, he crouched low, narrowly dodging the attack. The circular sword energy streaked past, grazing just above his head. The sharp gusts it carried whipped their hair wildly and stung their faces like needles. Just as the attack was about to strike skeleton assassin Brock, his figure blurred into a shadowy silhouette. Moving with such speed that his trajectory was nearly impossible to follow, he dodged the strike with hair-raising precision. For a fleeting moment, time itself seemed to come to a standstill. Soon after, Brock appeared like a ghost, his blade flashing with an unmatched momentum as he launched a frenzied assault on the Tomb Guardian. Each strike was accompanied by a sharp sound slicing through the air.
Minus 1089.
5. Skill damage coefficient, asterisk 311. Brock the Skeleton Assassin's attack power, 5. Skill damage coefficient, asterisk 113. Tomb Guardian's defense, asterisk 110%. Pet's Berserk damage bonus plus 10%.
Minus 1100, minus 1090.
Damage numbers floated continuously above the Tomb Guardian, and deep cracks began to appear on its armor. It let out a pained howl, its voice filled with anger and despair. With one final, piercing scream, the massive body of the Tomb Guardian could no longer hold itself up and collapsed with a thunderous crash. The sheer impact sent a cloud of dust into the air, shrouding everything around.
Its hollow eyes dimmed as the eerie blue glow within them faded away, and its life force vanished completely.
All that remained was its broken corpse, lying silently on the ground. System, you have slain the Tomb Guardian, LV-19, gaining 4,000 experience points. Dungeon bonus, experience unaffected by team reductions. System, congratulations on clearing the Dark Cavern Dungeon, King difficulty, with an S rank. You have earned the Dark Cavern Chest, King difficulty S tier, but. System, congratulations on clearing the Dark Cavern Dungeon, King difficulty, with an S rank. You have unlocked the Hell difficulty for the Dark Cavern Dungeon. System, dungeon cleared. You will be teleported outside the dungeon in 5 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. Everyone stared in stunned silence, their eyes wide in disbelief. Is it over already? Less than 20 minutes, exclaimed Moon Courier, his mouth hanging open. Flying Potato stood with his hands on his hips, puffing out his chest with pride. King difficulty? Piece of cake. I barely had to lift a finger, and we cleared it in no time. He shrugged his shoulders smugly as he spoke. Almost Rabbit rolled her eyes at him, crossing her arms with a pout. You're acting like some big shot when, in reality, you were just carried by the team. Flying Potato scoffed dismissively, waving his hands. Details, details. All that matters is we cleared it, right? Peach Blossom's face was glowing with excitement as she chimed in enthusiastically. And we didn't just clear it, we got an S rank, the highest rating. Flying Potato's eyes lit up instantly. He trembled with excitement as he opened his inventory. OMG. Look at this. I'm rich. Check out what I got. Guardian's armor. Guardian's armor. Quality, purple. Defense plus 13. Constitution plus 9. Reduces physical damage taken by 5%. Requirement, level 10 plus, warrior/shield warrior/knight. Almost Rabbit scoffed again, quickly opening her own inventory. You think you're the only one? Look at this, Guardian's gauntlets. Guardian's gauntlets. Quality, purple. Strength plus 3. Agility plus 8. Increases attack speed by 2%. Requirement, level 10 plus. Moon Courier blushed with excitement, shouting, so we all got purple gear? Look at mine, Guardian's ring. Guardian's ring. Quality, purple. Strength plus 9. Constitution plus 2. Increases physical critical hit rate by 1%. Requirement, level 10 plus. Peach Blossom smiled gently as she opened her inventory to reveal her loot. And here's mine, Guardian's necklace. Guardian's necklace. Quality, purple. Intelligence plus 8. Constitution plus 4. Increases spellcasting speed by 2%. Requirement, level 10 plus. Flying Potato immediately dashed over to Mu Chen, his face full of gratitude. Thank you, boss. I owe you one. Just say the word, and I'll be there no matter what. Peach Blossom quickly followed. Thank you, Captain. I'm with him, whatever you need, I'm here. Almost Rabbit bounced over with excitement, beaming as she said, "Thank you, Captain."
Count me in too.
Moon Courier spoke earnestly, "Thank you, Captain."
Same goes for me.
Their eyes sparkled with joy, like countless stars in the night sky. Spending 10,000 blue star coins on this dungeon run had been worth every penny. Each piece of purple equipment they held could fetch hundreds of thousands on the market, and if they found the right buyer, even millions weren't out of the question.
The entire cavern seemed to be filled with their jubilant energy, and the faint light in the cave seemed to glow brighter.
Muchen smiled faintly, nodding as he silently gazed at the two items dropped by the boss, a green glow and a purple glow. Without hesitation, Muchen rushed forward and picked up the loot scattered on the ground.
Guardian Aegon's breastplate. Quality, green. Defense +10. Constitution +10. Reduces all incoming damage by 5%. Guardian Aegon's set, 1/6, inactive. HP +200. Defense +20. Constitution +20. Agility +20. Reduces all incoming damage by 20%. Requirement * level 10 or above. Warrior/Shield Warrior/Knight. Slash of Darkness, quality, purple. Swing your weapon to release a powerful slash, attacking all targets along the path of the sword energy. Requirement, level 10 or above. Warrior/Shield Warrior/Knight. To think he had actually obtained a piece of green gear and a purple skill book. Mu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Without hesitation, he waved his hand and stowed all the loot into his backpack. He turned to face the four companions, whose faces were still lit with joy, and spoke in a calm, steady voice.
The dungeon's cleared. I'm heading out.
His tone was firm, his words decisive. Without waiting for a response, he strode out of the dungeon with unhurried yet resolute steps, not once looking back.
The four of them exchanged glances, their excitement lingering even as confusion began to take root. Moonlit Courier frowned, gripping her weapon tightly.
Her dissatisfaction spilled over as she said, "We still have one more dungeon run left today."
Why did the captain leave the party so suddenly? It's not like we weren't going to pay him the fare.
Her voice echoed in the now empty dungeon, tinged with anger and bewilderment. Hearing this, Flying Potato's face darkened. He turned sharply, fixing Moonlit Courier with a cold, piercing glare.
Do you seriously believe the captain brought you along just for 10,000 blue star coins?
Moonlit Courier bristled, her neck stiffening defensively.
What else? That's 10,000 blue star coins. That's more than most people make in a month.
Her face flushed red with anger, veins popping as her frustration boiled over. The captain just wanted teammates who'd follow orders without question.
Paying for a carry ensures obedience, do you understand? As for the 10,000 blue star coins, think for a moment, how much do you think that purple gear you picked up is worth? Some people really need to learn gratitude. The captain offered you a spot, you should be thankful instead of complaining here. Let me put it bluntly, why should he carry you? Just because you paid 10,000 blue star coins?
Flying Potato's voice rose to a shout, his chest heaving with anger. Without waiting for a reply, he turned on his heel and stormed out of the party, leaving in a huff. Almost Rabbit and Peachy Yo-Yo exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness.
Neither spoke. They simply shook their heads silently before also leaving the party.
Now, only Moonlit Courier remained in the dungeon. She stood frozen in place, her expression flickering between anger and humiliation. Her entire body trembled with fury, her fists clenched tightly, and her teeth ground audibly. It was the first time someone had dared to speak to her like this. A surge of rage and indignity swelled within her, yet she found herself unable to refute him. The air around her seemed to grow heavier. The faint light in the dungeon felt particularly cold, casting a shadow of loneliness over her furious silhouette. The moment Muchen stepped out of the dungeon, his tall and confident figure immediately drew attention. It was like a stone dropped into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of commotion through the gathered crowd.
Handsome bro asterisk, isn't that the guy you were just talking about, the big pro who listens to the Red Lantern? Why's he out already? Did he wipe? Ha ha ha.
Handsome bro crossed his arms over his chest, a mocking grin plastered across his face as his voice cut through the chatter.
Runaway monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain asterisk, do you even need to ask?
Of course, he wiped. Even if you rushed through the dungeon non-stop, it'd still take 20 minutes.
Coming out this fast? The outcome's obvious.
Runaway monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain joined in, gesturing theatrically, his eyes brimming with schadenfreude.
Cherry little troublemaker asterisk, no way. Back in the day, the big pro was the one who first cleared the newbie village boss. I can't believe this. Cherry little troublemaker's face was a picture of disbelief.
Her brows furrowed as she spoke hurriedly in Muchen's defense. Handsome bro asterisk, oh, come on.
What are the odds he just got lucky during a group boss fight and stole the kill? You guys keep hyping him up, but do you even know how bad the summoner class is? First clear, my foot. What a joke.
Handsome bro sneered, his gaze full of disdain. Ultra Manonfoot asterisk exactly.
Who knows how he managed to snatch that first kill? The summoner class is absolute trash. Everyone I know who rolled summoner has already deleted their characters.
Ultra Manonfoot chimed in, shaking his head and pulling exaggerated faces as he mocked.
Mu Chen's expression remained calm.
His gaze swept over the chat channel, skimming through the barrage of doubts and ridicule. The corners of his lips curved upward ever so slightly, revealing a faint, knowing smile. There wasn't the slightest trace of anger or frustration on his face. The mocking words were like a gentle breeze brushing past him, barely registering in his mind.
He raised his head, his gaze firm, and directly announced in the channel, Gulen Tink, recruiting 4 wealthy bosses to grind experience in Dark Cavern Hell mode. 10 gold per spot, no class restrictions, 1 carry 4. All loot except the completion chest belongs to me.
First come, first served. As soon as this message appeared, both the channel and the dungeon entrance fell into an abrupt silence. The previously noisy crowd seemed to be under a freeze spell. Everyone stood there, dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock.
Moments later, the atmosphere exploded into chaos. A handsome guy, holy crap, Gulen Tink, my bad.
I totally misjudged you earlier.
That slap in the face came fast.
A handsome guy's face flushed deep red as he hurriedly apologized, beads of sweat forming on his forehead.
Fleeing monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain, boss, 666, asterisk. Ultraman walks, boss, you're amazing. Ultraman walks stared wide-eyed, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Cherry the little rascal, ha, I told you so. The boss who snagged the first kill, how could they possibly mess up?
Cherry the little rascal looked smug, her face glowing with excitement. At this moment, the entrance to the dungeon was packed with people, the energy electric. All eyes were fixed on Mu Chen, filled with a mix of anticipation and awe. Suddenly, a party join request from someone named Just a Meow Meow popped up. Mu Chen's eyes narrowed, a complicated expression flashing across his face. He knew this ID all too well. It belonged to the guild leader of Cat Haven, one of the top 3 guilds in Star City. Thinking of Cat Haven, his mind immediately brought up memories of their formidable female players, especially Eternal Wound, one of the top 3 healers he had encountered in the beginner's village, who was also part of this guild.
Without hesitation, Mu Chen clicked accept. Party channel asterisk. Just a meow meow, can we trade with blue star coins? I don't have that much gold right now. Gulen Tink, sure, 1 million blue star coins. Just a meow meow, great, can I book the whole run? I'll take all 4 spots. Just a meow meow.
Her tone was decisive, as if this was nothing more than a trivial transaction to her.
Mu Chen's eyes lit up instantly.
He couldn't help but marvel, she was indeed a top-tier spender.
Booking the whole run right off the bat. Gulen Tink, of course, no problem, boss. Permissions are open now, you can invite friends to join the party. Mu Chen quickly navigated the interface, anticipation evident on his face. System notifications began to pop up. System asterisk Just a Meow Meow invited Eternal Wound to the party. System asterisk Just a Meow Meow invited Bayubia to the party. System asterisk Just a Meow Meow invited It's Wan Wan to the party.
When Mu Chen saw the ID It's Wan Wan, his heart skipped a beat and his body trembled slightly. An emotional storm surged within him.
That was Su Linwan's ID. She actually knew the guild leader of Cat Haven?
Mu Chen frowned, lost in thought as flashes of his past life resurfaced in his mind. Slowly, he exhaled, a deep sigh filled with a mixture of complex emotions and a sense of release. Back then, members of Cat Haven had repeatedly purchased materials and gear from him. It turned out she had been helping him from the shadows all along. He owed her far too much in his previous life. Suppressing the turmoil in his heart, Mu Chen's hands trembled slightly as he approved each of their join requests.
Eternal Wound, ah.
Eternal Wound sent a string of question marks, her face full of confusion.
Bayubiu, Gulen bro. It's you. You're in Star City too?
Bayubia jumped up excitedly, waving her hands in front of her chest.
Gulen Tink, long time no see.
Mu Chen gave a slight smile, a trace of warmth flashing through his eyes.
Just a meow meow, huh? You guys know each other? Just a meow meow asked curiously. Bayubiu, meow meow sis. He's the pro player I told you about who carried us through those sub-dungeons. Bayubiu clung to Just a Meow Meow's arm, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Just a meow meow. Oh, so it's him. I was wondering if we could clear hell mode, but now it looks like our chances just skyrocketed. Just a meow meow nodded, a confident smile spreading across her face. Gulen Tink.
Mu Chen was momentarily speechless. This big spender didn't even believe in him but dared to invest so much money to take on the dungeon.
It's Wan Wan, sis? We're running a dungeon? I just got out of the beginner's village. Just a meow meow, you just need to lie down and relax. Don't do anything. By Yubi Wan Wan sis. With Gulen bro leading us, we can just slack off in the back. By Yubi playfully winked. It's Wan Wan, alright then. Asterisk note, 666 is a Chinese internet slang term meaning awesome or cool.
Wan Wan gently nodded her head.
Asterisk eavesdropping on melodies asterisk boss, if there's no problem, we're ready to enter the dungeon.
Mu Chen took a deep breath and slowly said,
System notification, 3.6 million blue star coins have been deposited into your personal account. Please check your balance. Asterisk it's just a meow meow asterisk alright.
System notification, attention, your team allocation mode has been changed to Captain's Free Distribution.
System notification, would you like to enter the Dark Cavern Dungeon, team limit, 5 players, daily entry limit, 1/2? A flicker of determination flashed through Mu Chen's eyes as he decisively clicked yes.
With a burst of bright light, the figures of the party vanished from where they stood.
System notification, you have entered the Dark Cavern Dungeon. Difficulty, hell.
The moment they stepped inside, the 5 were instantly engulfed by an ink-like darkness, so oppressive it felt almost tangible, making it hard to breathe. They could barely make out the faint outlines of the path ahead. Eerie gusts of wind whistled past their ears, accompanied by the sound of bats flapping their wings, sending chills down their spines. The 4 girls immediately huddled tightly together.
Wan Wan sis? Are you sure this is a dungeon? Not some haunted house in an amusement park? It's just a meow meow
I didn't expect the hell difficulty of the dark cavern to be this dark.
It's just a meow meow swallowed nervously, trying to calm herself.
Bio brother melodies, even as an archer, I can't see the road ahead.
Hopelessly devoted Captain? Should we scout ahead first?
Although hopelessly devoted's voice sounded relatively calm, there was a faint trace of tension in it.
Eavesdropping on melodies no need. Just stay close behind me.
As Mu Chen spoke, he summoned his skeleton assassin, Brock. His eyes were resolute as he commanded the skeleton to activate shadow stealth and scout ahead. Seeing this, the group quickly fell in line behind Mu Chen, cautiously advancing step by step.
Bio brother melodies, you've got a new pet. What happened to the mounted skeleton? Why not summon it too? Bio's voice carried a mix of curiosity and trembling. Eavesdropping on melodies that was just a limited time pet. Once the time's up, the system takes it back.
Mu Chen casually made up an excuse, his gaze remaining sharply focused on the path ahead. As the group ventured deeper into the cavern, 6 dark spiders suddenly emerged on the path ahead.
Mu Chen immediately halted, raising his right hand sharply as a signal for everyone to stop. Dark Spider, Elite, Level, 17. HP, 900 of 900. Attack Power, 193. Defense, 87. Agility, 45. Skill 1, Corrosive Venom.
Active skill, sprays toxic liquid, dealing 347 damage, 1.8, skill coefficient, times 193, dark spider's attack power, to the target, and inflicting a poison effect that causes 10 HP loss per second for 5 seconds. Skill 2, Shadow Strider. Passive skill, moves 60% faster in darkness. Compared to dark spiders in king tier difficulty, the skills remained the same, but their numbers and attributes had significantly increased. Mu Chen quietly calculated the damage output and realized that even Shadow Strike wouldn't be enough to one-shot the dark spiders. Without hesitation, he ordered skeleton assassin Brock to perform Shadow Waltz. The next moment, Brock transformed into a blur of shadow, eerily gliding like a ghost to the back of one dark spider. In an instant, a sharp gleam of light sliced through the air.
A massive damage number appeared. Minus 1,344, 5, skill coefficient, times 311, Brock's attack power, 5, skill coefficient, times 87, Dark Spider's defense. The Dark Spider didn't even have time to react before it was killed instantly.
Immediately after, the shadow zipped with incredible speed to another Dark Spider's rear.
Slash. Minus 1,120, minus 1,121. 5 sharp glints of light cut through the darkness.
Before the 6 dark spiders could even launch an attack, they were all annihilated. Their grotesque bodies collapsed heavily onto the ground, leaving behind an item glowing with a faint purple light. System notification, you have slain a dark spider, LV 17, gaining 300 experience points.
Dungeon bonus, experience unaffected by team distribution, ***.
A total of 1,800 experience points gained.
A faint trace of joy appeared on everyone's faces, like a flickering candlelight in the darkness. Though feeble, it brought a touch of warmth, easing their tense moods ever so slightly. Mu Chen, calm and unhurried, stepped forward steadily. Each step seemed to resonate lightly on the hearts of those present, steady and resolute. He bent down, his slender fingers picking up a purple item and 45 copper coins that had fallen to the ground. Spider silk ring. Quality * purple. Strength *+8. Critical hit chance * physical attacks increase critical hit rate by 1%. Requirement * level 10 or above. Mu Chen glanced at the spider silk ring's attributes, furrowing his brows slightly. To him, it was just average. Without much thought, he placed it into the party's shared inventory. Meow meow, Captain, are you planning to sell this ring? Meow meow's voice carried a hint of anticipation as her gaze locked onto Mu Chen. Lyrical melody, no need. It's yours. Without hesitation, Mu Chen assigned the ring to Meow meow. Meow meow, thank you. A flash of delight crossed Meow meow's face as she quickly expressed her gratitude. By Yubiubiu, Brother Melody, do you have a thing for Sister Meow? She's single, you know. By Yubiubiu teased with a mischievous wink. Lyrical melody. Meow meow. Lyrical melody, let's get moving. The sooner we clear this dungeon, the sooner we can leave. This place gives me an uneasy feeling the longer we linger. Mu Chen took a deep breath and quickened his pace. Meow meow, alright. Meow meow immediately followed suit. By Yubiubiu, Brother Melody, you're right. This dark, gloomy place isn't fit for romance. By Yubiubiu stuck her tongue out playfully, giggling. Lyrical melody. Mu Chen rolled his eyes helplessly, choosing to ignore them as he continued forward. After navigating through a narrow passageway, they arrived once again at the stone chamber. Unlike on the king difficulty, this time there were no ambushes waiting inside. Instead, the chamber was occupied by 12 elite-grade dark spiders. Their eerie glow in the darkness sent chills down their spines. Mu Chen's expression turned grave, his brows furrowed deeply, forming what looked like an inverted character. He raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt, his arm feeling as heavy as lead. Everyone immediately stopped in their tracks, not daring to make a sound. Lyrical melody, there are 12 dark spiders up ahead. Stay here for now. His voice was low and commanding, carrying a tone of undeniable authority. Mu Chen quickly scanned the layout of the stone chamber. His sharp eyes analyzed the terrain as his mind raced to formulate a strategy. The group felt a growing unease, their eyes filled with fear and anxiety. Even though Mu Chen's skeletal pet was formidable, it was impossible for it to eliminate so many dark spiders in a single blow. If even one spider slipped through, they had no tank to hold it off, and a total wipe was a very real possibility. Noticing the nervous expressions on their faces, Mu Chen reassured them. Lyrical melody, don't worry. I wouldn't have brought you here if I didn't have a plan to clear it. His voice echoed through the eerie stone chamber, carrying a sense of confidence that was strangely calming. His gaze was resolute, as though the challenges ahead were nothing to fear. By Yubiubiu, go, Brother Melody. I believe in you. By Yubiubiu clenched her fists tightly, her eyes shining with trust and anticipation. Mu Chen glanced at Bai Yubiubiu and suddenly, his eyes lit up. That glimmer in his gaze was like a star twinkling in the darkness. Lyrical melody, Bai Yubiubiu, come here. Aim an arrow at the upper right corner of the chamber. Fire it and retreat immediately. Mu Chen's expression was serious, his finger pointing to the upper right corner of the chamber as his eyes stayed fixed on the spot. Bai Yubiubiu, alright. Bai Yubiubiu took a deep breath before cautiously stepping to the chamber's entrance. She drew her bowstring, the arrowhead gleaming faintly, and released it with force. Whoosh! The arrow flew toward the corner, cutting through the air with a faint breeze. The sound immediately caught the attention of the 12 dark spiders, which scurried toward the spot in the upper right corner with astonishing speed. Their grotesque forms moved rapidly across the ground, producing a creepy rustling noise. At that moment, Mu Chen raised his weapon high and unleashed a normal attack with precision, striking the area just a short distance in front of the chamber's entrance. Amazingly, 5 of the dark spiders, which had been headed for the upper right corner, abruptly turned around and began crawling toward the spot where Mu Chen had attacked. The group was utterly stunned by what they had witnessed. Their mouths hung slightly open, and their eyes widened in disbelief. Meow Meow and Lifeless exchanged a glance, their expressions filled with shock and confusion. Afterward, the two began a private conversation. Asterisk, meow meow, have you done any digging on him? Was he some kind of pro gamer in the past? Any guild affiliations? Asterisk.
A Meow Meow's fingers danced rapidly across the private chat interface, her brows furrowed in concentration. Till death, guild leader, I've looked into many top-tier online players, but I can't find anyone who matches his skill level.
It's like he appeared out of nowhere. He must be a lone wolf player, unaffiliated with any guild.
Till death wore a serious expression, replying swiftly. A Meow Meow, with such precise monster pulling techniques, he has to be a professional player.
That move just now, if he had made
even a slight mistake, the monsters would have returned to their spawn point. If we get the chance, we must recruit him into our guild. Determination gleamed in a Meow Meow's eyes as she clenched her fists tightly. Till death, I already tried asking him last time.
He rejected me outright without even hearing about the benefits.
Till death shook his head helplessly, a bitter smile forming on his lips.
A Meow Meow, he probably doesn't need money.
No matter how good the offer is, it won't tempt him.
In that case, we'll take it slow. As long as he hasn't joined another guild, we'll still have a chance.
From now on, let's have the girls from our guild interact with him more often. A Meow Meow smirked faintly, as though a plan had already taken shape in her mind.
Till death, fine.
Till death sighed deeply. Though resigned, he could only follow the guild leader's orders.
As 5 dark spiders were lured into position, Mu Chen's gaze sharpened like the edge of a blade.
Clenching his teeth, he gave a decisive command. Brock, attack.
The skeletal assassin Brock vanished like a phantom in an instant.
At the same time, a piercing sound tore through the air, sharp and shrill like a whistle, sending shivers down one's spine.
Shadow Strike was unleashed in a flash. Brock's figure moved like lightning, weaving between the 5 dark spiders with breathtaking speed. Each time he appeared behind
one of the spiders, the blade in his hand lashed out like a venomous snake, swift and deadly, its cold gleam flashing ominously. Thud, 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 several muffled impacts echoed. The 5 dark spiders were instantly gravely injured, their health plummeting. Minus 1125, skill damage coefficient, asterisk 311, Brock's attack power, 5, skill damage coefficient, asterisk 87, dark spider defense,
minus 1120.
The sound was as heavy and hollow as a boulder plunging into a deep abyss, resonating with a somber weight.
The spiders didn't even have the chance to let out a screech
before they fell lifelessly to the ground. Their bodies collapsed, stirring up clouds of dust, while green blood splattered everywhere, leaving airy stains on the ground.
System, killed Dark Spider, LV.17, gain 300 EXP, dungeon bonus, experience unaffected by party distribution. Mu Chen quickly raised his hand, signaling Brock to retreat.
At this moment, the remaining 7 spiders, unaware of their fallen comrades, slowly began returning to their original positions.
Listening to songs in the brothel, hold on, my pet skill is on cooldown. Mu Chen exhaled lightly, his eyes fixed intently on the 7 dark spiders, not letting his guard down for even a second. Bio, brothel bro, you're amazing. You can one-shot monsters like these.
Bio clapped her hands excitedly, her eyes sparkling with admiration.
112 stared curiously at Mu Chen, feeling as though he
looked familiar. However, she quickly shook her head. Game avatars and real-life appearances were different. There was no mistaking that.
A Meow Meow, Captain, do you have a guild? Would you consider joining ours?
We'll make sure the benefits are satisfactory. A Meow Meow looked at him expectantly, her hands clasped tightly together. Mu Chen chuckled lightly at her words. Listening to songs in the brothel, I'm a solo player, not in any guild. As for joining one, we'll see in the future.
Are you 4 all from the same guild?
He casually asked while keeping an eye on the spider's movements.
A Meow Meow, yes, we're all in the same guild.
Once we officially establish our guild, we'll formally invite you. A Meow Meow nodded eagerly, her face brimming with enthusiasm. Listening to songs in the brothel, we'll see when the time comes.
3 minutes later, a resolute glint flashed across Mu Chen's eyes.
Taking a deep breath, he commanded Brock to attack again.
Brock once more transformed
into a shadow, darting forward like an arrow released from a bow. His figure blurred into afterimages as he closed in on the 7 dark spiders.
Shadow Dance activated. Brock's form instantly became illusory, as though multiple clones had appeared simultaneously.
Each clone held a blade, thrusting mercilessly toward the dark spiders. Blades and shadows intertwined, creating an intense, chaotic atmosphere.
The sound of attacks asterisk swish, 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 asterisk was like a torrential downpour.
The 7 dark spiders had no chance to counter, their health points rapidly depleting as damage numbers floated in the air. Minus 1125, skill damage coefficient, asterisk 311, Brock's attack power, 5, skill damage coefficient, *87, dark spider defense,
-1121, -1119.
Finally, all 7 dark spiders collapsed at the same time. In the dimly lit stone chamber, 2 faintly glowing violet items dropped onto the ground.
System, defeated Dark Spider, LV-17, gain 300 experience points. Dungeon bonus, experience unaffected by team distribution. Loot again.
In a hell difficulty dungeon, the drop rate was astonishingly high. 2 purple great items dropped. The group's faces lit up with joy, their cheers echoing through the stone chamber. Shadow Assault, quality, purple, transform into a shadow, instantly appearing behind the target for a powerful strike, with a chance to stun the target for 2 seconds.
Requirement, level 10+, Assassin, Nimble Stride.
Quality, purple, a passive skill that enhances agility, increasing movement speed by 5%.
Requirement, level 10+, 75 copper coins. Mu Chen's eyes sparkled. That light was like a star twinkling in the darkness. This passive skill book. What a valuable find.
Excited, he immediately stuffed the Shadow Assault skill book into his bag and, without hesitation, hit the use button. Yi Meow Meow fixed her gaze on the skill book in the team's shared inventory, her eyes glimmering with desire, as if she were about to pull the book out with sheer willpower.
Captain, sell me this skill book. Name your price.
Yi Meow Meow stepped forward eagerly, her voice brimming with anticipation.
We'll talk after the dungeon. For now, you go ahead and learn it.
Mu Chen smiled and decisively allocated the Shadow Assault skill book to her.
Meow Meow, the most expensive thing is always the one you don't pay for. Captain Golan probably wants you to repay him in other ways. Baya teased with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Mu Chen froze for a moment.
He was only trying to repay a debt from his previous life. Being misunderstood like this would be troublesome. Quickly, he explained, there'll definitely be items later that I can't use.
We'll settle it all together then. All right.
Yi Meow Meow nodded lightly, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Seeing this, Mu Chen shook his head helplessly, his gaze unintentionally landing on Isher Wan. To his surprise, she was also looking at him, her eyes filled with curiosity and doubt. His heart skipped a beat. Mu Chen quickly averted his eyes, took a deep breath, and launched an attack on one of the stone chamber walls.
The group looked on in confusion.
In the next moment, the wall cracked and crumbled, sending debris flying as a cloud of dust filled the air. As the dust settled, a golden treasure chest was revealed.
Mu Chen's heart surged with excitement. He was right. This treasure chest only appeared in hell difficulty mode.
Without hesitation, he stepped forward and opened the chest. System, congratulations on opening the unique mystery chest, obtaining 20 silver coins and a transformation gem, Wind Spirit. But when Mu Chen saw the transformation gem, his eyes widened in disbelief, almost popping out of their sockets. He never expected to find such a gem in this treasure chest. Transformation gem, Wind Spirit, quality, gold, movement speed plus 2%, must be embedded into equipment with an empty slot to activate. Legend has it this gem originated from a piece of legendary equipment. If embedded back into its original equipment, it unlocks the secret technique to transform into the Wind Spirit.
Captain Golan, what treasure did you find? Satisfy my curiosity, won't you?
Baya leaned close to Mu Chen, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she tugged at his sleeve. Seeing everyone's eager expressions, Mu Chen quickly shared the gem's details in the team chat.
This gem is gold quality? But it only adds a bit of movement speed. How does that justify its gold status?
Baya frowned, a look of confusion on her face, her lips pouting slightly. It must be designed to work with specific equipment to unleash its full power.
Using it on ordinary gear would be a waste.
GC Buyu analyzed, arms crossed, his tone serious.
The legendary equipment it's meant for must be hard to find.
What a pity, Isher Wan sighed softly, a trace of regret glimmering in her eyes. Even just for the movement speed boost, this gem is already decent.
In late-game PvP, mobility is key.
Yi Meow nodded thoughtfully, her gaze reflecting a strategic focus on future battles. Mu Chen smiled faintly, his expression resembling a ray of sunlight breaking through the dark, a warmth both resolute and reassuring. Clutching the gem tightly, he felt its smooth texture and moved toward his transformation ring.
System, compatible equipment detected. Embed transformation gem, Wind Spirit, into the transformation ring? Without hesitation, Mu Chen clicked yes. System, embedding successful.
He eagerly examined the transformation ring, his eyes filled with anticipation and longing.
Transformation ring, damaged. Quality, gold. Constitution, plus 10. Movement speed, plus 5%. Special abilities. Transform into water spirit, instantly transform into a water spirit. During this transformation, you can breathe underwater, your movement speed in water increases by 200%, you cannot attack, and aquatic creatures' hostility towards you is reduced to 0. Duration, 600 seconds, cooldown, 24 hours. Transform into wine spirit, instantly transform into a wind spirit. During this transformation, you can glide in the air, your gliding speed increases by 200%, you cannot attack, and wild creatures' hostility towards you is reduced to 0. Duration, 600 seconds, cooldown, 24 hours. Mu Chen revealed a satisfied smile. If he could gather all the transformation gems, he would undoubtedly obtain a divine artifact. He had seen the transformation gem for the Earth Spirit once on a strategy forum but had no idea where it came from. However, with these 2 transformations already in his possession, he could now explore most of the mysterious realms and hunt for treasures. His eyes shifted toward the fork in the path ahead. Squinting slightly, he chose the left direction. Leading his team, he ventured deeper into the rugged passage. The walls of the cave became increasingly covered with layers of spiderwebs, glistening eerily in the dim light, like silver threads woven into intricate patterns. Mu Chen raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. Unlike the king difficulty, in hell difficulty, if the bulging parts of the spider silk were not cleared, they would all burst open during the boss fight. While the resulting spiders wouldn't deal direct damage, a bite would inflict paralysis for 5 seconds. Given their numbers, neglecting to clear them would almost certainly lead to a team wipe. Destroy all the bulging parts of the spider silk around us. There are small spiders inside. Kill them. They only have 1 HP and are easy to handle, Mu Chen typed into the team chat. Everyone sprang into action cautiously, careful not to stir any unnecessary trouble. System, you have killed a small spider, LV01, and gained 1 experience point. Experience gain in this dungeon is not reduced by team dynamics. Only 1 EXP point? The team grumbled, their faces full of resignation and disappointment. After clearing all the spider silk bulges, the group pressed forward, only to be greeted by a massive, awe-inspiring spider web that stretched across their path. At the center of the web sat an enormous spider, its grotesque body illuminated faintly by the dim light, sending chills down everyone's spine. Dark Spider Overlord. Level, 19. HP, 8000/8000. Attack, 221. Defense, 100. Agility, 62. Skill 1, Deadly Piercing. Skill 1, Sharp Assault. An active skill. The spider uses its sharp legs to launch a powerful double strike against a target, dealing 257 damage per hit. Calculation, 1.5, Skill Damage Coefficient, * 221, Dark Spider Overlord Attack. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 2, Dark Spider Summon. An active skill. Summons 8 dark spiders to join the battle. Each summoned spider has 1/3 of the Dark Spider Overlord's attack, defense, and agility stats, with 800 HP and no skills. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Skill 3, Web Spray. An active skill. Sprays a mass of webs in all directions, reducing the movement speed of enemies hit by 90% for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 4, Web Crawler. A passive skill. Movement speed increases by 300% when traversing spiderwebs. Mu Chen stared at the Dark Spider Overlord's stats, his eyes filled with determination and focus. He knew he had to kill it instantly, without giving it the chance to unleash its second skill. If it did, the situation would become critically dangerous. With 100 defense and 8000 HP, Mu Chen quickly calculated that he would only need 1 skill to end the battle. Taking a deep breath, he moved his hands swiftly, casting a berserk buff on the skeleton assassin, Brock. A glint of resolve flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "Attack!" The skeleton assassin, Brock, shot forward like a phantom, its rapid footsteps reverberating through the silent cavern, shattering the eerie stillness. As soon as it entered the Dark Spider Overlord's attack range, its figure blurred into a shadow, moving so fast it seemed to tear through space itself. In the blink of an eye, Brock was beside the Dark Spider Overlord. Its blades slashed down like a torrential storm, each strike glinting with a cold, deadly light. The cave echoed with the relentless sound of blades meeting flesh, as massive damage numbers floated above the spider's body. -1160. Calculation, 5, Skill Damage Coefficient, * 311, Brock's Attack, 5, Skill Damage Coefficient, * 100, Spider Overlord's Defense, -1161. The fierce storm of attacks descended like a torrential downpour. The dark spider leader writhed in agony, letting out an unwilling screech from its menacing mandibles. The sound echoed chillingly throughout the cavern, making the atmosphere even more terrifying. Yet, it didn't even have the chance to unleash a single skill. Brock, the skeleton assassin, attacked relentlessly like a tidal wave. In an instant, 7 high-damage strikes appeared. Finally, the Dark Spider leader could no longer withstand the overwhelming assault. Its massive body collapsed with a deafening thud, causing the ground to tremble faintly. 2 items dropped to the ground instantly, their alluring glow shimmering faintly in the dim light. System, you have slain the Dark Spider leader, LV.19, gaining 6,000 experience points. Instance bonus, experience unaffected by party distribution. System, you have defeated the boss of the Dark Cavern. Instance completion rating increased. Congratulations! Your level has increased. That's it?
It's over already, exclaimed Wanwana, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief.
Captain, your pet is kind of OP, it's just Meow Meow couldn't help but marvel, his face full of shock.
I've gotten used to it with Endless Sister, Bayubi said, patting her chest as if still recovering from the tension of the fight.
Instant kill for a beginner-level dungeon boss. Impressive.
Endlessly Undying nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Muchen walked forward, bent down, and picked up the dropped items. A satisfied smile spread across his face.
Dark Spider Summon.
Quality, Purple summons 2 Dark Spiders to assist in combat.
Requirement, Level 10+, Summoner.
Boots of the Dark Spider Prince.
Quality, Green. Defense +15. Agility +9. Movement speed +4%. Dark Spider Prince set, 1/6, inactive. HP +100. Defense +20. Strength +20. Agility +30. Movement speed +10%.
Requirement, Level 10+, Assassin/Archer.
1 silver coin.
Muchen's eyes lit up instantly, his gaze brimming with excitement that seemed to pierce through the dim cavern.
Finally, a skill book he could actually use.
Without a moment's delay, he allocated it to his inventory and quickly tapped to learn the skill. Before he could even check the skill description, the party channel erupted into a frenzy.
Captain,
it's just Meow Meow, exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement as her fingers typed furiously on the keyboard.
Big Brother Golan.
Bayubi's voice was crisp and bright, full of enthusiasm.
This set bonus is so strong.
If we collect the whole set, it might even be possible to solo this dungeon, Endlessly Undying remarked. Wanwana remained speechless. Give it to your guild, let them handle the distribution, Muchen said decisively, without a hint of hesitation. With a clean, efficient motion, he allocated
the boots of the Dark Spider Prince to its just Meow Meow.
His actions were straightforward, without the slightest trace of reluctance or second thoughts. Afterward, Muchen narrowed his eyes slightly, focusing intently on the skill description for Dark Spider Summon.
Dark Spider Summon.
Active skill, summons 2 Dark Spiders to assist in combat.
Dark Spider. HP, 186-186, 1/3 of player's HP. Attack, 101-92, player's intelligence, times 1.1, Dark Spider attack growth. Defense, 46-92, player's intelligence, times 0.5, Dark Spider defense growth. Agility, 36-92, player's intelligence, times 0.4, Dark Spider agility growth.
Skill 1, Bite, deals 141 damage, 1.4, skill damage coefficient, times 101, Dark Spider attack, to the target and inflicts a poison state, causing 3 HP loss per second for 10 seconds. Poison effect can stack up to 3 times.
Cooldown, 30 seconds.
As Muchen read through the attributes, his brows furrowed, and a look of exasperation surfaced on his face.
A purple tier skill, yet the stats were this underwhelming? As expected, the early stages of being a summoner were truly a grind.
But once he obtained more summoning skills, relying on an army of pets for damage, he'd eventually make it through to the late game.
Sighing, Muchen shook his head helplessly. He then allocated all his free attribute points into intelligence and opened his character panel.
In-game name, Golan Tincture, listening to music in the pavilion *.
Class, Summoner. Level, 11, 1.67%.
39,329 experience points needed for next level.
HP, 560 of 560. Character status panel.
Magic, *1060/1060.
Attack power, *209. Defense, *47 + 7. Constitution, *11 + 36. Intelligence, *68 + 29. Strength, *11 + 9. Agility, *11 + 3. Free attribute points, *0.
Reputation with light faction, *+15. Skills, Heart of Altruism, LV1, Rejuvenation, LV1, Magic Blue Shield, LV1, Pet Frenzy, LV1, Flash of Light, Swift Steps, Dark Spider Summon. Inventory, asterisk, Marling's Training Notes, Starfrost Explosion, Savory Poisonous Mushroom Soup, X3, Letter of the Betrayer, Chestplate of Guardian Aegon. Dark Spider Pet Egg, Dark Cavern Reward Chest, King Difficulty, Town Portal Scroll X2, Basic Health Potion X10, Basic Mana Potion X20. Pet Space, asterisk, Skeletal Assassin Brock, 1/3. Equipment, asterisk, Wolfhide Boots, Black Teawood Staff, Exquisite Mage Robe, Transformation Ring, Freya's Tear of the Stars, Spider Silk Belt, Spider Silk Gloves. Currency, asterisk 1 gold, 0 silver, 98 copper, 1 gold equals 100 silver equals 10,000 copper. He slowly raised his head, his gaze locking onto his stats panel. A flicker of excitement danced in his eyes, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. With the legendary necklace Freya's Tear of the Stars, my power will soar to new heights, he murmured to himself, anticipation igniting within him. If I allocate all my free attribute points to intelligence, I can gain 8 points of intelligence every time I level up. This is revolutionary. His heart raced, his breaths quickened, and a surge of exhilaration surged through him like a tidal wave. This kind of progress filled him with boundless confidence for what lay ahead. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, he turned eagerly to the pet panel, his eyes brimming with expectation. Skeletal Assassin Brock. Required level to carry, asterisk 10. Level, asterisk 11. Health, asterisk 630/630, asterisk Skeletal Assassin Brock Health Growth, plus 30 HP per level asterisk. Attack Power, asterisk 339, asterisk 97, Player Intelligence, x 3.5, Attack Growth, asterisk. Defense, asterisk 106, asterisk 97, Player Intelligence, x 1.1, Defense Growth, asterisk. Agility, asterisk 67, asterisk 97, Player Intelligence, x 0.7, Agility Growth, asterisk. Skills, asterisk. 1. Shadow Strike, LV1 instantly teleports behind the target and delivers a powerful blow. Deals 1084 damage with a 60% chance to critically hit. Asterisk critical hit, deals 200% of base damage asterisk, if the target is killed, the cooldown resets. Asterisk cooldown, 30 seconds. Max level, 3, levels up with proficiency asterisk. 2. Shadow Stealth, LV1 enters stealth mode, blending into the shadows. The next attack deals 20% increased damage. Lasts 180 seconds. Asterisk cannot be used in combat. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Max level, 5, levels up with proficiency asterisk. 3. Shadow Dance, LV1 transforms into a shadow and teleports to the target, delivering 7 random strikes to enemies within range. Invincible during the skill. Each strike deals 1695 damage. Asterisk cooldown, 180 seconds. Max level, 5, levels up with proficiency asterisk. 4. Undying Entity, LV1 passive skill. When HP reaches 0, the pet is not forcibly returned to the pet space. Instead, it revives with full health after 5 minutes and becomes immune to all status effects. This pet cannot be healed by recovery skills or items. Asterisk max level, 3, levels up with proficiency asterisk. Pet equipment, asterisk none. Without hesitation, Muchin turned on his heels, his steps bold and resolute. The crunch of gravel underfoot echoed in the cavern, as though the stones themselves were answering his courage. He chose to retrace his steps, the path behind him now filled with the rhythmic footsteps of his comrades, their sounds resonating in the dim corridor like a war drum, urging them forward. As they delved deeper into the darkness, the stench of decay at the fork in the path clung to them like an invisible shroud, suffocating and oppressive. Water droplets fell from the damp stone walls, the drip-drip sound marking the passage of time, a grim reminder of the fleeting moments they had left. Suddenly, a figure appeared like a ghost. The old man's hunched frame looked particularly frail in the shadows, and his tattered robe swayed gently in the wind. His face was lined with deep wrinkles, like the parched and cracked soil of a drought-stricken land. Yet, his cloudy eyes gleamed with an unusual light, like sparks of fire flickering in the darkness. The old man forced a faint smile, stiff yet sincere. "Young warriors, to think you managed to defeat the boss of this cavern, the Dark Spider Leader, it's truly astonishing." He raised one of his withered hands slightly, veins bulging and knuckles swollen, resembling the gnarled branches of an ancient tree weathered by countless storms. Muchin observed the sudden appearance of the old man and thought to himself, asterisk as expected, only hell difficulty could trigger this storyline. Asterisk. The old man spoke again, his voice slow and deliberate. "Young adventurers, I have been trapped here for a very long time, waiting for brave souls like you." He paused, his gaze growing more resolute, as though burning with hatred for the darkness and yearning for hope.
Deeper in the cavern lies an even greater threat. The Tomb Lord, corrupted by dark forces, is awakening. His power is immense and evil, spreading corruption across this land. I plead with you to venture further into the cavern and destroy him. The old man clenched his fist, his body trembling slightly, his voice hoarse. Please, kill him. With shaking hands, he retrieved a softly glowing purification stone from his robes. The gentle light radiating from it felt especially warm in the oppressive darkness. Holding the stone reverently in both hands, he extended it toward Mu Chen. This purification stone can cleanse the dark powers afflicting the Tomb Guardian, Aegon, restoring his clarity temporarily. With his aid, your chances of defeating the Tomb Lord will be much greater, and you might save this land shrouded in darkness. Without hesitation, Mu Chen reached out and accepted the purification stone, examining it carefully. Purification stone can cleanse all dark energy from the target. Does not work on lords. Quest item cannot be taken out of the instance. He nodded firmly and looked at the old man with determination. Elder, we're willing to try. The old man smiled with relief, the wrinkles on his face blossoming like flowers. Thank you, brave adventurers, I'll await your good news here. The group proceeded cautiously deeper into the cavern. The air grew thicker with an ancient, musty scent, as though it could seep into their very bones. In the darkness, their torches wavered, and the flickering flames cast dancing shadows on the stone walls, as if performing a macabre dance. At last, an ancient tomb chamber appeared before them. The heavy stone door stood slightly ajar, whispering tales of bygone eras. The chamber exuded an aura of mystery and oppression. The murals on the walls were faded and indistinct, recording secrets of a distant past. Asterisk, by Ubu Gullengage, why do I feel like this NPC is super creepy? He doesn't seem like a good guy. Asterisk. Asterisk, sure totally agree. +1, asterisk. Asterisk, Gullen Ting Chur, huh? You guys are pretty sharp. Realized he's not human at first glance? Asterisk. Mu Chen raised an eyebrow, a slight look of surprise crossing his face as his gaze swept over the two girls. Asterisk, by Ubu asterisk. Asterisk, sure asterisk. Asterisk, Gullen Ting Chur, don't worry, he's just a ghost bound here. Asterisk. The group's attention slowly shifted to the skeletal knight standing at the center of the tomb. Asterisk, sure if we use the purification stone, we won't have to fight this knight, right? Asterisk. Sure frowned, her gaze fixed on the skeletal knight, her voice hesitant. Asterisk, Gullen Ting Chur, yeah, but using it on him feels like a waste. His stats are even lower than the ones in normal difficulty. Asterisk. Mu Chen crossed his arms over his chest, his expression serious. We can't waste the purification stone. The group exchanged puzzled looks and stepped closer to inspect the skeletal knight's stats panel. Tomb Guardian Aegon, Leader. Level, 10. HP, 2000 of 2000. Attack, 121. Defense, 53. Agility, 32. Skill 1, Dark Slash. Wields its weapon as if channeling the power of darkness, unleashing a blade of energy that strikes all enemies in its path. Deals 145 damage, 1.2 skill damage coefficient, times 121, Tomb Guardian's attack. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Skill 2, Crescent Void Strike. Channels energy before raising its greatsword high, delivering a sweeping slash that unleashes sword energy to strike surrounding enemies. Deals 157 damage, 1.3 skill damage coefficient, times 121, Tomb Guardian's attack. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Skill 3, Roar of Darkness. Unleashes a heart-stopping roar, shaking all nearby enemies. Deals 157 points of damage to all surrounding enemies calculated as 1.3, skill damage coefficient, asterisk 121, Gravekeeper's attack power, and inflicts panic. Asterisk, panic, overwhelming urge to flee, losing the will to fight, uncontrollable actions, frantically escaping in all directions for 5 seconds. During this time, defense is reduced by 5%. Asterisk, cooldown, 120 seconds. Skill 4, Soul Release. Harnesses the power of a burning soul, instantly boosting damage output. During the skill's duration, all damage dealt increases by 10%, and movement speed is boosted by 100%. Defense decreases by 20%, and 10 health points are drained per second. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 180 seconds. Ugh, Brother Gullen, this skeleton knight commander is absolutely pathetic. It's nowhere near as tough as the Dark Spider commander, complained by Ubu, placing her hands on her hips with a look of disdain plastered across her face. Well, it is a hell-level dungeon. With the purification stone, it's like getting a free pet to help you fight the boss. Having an assistant at all is already a luxury. What more could you ask for? Shibuya shook his head, his gaze calm and steady as he fixed his eyes on the skeleton knight commander. Inwardly, Mu Chen couldn't help but scoff. Did these people really think a hell-level dungeon would just hand you a helper to defeat the boss for free? Thinking too simple. Indeed, once the boss's health drops below 50%, it triggers a terrifying skill ***soul mark****. This skill's activation is nothing short of a nightmare. It drastically boosts all the attributes of the Tomb Guardian, instantly transforming it into a level 20 elite boss. We were already struggling to handle a powerful boss, and suddenly facing the combined assault of two such monstrous entities is horrifying just to imagine. Many teams have suffered greatly at this critical moment, rushing into the dungeon full of hope, only to encounter disaster at the pivotal point. Those who fell victim to this trap often kept the truth to themselves for their own gain, leaving subsequent teams to repeat the same mistakes. It wasn't until countless players faced the same misfortune that the secret was finally exposed in game guides. When the revelation came, players were furious, condemning those selfish teams and lamenting their own wasted efforts and losses. Now, here we are, standing at the same crossroads, facing the same challenge. Mu Chen smiled faintly, his expression brimming with confidence in the dimly lit tomb chamber. His eyes sharpened, and with a slight wave of his right hand, he commanded, "Brock, go." The skeletal assassin Brock vanished instantly, merging seamlessly into the shadows without leaving a trace. Shadow stealth. The air seemed to freeze in that moment, broken only by a barely audible whoosh. In the next instant, Brock reappeared behind the Tomb Guardian, his blade shimmering with a cold gleam. A flash of steel, as swift and blinding as lightning in the dead of night, illuminated the entire chamber for a split second. Shadow strike. Thud. A dull sound echoed as a massive damage value floated above the Guardian. -2196 critical hit. 3.2 skill damage coefficient, *339, Brock's attack power, 3.2 skill damage coefficient, *53, Guardian's defense, *120%, shadow stealth bonus damage 20%, *200%, critical hit, ***. The Tomb Guardian trembled violently, the crimson glow in its hollow eye sockets extinguishing instantly. It didn't even have time to react before being one-shot killed. Its towering frame collapsed slowly, raising a cloud of dust as its longsword fell to the ground with a metallic clang. System, you have slain the Tomb Guardian Argon, LV.10, earning 1000 experience points. Dungeon bonus applied, experience unaffected by party distribution. Unexpectedly, a green item dropped from the corpse, emanating a faint glow that stood out vividly in the dark cavern. Meanwhile, in the center of the tomb, a mysterious portal appeared, radiating an enigmatic light that rippled like water, as if beckoning everyone to step into the unknown. By Ubu, as expected of Gulen Bro. So experienced. This mini-boss doesn't even need cleansing, it drops loot and experience. And it actually dropped a dungeon set piece. Gulen Bro, pick it up quickly and check what it is. By Ubu was so excited he jumped up, clapping his hands repeatedly, his eyes glued to the loot with eager anticipation. The others looked at Mu Chen curiously. Mu Chen said nothing, bending slightly with calm and precise movements to pick up the dropped item. Guardian Argon's Gauntlets. Quality *green. Strength *+2. Agility *+7. Attack speed *+2%. Guardian Argon set, 1/6, inactive. Set effects HP +200. Defense +20. Constitution +20. Agility +20. Reduces all incoming damage by 20%. Requirements level 10 or higher, warrior/shield warrior/knight. It's Meowing Kitty. This dungeon actually dropped a set piece for tank classes. This gear will be super valuable in the early game. Meowing Kitty's eyes sparkled as she stepped closer, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. It's Wanwan, sis? Does our guild need it? Wanwan blinked her big eyes, looking at Meowing Kitty with an innocent expression, curiosity and inquiry written all over her face. It's Meowing Kitty, of course, we need it. As long as the tank can withstand the boss, most bosses can be dealt with easily. But at this stage, only a handful of players can clear the high-difficulty Dark Cavern dungeon. Low-difficulty dungeons likely wouldn't drop set pieces easily. A full set like this wouldn't be easy to assemble. It's Meowing Kitty, she declared, gesturing emphatically, her expression serious and determined. By Ubu, let Gulen Bro carry us. We'll have the full set in just a few days. By Ubu turned an expectant gaze toward Mu Chen. It's just a meow, Captain. I'm hiring you for the next few days. Name your price, she exclaimed eagerly, her face full of sincerity. Mu Chen was speechless. What kind of comment was that? Hiring me? And saying this in front of my future wife? His face turned beet red as he scratched his head awkwardly. Listening to songs in the pavilion, let's clear the dungeon first. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and looked at his team with a firm gaze. Muchen paused to think, recalling a strategy guide he had read on the forums. The final boss on Hell difficulty, as long as the tank could hold the aggro, they'd be fine. First, they needed to take out the Gravekeeper. Then, when the boss's health dropped to 20%, he would enter a blood rage state and unleash a full-screen instant kill skill. At that moment, they'd need to interrupt him with a control skill. He initiated a trade with its Wan and quickly clicked through the interface, tossing over the skill book Frostfall Starburst. "It's Wan, Captain? What's this?" she asked, her eyes wide with surprise and confusion. "Listening to songs in the pavilion, learn it. Later, follow my command. Don't hesitate, just use this skill on the boss when I tell you to," Muchen said seriously, his eyes fixed on her. "By Ubu, Wan sis? What did Brother Pavilion give you?" By Ubu leaned over curiously, staring at its Wan intently. "It's Wan, Frostfall Starburst." She shared the item in the team chat. "It's just a meow. What? A full party control skill book," she shrieked, her voice echoing through the tomb. "Till death do us part. The captain really hides his cards well, such rare treasures." "Till death do us part," exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "It's Wan, huh? Is it really valuable?" She looked completely puzzled, clearly unaware of the skill book's worth. "This is a control skill. It's just a meow," waved her hands excitedly. "And look at the description, it's a 100% full party control skill. This kind of skill is an absolute treasure, practically impossible to find on the market. If it does show up, it's worth a fortune. And this game's only been out for 2 days. Wait, I just learned this skill, and it's that precious?" It's Wan gasped, covering her mouth as regret flashed across her face. "It's fine. I gave it to you so you could learn it. Just follow my instructions later," Muchen said with a reassuring smile. "Got it." It's Wan nodded, her eyes sparkling with determination. Muchen took a deep breath, his gaze resolute, and stepped boldly toward the mysterious portal glowing with an enigmatic light. The others exchanged glances, their hearts filled with anticipation and unease, and followed him into the mesmerizing gateway. In an instant, a blinding light pierced their eyes like arrows, forcing them to shut them tightly. A wave of dizziness washed over them, making it feel as though the entire world was spinning out of control. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in an unimaginably vast hall. The emptiness was overwhelming, filling the air with an eerie sense of desolation. The dark stone walls emanated an ancient, mysterious aura, as if they had slumbered through millennia. The walls were etched with strange runes and patterns, seemingly narrating stories of a distant and terrifying past. Above, a massive crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, resembling an inverted castle. Its faint, flickering light struggled to pierce the darkness, casting the hall in an oppressive, sinister atmosphere. In the center of the hall stood an imposing throne. It was crafted from an unknown black metal, gleaming with a cold, fearsome luster, as if forged from eternal ice. Upon the throne sat a figure clad in golden armor. The armor shone brilliantly, with each plate exquisitely detailed, reflecting a light that inspired both awe and dread. The figure had a towering, robust build like a mountain, exuding an aura of unshakable dominance. His face was hidden beneath a helmet, revealing only 2 glowing red eyes that seemed to burn with a malevolent fire. His arms crossed over his chest, adorned with rings set with dazzling gemstones. The gems radiated a mysterious magical glow, as if tugging at the strings of the soul. Beside him rested a colossal axe. The handle was carved with ancient runes, and the blade gleamed with a chilling light, looking capable of cleaving life itself in an instant. All eyes were drawn to him. Even the smallest movement from him unleashed an invisible pressure that swept over the room, making everyone's breath catch. It felt as though an invisible hand was clutching their hearts, making each beat a struggle. Dark City Lord Carolyn, Overlord. Level, 20. Health, 18000/18000. Attack, 320. Defense, 112. Agility, 47. Skills asterisk. Skill 1, Frenzied Smash. Active skill, swing the massive axe for a powerful strike, dealing 480 damage to the target and inflicting a bleeding status. The target loses 30 health per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 2, Axe Blade Storm. Active skill, spin the massive axe rapidly, creating a storm that attacks nearby enemies. Lasts for 7 seconds, dealing 512 damage per second to surrounding targets. Cooldown, 180 seconds. Skill 3, Earth-Shattering Cleave. Active skill, strike the ground with great force, causing a tremor. Deals 416 damage to nearby enemies and stuns them for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Skill 4, Death Whirlwind. Active skill, spin rapidly while moving, dealing 544 damage to enemies in the path. During the skill's duration, the user is invincible for 10 seconds. Skill 5? Skill 6? Lord skill? All eyes were fixed on Carolyn, the Lord of Dark City. The room was filled with shock, and gasps escaped from the gathered players. This Lord boss doesn't look easy to take down, huh? A level 20 boss monster, a voice murmured quietly. Indeed, replied to the death, frowning deeply, his expression grim. With our current gear and skills, it's going to be a tough fight. Captain, even your pet probably can't one-shot this thing, right? The player Meow Meow turned pale, her face filled with worry. This boss's attack power is insane. We squishy classes would get sent back to town with a single hit. Her voice carried a tone of helplessness. Wanwan's eyes were filled with anxiety. Exactly. The boss has 18,000 health points, it's a tank. Captain, what's the plan? Her gaze remained locked on Mu Chen, filled with both anticipation and trust. All eyes turned to Mu Chen, who was lost in deep thought. His brows furrowed tightly, and his eyes darted back and forth between the boss's stats panel and the layout of the hall. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the staff in his hand as he calculated damage figures and strategies in his mind. The spacious hall offered opportunities for evasion, but the boss's devastating area of effect skills were like hidden traps. One misstep could lead to the entire team's demise. If Wanwan's crowd control skills could be used effectively, and the team coordinated perfectly without any mistakes, there was still a chance to take down this formidable boss. However, if the skeleton assassin's skills were neutralized by the boss's invincibility ability, Death Whirlwind, things would get ugly. After a brief pause, Mu Chen finally snapped out of his thoughts. His gaze sharpened, as if he had found a way to overcome the challenge before them. Taking a deep breath, Mu Chen spoke with determination. We'll move to the southwest corner of the hall first. It's the safest spot. I'll do my best to lure the boss to the northeast corner, that's the farthest point from us, where its skills won't reach. He pointed toward the southwest corner, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Wanwan, get ready with your Frostburst star. When I give the signal, don't hesitate, cast it directly on the boss. His gaze locked onto Wanwan, radiating trust and expectation. Once the boss is immobilized by your control, we'll all go all out. Use every skill you have, and if you're out of skills, switch to basic attacks. Even the smallest damage adds up, we can take this thing down. He raised his arm, rallying his teammates. The group nodded slightly, the panic in their eyes replaced by determination and courage. Wanwan bit her lip and nodded firmly, gripping her weapon tightly, as if ready to unleash her skill at any moment. Yubiya took a deep breath, his eyes glinting with resolve. To the death flexed his wrists, preparing for the fight ahead. Meow Meow's gaze also hardened with determination. The hall was filled with a tense yet hopeful atmosphere, their collective heartbeats forming a rhythmic prelude to the battle. Holding their breaths, they quickly moved toward the southwest corner. Mu Chen's expression was solemn as he activated his magic shield, a shimmering barrier of ethereal blue light enveloping his body like a flowing water curtain. Then, with swift hand movements, he cast a summoning spell. Dark, eerie energy rippled through the air as two shadowy spiders materialized before him. Go! Mu Chen commanded in a low voice, directing the spiders to rush toward the northeast corner. His gaze then shifted to the skeleton assassin, Brock, as he activated Pet Frenzy. Instantly, a blood-red aura enveloped Brock, and its aura became wild and ferocious. Shadow Stealth, Mu Chen ordered sharply. Brock's form was immediately cloaked in dense shadows, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the air behind the boss rippled with an eerie distortion. Like a ghost, Brock silently materialized, his blade in hand flashing with a cold glint as he unleashed Shadow Strike. The attack carried the force of a tidal wave, and Brock's blade drove mercilessly into the boss's back. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. A muffled pft was heard as the blade sank deep into the boss's body. The boss let out a pained grunt, his body shuddering violently, and the impact caused his armor to dent slightly under the immense force. After landing the strike, Brock retreated swiftly like a phantom, darting toward the northeastern corner. At the same time, a massive damage number, -1917 critical, floated above the boss, leaving everyone stunned. The Lord of Dark City, Carolyn, erupted in fury, rising to his full, towering height like a mountain emerging from the earth. His eyes bulged with rage, and he gripped his enormous battle axe tightly. You damned wretch! How dare you ambush me? Die! His thunderous roar echoed like a storm, shaking the walls and striking fear into hearts. With that, he took a massive step forward, each stride causing the ground to tremble ever so slightly. Wielding his massive axe, he charged toward Brock in the northeastern corner like an enraged beast.
Witnessing this, Mu-Chen let out a subtle sigh of relief, secretly thankful. Lucky me, it was a critical hit, and the boss is now drawn to the northeastern corner.
He quickly commanded, "Dark spiders, hold him off, bite him."
2 dark spiders immediately bared their fangs and lunged ferociously at the boss. However, when their attacks landed on the boss, only 2 insignificant damage numbers appeared above his head, -1 and -1. Seeing this, Mu-Chen suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness, his brows furrowing deeply.
Before he could react, the boss counterattacked.
The boss's eyes widened in fury as he swung his massive battle axe, aiming directly at one of the dark spiders.
The axe cleaved through the air with a deafening whistle, striking down with immense force. Bang! A loud crash resounded as a terrifying shockwave erupted.
The heavy blow landed squarely on the spider, immediately displaying -223 damage. The poor spider didn't even have the chance to cry out before it was obliterated by the sheer force.
Without hesitation, the boss raised his axe once more and launched another powerful strike toward the second spider.
The blade of the axe cut through the air, its shadow bringing an imminent sense of death.
Mu-Chen's eyes suddenly lit up as he urgently shouted, "Skeleton assassin, go in for a basic attack."
The moment his command was issued, the skeleton assassin darted forward like lightning, its dagger striking with a flash of cold steel. As the giant axe fell again, the spider's head displayed -334 damage.
In an instant, the spider was slain.
But at the same time, the skeleton assassin's dagger plunged into the boss's body, causing a damage number to float up, -227, 339, skeleton assassin Brock's attack power, 112, Dark City Lord Carolyn's defense, equals -227 *. In the next moment, the boss flew into a frenzy, his eyes blazing with uncontrollable rage as he began to whirl his massive axe in both hands. The axe spun rapidly, kicking up a violent storm. The roaring wind was deafening, as if it could tear through the very air around them.
Mu-Chen's eyes sparkled as he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Ranged classes, full power. 1-1, get your skill ready and watch for the right moment."
When the boss's Blade Storm skill ends, immediately cast Frost Star Burst.
Meanwhile, Mu-Chen raised his staff high.
His body emitted a mysterious glow as he began to channel a spell, muttering incantations under his breath. The skeleton assassin instantly transformed into a shadowy blur, dashing toward the boss like a ghost, its blade flashing like a streak of lightning. A sudden gust of wind surged as blades clashed, and the boss's health plummeted rapidly. -1248, *5, skill damage coefficient, times 339, skeleton assassin Brock's attack power, 5/112, Dark City Lord Carolyn's defense, times 110%, pet enrage damage modifier plus 10%,
*1249, *1250.
7 high damage numbers burst forth like dazzling fireworks, brilliant and striking.
Unrelenting curse.
Mu-Chen raised his staff high, a beam of light shooting toward the boss, inflicting -175 damage.
Biu.
Wan fully drew her bow, her arrows raining down like a storm.
-116, -267 critical.
Just as the skeleton assassin finished executing its shadow dance and its figure had yet to retreat, the boss's whirlwind axe stormed forward with the force of a landslide and tsunami.
The gigantic axe spun with a deafening roar, sweeping the skeleton assassin into a terrifying vortex in an instant. A harsh crack sound followed, chilling to the bone. The skeleton assassin was utterly powerless, shredded into fragments in mere moments.
-342, -342, the massive damage numbers floated in the air like death warrants, as the skeleton assassin's body shuddered violently, its bones emitting a mournful wail.
Retrieve the pet into the inventory?
The system prompt appeared. A flash of determination crossed Mu-Chen's eyes, and without hesitation, he selected no. Just as the axe whirlwind ceased, Wan raised her arm. A massive sphere of frost energy began to coalesce above the boss's head. With a crisp shout, the energy sphere burst instantly, spreading icy waves like a tide.
The boss's movements froze entirely under the chilling onslaught.
The hall's ceiling lit up, dazzling like a starry river, as stars began to fall.
Meteors trailed long tails of destruction, crashing down upon the boss with devastating force. -970, -968. Meow Meow's figure flickered like a phantom, appearing behind the boss.
Her dagger gleamed coldly as it unleashed a relentless flurry of attacks. Before the boss could break free from the freezing effect, it was overwhelmed by the torrent of blows, collapsing to the ground with an earth-shaking crash, sending up a cloud of dust. The team, witnessing the boss's downfall, could hardly believe their eyes. Their disbelief quickly gave way to triumphant joy. System, you have slain the Dark City Lord, Carolyn, LV 20, earning 8,000 experience points. Dungeon bonus applied, experience not reduced by party distribution. But just as the group was basking in their hard-won victory, a sinister laughter suddenly echoed through the hall.
Ah, Carolyn, you've finally fallen. At last, I am free. Everything here belongs to me now.
This city shall be shrouded in eternal darkness. The voice seeped with icy malice, as if emerging from the depths of the abyss, chilling everyone to the core. The team's smiles froze instantly, as if a lake's surface had been encased in frost.
Wait, is the dungeon not over yet? Bayubiyubiyo couldn't help but ask, his voice filled with unease.
Mu Chen's eyes were alight with thought, his brows furrowed tightly. He murmured, as expected, clearing the hell difficulty of the dark cavern for the first time triggers a special storyline. This will influence the overall game narrative. I remember the first team to clear hell difficulty couldn't stop the Dark Disciples' resurrection.
That eventually led to the creation of a new wild map, Dark City.
At that moment, the surrounding darkness seemed to grow thicker, and from the inky blackness, a familiar figure slowly emerged. The team gasped in shock. It was the old man who had previously gifted them the purification stone. The elder paid no heed to their stunned expressions. His eyes gleamed with insatiable greed, like a starving wolf eyeing wounded prey. His gaze was fixed firmly on Carolyn's corpse, as though he intended to devour it whole. With a ghostly motion, the elder's form blurred and floated toward the corpse, carried by a chilling wind. Mu Chen, brimming with curiosity, retrieved the purification stone, recalling the countless theories debated in the strategy forums. If this stone was used against the Dark Disciple, it was said to obliterate him instantly. This time, he would finally confirm if the rumors were true. His heart raced, but there was no hesitation. Mu Chen activated the purification stone and hurled it toward the elder. A beam of holy light burst forth from the stone, dazzling like the first light of dawn, enveloping the elder in its radiance. The elder's expression twisted abruptly. The greed in his eyes was replaced by sheer terror. His eyes bulged wide, as though they might pop out of their sockets.
Cunning humans! You actually saved the purification stone. Nu! His anguished scream pierced the air, sharp enough to slice through their eardrums.
As the light intensified, wisps of black smoke began to rise from his body.
He writhed in agony, struggling futilely to escape the light's grasp.
But it was all in vain. Within the blazing brilliance, his form gradually disintegrated, fading into nothingness. System, you have slain the soul of the Dark Disciple, LVO1, earning 50 reputation points for the Light faction and 1 experience point. Dungeon bonus applied, experience not reduced by party distribution.
System, congratulations!
You have completed the hidden quest, the Dark City Conspiracy. You have received a hidden quest chest. All items dropped in the Dark Cavern dungeon have a chance to appear. System, congratulations on clearing the Dark Cavern dungeon, Hell difficulty.
Your completion rating is S. You have received the Hell difficulty S rank Dark Cavern chest. Ding! Server-wide announcement, ***.
System message, congratulations to players Golan Ting Chuer, Summoner, Team Leader, Shiriji Miao Miao, Assassin, Team Member, Bayubiubiu, Archer, Team Member, Jisibuyu, Priest, Team Member, and Shirwanwan Mage, Team Member, for completing the Hell difficulty dungeon Dark Cavern. Completion time, 28 minutes and 21 seconds, securing first place on the dungeon leaderboard. Rewards, 2 gold coins, 1 universal skill point, dungeon leaderboard reward chest ×1. The server-wide announcement burst across the game like dazzling fireworks, flashing 3 times in succession. The bold, glowing text instantly sent the entire gaming world into uproar. The world channel exploded, with a flurry of comments flooding in like an unstoppable tide.
Flying Potato Boss, you're insane. Boss forever the GOAT.
Rich girl, it's him again, Golan Ting Chuer.
What did I miss? When the boss was recruiting earlier, I actually hesitated.
By the time I decided to join, the team was already full. At the dungeon's entrance, Rich girl stomped her feet in frustration, as if she had just lost a fortune.
Free flight. Oh, Rich girl, you really let a golden opportunity slip away. Forget the rewards, just the leaderboard's first place record alone is priceless.
Rich girl, if I could do it all over again, I'd join the boss's team without hesitation.
10 gold coins? Too cheap. I'd pay 20.
She clenched her fists, her voice brimming with regret and indignation.
Grabby Pancake, the boss is unbelievable. This time, I'm genuinely impressed. We barely cleared the adventure difficulty Dark Cavern after 3 hours and almost wiped. Confused Peach, honestly, if I didn't know this game was entirely controlled by an AI system, I'd swear he was cheating. Little Cake +1. No way a team without a tank could clear Hell difficulty.
I heal, and Zhao Zilong gets slapped. Yeah, seriously, how on earth did they do it without a tank?
It's mind-boggling. System, the dungeon has been cleared.
Players will be teleported outside in 10 minutes.
Please prepare accordingly.
The announcement echoed through the vast, dimly lit hall,
marking the end of an intense battle.
Mu Chen tilted his head slightly, glancing at his teammates, who were still dazed from the flood of rewards. Some had their mouths agape, their expressions frozen in shock, as if overwhelmed
by the sudden windfall.
Others had eyes alight with excitement, burning like flames, yet tinged with disbelief, as though they were trapped in a dream they didn't want to wake from. Seeing this, Mu Chen chuckled softly. His thoughts drifted back to his early days in the game. Back then, when he first cleared a dungeon and looted a single piece of purple gear he could actually use, his heart had pounded like a drum, his hands trembling as he cheered like an overjoyed child. Shaking his head lightly, as if brushing off those youthful, cherished memories, he inhaled deeply. His gaze sharpened with resolve as he strode toward the fallen boss. The dim, shadowy light of the hall cast his figure in fleeting silhouettes as he approached. Bending down, he carefully picked up the 3 items that had dropped.
Statue of Carolyn, Lord of Dark City. Quality, gold.
Upon use, summons Carolyn, Lord of Dark City, to fight for you for 30 minutes.
Summon Carolyn's level matches the summoner's level. Uses remaining, 2 halves.
The moment Mu Chen's eyes landed on the item description, they lit up like meteors streaking across the night sky. What a treasure, he exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Scenes from years past flooded his mind. He vividly recalled a guild war where someone had used this very statue. In a battle they were destined to lose, the summoned Lord of Dark City, a tanky, high-damage, time-limited summon, single-handedly turned the tide and secured victory. The intense combat, the heart-pounding reversal, it all felt as fresh as if it had happened yesterday.
Death Whirlwind. Quality, gold.
Grasp your weapon with both hands, spinning at high speed while moving, dealing damage to all enemies in your path.
During the skill's duration, you are invulnerable. Lasts for 7 seconds.
Requirement, level 10 plus, warrior/shield warrior/knight, holy SH. Mu Chen's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw the skill book. His heartbeat raced, as if it were about to break free from his chest.
He had never imagined he'd actually get this coveted skill book on his first try. The sheer luck of it left him utterly ecstatic. Back in the day, players who managed to wield this skill book were nothing short of fanatical.
Every day, countless players would grind dungeons tirelessly,
just to obtain it, continuing until they hit level 50.
It wasn't just the astronomical damage value of the skill that made it so coveted, the mere 7 seconds of invincibility it granted was enough to elevate this skill book to the status of a legendary item.
As a result, its price remained sky-high, becoming
the ultimate object of desire for countless players.
Eventually, the Dark Cavern dungeon even became a must-grind hotspot for treasure-seeking players.
Besides this skill book, he only picked up an envelope and 8 silver coins.
Unsent letter, a letter addressed to Kana Lin. Upon seeing this peculiar item, Mu Chen couldn't help but fall into a moment of reflection.
It seemed that he had once read about this very item on a strategy forum. It was, in fact, the key artifact for unlocking the hidden class of Frost Mage. While he hadn't delved into the full details of the quest at the time, there was one crucial note that stuck with him: the contents of the letter must not be read. If the letter was opened before being handed over, the rewards for completing the quest would be significantly reduced. For mage class players, once they reached level 20 or higher, carrying this letter to complete the quest would grant them the opportunity to unlock the Frost Mage hidden class transformation.
With this realization, Mu Chen instinctively turned to glance at Wan Wan by his side.
Unexpectedly, her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on him, filled with an indescribable emotion. The moment she noticed him catching her gaze, Wan Wan froze, like a startled fawn, her cheeks flushing red as she hurriedly averted her eyes, pretending to focus on the nearby Meow Meow.
Mu Chen's lips curled into a faint smile, a subtle expression carrying an air of knowing. Just then, the system's cold and detached voice resonated once again. System, dungeon successfully cleared. You will be teleported outside the dungeon in 5 minutes. Please be prepared, players.
Reading the system prompt, Mu Chen slightly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the group as he spoke. If there's nothing else, let's leave first. His voice was especially clear in the silent space. The group seemed to awaken from a dream, as if a beautiful fantasy had just been interrupted. Meow Meow's eyes lit up with urgency as she quickly said, "Captain, let's talk outside." Her tone was full of anticipation.
Mu Chen nodded slightly and, without hesitation, stepped forward and exited the dungeon. Outside the bustling dungeon entrance, Mu Chen stood amidst the noisy crowd.
The cheers and complaints of players intermingled, creating a lively atmosphere. He squinted slightly, his thoughts racing. No system announcement about a new map, Dark City, being unlocked.
Looks like the speculation
on the strategy forums was spot on. By thwarting the Dark Cultists' plot, this hidden map won't be open to players anytime soon.
At that moment, 4 dazzling figures were teleported out of the dungeon.
Their faces radiated joy, as vibrant as blossoming spring flowers.
Meow Meow rushed over to Mu Chen, her tone brimming with excitement.
Captain, thank you so much for leading us through the hell difficulty dungeon. Her eyes sparkled with gratitude, and Mu Chen couldn't help but smile faintly. Hooked Melody chuckled nonchalantly, waving a hand dismissively.
No big deal, just mutual benefit. I really owe you one for this. Meow Meow declared earnestly, her gaze sincere. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. Mu Chen gave a slight nod in response and replied, all right. Captain, are you planning to sell the unused equipment and skills you picked up? Meow Meow asked expectantly, leaning forward slightly as if eager for his decision. After a brief pause, Mu Chen considered it and replied, let's wait a bit. I want to see what I pull from the treasure chests first. Okay, she exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically. Without hesitation, Mu Chen opened the dark cavern clearance chest for King difficulty. In an instant, a flash of purple light illuminated the surroundings. As the light faded, a pair of boots lay quietly in his inventory. System, congratulations! You have obtained the Guardian Boots. Guardian Boots. Quality, purple. Defense, +9. Agility, +6. Movement speed, +2%. Equip requirement, level 10 or above. After carefully examining the stats, Mu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. I can finally replace my wolfhide boots. He promptly equipped the boots, a faint smile of contentment appearing on his face. Then, with determination, he reached out to open the dark cavern clearance chest for hell difficulty. This time, a green light burst forth. System, congratulations! You have obtained the Dark Spider Prince's Gauntlets. Dark Spider Prince's Gauntlets. Quality, green. Strength, +2. Agility, +6. Attack speed, +4%. Dark Spider Prince set, 1/6, not activated. HP, +100. Defense, +20. Strength, +20. Agility, +30. Movement speed, +10%. Equip requirement, level 10 or above, assassin/archer. Mu Chen's lips twitched slightly as he let out a bitter chuckle. He glanced up to find Meow Meow staring at him with wide, expectant eyes, her curiosity and longing evident. Alright, another piece of gear I can't even use, Mu Chen sighed inwardly. Calming his emotions, he focused intently on the dungeon leaderboard reward chest in his inventory. Without hesitation, he clicked it open. A green light flashed once again. Mu Chen's heart sank, and a trace of disappointment flickered in his eyes. System, congratulations! You've obtained the Dark Spider Prince's Armor. Dark Spider Prince's Armor. Asterisk quality asterisk green. Asterisk defense asterisk +10. Asterisk strength asterisk +11. Increases all damage dealt by 3%. Dark Spider Prince set, 1/6, not activated. Health, +100. Defense, +20. Strength, +20. Agility, +30. Movement speed, +10%. Asterisk requirement to equip asterisk level 10 plus, assassin/archer. His gaze shifted to the last chest in his inventory. Silently, he prayed, asterisk I hope this hidden quest chest gives me something I can actually use. Asterisk. Come on, give me something good. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely opened it. The next moment, a dazzling golden light burst forth like the first rays of dawn, illuminating his hopeful face. System, congratulations! You've obtained the Dark Spider Prince's Claws. Mu Chen's heart sank again and his brows knitted tightly. Judging by the name, this doesn't sound like something I can use. With a mix of anxiety and eagerness, he quickly checked his inventory. Dark Spider Prince's Claws, pet weapon. Asterisk quality asterisk gold. Asterisk attack power asterisk +26. Asterisk critical chance asterisk +11%. Special effect asterisk. On attack, there's a 2% chance to poison the target, dealing damage equal to 1/3 of the attack's result per second for 6 seconds. Asterisk requirement to equip asterisk level 10 plus pet. Mu Chen's eyes widened, shining like lanterns in disbelief as he stared at the item before him. Wow! Amazing! Finally, a rare golden item I can use, he muttered excitedly to himself, his face brimming with joy. Without hesitation, he equipped the precious item onto his skeleton assassin, Brock. His teammates, watching Mu Chen's uncontrollable excitement, were filled with curiosity and anticipation. Captain, did you just get something awesome? Yubio's eyes widened as he eagerly asked. Tell us what it is already. Wanwan couldn't contain her curiosity either, urging him. Mu Chen hesitated for a moment before speaking solemnly. Yeah, I got a top-tier pet weapon that I can actually use. Dark Spider Prince's Claws, you can take a look, but don't leak its stats. His tone carried a hint of seriousness and caution. This pet weapon is way better than the weapon I have. Tildeth gasped,
drawing in a sharp breath of astonishment. Make sure to remember what the captain said, especially you two newbies. Never casually reveal item stats, a player named Meow Meow emphasized seriously. Yubu and Wanwan exchanged a glance, nodded slowly, and silently vowed to remember. Shortly afterward, Muchen quickly posted a message in the team chat, selling the following items: Guardian Argan's chestplate, Guardian Argan's gauntlets, Dark Spider Prince's gauntlets, Dark Spider Prince's armor. Who's interested? Upon seeing the equipment listed in the chat, the 4 teammates were stunned.
I want all of it. Captain, name your price.
Meow Meow exclaimed, her excitement causing her face to flush red and her voice to tremble.
Muchen's lips twitched slightly as he thought to himself, so Su Linwan's family is this wealthy?
Her older sister invests millions into a game the very next day without hesitation,
I never realized it before, always so low-key and unassuming.
He steadied himself and replied coolly, 5 million blue star coins.
Meow meow.
She froze, her eyes widening in shock as if the world itself had come to a halt.
She blinked rapidly and asked in disbelief, including those 2 skill books and the Dark Spider Prince's boots earlier, you're only asking for 5 million?
Muchen's lips curved into a faint smile. Of course. We're friends, after all.
Consider it a friend's discount.
Hearing this, Meow Meow's face lit up with a radiant smile, and she exclaimed excitedly, alright, then I won't hold back. Just as the atmosphere started to settle, Yubu's sharp cry shattered the calm.
Meow meow.
I just pulled the Dark Spider Prince's leg guards. We're only 2 pieces away from completing the set. Her eyes sparkled with fervor, as if she had just unearthed a priceless treasure.
Dark Spider Prince's greaves. Quality, green. Defense, +11. Strength, +7. Agility, +4. Evasion rate, +2%.
Dark Spider Prince's set, 1/6, not activated.
Health, +100. Defense, +20. Strength, +20. Agility, +30. Movement speed, +10%. Requirements, level 10+, assassin/archer. Without hesitation, Yubu traded the equipment to a Meow Meow.
Muchen sighed inwardly, thinking it was a bit premature to be so thrilled over just 4 pieces. He recalled a pioneering team from the past, where someone spent half a month farming relentlessly to complete a set, yet still failed in the end. At this moment, Wanwana stood hesitantly nearby. She rose slightly onto her tiptoes, her fingers unconsciously fiddling with the hem of her clothes, a trace of uncertainty flickering in her eyes. After a brief pause, as if making up her mind, she swiftly tapped on her keyboard and sent a private message to Muchen.
I got this item. Captain, do you want it? Gravekeeper's pet egg. Muchen's eyes lit up instantly, and he eagerly replied, you're giving it to me? Of course, I want it. It's for you. Thank you for the skill book you gave me. Wanwan softly responded. Muchen smiled slightly.
Wanner was still as kind as ever, any small kindness toward her would be repaid 100-fold. This pet egg you're giving me is far more valuable than that skill book.
Wanwan pursed her lips and replied lightly, it's fine. Muchen frowned slightly and said seriously, that won't do.
I can't take advantage of a girl. How about this, whenever you need help leveling up, I'll be there.
Deal?
Wanwan hesitated for a moment before finally replying, alright. Muchen's face lit up with excitement as he hurriedly opened his inventory to examine the pet egg.
Gravekeeper's pet egg.
Quality, gold. The higher the quality, the better the pet's attributes upon hatching. A mysterious pet egg, radiating a faint golden glow, as though whispering secrets of the unknown. Upon hatching, it will grant the pet, Gravekeeper.
Requirements, level 10+, pet inventory not full. 2 pet eggs.
Muchen's heart raced, his breathing quickened, and his face was filled with anticipation.
He thought to himself, finally, I can test the synthesis of an SSS tier talent skill.
I wonder what kind of pet will emerge. Without delay, Muchen initiated a trade with a Meow Meow. His fingers danced across the virtual interface with precision, his gaze focused and resolute.
After double-checking everything, he took a deep breath and confidently clicked confirm.
System notification, a 10% transaction fee has been deducted.
4.5 million blue star coins have been deposited into your personal account. Please verify.
Muchen couldn't help but furrow his brow and mutter under his breath, this trading system is such a ripoff.
Charging a 10% fee for face-to-face transactions? Outrageous.
His face was a mix of helplessness and frustration as he stared at the notification on the virtual screen, his heart brimming with indignation.
However, when he saw his account balance of 9,201,967 blue star coins, his mood lightened a bit, and the tension in his brow eased. He glanced at Wanwan, his eyes showing a faint hint of concern. Then, turning to the group, he announced, the trade is done. I'm off to complete some quests. After a moment of hesitation, he added in the team chat, Golan Ting Chuer, Meow Meow Guild Leader, this game is entirely different from the ones we've played before. The shops only sell basic potions and beginner white-grade gear. So, secondary professions like alchemy, gathering, and tailoring are crucial for a guild's development. Is a Meow Meow widened her eyes in astonishment, her expression filled with surprise and contemplation. She straightened her posture slightly and said earnestly, Thank you. Muchen didn't say anything more.
He decisively left the party, his steps light and swift, disappearing like a bolt of lightning toward Star City. To Death Unyielding frowned deeply as he watched Muchen depart, murmuring, Guild Leader, I'm finding it harder and harder to understand him.
It's like he knows everything. Is a Meow Meow bit her lip gently, her expression thoughtful.
It's only the second day since the game launched.
Everyone else is busy leveling up, but he's already focusing on the main city shops?
If what he says is true, we need to quickly assign people to specialize in these secondary professions. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting a strand of Wan Wan's hair by her ear. She stood silently, her gaze fixed on the direction Muchen had left. A faint smile appeared on her lips, as radiant as a flower blooming in spring, sweet and captivating. That smile carried a mix of shyness and anticipation, along with a hint of emotion she herself hadn't yet realized.
Muchen returned to Star City.
The streets were bustling with people, and the noise of chatter and activity rose and fell like waves. Weaving through the crowded streets, he finally stopped in a secluded corner far from the clamor. The place was dark and damp, with moss creeping along the walls, emanating a faint, musty stench of decay. Just as Muchen was about to open his pet egg, a strange sensation swept over him, an air of unease spreading through the area. Suddenly, a beggar appeared out of nowhere beside him. The beggar was filthy and disheveled, his hair wild and overgrown like a tangle of weeds, with greasy strands nearly covering most of his face. His clothes were tattered beyond recognition, caked in grime, their original color long obscured by filth. In one hand, he clutched a long staff, its surface rough like sandpaper, scarred with the marks of time and wear. In his other hand, he held a golden bowl, a stark
contrast to his shabby appearance.
Despite the bowl's faint scratches and signs of wear, it emitted a faint, mysterious glow, hinting at an extraordinary origin. The moment Muchen saw the figure, a shiver ran through his body, and his heart surged like a stormy sea.
Only the second day, and this mysterious beggar has already appeared?
His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the beggar, his breath quickening. A mix of tension and excitement coursed through him.
Quickly, he checked the game currency in his inventory. Currency, 3 gold coins, 8 silver coins, 98 copper coins. Enough to complete this task.
Muchen took a deep breath to steady himself, his face impassive as he approached the mysterious beggar. The information panel for the beggar displayed only a dot. Before Muchen could even speak, the beggar suddenly spoke first, his voice hoarse and gravelly, carrying an inexplicable pull that seemed to resonate in the depths of the listener's heart. Young adventurer, I see great potential in you, something that sets you apart from ordinary people.
I have information about an unparalleled skill, a skill that is perfect for someone as exceptional as you. Don't miss this chance. Today, it's yours for just 10 gold coins.
Normally, it would cost 998 gold coins, but meeting here in this out-of-the-way corner must be fate. The beggar's words were persuasive, almost hypnotic.
System, would you like to spend 10 gold coins to purchase the skill treasure map? Muchen smirked inwardly. As expected, it was this mysterious beggar.
Keeping his expression neutral, he directly clicked no and said in a calm tone, Sorry, I don't have that much money.
You'd better wait for someone else fated to meet you.
With that, he turned around and walked away, his steps firm, pretending to leave. The beggar quickly stretched out his dirty hand, blocking Muchen's path.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't be so hasty. I'm offering you this deal because of our special connection.
I wouldn't part with this treasure map for 100 gold coins if it were anyone else. But for you, just 3 gold coins, 8 silver coins, and 98 copper coins, and it's yours.
System, would you like to spend 3 gold coins, 8 silver coins, and 98 copper coins to purchase the skill treasure map? Muchen chuckled. This beggar was indeed impressive, even knowing the exact amount of currency he carried.
If he hadn't read the guide about this hidden event in his previous life, he might have fallen for it.
Without hesitation, he clicked no again and said, The most I'll offer is 1 gold coin and 1 copper coin. If you agree, let's make the trade.
The beggar froze, murmuring to himself as if calculating something. His murky eyes fixed on Muchen with a curious intensity, as if trying to see through him. Then, he let out a strange, eerie laugh. You truly are my fated one, kid. The price you offered just happens to meet my lowest standard. This deal is yours. System, you have spent 1 gold coin and 1 copper coin to purchase the skill treasure map.
Ding! With 2 crisp chimes, 1 gold coin and 1 copper coin flew out on their own, landing in the beggar's mysterious golden bowl with a pleasant clink.
The transaction complete, the mysterious beggar turned and walked toward the street corner without a backward glance. His pace seemed slow, yet within moments, he vanished into thin air, as if he had never been there.
Mu Chen quickly checked his inventory. Mysterious skill treasure map. Quality? Description: this is a mysterious treasure map. The parchment is slightly yellowed and exudes an ancient, enigmatic aura. Mu Chen frowned slightly, his heart filled with doubt. I've got the item, but something's off about the timing of this beggar's appearance. He murmured to himself, his voice tinged with confusion. As he recalled, in his previous life, players only encountered the beggar after reaching level 50. Yet the game had only launched 2 days ago, and here the beggar was. Adding in the experience boost from the beginner's village, this was already the second event that didn't align with his memories from his past life. Could it be that he hadn't truly returned to the past but had instead arrived in some parallel world? Frustration flickered across Mu Chen's face as he shook his head, unable to make sense of the situation. Forget it. No point dwelling on it for now. He clenched his fists as if steeling his resolve. Taking a deep breath, his eyes shifted to the 2 pet eggs in his inventory. A spark of anticipation ignited in his gaze. Reaching into his backpack, he retrieved the pet eggs and clicked on use one after the other. System: congratulations! You have obtained the pet Dark Spider. Dark Spider. Level: 11. Health points: 320 out of 320. Attack power: 97. Defense: 71. Agility: 32. Skill 1 Deadly Pierce, omitted. Skill 2 Web Spray. Skill 3 Extreme Agility. Skill 4 Lethal Venom. System: congratulations! You have acquired the pet Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper. Level: 11. Health points: 390 out of 390. Attack power: 105. Defense: 89. Agility: 35. Skill 1 Shadow Strike, omitted. Skill 2 Crescent Void Slash. Skill 3 Shadow Roar. Skill 4 Soul Release. Mu Chen took a deep breath, a surge of determination igniting in his heart. Without hesitation, he activated the talent skill Mastery over all spirits. His gaze instantly became sharp and focused, locking onto his target like an arrow. Decisively, he chose to synthesize the skills. After a brief moment of consideration, he decided to place the Night Spider as the primary pet and the Gravekeeper as the secondary pet. Without further ado, he pressed the synthesis button. In the next moment, a massive magic formation suddenly appeared on the synthesis screen. Brilliant light burst forth like fireworks, capturing everyone's attention. The 2 pets on the synthesis page seemed to be drawn together by an invisible force, slowly moving toward each other. Then, an intense white light erupted from the formation, so dazzling it was almost impossible to keep one's eyes open. As the white light gradually faded, a gigantic armored spider emerged on the synthesis page. This colossal black spider looked like a demon straight out of a nightmare. Its massive body resembled a towering black mountain, covered entirely in thick, black armor that gleamed with a cold metallic sheen under the faint light. Each plate of armor was as sharp as a blade, striking fear into anyone who dared to look at it. The spider's head was shaped like a huge triangle, resembling the skull of a demon. Its 8 crimson eyes burned like the flames of hell, exuding a chilling, merciless aura that conveyed an unrelenting killing intent. Its mouth was lined with sharp fangs, as menacing and deadly as spears, ready to tear apart any prey that dared to come close. The spider's legs extended like sharp swords, each several meters long. The edges of its legs were serrated and gleamed with a menacing light, as if they could easily slice through anything in their path. System: congratulations! You have acquired the armored black spider as your pet. Mu Chen hurriedly opened the pet panel, his heart brimming with excitement and anticipation. Armored black spider, evolution count, 1. Level: 11. Health points: 1250/1250, HP growth, plus 50 per level. Attack power, 184. Defense, 135 plus 50. Agility, 45. Skill 1 A Web Bind. Spits sticky spider silk to immobilize the enemy. Skill 2 Shadow Assault. Charges at an enemy at lightning speed and launches an attack. Skill 3 Sequential Slashes. Swiftly strikes with razor-sharp front legs, unleashing a series of slashes. Sword energy sweeps across all targets in its path. Skill 4 A Death Void Slash. Charges energy and lifts both legs high, spinning and moving rapidly to unleash multiple circular slashes. The sword energy attacks all enemies within range. During the skill, the spider remains in an unflinching domineering state. Skill 5 Bloodthirsty Fury. Unleashes its bloodthirsty nature, dramatically boosting its attributes. Skill 6 Iron Shell, passive skill. greatly increases defense.
Mu Chen stared intently at the pet's attribute panel, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "Holy crap!
This synthesized pet has so many skills, this is insane."
He continued excitedly, "And it seems like not only do the pets inherit the skills they had before synthesis, but their attributes get
upgraded and enhanced as well.
Just imagine combining Death Void Slash with sequential slashes, that would be absolutely epic.
That scene would undoubtedly be spectacular."
However, when his eyes fell on the pet panel's status line, evolution count 1, his brows furrowed slightly as he fell into deep thought.
After evolution, both skills and attributes will improve significantly.
Although the giant black spider's skills are flashy and cool right now, from a value standpoint,
higher attributes are better.
Pairing it with the skeleton assassin for a one-hit kill would be the ultimate strategy. There's no need to go for all these fancy tricks. After thinking it through, Mu Chen decisively opened the evolution skill page. Taking a deep breath, he placed the giant black spider into the slot designated for evolution.
Without hesitation, he clicked on Evolve.
In an instant, the six-pointed star array on the page erupted with a thick beam of black and crimson light, like a wild dragon breaking free
from its chains.
The light surged with overwhelming power and a suffocating sense of oppression, enveloping the giant black spider in a flash. The dazzling brilliance dimmed everything around it, as though the entire world had been swallowed. The light vanished as quickly as it had come, leaving behind a still and quiet scene. On the page remained only a black and crimson orb of light, resembling a deep and unfathomable vortex, radiating a mysterious aura.
Tiny streaks of electricity flickered across its surface, as if whispering secrets of the unknown.
Beneath the orb, glowing text displayed.
Time remaining for evolution, 5 hours 59 minutes and 32 seconds. What's going on? It actually needs time?
Mu Chen's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with disbelief.
Last time, the skeleton assassin evolved instantly.
Why does it need time now? He muttered, his brows furrowing as waves of confusion surged in his mind.
This probably isn't a bad thing.
Usually, situations like this mean the pet will evolve into something even stronger. He mumbled to himself, his gaze fixed intently on the mysterious black and crimson light orb, eyes glimmering with anticipation.
Just then, the sharp tone of a system notification rang out. System, the Phantom Realm is about to close.
All players, please prepare to log off.
Time remaining, 300 seconds.
Mu Chen snapped back to reality, his eyes catching sight of the system prompt. Realizing where he was, he decisively chose to log out of the game. He slowly opened his eyes, his hand moving almost mechanically to remove the still-warm gaming helmet. Rising from his seat, he walked toward the bathroom with a dazed expression. After a brief wash, he casually grabbed a packet of nutrient fluid, tilted his head back, and downed it in one gulp. Lifting his hand, his eyes locked onto the balance displayed on his account, 9,201,967 blue star coins. Mu Chen stared blankly, slumping onto the sofa with a slight backward lean, his body resting against the backrest. In his previous life, he had spent an entire year grinding tirelessly in the game, barely managing to scrape together a little over 100,000 blue star coins. And now, just the second day since the game's launch, his account held a fortune nearing 10 million. His eyes revealed a hint of bewilderment, as if he were trapped in a dream. Everything felt so surreal. He thought back to that fateful moment when he pulled the trigger, believing he had come to terms with the inevitability of death. Yet, when he awoke again, fate had granted him a second chance.
Mu Chen instinctively reached into his pocket, searching for a pack of cigarettes.
But his fingers found nothing but emptiness. He paused, then let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Only now did he remember he hadn't learned how to smoke in this life. The room was cloaked in silence. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, painting dappled patterns of light and shadow on the floor. Mu Chen's figure, caught in the interplay of light and shadow, appeared lonely and lost, as if out of place in this world.
Suddenly, bang, bang, bang. A series of urgent and forceful knocks shattered the stillness.
Mu Chen's face filled with confusion as he lifted his head, his brows furrowing slightly, a flicker of wariness flashing in his eyes. He stood up slowly and approached the door, glancing at the image displayed on the security monitor. The moment the figure appeared on the screen, Mu Chen's pupils contracted sharply, his heart pounding as though 1,000 galloping horses were charging through it. It was a face he knew all too well, Shou Fanyi, his childhood friend. Memories from the past surged like a tidal wave. Those were dark and harrowing days.
Once, when his family fell into ruin, relatives and friends had avoided him like the plague.
Only two people had stood unwaveringly by his side, and one of them was Shou Fanyi. Back then, to help him seek vengeance, Shou Fanyi had gone so far as to leverage his vast family connections. Through countless hardships, he had finally secured the sniper rifle Mu Chen needed. It was with Shou Fanyi's help that Mu Chen had managed to claw his way out of despair.
Mu Chen's hands tightened unconsciously, his body trembling slightly, and his eyes growing moist. Bang! 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 Shun! Help me!
The frantic knocking on the door was deafening, as if it would break the door down. As soon as Mu Chen opened the door, Yi Xiaofan rushed in like a whirlwind, quickly shutting the door behind him.
He leaned against it, gasping for breath. Chen, we're best brothers, right?
Yi Xiaofan's eyes were filled with panic as he stared directly at Mu Chen, his tone desperate.
Mu Chen, puzzled by his disheveled appearance, nodded slightly. Fan, what happened? Good, as long as we're brothers. I ran away from home. If my parents call you, don't tell them you've seen me. Definitely don't tell them I'm here. Yi Xiaofan panted as he spoke urgently, sweat rolling down his forehead like raindrops.
Mu Chen's expression shifted slightly, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He nodded in agreement. All right, but first, tell me what happened.
I need a good laugh.
Yi Xiaofan collapsed onto the sofa, clutching his hair in frustration.
Don't even mention it.
I'm only 20, and my family already arranged a blind date for me.
It's absolutely ridiculous. Look at me, I'm handsome, young, and loaded. My future is an open sea.
Do you know what the sea tastes like?
There's no way I'm going on a blind date. So you ran away from home?
Mu Chen crossed his arms, his face full of amusement.
What else could I do? They locked me in my room and even stationed 2 people to guard the door. The girl was supposed to come today.
I had no choice but to escape. Yi Xiaofan grew increasingly agitated, suddenly springing up from the sofa.
You should have at least met her. What if you liked her?
Mu Chen teased, a sly smile playing on his lips.
Get lost.
Those are all business marriages.
I'm not doing it. I'm looking for true love.
Yi Xiaofan waved his hand dismissively, his frustration clear.
All right, true love. Let's go. We haven't hung out in a while. Let me treat you to a meal. Mu Chen patted his shoulder. Haven't hung out in a while? Are you out of your mind? We just met a few days ago.
Yi Xiaofan rolled his eyes at him.
Are you coming or not? Mu Chen raised an eyebrow. Fine, but wait a second. Yi Xiaofan opened Mu Chen's wardrobe with practiced ease and changed into his clothes.
Just then, Yi Xiaofan's eyes caught sight of something by the bed, a gaming helmet.
Ha! Chen, you're playing Phantom Realm too?
His eyes lit up instantly.
In a few quick strides, he was by the bed, picking up the helmet to examine it. Yeah, started playing when the servers opened.
Mu Chen smiled faintly, leaning against the wall with his hands lazily stuffed in his pockets.
Perfect.
Tonight, let's raid a dungeon together.
I cleared one last night. Are you level 10 yet? What class are you playing?
Yi Xiaofan beamed with pride.
Level 10 already. I'm playing Summoner. Mu Chen's tone remained calm. What? Summoner?
Listen to me, delete that character and pick a new class.
No one plays that garbage class. Yi Xiaofan's expression exaggerated into disbelief.
He widened his eyes and waved his hands as if trying to erase the mere existence of the Summoner class.
Mu Chen chuckled lightly and shook his head. I actually think it's alright. Let's go eat first. We'll talk about the game later.
With that, he headed for the door.
Fine.
Yi Xiaofan shrugged helplessly and quickly followed. Outside a high-end 4-star restaurant, a familiar figure appeared, Lu Ruyan. Her graceful figure stood out, but her nervous demeanor suggested she was waiting for someone. The moment Yi Xiaofan saw her, his brows furrowed deeply, forming a sharp V. He shot Mu Chen a sidelong glance, muttering under his breath, bad luck. His tone was filled with disdain and irritation.
Noticing them approach, Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up. She hurried over, forcing a smile and speaking in a sweet voice. Mu Chen, Yi Xiaofan, what a coincidence. Are you two here for dinner as well? Yi Xiaofan responded coldly, his face like a frosty mask. Move. I don't know you. His voice was icy, devoid of any warmth. Lu Ruyan's face instantly paled. No amount of makeup could hide her shock and anger. She turned to Mu Chen, her voice tinged with grievance. Mu Chen, look at your friend. How can he talk to me like that? Mu Chen glanced at Lu Ruyan, a faint, cold smile curving his lips. Get lost. The single word thundered in her ears, striking her heart like a hammer. She froze in place, her face draining of color until it was as pale as paper. The rosy glow that once adorned her cheeks seemed to vanish entirely. She never expected that Mu Chen, who had always treated her so kindly, would be so merciless. Mu Chen ignored her and walked right past her with Yi Xiaofan, heading straight toward the restaurant. Lu Ruyan, furious beyond measure, clenched her fists tightly and gritted her teeth as she spat out, "Just you wait." Then she turned and stormed away, the sharp clack of her high heels striking the ground like a rhythm of anger. After the two of them sat down, Yi Xiaofan scrutinized Mu Chen from head to toe, his face filled with surprise and confusion. "Chen, you've changed. Truly changed. You're no longer the pathetic lapdog for that snake of a woman."
I was blinded before, Muchen sighed softly, a trace of relief flashing in his eyes.
Now this is the Chun I know. Tell me what kind of girl you like, and I'll introduce you to someone. Every single girl in my contacts is leagues better than her.
You know, she had the nerve to try to seduce me behind your back, even though she knew we're brothers.
I was so pissed off.
The more Yi Xiufan spoke, the more agitated he became, almost slamming the table in frustration.
Muchen smiled faintly and waved his hand lightly. It's all in the past. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's eat first. Let's go somewhere else then. My parents blocked me from the family's shared account, and my personal account only has a bit of pocket money left.
We can come back here another day, Yi Xiufan said helplessly, shrugging with an awkward smile.
Don't worry. I'll treat you this time.
Order whatever you want, Muchen declared boldly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Yi Xiufan looked doubtful, muttering under his breath, Chen, let's just go somewhere simple.
No need to go overboard. Muchen gave a mysterious smile, still not answering directly.
Instead, he quickly transferred 1 million blue star coins to Yi Xiufan's account.
The notification sound rang out, and Yi Xiufan instinctively checked his account.
The moment he saw the balance, his eyes widened in shock.
Holy sh! Godfather!
What followed was Yi Xiufan unapologetically ordering the most extravagant dishes on the menu, indulging without restraint. That meal alone cost them a staggering 250,000 blue star coins, a display of luxury that left even the staff speechless. As they stepped out of the restaurant, 3 sleek black luxury cars roared into view and screeched to a halt in front of them.
The car doors swung open, and several men in suits quickly surrounded them, the atmosphere growing tense in an instant. Yi Xiufan's cheerful expression vanished, replaced by a look of resignation. His unease was palpable.
The man leading the group walked forward with steady steps, offering a slight bow. His tone was respectful yet firm. Young Master Yi, the master and madam have instructed me to bring you home.
How did you even find me?
Yi Xiufan asked coldly, his voice tinged with anger and frustration. The man hesitated briefly before replying, Young Master, your communicator has a locator. Please don't make this difficult for us.
Come with us. The master is very upset right now.
Yi Xiufan sighed deeply and turned to Mu Chen, saying helplessly, Chen, it seems I can't escape this one.
Mu Chen gave a sly smile. Fan, don't be so pessimistic. Go meet your blind date. What if she turns out to be your type? Wouldn't that make your day? Alright, Chen, I'll take your words as a blessing.
I guess I'll go see what this is all about, Yi Xiufan replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head.
Oh, by the way, don't forget to add me as a friend in the game. My ID is Gaze into the Abyss, he added. Got it, Mu Chen responded calmly. Watching the black cars drive off into the distance, Mu Chen couldn't help but smile faintly.
Back at home, Mu Chen sat alone on the sofa, sinking into the soft cushions. After a moment of hesitation, he decisively transferred 5 million blue star coins to his mother's account. As expected, within 5 seconds, his mother's familiar and frantic voice came through the phone.
Chen Chun, where did you get so much money?
Her tone was a mix of shock and concern. Mom, I'm handsome, so a rich lady decided to become my sugar mama, Mu Chen joked lightly. The other end of the line fell silent, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife.
It was suffocating. Mom, I was kidding. It's money I earned from a game.
I got lucky and scored a few rare items, Mu Chen quickly explained, a trace of urgency in his voice.
Chen, I'd sooner believe you had a sugar mama.
If the game was as lucrative as you claim, who would even bother working anymore? His mother replied, her tone filled with skepticism.
Mom, check the transaction records.
You'll see the game company's logo on them.
You and Dad should come back home. From now on, I'll take care of you. Just enjoy life, Mu Chen said earnestly. Alright, your dad just checked the records. They're legitimate. We feel more at ease now. Take care of yourself. We'll head back once we wrap up our business here. Who would complain about making more money, anyway?
His mother's tone softened slightly.
Mu Chen sighed in resignation. Alright, just make sure to take care of yourselves. Brat, do you think we need you to worry about us? Just take care of yourself. Don't go squandering money now.
Your mom and I are busy, so we'll talk later, his father's voice interjected from the background.
Got it, Dad, Mu Chen replied.
After hanging up, he leaned back on the sofa and stared at the ceiling, a complex mix of emotions swirling in his heart. After a brief rest, Mu Chen dived back into his physical training. As soon as he began moving, a peculiar sensation surged through his body. It felt as though his physical capabilities had significantly improved overnight. Every stretch, every jump, every weighted exercise felt far easier than ever before, as if his body had been infused with some mysterious strength.
That evening, he hastily ordered takeout and settled his dinner quickly. After washing up, he collapsed onto his bed, exhausted, yet his eyes remained fixed on the clock, counting down to the moment the game would begin. Finally, the time arrived. Unable to contain his excitement, he donned the gaming helmet, instantly immersing himself in the dazzling world of the game. In the Star City, white lights flickered incessantly, like countless radiant stars falling to Earth, illuminating the city in a celestial glow. Dreamlike light and shadows intertwined, painting a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Players' silhouettes emerged faintly amidst the radiance, their joyous laughter and excited shouts blending into a cacophony of bustling energy. Standing amidst the lively crowd, Muchen felt momentarily dazed but quickly snapped back to reality. He eagerly extended his hand to open the talent skill page. On the screen, a mysterious orb of light radiated an enchanting glow, clearly displaying the message. Evolution complete. Activate? Muchen's heart pounded like a war drum, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Without hesitation, he clicked yes. In an instant, a black and red beam of light shot skyward from the evolution screen, roaring like a raging dragon. The powerful energy ripples caused the surrounding space to tremble faintly. The beam pierced the heavens, painting the entire screen with an apocalyptic hue. The next moment, a massive black spider materialized before him. Its black exoskeleton was as exquisite as dragon scales crafted by a master artisan, tightly arranged and impeccably aligned. Each scale shimmered with a dark, mysterious luster, as if drawn from the depths of the abyss, exuding an aura of endless depth and the unknown. The spider's slender legs resembled peerless blades, razor-sharp and elegantly streamlined. The chilling glint on its legs seemed capable of freezing one's very soul. Its head bore two massive compound eyes, glowing like fiery crimson flames, their flickering light radiating boundless fury and bloodlust. Its enormous abdomen bore intricate patterns, seemingly imbued with arcane power. The creature's form flickered in and out of visibility, ghost-like and elusive, vanishing and reappearing with no discernible pattern, as though it could traverse dimensions at will. Its presence was unnerving yet captivating, a perfect blend of menace and mystery. The overall appearance was both awe-inspiring and enigmatic, exuding an unparalleled beauty. System notification: congratulations! You have obtained the Nether Dragon Armored Spider. Muchen's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the Nether Dragon Armored Spider's stunning form, as though locked onto it by an invisible force. His eyes burned with fervent excitement, and his heart pounded wildly in his chest, as though it might burst free. He couldn't wait to extend his hand and swiftly open the spider's stat panel. Nether Dragon Armored Spider. Level 11. Health 1300 of 1300. Health growth, gains plus 60 HP per level. Attack power, 378. Formula, 97, player intelligence, times 3.9, spider's attack growth. Defense, 126 plus 80. Formula, 97, player intelligence, times 1.3, spider's defense growth. Agility, 106. Formula, 97, player intelligence, times 1.1, spider's agility growth. Skill 1, Nether Assault, LV.1. Active skill, the sharp leg blades lunge at the target, dealing 1323 damage. Additionally, there's a 50% chance to freeze the target for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 25 seconds, max level, 5, improves with proficiency. Skill 2, Nether Dance, LV.1. Active skill, moves swiftly with an eerie footwork for 8 seconds. Deals 793 true damage, ignores defense, to any targets in its path and guarantees a 100% freeze for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds, max level, 5, improves with proficiency. Skill 3, Skyshroud Web Array. Active skill, leaps high into the air, spraying a massive web downward, ensnaring all enemies within range for 10 seconds. Targets are poisoned, suffering 100 true damage per second for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Skill 4, Nether Stare, LV.1. Active skill, glares at enemies with scarlet eyes, stunning them for 6 seconds and reducing their defense by 100%. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Skill 5, Dragon Scale Armor. Passive skill, grows an ink-black exoskeleton, significantly boosting defense. Defense plus 80 points. Muchen's eyes were glued to the Nether Dragon Armored Spider's sleek stat panel, his expression filled with uncontainable enthusiasm. His heart raced, hammering against his ribcage as if it might burst free at any moment. Without hesitation, he reached out and delved deeper into the spider's skill details. Skills Overview. Skill 6, Nether Void. A passive skill, this rare Nether Void physique automatically shifts the user into an alternate dimensional void for 1 second every 3 seconds. During this time, the user becomes invincible and dispels all negative status effects. Exclusive skill, Nether Fusion. An active skill that allows the user to fuse with their contracted entity using the power of the contract. Upon fusion, the contractor inherits all attributes of the Nether Dragon Armored Spider. During this period, all original equipment, items, and skills become inactive. The contractor gains the following skills: Nether Assault, Nether Dance, Nether Gaze, Dragon Scale Armor, Nether Void, and Nether Slash. Nether Slash. An active skill where the user wields a weapon to unleash a powerful slash that targets everything along its path. It deals 945 points of damage and has a 10% chance to freeze the target for 2 seconds. Cooldown, 2 seconds. The fusion lasts for 600 seconds and ends when the contractor's HP drops to 0. Note, the Nether Dragon Armored Spider dies if its HP reaches 0. Cooldown, 24 hours. Pet equipment, none. Mu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he finished reading the skill descriptions. "This is insane," he exclaimed, breaking into an excited laugh. "Ha ha ha, who else can compare to this? This pet's stats are practically on par with a mythical beast." His face lit up with uncontainable joy, and his heart surged with anticipation. Staring at the exclusive fusion skill of the Nether Dragon Armored Spider, he could barely resist the urge to try it out immediately. But after a moment's pause, he decided it was best to test it out in a dungeon. After all, wasting a skill with a 24-hour cooldown wasn't an option. Suppressing his excitement, Mu Chen decisively opened his own attribute panel and allocated a general skill point to Heart of Benevolence. Heart of Benevolence, Level 2. A passive skill that increases the capacity of the user's pet space by 3 slots and slightly raises the drop rate of pet eggs from defeated bosses. With that done, he eagerly opened his friends list. To his disappointment, the screen showed that Wan is that you was still offline, a faint sense of loneliness washing over him. Mu Chen quickly typed in the ID Gaze into the Abyss. Seconds later, the page displayed the following: Gaze into the Abyss, Level 10, Warrior, pending friend request approval. Almost immediately, the other party accepted. Gaze into the Abyss, huh? Is this the famous brothel ballad master? Mu Chen's lips curved into a sly smile as his fingers danced across the keyboard. Brothel ballad master, oh? Didn't you say summoners are trash that even dogs wouldn't play? And now you're calling me a master? Gaze into the Abyss, WTF. You're dust bro? For all. Mu Chen chuckled softly, shaking his head. Brothel ballad master, it's me. Keep my identity a secret, don't tell anyone. Gaze into the Abyss, no way, how could you really be dust bro? Alright, fine, I won't tell anyone. Brothel ballad master, so, want to run a dungeon together? Meet me at the Star City gates. Gaze into the Abyss, sure, but I'll need 2 spots. Brothel ballad master, alright, hurry up. Closing the friend panel, Mu Chen let out a satisfied sigh and promptly added Yishio Fan to his party. Then, striding confidently, he made his way to the busy gates of Star City, standing quietly amidst the bustling crowd. Before long, a dashing male character approached with a confident stride, accompanied by a female player with delicate features. System message: Party member Gaze into the Abyss has invited Snowy Milk to join the party. Mu Chen's eyebrow twitched slightly at the sight of the name. Every time he read it, it brought to mind peculiar connotations. With a helpless smile, he clicked accept. Snowy Milk, wow. So you weren't lying, you actually know the legendary brothel ballad master. Gaze into the Abyss, huh, believe me now? Snowy Milk, yes, I believe you. Brothel ballad master, Abyss bro? Is this your girlfriend? Gaze into the Abyss, yep. Snowy Milk, pft. Don't be shameless, I haven't agreed to anything. Gaze into the Abyss, it's only a matter of time. Snowy Milk, Master Ballad, add me as a friend. Brothel ballad master, sure. Player profile, Snowy Milk, Level 10, Archer. The trio moved swiftly, their steps as light as the wind. They traversed a dense forest, following the winding river to the east. The surrounding woods grew increasingly ominous, with gargantuan trees looming like hidden giants. Their twisted branches reached out like claws, as if trying to block their path. A thin mist shrouded the area, further intensifying the eerie and suffocating atmosphere. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a glowing, flickering secret realm. Only a dozen players lingered nearby, giving the location an unusually desolate feel. Yi Xiao. Fan stopped in his tracks, his brows furrowed as he surveyed the area. Is this really the entrance to the Dark Forest dungeon you were talking about? He asked skeptically. Mu Chen nodded firmly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Yes, this is a dungeon for levels 10 to 19, but the set items dropped here are different. Wait, here, I'll fill the party, and then we'll head out. After speaking, Mu Chen took a deep breath and quickly posted a message in the current channel. Courtesan Melody, looking for 2 players to grind XP. 10 silver per slot, any class is fine. All loot belongs to me. Limited spots, first come, first served. System, Slim But Never Fit has applied to join your party. System, Corn 59 has applied to join your party. Without hesitation, Mu Chen clicked accept. Slim But Never Fit, boss, can I pay with blue star coins instead? Corn 59, boss, same here. I don't have that much silver on me. Courtesan Melody, fine 10,000 blue star coins. After the transactions were completed, Mu Chen strode toward the dungeon entrance. System, your party's loot distribution mode has changed to party leader allocation. System, do you wish to enter the Dark Forest dungeon? Party limit, 5 players, daily entry count, 2 halves. Mu Chen clicked confirm without hesitation. System, please select difficulty, easy, adventurer, champion, king, hell, unlock by achieving an S rating in king difficulty, but he decisively chose king difficulty. In an instant, a dazzling light flashed, and the party's figures disappeared from where they stood. As soon as they entered the dark forest, they were engulfed by a drifting fog. The mist moved like a living entity, flowing and churning unpredictably. Towering trees loomed in the surroundings, their thick trunks seemingly piercing toward the heavens. Their twisted branches resembled the clawed hands of demons, grotesque and chilling. Beyond the immediate vicinity, everything was obscured, as though countless secrets and dangers were hidden within the fog, making one's heartbeat quicken. The area was eerily silent, as if time itself had frozen. Every breath, every slight movement, felt magnified and jarring. System, you have entered the Dark Forest dungeon. Difficulty, King. Mu Chen gazed at the familiar surroundings and smiled faintly. Memories surged back then, he had grinded this dungeon twice daily. To level up, so much so that he could almost vomit from the monotony. Every detail of this place was etched deeply in his mind. Follow me, Mu Chen commanded, his voice steady and resolute. Without hesitation, he strode forward. The group exchanged nervous glances but silently followed. Reaching an open clearing ahead, Mu Chen suddenly raised his hand, signaling the team to stop. His movements were swift and decisive, his eyes radiating caution. Without delay, he deftly moved his hands, summoning the skeletal assassin, Brock. Brock's pale, skeletal frame stood out starkly in the mist, moving forward with mechanical precision. The moment Brock stepped into the clearing, decayed arms shot up from the black soil. These arms, draped in rotting flesh, emitted a nauseating stench. Moments later, twisted bodies clawed their way out of the ground, their grotesque faces sending shivers down spines, as guttural growls escaped their throats. 5 grotesque creatures now stood before the group. Dark rotting corpse, level, 15, HP, 810/810, attack power, 175, defense, 56, agility, 17, skill 1, savage pounce. Active skill, charges at the target with immense speed and bites, dealing 280 damage. Inflicts a corpse poison effect, causing 15 HP loss per second for 3 seconds. Skill 2, Undead Resilience. Passive skill, upon reaching 0 HP, regenerates to full health after 5 minutes. Immune to all status abnormalities. Mu Chen's gaze sharpened, and a tense atmosphere settled over the party. Gaze into abyss, these things look so disgusting. Milky snowflake, more like terrifying. Slim But Never Fit, terrifying +1. Corn 59, terrifying +2. Unintentionally, Yi Xiaofan noticed that Milky Snowflake's body was trembling uncontrollably. Her face grew even paler under the eerie ambience. His heart tightened, and without a second thought, he reached out and grabbed her hand. Milky Snowflake was startled and instinctively tried to pull away, but Yi Xiaofan seemed prepared, tightening his grip instead. She glanced around nervously. In the ghastly environment, it felt as if countless eyes were watching them from within the fog, and the occasional strange noises made her heart race even faster. After a moment of hesitation, she decided not to resist anymore and allowed Yi Xiaofan to hold her hand tightly. At this moment, Yi Xiaofan felt secretly pleased and silently gave his good brother, Mu Chen, a mental thumbs up. This dungeon was a brilliant choice, practically a divine assist. Feeling the soft yet slightly cool sensation in his hand, the corners of his lips curled upward unconsciously, and the tension in his heart eased slightly with this small sense of triumph. Mu Chen's gaze burned like fire as he locked eyes on the grotesque monster before him. His lips pressed tightly together, not uttering a single sound. Then, he raised his arm, signaling the skeletal assassin, Block, to attack. Block, the skeletal assassin, moved like a phantom, darting forward with extraordinary speed. Accompanied by a faint clack-clack sound, the noise was eerily clear in the silent surroundings, as if it were a call from the depths of hell. When it entered the range of its skill, Block instantly unleashed Shadow Strike. Its figure vanished in an instant, seemingly merging into the darkness. The next second, like a ghost, it reappeared behind the dark corpse. The dagger in its hand slashed in a flash of icy cold light. A muffled thud followed as a massive wound opened on the dark corpse's back, and a huge damage number floated up, -988. The calculation formula was as follows: 3.2 skill damage coefficient, 365, blocks attack power, 3.2 skill damage coefficient, 56, dark corpse's defense. The dark corpse's body shuddered violently, the light in its eyes dimming instantly before it collapsed stiffly to the ground. Block didn't hesitate. The Shadow Strike skill cooled down instantly. Like a flash of lightning, its figure disappeared again, reappearing behind another dark corpse. With a glint of cold light, the dagger struck once more. A series of damage numbers floated up in quick succession. -990, -1977 critical, -1980 critical, -1978 critical. In just a moment, 5 dark corpses fell like harvested wheat, instantly killed. The corpses lay sprawled unevenly across the ground, and the air was filled with an eerie aura. System: you have slain a dark corpse, LV 15, and gained 300 experience points. Dungeon bonus: experience points are not reduced by party distribution. Mu Chen turned his head, his gaze sweeping across the group. In a calm tone, he said, "Move quickly. If these dark corpses aren't burned, they'll revive in 5 minutes." His voice was strikingly clear in the sinister atmosphere, carrying a hint of urgency. The surrounding mist grew thicker, as if countless invisible hands were tugging at them. The stench of decay in the air was nauseating. Upon hearing this, the group's faces showed surprise. Yi Xiufan tightened his grip on the pale Snozy, who bit her lip nervously, her eyes brimming with tension. Without hesitation, the group quickly followed Mu Chen, their hurried footsteps echoing loudly in the silent forest. Mu Chen's brows furrowed tightly, his puzzlement deepening the grimness of his expression. He strode forward quickly, his eyes scanning the surroundings as he muttered to himself, "Why does this dungeon feel so much more realistic than before?" His sharp gaze swept over every minute detail. At that moment, the wind took on an unnatural quality, brushing against their faces with a chilling touch. Unconsciously, he rubbed his arms, as though trying to dispel the inexplicable cold. Stopping in his tracks, Mu Chen carefully observed his surroundings but found nothing out of the ordinary. Shaking his head in resignation, he smiled bitterly and muttered, "Maybe I've just become overly sensitive since my rebirth." Taking a deep breath, he continued to lead the group deeper into the dungeon, his tightly knit brows never relaxing. Breaking the silence, Yi Xiufan suddenly exclaimed with excitement gleaming in his eyes, "Hey, Brother Mu, your pet is insane. Cross-level instant kills? Could it be a divine beast?" His voice rang out loudly in the eerie dungeon. Mu Chen smiled faintly and replied casually, "How could it be a divine beast? A divine beast is far stronger than this. What's the matter, Brother Abyss, interested in this pet?" Yi Xiufan nodded eagerly. "Of course I'm interested. Can you hook me up with one too?" Mu Chen didn't answer directly. Instead, he initiated a trade with Yi Xiufan in the virtual interface. His fingers moved swiftly across the screen, his brows furrowing slightly, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he sighed and said, "Brother Abyss, I can't. It's bound by contract. I couldn't give it to you even if I wanted to. I'll try to get a high-quality pet egg for you next time. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Here, learn this skill." With that, Mu Chen quickly retrieved a skill book, Death Whirlwind, from his inventory and unhesitatingly tossed it to Yi Xiufan. "Holy crap, you even have a skill like this? I don't play games much, but even I can tell how rare this thing is. Wouldn't it be a waste for me to learn it?" Yi Xiufan caught the skill book with both hands, his eyes widening in disbelief. Nukin crossed his arms and said calmly, "What do you mean, a waste? If I give it to you, just learn it. There's no need to be polite with me, I don't lack money right now. You're lucky, playing a warrior class. This skill suits you perfectly." Snowy, with her fair complexion, leaned in curiously, tilting her head. "What is it? Why are you guys being so secretive?" Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as her small hands unconsciously tugged at Yi Xiufan's sleeve. Yi Xiufan gave a mysterious smile and directly posted the skill Death Whirlwind into the team chat. "Snowy, WTF. Her voice was sharp, filled with astonishment. "Slim but strong, WTF +1. Corn 59, WTF +2. Gazing Abyss, ladies, please, mind your image. There are 2 handsome guys in the team here, you know." He shook his head, chuckling, his eyes full of indulgent amusement. "Snowy, hoof, who cares?" She pouted and threw Yi Xiufan a coquettish glare. "Gazing Abyss, what a rebellious little one. This is exactly the type of girl I like." "Snowy, shut up." Her face instantly turned bright red, and she spun around with a pretend huff. At that moment, her lively presence seemed to dispel much of the eerie atmosphere lingering in the dungeon.
Emerging from the dense, misty forest, a mysterious altar suddenly came into view.
The altar was constructed from massive black stone blocks, each exuding an ancient, enigmatic aura.
The surface of the stones was weathered and pitted, as though whispering tales of long-forgotten times. At the center of the altar stood a towering stone pillar, engraved with strange runes and patterns that flickered faintly, as if murmuring in a language no one could understand. Scattered across the ground surrounding the altar were shattered bones and rusted weapons, remnants of a ferocious battle long past. Circling the altar, 7 dark, decaying corpses wandered aimlessly.
Among them, one stood out distinctly. It was entirely ice blue, as though sculpted from frost. With every step it took, the earth beneath its feet froze over, leaving behind a shimmering, icy trail. The frost spread outward, and the surrounding air grew frigid, radiating a white, bone-chilling mist. Frost Corpse Leader. Level, 18. HP, 6300/6300. Attack, 213. Defense, 65. Agility, 23. Skill 1, Frost Assault. An active skill that channels the power of ice, lunging toward the target at great speed to deal 257 damage, 1.6, skill damage coefficient, 213, Frost Corpse Leader's attack power, and freezing the target for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 2, Icy Breath. An active skill that unleashes a chilling breath, dealing 447 damage, 2.1, skill damage coefficient, 213, Frost Corpse Leader's attack power, to all targets within range and freezing them for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Skill 3, Undead Being. A passive skill. When HP reaches 0, the Frost Corpse Leader will fully revive after 5 minutes and is immune to all abnormal status effects. Skill 4, Ice Domain. A passive skill that creates an icy domain around the Frost Corpse Leader, reducing enemy movement speed by 50%. Enemies who remain within the domain for 5 seconds are frozen for 3 seconds. The timer resets if they leave and re-enter the domain. Muken squinted his eyes, his gaze sharp like an eagle's, carefully observing the distribution of the dark corpses around him. His expression was focused, his thoughts racing as he swiftly formulated the best strategy. "You all wait here," he said, his tone steady and commanding. Without hesitation, Muken turned and walked toward a withered old tree beside the altar. The rest of the group exchanged puzzled glances, watching his movements with curiosity. Like a nimble monkey, he swiftly climbed the tree. Under their astonished gazes, he raised his weapon high and launched an attack on the nearest dark corpse. Ra-ag! The corpse let out a piercing shriek, its sound waves reverberating through the quiet space, shattering the silence. As if triggered by a signal, 2 other monsters nearby turned their heads, snarling and clawing as they charged toward Muken. But Muken remained unfazed. His eyes narrowed in determination as he gave a firm command, "Shadow Strike, Skeleton Assassin." The skeleton assassin vanished in an instant, followed by the sharp sound of blades slicing through the air. A flash of cold light streaked across the scene. The 3 dark corpses didn't even have time to react before deep wounds tore through their bodies. Like marionettes with severed strings, they collapsed heavily to the ground. The skeleton assassin reappeared, standing silently with its dagger gleaming coldly, radiating an aura of lethal intent. System, defeated Dark Rotting Corpse, LV.15, gain 300 EXP, dungeon bonus applied, experience unaffected by team reductions. Muchen glanced at the 4 remaining monsters near the altar, calculating in his mind, "This time, I can wipe them all out." His eyes gleamed like sharp blades as he gave the order decisively, "Attack!" The skeletal assassin received the command and instantly turned into a blur of shadow, dashing toward the Frost-Rotting Corpse Leader at lightning speed. Shadow Strike! In the blink of an eye, it appeared behind the leader. The dagger in its hand flashed like lightning, stabbing into the target with precision. A massive damage value floated above the leader's head. -960. Roar! The Frost-Rotting Corpse Leader let out a furious howl, a sound that seemed to tear at the soul and strike fear into the heart. Its twisted face became even more grotesque with anger as it suddenly launched a counterattack toward the skeletal assassin. It bent its massive frame, opened its bloodthirsty maw, and unleashed a visible blast of icy breath. Wherever the frost spread, the air seemed to freeze instantly, and a thick layer of frost rapidly formed on the ground. Just as the frost was about to touch the skeletal assassin, the assassin activated Shadow Dance. Its figure blurred immediately, merging with the darkness as if it had become one with the shadows. In the next instant, it reappeared as a streak of shadow, moving at an almost imperceptible speed to the side of the Frost-Rotting Corpse Leader. A second later, flashes of blade light erupted, accompanied by the sharp, piercing sound of air being sliced, swift and shrill, like the prelude to death. Damage values floated up from all 4 monsters. -1,500. The Frost-Rotting Corpse Leader trembled violently, its eyes filled with unwillingness and fury, but in the end, it collapsed powerlessly to the ground. System, defeated Dark Rotting Corpse, LV.15, gain 300 EXP, dungeon bonus applied, experience unaffected by team reductions. System, defeated Frost Rotting Corpse Leader, LV.18, gain 3500 EXP, dungeon bonus applied, experience unaffected by team reductions. At this moment, Yi Xiufan's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth hanging open as he shouted, "What the heck? Tinger? Is this how you clear dungeons? Even mini-bosses get one shot? And you still say your pet isn't some kind of mythical beast?" His voice cut through the silence like a thunderclap, startling everyone. He continued, "I've seen plenty of summoners, but none of their pets could deal even half the damage yours does. This is insane." The group was utterly dumbfounded. The unconventional way Mu Chen handled the dungeon shocked them to their cores. They stood frozen in place, their mouths slightly ajar, eyes filled with pure disbelief. Mu Chen, however, merely smiled faintly, offering no explanation. He turned his gaze toward the ground near the fallen Frost Rotting Corpse Leader. There, something emitting a faint purple glow had dropped. "Wow, it's Tiger BOT file, anti-piracy watermark detected, find the book bot for reliable, pitfall-free options." Mu Chen frowned, his face showing clear disappointment and dissatisfaction. He muttered under his breath, "So stingy. Only one purple item dropped." His tone carried a mix of helplessness and frustration. Yet his actions didn't falter for a moment. He swiftly strode forward, moving like the wind, and bent down eagerly to pick up the item. Remote Archery, Quality, Purple. A passive skill book containing the essence of ancient archery techniques. Learning it increases the attack range of archers. Requirement, level 10+, Archer. Mu Chen's eyes locked onto the item in his inventory, a glimmer of excitement and eagerness flashing through them. His expression softened, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. He couldn't help but murmur, "What a treasure! This is one of the must-have skills for any archer." Without hesitation, he tossed the item toward Yi Xiufan and said with a grin, "Brother Abyss, consider this skill book a gift for your wife." His gaze was genuine and magnanimous, as if this precious skill book was merely a token of goodwill. Then, with firm steps, Mu Chen walked toward the mysterious altar. He raised his hands slowly, placing them without hesitation on the ominous stone pillar that exuded an aura of mystery. Suddenly, without warning, a black arrow whistled through the air like a ghost, embedding itself into the ground right at Mu Chen's feet. The arrowhead sank deep into the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust. A moment later, a shadowy figure emerged from the forest, moving as if it were part of the darkness itself. Its every step carried an oppressive weight. As the figure drew closer, the surrounding air seemed to grow heavier, pressing down on everyone like an invisible force, making it hard to breathe. Mu Chen's expression remained unchanged, his hands halting mid-action. His sharp, hawk-like eyes locked onto the dark figure, unblinking and alert. The shadow crept closer, gradually revealing the silhouette of a graceful female elf. She was clad in a tight black bodysuit, like a second skin, accentuating her flawless figure to perfection. Her slender waist, long legs, and alluring curves exuded an irresistible, almost lethal charm. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, with features as delicate as a work of art. Pointed ears peeked out from her cascading black hair, and her eyes sparkled like dazzling stars in the night sky, deep and enigmatic. Her dusky gray skin shimmered with a unique luster under the dim light. In her right hand, she held a bow that emitted an ominous glow. The taut bowstring looked ready to unleash a deadly strike at any moment. The quiver on her back was neatly packed with arrows, their tips glinting coldly, evoking a primal fear. She stood silently, exuding an invisible pressure, as if she were a goddess of the hunt lurking in the shadows, an entity no one dared to approach lightly. Altar Guardian, Boss. Level, 19. HP, 11000/11000. Attack, 263. Defense, 86. Agility, 76. Skill 1, Shadow Tracking Arrow. Fires a shadow-infused magical arrow with tracking capabilities, dealing 552 damage and blinding the target for 5 seconds. Blind, Screen Blackout. Skill 2, Meteor Arrow Storm. Charges and fires multiple arrows, dealing 289 multi-hit damage to all enemies within range and inflicting a bleeding status for 10 seconds. Bleeding, loses 20 HP per second. Skill 3, Eye of the Night. Passive skill. Unaffected by darkness, significantly increases vision range, and grants a 50% chance of delivering a critical hit. Critical hit, ignores 50% of the enemy's defense, increases damage output by 30%. Skill 4, Light as a Feather. Passive skill. Increases movement speed by 50% and dodge chance by 10%.
This mysterious dark elf boss, with her distinctive appearance, had been hailed by countless male players as their dream goddess. She stood tall and poised, a stunning spectacle amid the darkness. At this moment, Mu Chen's mind flashed with memories of past humiliating defeats, as well as the overwhelming complaints he'd read on the strategy forums. Though this boss had low defense, her evasion skills were maddeningly outrageous. Many teams, filled with confidence, had launched assaults on her, only to have all their attacks miss entirely as her skills activated at the last moment. What followed was a brief silence, then her ferocious counterattack, a hurricane of destruction. Teams unlucky enough to face her unprepared often found themselves wiped out before they could even react. Just as Mu Chen was about to launch his assault against the boss, a sudden and urgent notification chimed from his friends list, halting his movements. Puzzled, he quickly opened his interface. By Yubu, Brother Gulen. We're trapped in Star City by a group of players, we can't get out. Meow Meow got killed and lost an entire level. Can you hurry up and come help us? Seeing this message, Mu Chen frowned deeply, a surge of unexplainable anger welling up in his chest. His fingers flew across the keyboard, replying swiftly. Listening to songs in the pavilion, don't go out. Wait for me. Immediately after, he urgently private messaged a friend named Meow Meow. Listening to songs in the pavilion, what's the situation on your side? Who's the opponent? After sending the message, a determined glint flashed in Mu Chen's eyes. He abruptly slammed the friend chat window shut with a sharp click, turning his focus to the yet-to-be-engaged boss. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, his resolve unshakable. Raising his arm high, he chanted softly under his breath. Mysterious light sparked and shimmered instantly. A massive black spider, as tall as a grown man, materialized before everyone. The spider's enormous frame was intimidating, its pitch-black exoskeleton gleaming with a sinister sheen. Its razor-sharp legs, like blades, seemed capable of slicing through anything with ease. Everyone who witnessed this scene was left dumbfounded, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Yi Xiufan couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap, listening to songs bro, you've got another pet? And this one looks even fiercer than that skeleton." His voice trembled with shock, his mouth agape as if it could fit a whole egg. Mu Chen gave a slight nod, his lips pressed tightly together. His gaze, sharp and cutting, left no room for hesitation as he commanded the arachnid juggernaut to attack. At this moment, his heart was racing wildly, veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes burned with urgency. Without wasting a second, he decisively ordered the arachnid juggernaut to unleash its dance of the netherworld. The spider's 8 long and powerful legs moved with the swiftness of a gale, producing a low rustling sound as it dashed forward. Its massive form flickered like a phantom, vanishing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it appeared beside the dark elf. As soon as the two made contact, a bone-chilling crunch reverberated through the air, a sound so horrifying it made one's teeth ache, as though bones were being ground to dust. The dark elf didn't even have time to blink before its body was frozen in place. A thick layer of frost rapidly spread across its figure, encasing it completely. A damage number floated up from its body. -793 true damage. 2.1, skill damage multiplier, 378, arachnid juggernaut's attack power. Simultaneously, the skeleton assassin moved like a ghost, executing its shadow strike. Its form disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind only a faint blur. In the very next moment, it reappeared like a phantom behind the dark elf. The dagger in its hand gleamed coldly, flashing like lightning as it pierced through with a swift, decisive SHHK. -891. Seeing this, Mu Chen didn't hesitate for even a second. He commanded once more, his voice resolute, netherworld gaze. The arachnid juggernaut's crimson eyes flared with a dazzling radiance, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the darkness, illuminating the battlefield in an instant. The dark elf, struck by the sudden brilliance, was stunned on the spot, its body frozen and immobile. Its armor shimmered faintly before turning transparent, 100% armor break. Mu Chen wasted no time and barked another command at the skeleton assassin, Shadow Waltz. The skeleton assassin instantly transformed into a streak of darkness, its speed reaching incomprehensible levels. Swish, swish, swish. 7 flashes of blade light streaked through the air in an electric storm of strikes. The sound of blades slicing through the air echoed sharply, as if tearing the very fabric of space. -1825. 5, skill damage multiplier, 365, skeleton assassin Brock's attack power. Miss. -1827. In the next moment, the dark elf's body convulsed violently, like a leaf caught in a fierce storm. Its life force drained to zero in an instant. It fell unwillingly to the ground, its eyes wide open in disbelief, its pupils reflecting its inability to comprehend the abruptness of its death. Everyone witnessing the scene collectively drew in a sharp breath. The chilling gasp coursed through their bodies like an icy current, leaving them frozen in place, too stunned to utter a single word.
Time seemed to stand still.
After a long silence, Yumi 59 finally broke the tension, her voice trembling with astonishment.
The captain's two pets are absolutely insane. That boss didn't even get to move, it was controlled to death.
Her eyes were as round as saucers, her face filled with utter disbelief. The others snapped out of their daze, nodding in agreement, their expressions a mix of awe and admiration. Just then, near the fallen dark elf's body, 3 beams of light suddenly burst forth. 2 were a brilliant purple, while the third was a shimmering blue. They intertwined and sparkled on the ground, drawing everyone's attention with their dazzling glow.
System, you have slain the Altar Guardian, LV.19, gaining 4,500 experience points.
Dungeon bonus applied, experience unaffected by party reduction. System, congratulations on clearing the Dark Forest dungeon, King difficulty, rating, S. You have obtained the Dark Forest treasure chest, King difficulty, S rank, but. System, congratulations on clearing the Dark Forest dungeon, King difficulty, rating, S. You have unlocked the Hell difficulty for the Dark Forest dungeon.
System, dungeon cleared. You will be teleported outside the dungeon in 5 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. Muchin didn't even glance at the gleaming items dropped.
Without hesitation, he handed the party leader position to Yi Xiufan. With an urgent expression and an anxious tone, he said, I've got something to take care of.
You and sis-in-law should go do other quests. Don't run any more dungeons for now.
With that, his figure disappeared from the dungeon like a gust of wind. The moment he exited the dungeon, his friend Panel popped up with 2 private messages.
It's just a meow meow, it's members of the Aoshi Guild.
This stems from grudges in the previous game, we're enemy factions.
Handsome, you better not come, there are a lot of them. They won't block for too long, though.
Otherwise, no one can grind levels.
Listening to opera at the pavilion, no worries. Don't head out just yet, wait for me to arrive.
It's 1-1, my sister and her group are stuck at the Star City gates.
Handsome, can you come help? Listening to opera at the pavilion, huh? You're online too? I'm on my way, wait for me.
Mu Chen's brows knitted tightly together, flames of fury blazing in his eyes as he muttered to himself, Aoshi Guild, huh?
Looks like they're asking for their own demise.
At that moment, even the surrounding light seemed to dim ominously. He recalled the previous life. In Star City, a bustling yet conflict-ridden place, Aoshi Guild was one of the top 3 guilds. And their guild leader, Aoshi Tianxia, was nothing more than a simpering lackey for Lu Ruyan in the real world.
Back then, under Lu Ruyan's covert instigation, they caused him no end of trouble in the game. Those humiliating memories surged into his mind like a relentless tide. Oomph, looks like I can collect some interest today.
He let out a cold snort, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination, as if he could already see the fate awaiting his enemies. Without a moment's delay, he quickly recalled his pet. Then, he pulled a town portal scroll from his inventory and used it without hesitation. The scroll transformed into a radiant light, completely enveloping his body. As soon as he teleported back to Star City, Mu Chen looked ahead. The streets were packed with a sea of people, noisy and chaotic, leaving no room to maneuver. The clamor of voices surged like waves, buzzing in his ears incessantly. Occasionally, angry shouts could be heard. I heard the Aoshi Guild is blocking the gate. The voice was full of discontent.
Let's go, let's go. Let's check out the commotion.
Some people called out while pulling their friends, pushing their way forward in a rush, their faces brimming with excitement and curiosity.
I heard it's just a meow meow cleared a Hell difficulty dungeon and leveled up to 11. The Aoshi Guild is so tough? Blocking someone just because they outleveled them? Why don't they block listening to opera at the pavilion? Afraid they don't have the guts?
A burly man bellowed, his eyes glaring like copper bells. He stood with his hands on his hips, looking righteously indignant.
Word is they've had beef in other games too.
Not that they don't dare, but I heard they also tried to track down the pavilion master.
They just couldn't pinpoint his location. Another player eagerly chimed in. The street was filled with a cacophony of voices, one overlapping another, as if a storm was brewing in the tense atmosphere. Mu Chen shook his head helplessly and sent a private message to its Wan. Huh, where are you? I've arrived in Star City.
We're by the skill tree in Star City, replied its Wan, almost instantly. Mu Chen quickened his pace, weaving through the bustling crowd, and finally arrived at the skill tree. For striking silhouettes stood there, gleaming under the sunlight, drawing everyone's attention.
Pavilion brother, you're here. Bai Yubio leaped up with excitement, her face brimming with joy.
Yeah, Mu Chen nodded slightly, his expression calm as ever. Hey handsome,
You really don't have to get involved. They've gathered dozens of people, and they're not easy to deal with. You're a summoner.
And they'll definitely prioritize taking you out first, said Meow Meow with a worried expression, her hands unconsciously twisting together.
It's fine, no big deal. I just heard they're looking for me too. Perfect timing to meet them, Mu Chen replied lightly, but his gaze was firm. At that moment, the system suddenly broadcasted a message. Star City announcement, pride of the world, Meow Meow. So what if you cleared hell mode? You're still too scared to leave the city, aren't you? And that pavilion master guy, where is he? Does he even dare show up? Meow Meow's face instantly darkened. Her lips pressed into a tight line, and a flicker of anger flashed in her eyes. Bayubia stomped her foot angrily and said loudly, that pride of the world guy is insane. Do you know it costs 10 gold coins to send a citywide announcement? What a waste.
Mu Chen, however, just smiled faintly, turned around, and walked decisively toward the gates of Star City.
Meow sis, should we call the whole team back and fight them now?
Unyielding till death clenched his fists, his face flushed with anger.
Without turning back, Mu Chen said calmly, no need. I'll go alone.
The four exchanged glances and then silently followed behind him. At this moment, Mu Chen's friend notification pinged incessantly, like a string of firecrackers.
What's going on? Should we group up and fight them together? Asked Gaze into the abyss urgently. Mu Chen stopped in his tracks and quickly replied, no need, it's a minor issue. I'll handle it right away. Once I'm done, let's hit the Hell Mode dungeon.
With that, he resumed his stride without hesitation.
Flying Potato messaged right after, boss, need backup?
We can take them down together.
Almost Quick chimed in with concern, big guy, need help? Peachy Yo-Yo shouted enthusiastically, big bro, I'm in Star City. If there's a brawl, count me in. Hearing his friend's concern, Mu Chen couldn't help but smile warmly. He paused briefly, his fingers flying over the reply, no need, just a small matter, thanks. At the gates of Star City, the sun blazed overhead, beating down on the earth, but it couldn't dispel the tension in the air. Pride of the World stood with his arms crossed, exuding arrogance, surrounded by his gang just outside the city. Boss, they definitely won't dare come out, one of his underlings said cautiously, frowning. If we keep waiting here, it'll slow down everyone's leveling progress.
Pride of the World tilted his head back slightly and snorted coldly, alright, we'll wait another half an hour, then leave.
That pavilion master guy hasn't shown up either.
Someone in our guild teamed up with him before, and they said he's just a summoner with a strong pet.
If he really dares to come, all of us can just hit him with basic attacks and send him back to the respawn point.
He's just a weak summoner, no big deal, another underling sneered, waving his weapon dismissively. Pride of the World nodded in satisfaction. Killing that chick earlier felt so good.
I'm in a great mood. Everyone here gets a 20,000 blue star coin bonus.
Boss, you're the best. The underlings cheered in unison, their eyes gleaming with greed and excitement.
Boss,
word just came in from our guys in the city. That chick is heading toward the city gates, and that pavilion master guy showed up too, another lackey reported hastily. Pride of the World's eyes lit up. He immediately straightened and shouted, brothers,
when they step out, don't hold back. Hit them hard. Whoever lands the kill gets a 100,000 blue star coin reward.
The underlings erupted in excitement, eagerly readying their weapons.
Their blades glinted menacingly under the sunlight, reflecting their bloodthirsty anticipation for the impending battle.
The next moment, Mu Chen's figure glided ghost-like to the city gate. Just a few steps away from leaving the city, he halted, raised his head slightly, and said in a calm, indifferent tone, players not from the Aosher Guild, please step aside.
Watch out for stray injuries.
Though his voice was not loud, it carried a peculiar penetrating power, drifting across the area.
The previously noisy surroundings fell silent instantly, as if someone had pressed the mute button.
The members of the Aosher Guild were momentarily stunned, but soon burst into uproarious laughter.
Just you, all by yourself, think you can harm over 60 of us? And you're warning about stray injuries? Ha ha ha, are you here to entertain us?
A burly man laughed so hard he doubled over, nearly dropping the massive blade in his hand. Aosher Tianxia crossed his arms over his chest, a sneer plastered on his face.
Friend, you don't seem to be from that woman's guild. How about joining mine instead? Name your terms, anything you want.
As long as you join us, I'll write off whatever business you have with that woman.
What do you say?
His gaze was filled with smug confidence, as if he was certain Mu Chen would accept his offer.
Mu Chen said nothing.
Without a word, he calmly scanned the surrounding onlookers who hadn't entered or exited the city. Then, with a wave of his right hand, a mysterious light flickered, and the nether dragon armored spider appeared instantly. The sight of the massive spider left the members of Aosher Guild momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in shock. But shortly after, they
burst into unrestrained laughter once more. Sure, your pet looks impressive, but do you think a single pet can take on over 60 of us?
Some laughed so hard that tears streamed down their faces, pointing at Mu Chen mockingly. Mu Chen smiled faintly, his expression brimming with unshakable confidence and resolve. With a simple motion of his hands, a surge of mysterious energy erupted from his body.
Nether fusion. At that instant,
the nether dragon armored spider's entire body lit up, its brilliance dazzling like the midday sun, illuminating the surroundings as if it were broad daylight. It let out a deep, bone-shaking roar, as if pouring every ounce of its strength into it. Then, in a flash, the massive spider transformed into a stream of light, hurtling towards Mu Chen with blinding speed. The powerful impact engulfed Mu Chen, and the radiant light was so intense that no one could look directly at it. As the light began to fade, a shocking figure emerged before everyone's eyes.
He was clad in black dragon-scaled armor that resembled a spider.
The armor clung to his body like a living creature, each scale shimmering with a dark luster. Sharp spikes protruded from the joints of the armor, resembling the fangs of a spider. His face was obscured by a crimson mask, leaving only his piercing eyes visible, radiating a chilling killing intent.
In each hand, he gripped a long, curved black blade.
The blades were as sinuous as spider legs, their edges gleaming with an icy sheen capable of slicing through anything. Shrouded in the dark armor, his figure seemed to flicker between reality and illusion, as if he were traversing the boundary between the tangible and the ethereal. The eerie sight was chilling, like a demon from the abyss of the netherworld, poised to unleash a bloody massacre. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, even the wind stopped, as everyone was left in stunned silence by the overwhelming scene.
Suddenly,
Mu Chen stomped down hard, shattering the ground beneath him, sending shards of stone flying.
He shot out of the city gate like an arrow loosed from a bow, a fierce wind howling in his wake like the wails of ghosts.
Nether dance. Mu Chen's figure blurred, moving as fast as lightning, transforming into a series of indistinct afterimages as he charged toward the Aosher guild members with the force of a thunderstorm.
His speed was so incredible that no one could track his movements.
Wherever he passed, an icy chill surged like a tidal wave. The guild members felt a bone-piercing cold engulfing them instantly, as if their very souls were being frozen. Before their bodies could even react, they were immobilized, encased in ice where they stood.
Even Aosher Tianxia, unable to lift his weapon in time, was frozen in place by the terrifying cold.
His eyes widened in disbelief, his face frozen in shock and fear.
Boom! A string of massive damage numbers floated into the air. -793 true damage. The blood-red numbers hovered like the devil's laughter, heralding the arrival of death.
In the aftermath of the 8-second nether dance, the scene was a devastating mess. The ground was littered with shattered ice, and only a handful of tank-class players with high health remained standing. Aosher Tianxia was among them.
The survivors hesitated, clearly wanting to flee back into the city.
But Mu Chen's twin blades had already begun to move. Nether slash. Two powerful arcs of sword energy burst forth, roaring like twin dragons tearing through the heavens, slicing through the air with a sharp, piercing sound. Wherever the energy passed, space itself seemed to distort, carrying an unstoppable force that tore through the crowd. Finally, Aosher Tianxia and the others fell unwillingly, their bodies hitting the ground with a heavy thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. 10 seconds later, over 60 players fell like wheat before a storm, without exception, collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Their bodies twisted grotesquely, their postures bizarre, as if they were puppets being cruelly manipulated by a demon. Various items of different colors spilled from their corpses, scattering across the ground and glinting harshly under the sun. The battlefield was eerily silent, as though time itself had frozen in that moment. The wind came to a quiet halt, and the dust it had kicked up slowly settled.
The surroundings grew still, an unsettling tranquility hanging in the air.
System, you have actively killed the player hit you once.
Malice value +1. Current malice value, 1. Online time of 1 hour reduces malice value by 1.
Killing 100 monsters at or above your level reduces malice value by 1.
System, you have actively killed the player Pancake Dog. Malice value +1. Current malice value, 63. System warning, you are now marked as a red name player. Current malice value, 63.
Red name status, unable to trade with NPCs, will be attacked by city guards upon entering the main city. Death results in double the item drop rate and a penalty of 2 levels.
Mu Chen's expression was as stoic as stone. He said nothing.
He slowly crouched down, methodically and carefully picking up the items scattered on the ground one by one. His gaze was focused, as though the surrounding world had nothing to do with him. The players nearby were stunned by this scene, their mouths agape, eyes wide like saucers. The silence was so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could have been heard. It was as if they had all been frozen in place by some sort of spell, standing rooted to the spot, too afraid to step forward and snatch the items lying on the ground. At that moment, four figures hurriedly emerged from the city, their steps quick and urgent. As soon as one Meow Meow appeared, her eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Mu Chen as if her eyeballs were about to fall out. Her face was a cascade of emotions, shock like surging waves, gratitude like a gentle brook, joy like radiant sunshine, all intertwined. Her hands instinctively covered her mouth as her voice trembled with excitement, like leaves rustling in the wind. This is unbelievable. Handsome, I can't thank you enough. You've helped us out a lot. Now the Aoshi Guild won't pose much of a threat for the time being. Their main team's levels have mostly dropped to 9. But that Aoshi Tianxia guy is dangerously petty, be careful of him trying to pull some underhanded tricks in the future. As she spoke, her brow furrowed with concern. Bayubiubiu, overjoyed like an energetic bunny, jumped up and down, waving her arms in the air and stomping her feet in excitement. She exclaimed, "Wow, Brother Golian, that armor is absolutely amazing. You look like a god of war straight out of mythology, so cool." Her eyes sparkled as she spoke, her delight evident. Until Death wore a faint smile of admiration as he said slowly, "It's true, you're incredible. Handsome, this battle of yours is enough to make you a legend. By tomorrow, you'll definitely be on the top headlines of the game forums. One person taking on 64 players and coming out victorious, it's nothing short of a miracle. The entire gaming community is going to be absolutely shaken to its core." Shi Wanwan looked at Mu Chen with eyes as clear as a pristine lake, gentle and captivating, as though they could draw on one's very soul. A faint feeling, one she herself hadn't even noticed, quietly took root in her heart. Her cheeks flushed slightly, like the rosy hues of the evening sky. Lightly biting her lip, she spoke in a voice barely louder than a whisper, yet filled with heartfelt sincerity. "Thank you." Mu Chen responded plainly, his tone calm yet firm. "It's nothing, no need to thank me. If he doesn't learn his lesson and dares to provoke me again, he might as well give up trying to leave the beginner's village in one piece." After speaking, his gaze shifted to his blood-red player ID. He shook his head helplessly, letting out a bitter laugh as he added, "Looks like I won't be returning to the main city anytime soon." He straightened up, his eyes sharp and piercing, and turned to Shi Wanwan. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he asked, "If you're free, want to come grind levels with me?" Upon hearing this, Shi Wanwan's eyes sparkled like starlight, and her face instantly lit up with a radiant smile. She responded joyfully, "Sure." Mu Chen then turned to one Meow Meow, teasing her, "Meow boss? Coming along?" "Same deal as always, 1 million blue star coins." One Meow Meow froze for a moment, her cheeks puffing up angrily as she planted her hands on her hips and shouted, "I'll take all the remaining spots." Mu Chen shrugged helplessly, spreading his hands. "Sorry, there's only one spot left. What do you say?" One Meow Meow glanced back at Bayubiubiu and Until Death, her eyes carrying a hint of inquiry. The two exchanged a look and nodded in unison. Until Death smiled and said, "You should go, Guild Master. If your level increases, it'll be good for the guild's development." Bayubiubiu chimed in, "Yeah, Meow Meow sis, you go ahead, don't worry about us." One Meow Meow sighed reluctantly. "Alright then." With that, Mu Chen led Shi Wanwan and one Meow Meow, the two beauties, toward the direction of the dark forest dungeon. Watching the figure gradually fade into the distance, the crowd finally snapped out of their daze and erupted in excited exclamations. "Holy crap, did anyone record that? That was insane. Post it on the game forums, and it'll blow up for sure." A skinny young man, his face flushed with excitement, waved his arms and shouted, "I only managed to record that one strike. I didn't get the earlier part." Another short-haired man smacked his thigh in frustration, his face full of regret. But soon, his expression turned to exhilaration. "Even so, that should be enough. See you on the forums, ha ha. Gulen Tink, you absolute legend. 1 against 64, and it was an instant kill. Unreal. The Aoshi Guild totally had it coming. I've had enough of their arrogance. Who in their right mind blocks the city gates?" A woman armed with a bow gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury. This time, they finally hit a wall. Ha, serves them right. Exactly, they got what they deserved. They've been strutting around the game like they own it, and now they've been crushed by a true master. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their voices overlapping as the fervent atmosphere grew like a roaring bonfire. Meanwhile, in the glow of the teleportation array back at the novice village, Aoshi Tianxia emerged, his face dark as a storm cloud. His expression was twisted with rage, his eyes practically spitting fire. Because he had killed Shi Miao Miao, he had become a red-named player, and the consequences of his death this time were devastating. Not only had he lost 2 entire levels, but the expensive purple shield he had purchased was also lost as loot. For a moment, it was as if lightning had struck him. Standing in place, stunned, he stared blankly at the now empty equipment slot. His eyes were filled with disbelief.
Damn that kid. Just you wait, I won't let you off.
He clenched his teeth, his voice dripping with venom, the words squeezed out through gritted teeth. Then, with a furious wave of his sleeve, he logged off. Back in the real world, he sat up abruptly in bed, still seething with anger, and dialed a number with trembling hands. The sharp beeping sound of the phone echoed through the silent room, grating against his nerves.
Hello? Young Master Wang? What's the matter, calling so late?
The voice on the other end was cautious.
Wang Chang frowned deeply, barking, I need you to find someone for me.
A player in the game Illusory Realm with the ID Gulen Tink, male, residing in Xing City.
Young Master Wang, that's not an easy task.
Illusory Realm is entirely controlled by the central AI, and there's no player data available to trace real identities. The voice on the other end was filled with hesitation.
Wang Chang's eyes narrowed, and he roared, 2 million. Young Master Wang, it's not about the money. 5 million.
Wang Chang raised the stakes, his voice nearly a roar.
Alright, I'll do my best to pull some strings and look into it.
It might take some time though, and I can't guarantee results.
Fine. I'll transfer a 2 million deposit first. Whether you find him or not, that money is yours.
With that, Wang Chang hung up the phone with a heavy slam, his chest heaving with fury. Taking a deep breath, he clapped his hands. A stunning woman with a curvaceous figure and delicate features walked in gracefully. She had barely uttered, Young Master Wang, when Wang Chang pulled her roughly into his arms, pouring out his grievances in a torrent of frustration. Moved by his words, the woman's eyes reddened as she lightly rested her hand on his arm, as if offering silent comfort. At the same time, Mu Chen was on his way to the dark forest dungeon. After sending a message to Yi Xiufan, his body suddenly froze in place, as though pierced by an invisible chill. In the next instant, his eyes turned sharp, and without hesitation, he cast blinking light. Whoosh! Accompanied by a dazzling flash, he transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing 3 meters away in an instant. Without missing a beat, he swung his arm, summoning the nether dragon-armored spider. As soon as the spider appeared, Mu Chen immediately issued a command, Sky Web Array. The nether dragon-armored spider let out a low hiss, leaping into the air with its 8 legs stretched taut. Its abdomen glowed, releasing a massive web that shot forth with precision. A shadowy, invisible figure was instantly ensnared, leaving no way to escape. The trapped figure's face went pale, their eyes wide with terror.
Just as they opened their mouth to plead, Wah!
Before the words could fully form, the spider's sharp leg blades slashed through like lightning. Splatter! Blood sprayed into the air, and the figure collapsed instantly. System notification, you have actively killed the player Shadow of the Night.
Malice points +1. Current malice points, 64.
At this moment, its Meow Meow and its Wan Wan suddenly snapped out of their daze, their faces filled with shock and their eyes brimming with lingering fear. Meow Meow, still shaken, said, there was actually an assassin ambush just now.
And we didn't notice at all.
Wan Wan widened her eyes and exclaimed, thankfully, the attack wasn't successful.
Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
Mu Chen frowned slightly, pondering in his heart, it was Shadow of the Night. In the previous life, he was recognized as the top assassin player. Single-handedly, he had taken down the leader of a major guild, reducing his level from 50 to 44.
That guild leader eventually didn't even dare to leave the city, forced to live in shame, becoming a laughingstock.
A guild with thousands of players had been completely helpless against him.
Who would have thought he'd come after me in this life?
Just then, a message flashed across Mu Chen's friend panel. System, player Shadow of the Night requests to add you as a friend.
Mu Chen's eyes narrowed as he decisively clicked accept. Shadow of the Night, I mean no harm.
I just happened to run into a top player and couldn't resist testing my skills. I'll take responsibility for my death this time. Listening to songs in the brothel, not enough.
Shadow of the Night, name your terms. How can we settle this? Listening to songs in the brothel, you owe me a favor. Shadow of the Night, deal. Soon after, Mu Chen and his teammates made their way uneventfully to the entrance of the dark forest dungeon. Upon arrival, they
saw Yi Xiufan standing there casually with his arms crossed, while Snow White anxiously looked around as if waiting for something.
Without hesitation, Mu Chen swiftly operated his controls, assembling the team and adding everyone into the party.
Then, with a determined stride, he headed straight for the dungeon entrance. The players around them cast greedy glances as they passed. After all, Mu Chen was currently red-named, making him an enticing target.
However, when their gaze met Mu Chen's cold, intimidating eyes, they unconsciously stepped aside, clearing a path.
Even though the red name's allure was as tempting as the devil's whisper, no one dared to act recklessly.
They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. System, attention, your party's loot distribution mode has been changed to leaders free allocation. System, enter the Dark Forest dungeon? Party limit, 5 players, daily entry limit, 1/2. Without hesitation, Muchen selected the hell difficulty and decisively clicked yes. With a flash of light, the party's figures vanished from where they stood. System, you have entered the Dark Forest dungeon. Difficulty, hell. As soon as they stepped into the dungeon, they were immediately engulfed by a thick, inky fog. The fog seemed almost alive, writhing and clawing at them like ghostly tendrils, suffocating and oppressive. Unlike the king-level dungeon, the hell difficulty severely restricted visibility. The team could barely make out the blurred outlines of their teammates nearby. Anything further away was submerged in a fear-inducing gray haze, like the entrance to an endless abyss. First-time players were frozen in place, intimidated by the horrifying scene before them. The grotesque shapes of the surrounding trees twisted their branches like demonic claws, ready to drag them into darkness at any moment. Every now and then, eerie sounds echoed through the forest, ghostly laughter, mournful wails, heightening the unsettling stillness. Some timid players, merely hearing these sounds, found their legs trembling and refused to take another step forward, unwilling to enter this nightmare-like dungeon. This dungeon is even creepier than that cave. You can't even see the path. Wan muttered helplessly, involuntarily shrinking closer to Meow Meow, as if seeking a sliver of safety. It's fine. Just follow me. Once we're out of this forest, it'll get better, Muchen said in a steady voice, his eyes resolute. He moved forward with confident steps, carefully navigating the narrow forest path based on his memory. The team followed closely behind him, walking through a trail so tight it could only accommodate one person at a time. Branches occasionally brushed against their clothing, producing a spine-chilling rustling sound. At a fork in the path, Muchen suddenly stopped, frowning as he turned to Wan and asked, "Have you learned level 5 fireball yet?" Wan looked puzzled at first but quickly nodded nervously. "I have." "Then come with me. The rest of you stay here and wait for us," Muchen instructed. With that, he led Wan down the left-hand path. As they ventured deeper, the fog began to thin noticeably along this route. Moments later, a towering stone tower emerged before them. It was ancient and mysterious, its walls covered in unknown vines that exuded a faint, decaying aura. Muchen raised his hand, and a flash of light shimmered as he summoned 2 pets. His gaze was intense and solemn. After pondering for a moment, he decided to play it safe and cast a berserk buff on the skeletal assassin. "Do you see that stone bowl on top of the building? Aim there and cast fireball," Muchen instructed, pointing at the stone bowl. Wan took a deep breath, lifted her staff, and began chanting softly. In an instant, a scorching fireball coalesced and shot forward. The next moment, the mysterious stone tower emitted a blinding red light, and the stone bowl burst into roaring flames. The thick mist enveloping the forest reacted as though facing its nemesis, quickly dissipating. Just then, a chilling roar echoed through the air. From the path they had come, 10 decayed corpses suddenly appeared. Their bodies were mangled and reeked of decay, their eye sockets glowing with an eerie red light. They sprinted toward the group, their footsteps causing the ground to tremble slightly. Dark Rotting Corpse, Elite, Level, 18, HP, 1000 of 1000, Attack, 185, Defense, 61, Agility, 21, Skill 1, Savage Pounce. An active skill where the corpse lunges at a target with extreme speed and bites them, dealing 314 damage and inflicting a toxin that causes 20 HP loss per second for 5 seconds. Skill 2, Undead Resilience. A passive skill that allows the corpse to fully regenerate 5 minutes after reaching 0 HP, immune to all status effects. Muchen had anticipated this. His eyes burned with a fiery determination as he fixated on the approaching dark rotting corpses. His expression remained calm, showing no trace of panic. "Nether Dragon Armored Spider, use Nether Stare," Muchen commanded decisively. The Nether Dragon Armored Spider let out a low, menacing growl, like the roar of a beast from the depths of the underworld. Its crimson eyes flared with dazzling brilliance, akin to lightning piercing the dark skies, and unleashed a soul-shaking power upon the dark rotting corpses. In an instant, all 10 corpses were dazed by this overwhelming, mysterious force. Their bodies froze as if immobilized by a binding curse. Their grotesque faces were locked in a stiff, horrifying grimace. At that moment, the skeletal assassin struck like a phantom. Its form blurred as it transformed into a shadowy streak. A sharp whoosh cut through the air as its blade sliced through with lethal precision. The skeletal assassin used Shadow Strike, teleporting behind one of the dark rotting corpses. Thud! With the sound of a blade piercing flesh, the skeletal assassin's weapon drove into the corpse's body like a bolt of black lightning. The dull sound of the blade tearing through flesh resonated like thunder, shattering the silence of the night. The corpse's body convulsed violently, and a massive damage number appeared, -1,284 true damage. The struck dark rotting corpse collapsed like a crumbling wall, kicking up a cloud of dust before it even had the chance to wail. The skeletal assassin didn't hesitate. Like an unstoppable killing machine, it moved with the speed of a storm. Each strike was deadly, and its flickering form left behind a trail of afterimages. Within 5 seconds, all 10 dark rotting corpses lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies sprawled in grotesque heaps. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood and decay. System, you have slain elite dark rotting corpses, LV 18. You gain 400 EXP, instance bonus applied, EXP is not reduced by party distribution. All done. Let's head back. Mu Chen exhaled deeply, his expression relaxing. Hearing this, Wan Wan nodded vigorously, like a frightened fawn. She instinctively moved closer to Mu Chen, clutching the hem of his clothes tightly, as if seeking solace from her lingering fear. Back at the fork in the road, the fog had cleared, and the oppressive atmosphere had somewhat lifted. The group finally relaxed their tensed nerves, and their breathing slowed to a steady rhythm. This time, Mu Chen led the group to the right. The grass beneath their feet rustled softly, as though recounting the tension and danger they had just survived. Moments later, they emerged from the eerie forest. But just as they reached the clearing ahead, 7 more dark rotting corpses appeared. Before they could even roar, the skeletal assassin struck again like a ghost, activating Shadow Strike. The skeletal assassin's form blurred once more, streaking across like a shadow. Swish, swish, swish. Several sharp whooshes sliced through the air. Before the corpses could even discern where the attacks originated, they fell to the ground in rapid succession. The group watched this unfold, and the fear in their hearts completely dissipated. System, you have slain elite dark rotting corpses, LV 18. You gain 400 EXP, instance bonus applied, EXP is not reduced by party distribution. The EXP here is insane. Just a short while, and we've racked up 6,800 points. Yi Xiufan's eyes sparkled with excitement, his laughter ringing out. Indeed, the EXP here is much better than in the dark cavern. Mu Chen nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across their surroundings. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding light grew dimmer, and an eerie atmosphere surged forward like a relentless tide. Suddenly, a mysterious altar appeared before them, and beside it, there was a well. The well emitted a faint glow, which seemed particularly sinister in this dark and shadowy environment. Near the altar, 10 grotesque undead corpses were wandering aimlessly. Their twisted and stiff movements, combined with the low, guttural growls from their mouths, sounded like a summons from the depths of hell. Among them, one stood out, a frost-blue ice corpse. Its body was covered with a thin layer of frost crystals, gleaming with a bone-chilling coldness, as if carved from millennia-old ice. Every step it took left a trail of frost on the ground. Ice Corpse Leader. Level, 20. Health, 10,000/10,000. Attack, 243. Defense, 78. Agility, 32. Skills match those of the Hell difficulty boss. Upon spotting the well, Mu Chen's eyes lit up with excitement, and he could barely suppress the joy in his heart. What luck! On Hell difficulty, there's only a small chance for the well to spawn. I can't believe I encountered it on the first attempt. I remember someone on the forums mentioning that there's a hidden realm beneath the well, with a unique treasure chest inside. I must find an opportunity to explore it. The sinister atmosphere continued to envelop the surroundings, with cold winds howling and bringing with them a chilling unease. Brother Chu, are we still climbing trees to lure the mobs this time? Yi Xiufan asked curiously. Mu Chen frowned, his expression serious. Not on Hell difficulty. If even one of them lets out a howl, all the undead will come charging at us. His gaze locked onto the wandering undead, his heart vigilant. Without hesitation, he gave a decisive command, Nether Dragon Armor Spider, charge. 8 long legs darted forward like flashes of black lightning, stirring up a gust of wind. The spider dashed into the midst of the monsters, provoking an earth-shattering roar from the surrounding undead. Roar! The sound was deafening, as if it could tear through the heavens, sending chills down the spine. The undead charged forward in a frenzy, their numbers surging like a tidal wave. At the critical moment, the dragon armor spider leaped into the air, its body stretching mid-flight as a glowing light shone from its abdomen. Swish! A massive web sprayed downward. Sky-weaving web array. In an instant, all 10 undead were ensnared by the incredibly durable web, immobilized where they stood. They struggled desperately, but it was all in vain. Their enraged and terrified howls echoed through the air. Meanwhile, Mu Chen raised his hand and cast a pet berserk ability onto the skeleton assassin. The moment the skill activated, the skeleton assassin's entire body radiated a blinding red light, resembling flames burning fiercely, making its figure appear even more menacing. Without any hesitation, the skeleton assassin dashed forward, its speed ghostly and swift.
Within the blink of an eye, it appeared behind a dark undead.
Slash! A single strike pierced through. Shadow Flash Strike. Minus 2140 critical hit.
The undead didn't even have time to react before it collapsed to the ground, instantly slain. The skill's cooldown refreshed immediately, and the skeleton assassin darted like a phantom toward the next target.
Puff! Another lethal strike. Minus 1070.
The gleam of its blade flashed as the skeleton assassin weaved through the undead horde like a streak of silver lightning, mercilessly carving through their decaying bodies. The agonizing cries of the undead rose and fell in succession. Within mere seconds, 9 dark undead had all fallen, the breathtaking scene leaving no room for pause.
System, you've slain a dark undead elite, LV18, gaining 400 experience points.
Dungeon bonus applied, experience unaffected by party distribution. At that moment, the skeleton assassin's ghostly figure moved once more, positioning itself silently behind the ice corpse. Its blade shimmered with a metallic gleam as it slashed through the air.
Slash! One strike landed. Minus 1836 critical hit.
The ice corpse let out an agonized and furious howl.
Awoo!
Its wail was filled with despair and rage, yet its body remained bound tightly by the web, unable to break free. All it could do was struggle helplessly in place.
The skeleton assassin transformed into a pitch-black shadow and vanished from sight in an instant.
That shadow melded seamlessly with the surrounding darkness, elusive and unpredictable, as if it were everywhere and nowhere all at once.
A flash of blades tore through the night.
Swish! 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 Like a fierce storm, the strikes ruthlessly slashed into the frozen corpse.
Minus 1435, minus 2870 critical hit.
The frozen corpse's body trembled violently, its gaze dimmed, and finally, it could endure no more.
Boom!
With a deafening crash, it collapsed to the ground. System, you have slain the frozen corpse leader, LV20, earning 4000 experience points, dungeon bonus, experience unaffected by party reductions. In that instant, the dim and shadowy surroundings were suddenly illuminated by a mysterious radiance. Like the light of dawn breaking through the abyss, brilliant beams of leveling up light shone from the bodies of Gaze into Abyss, Snowy Kitty, and Wanwan. Finally, level 11. Even though running dungeons with Tingchu GE doesn't feel like much of a game experience, the leveling speed is just so satisfying. Yi Xiufan's face beamed with uncontrollable joy. Don't get too full of yourself. This is the kind of game experience I find enjoyable. Other people have to fight tooth and nail just to barely clear an adventure-level dungeon. We're just riding on a pro's coattails here. Getting to grind a hell difficulty dungeon like this, you better count your blessings. Snowy Kitty shot Yi Xiufan a sideways glance, hands on her hips, her tone tinged with a teasing sarcasm.
Her lively eyes sparkled with excitement.
Meanwhile, Wanwan quietly studied Mu Chen with a curious gaze. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with curiosity, lips pressed lightly together, but she said nothing. At this moment, the heavy darkness around them seemed to lift slightly under the cheerful atmosphere. Suddenly, a faint golden glow shimmered beside the fallen frozen corpse. In this eerie dungeon, that glow was like a dazzling star in the night, instantly catching everyone's attention. Mu Chen froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up with excitement.
It actually dropped a gold tier item.
He couldn't help but murmur in delight before dashing forward eagerly. Picking up the 2 items lying on the ground, 1 gold, 1 green.
Frozen Corpse Summoning Spell. Quality, Gold.
Summon 2 frozen corpses to assist in battle.
Use requirement, level 10 or higher, summoner class. Gloves of the Frozen Horned One. Quality, Green. Intelligence +4. Agility +5. Casting speed +4%. Frozen Horned One set, 1/6, inactive. Health +100. Defense +20. Constitution +10. Intelligence +40. All spell damage increased by 20%. Equip requirement, level 10 or higher, mage class. Additional loot, 2 silver coins. Oh, a gold tier summoner skill. A Meow Meow exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes wide with envy. Without hesitation, Mu Chen retrieved the skill book and clicked to learn it. Frozen Corpse, level 11. Health 880/880, plus 50 health per level. Attack power 145.
97, player intelligence, times 1.5, frozen corpse attack growth.
Defense 106. 97, player intelligence, times 1.1, frozen corpse defense growth. Agility 38. 97, player intelligence, times 0.4, frozen corpse agility growth. Skill 1, frozen assault. Active skill, harness the power of frost to lunge at a target rapidly.
deals 232 damage, 1.6, skill damage multiplier, times 145, frozen corpse attack power, to the target and freezes them for 5 seconds.
Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 2, Frosty Breath.
Active skill, spews a stream of icy air from its mouth, deals 217 damage, 1.5, skill damage multiplier, times 145, frozen corpse attack power, to all targets in the area and freezes them for 3 seconds.
Cooldown, 40 seconds. Skill 3, Undead Resilience. Passive skill, when health reaches 0, the frozen corpse will revive with full health after 5 minutes. Immune to all abnormal status effects. Skill 4, Frost Domain.
Passive skill, generates a domain of frost around the user. Within the domain, all enemies' movement speed is reduced by 30%.
Enemies staying within the frost domain for 6 seconds will be frozen for 3 seconds. Timer resets when they leave the domain.
Mu Chen's eyes were locked on the skill description, excitement sparking wildly within his gaze. Back in the day, this skill was a must-have for summoners seeking employment in teams. Once mastered, every team would fight to recruit you. For someone like him in an unpopular class, this skill was a game-changer.
Overnight, he became the most sought-after ally.
There was no need to deal damage directly, just summon frost corrupt corpses to stand behind the tank.
Every 6 seconds, the skill could crowd-control monsters for 3 seconds.
Frost Domain, it was simply irresistible.
Quick, share it with us. What kind of skill has you this excited?
Yi Xiufan leaned in curiously, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Mu Chen smiled faintly, tapped his finger lightly, and sent over the skill description for the Frost Corrupt Corpse summoning spell.
Holy crap, the stats are average, but this control ability is insane.
And you can summon 2 at the same time, worthy of a golden skill book. Yi Xiufan's eyes widened in shock, his jaw practically hitting the floor.
Indeed, summoning 2 Frost Corrupt Corpses is excellent for both PvP and dungeon boss fights. A player named Meow Meow nodded slightly, analyzing the skill with a serious tone. Without hesitation, Mu Chen retrieved a pair of Frostbringer Azurehorn gauntlets from his inventory and tossed them directly to Shirwanwan.
Here, it's yours. Shirwanwan's face lit up with a brilliant smile, and she responded cheerfully, thank you.
Mu Chen's expression turned serious as his gaze swept over the group.
Sternly, he instructed, stay here and don't touch the stone pillars on the altar. With that, he turned and headed toward the mysterious well.
Standing by the well, the group watched curiously as Mu Chen took a deep breath.
Suddenly, a dazzling light enveloped him as he activated his transformation spell, Water Elemental Spirit. In an instant, his body underwent a miraculous change, morphing into a transparent little fish. With a gentle flick of its tail, it splashed delicate droplets of water into the air. The fish leaped gracefully and plunged into the well. As he dove deeper, the scenery at the bottom of the well became increasingly surreal. Luminous moss clung to the walls, and tiny aquatic creatures drifted like ethereal dreams. Suddenly, a radiant, multicolored portal appeared before Mu Chen's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he flicked his tail and darted straight into it. In the next instant, Mu Chen was transported into a secret realm. The moment he stepped into this space, it felt as though he had entered a dream. Stars sparkled all around, like tiny diamonds embedded in the vast, deep night sky. The resplendent Milky Way seemed to have spilled its brilliance carelessly across the realm. Gentle, glowing stones were scattered across the area, creating an otherworldly, dreamlike ambience. Massive tree roots crisscrossed and intertwined, resembling the coiled bodies of slumbering ancient dragons. The entire cavern resembled a meticulously carved wooden cabin, with each root appearing like the masterful beams of a craftsman, exuding a sense of natural elegance and profound mystery. At the center of the cabin stood a golden treasure chest, its surface shimmering with an enchanting, mystical glow. At the very top of the cabin, a tiny black sprite lay quietly on a bed woven from vines. The vines were slender yet resilient, like finely spun silk threads intricately intertwined. The sprite was petite and delicate, its softly quivering wings reminiscent of the one Mu Chen had seen when choosing his talent. But this sprite was different. It was entirely black, as dark as ink, like a mysterious envoy of the night. Its presence added an air of depth and enigma to the secret realm. Mu Chen's gaze grew calm as he gently waved his hand, instantly undoing his transformation. His movements were light, decisive, and without hesitation. He then slowly approached the treasure chest, placing his hands firmly on the lid. With a soft creak, the chest opened. System, congratulations! You have opened a mysterious treasure chest, unique, and obtained 20 silver coins and a transformation gemstone, Wood Elemental Spirit.
What? A Wood Elemental Spirit transformation gemstone appeared here? Mu Chen couldn't suppress his exclamation, his eyes widening in disbelief and excitement.
His hands trembled slightly as he carefully held up the gemstone, his gaze fixed intently on it.
Transformation gemstone, wood elemental spirit. Quality, gold. Casting speed plus 2%.
Must be socketed into equipment with a slot to take effect. Legend has it that this gemstone fell from a piece of legendary equipment. If it is resocketed into its original gear, it will unlock the secret art of transforming into a wood elemental spirit. Clutching the transformation gemstone tightly, Mu Chen decisively moved closer to his transformation ring.
System, a slot for embedding equipment has been detected. Would you like to embed the transformation gem, wood spirit, into the transformation ring? Without hesitation, Mu Chen chose yes. System, embedding successful. Transformation ring, damaged. Quality, gold. Constitution plus 10. HP plus 200. Casting speed plus 5%. Movement speed plus 5%. Special abilities. Transform into water spirit.
Instantly transforms into a water spirit, allowing underwater breathing during the transformation.
Underwater movement speed plus 200%. Cannot attack any targets. Underwater creatures' hostility toward you becomes 0.
Duration, 600 seconds, cooldown, 24 hours. Transform into wind spirit. Instantly transforms into a wind spirit, allowing gliding in the air during the transformation.
Aerial gliding speed plus 200%. Cannot attack any targets. Wild creatures' hostility toward you becomes 0.
Duration, 600 seconds, cooldown, 24 hours.
Transform into wood spirit.
Instantly transforms into a wood spirit, allowing movement through all wooden objects during the transformation.
Speed in forests plus 200%. Cannot attack any targets. Wild creatures' hostility toward you becomes 0.
Duration, 600 seconds, cooldown, 24 hours.
Mu Chen's eyes were glued to the ring's panel, a fiery excitement burning within them.
A smile of delight gradually blossomed across his face. In his past life, no one had ever managed to gather all the transformation gems for this legendary piece of equipment. Many players speculated that if all of the transformation gems were collected, this ring could evolve into a divine artifact. Yet now, in this life, the possibility of achieving that feat lay firmly within his grasp.
Once we finish this dungeon, I'll head straight to the secret realm where the Earth Spirit Gem is hidden.
Mu Chen murmured to himself, anticipation coursing through his veins. Just then, an elf perched on the rooftop suddenly opened its eyes as radiant as twin stars. It fluttered its crystalline wings lightly and descended in an instant, a gentle breeze brushing against Mu Chen's face. The elf curiously examined Mu Chen before twirling around him like a jubilant dancer. Seeing this, Mu Chen froze, his body as still as a statue. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. System, the Dark Elf Tina has offered to form a temporary contract with you. Do you accept? Mu Chen furrowed his brows slightly, deep in thought. His gaze turned distant as memories of strategies from his past life surged through his mind. If he recalled correctly, this event was related to the first time held difficulty dungeon mission. He hadn't paid much attention to the specifics back then. Taking a deep breath, Mu Chen steadied his resolve and decisively clicked, yes.
System, congratulations. You have obtained the pet Dark Elf Tina, temporary duration, 23 hours 59 minutes and 55 seconds. Curious, Mu Chen opened the pet panel to inspect it. Dark Elf Tina, evolution count, 1. Level?
The panel was shrouded in mystery, with nearly all its information obscured by a series of question marks. When he noticed the line, evolution count, 1, Mu Chen felt as though he'd been struck by lightning. His entire body trembled, his heart pounding so fiercely it felt like it might burst out of his chest.
His breathing quickened. He couldn't help but wonder, after evolving, could Tina become a permanent pet?
This thought surged into his mind like a tidal wave, spreading uncontrollably.
Let's wait until the dungeon is cleared.
Suppressing his excitement, Mu Chen forced himself to calm down and began meticulously inspecting every corner of the wooden cabin's cavern. His gaze was sharp and focused, missing no detail.
He crouched down and struck the glowing gemstones with his staff, hitting them with force. However, the gemstones remained completely unmoved, unresponsive to his efforts.
Unwilling to give up, he summoned his skeleton assassin and commanded it to attack the gemstones. The skeleton assassin slashed at the gemstones repeatedly with its sharp blades, but the result was the same, no effect whatsoever. Mu Chen sighed as he took in the sight of the room filled with glittering gemstones.
He couldn't hide the disappointment in his eyes.
Slowly standing up, he cast one last lingering glance at the gemstones before stepping into the glowing portal with heavy steps. Outside the well, Naibai frowned, her face filled with confusion as she looked at her companion, gaze into the abyss, who was staring intently into the depths.
Why does your amazing friend seem to know everything?
Could he be a beta tester? She asked, her tone laced with curiosity. Her fingers unconsciously fiddled with the hem of her robe. Equally puzzled, Gaze into the abyss scratched his head and hesitated before responding. I'm not too sure either.
As far as I know, there wasn't any beta testing for this game.
Besides, there aren't any human GMs in this game, the entire system is controlled by an AI.
It really is strange.
His gaze wandered as if trying to piece together an explanation.
Could it be that he's a professional gamer?
But even for a pro, it's impossible
to be this familiar with a game they've never played before.
It's like he knows all the strategies already.
How do you even explain that?
The creamy white Shuezi was relentless, her eyes shimmering with urgency as she leaned slightly forward, as if hoping to uncover the truth from the answer of the ever-gazing abyss. Just then, a sound came from the well's opening.
Muchen deftly climbed out, his movements swift and fluid.
A glimmer of light flashed in Abyss's eyes, as if catching a ray of dawn in the darkness.
He quickly exclaimed, Tingji, you're just in time. He laid out the doubts that plagued Shuezi's mind.
Muchen chuckled lightly, his expression calm and unhurried.
Play enough games, and you'll see the tricks in online games, they're all the same. Different paths, same destination.
The group exchanged glances, their faces tinged with confusion. Clearly, they weren't satisfied with his explanation. But Muchen remained unfazed, striding directly toward the mysterious altar. When he reached the altar, he unhesitatingly extended his hands and placed them on the cold stone pillar. In that instant, a familiar arrow flashed through the air like lightning.
The arrow shot with unrelenting force, landing squarely at Muchen's feet.
The graceful figure of the female elven archer appeared once more, like a celestial being stepping out of a painting, exuding an aura of awe-inspiring intimidation.
In this tense moment, the dark elf Tina emerged from Muchen's body.
Her wings shimmered with an enigmatic glow, streaking like a meteor toward the elven woman. The two elves seemed to exchange whispers.
Moments later, the taut bowstring in the elf archer's hands began to relax, and her expression softened considerably. After a brief pause, she walked slowly toward Muchen.
Every step she took was light and elegant. The red marker above her head, signifying attack mode, suddenly shifted to an NPC non-attackable status. A cold voice echoed through the air. Young adventurer, beneath this altar is a millennium-old treant, corrupted by malevolent energy.
Tina tells me you're here to destroy it, not to release it? Muchen's face remained impassive as he coolly replied, that's right. We're here to eliminate it.
The elven woman gave a slight nod, her gaze carrying an air of scrutiny.
For Tina's sake, I'll trust you this once.
But heed my warning, if it's released, the habitat of us night elves will suffer greatly. If you can lower its health to below 10%, I'll help you finish it off. With that, she turned and walked toward the depths of the forest, her figure flickering amidst the dappled light and shadows. When she reached the edge of the woods, she glanced back and offered a word of caution.
The Trent's attack range is vast. Be careful.
Her silhouette gradually melded into the thick forest, becoming one with this mysterious world. Muchen frowned slightly, his gaze deep as he stared in the direction where she disappeared, lost in thought.
This quest storyline is decent, it lowers the difficulty of clearing it. But for our team, losing a mini-boss means less experience points. Feels like a bit of a loss, he muttered with a shake of his head.
Turning back, Muchen pointed toward where the night elf had departed.
Hide behind that tree. Don't come out, no matter what.
The group sprang into action, their footsteps hurried intense as they quickly concealed themselves behind the thick tree trunk.
Captain, do you need us to help with this boss? A curious meow poked its head out, its eyes brimming with both confusion and anticipation as it whispered. Yeah, Tingji, let me have a go at my new skill Death Whirlwind later, okay?
Abyss couldn't hold back his excitement either, peeking out from the other side with eager eyes. Muchen's expression grew stern, his sharp gaze sweeping over the group as he spoke calmly.
This boss isn't suitable for practice. One mistake, and you'll be sent back to the city. Save it for a wild mob later.
All right, the group responded, their voices tinged with disappointment, but they obediently stayed hidden behind the tree. From both sides of the tree, they peeked out carefully, their eyes glued to Muchen. They watched as he approached the altar, took a deep breath, and firmly pressed his hand onto the stone pillar. Suddenly, the altar began to tremble faintly, eerie lights slowly illuminating the area. Crimson patterns, as vivid as blood, spread across the
stone pillar, emanating an aura that made one's heart race.
Then, with a sharp crack, fractures appeared on the pillar, branching out rapidly. Seeing this, Muchen moved like lightning, appearing beside his team in an instant, his speed almost too fast to follow. At the same time, the ground around the altar began to quake violently. With a creaking sound, the earth slowly split apart. A massive vine, as thick as a python, shot out from the fissure, writhing wildly as if wrestling against some unseen force.
Then, a colossal shadow began to
rise from the depths, its form like a demon breaking free from the underworld.
Towering like a mountain, its intertwined tree trunks formed an unyielding body.
Every inch of it radiated boundless vitality, yet it was shrouded in an unsettling malevolence.
As its face became more distinct, it revealed a
twisted, grotesque visage, a face cursed for a millennium. Rough textures crisscrossed its surface, whispering tales of an ancient and enigmatic past. Its eyes glimmered with a ghostly green light, deep and icy, as if it could pierce through the secrets of the world or perhaps devour one's very soul.
Black roots, resembling countless giant serpents, writhed and twisted madly, burrowing deep into the ground.
Each movement stirred up clouds of dust, as though greedily drawing upon some dark power hidden deep within the earth. The entire tree spirit exuded a suffocating aura of oppression. The air grew heavy, making one's skin crawl with an inexplicable chill. The wind seemed to halt. In its tracks, the rustling of leaves vanished without a trace, leaving only the spirit's low, guttural growl reverberating ominously in the surrounding silence.
Evil Millennium Tree Spirit Mach, Lord Boss. Level, 20.
HP, 20000/20000.
Attack Power, 292. Defense, 186.
Agility, 12.
Skill 1, Root Bind. Active Skill. A mass of black roots surges from the ground, instantly ensnaring and binding all surrounding enemies.
Deals 438 damage, calculation, 1.5 by 292.
Targets are immobilized for 5 seconds, cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 2, Vine Smash. Active Skill. A massive whip entwined with vines delivers a crushing blow.
Deals 525 damage to all enemies in range, calculation, 1.8 by 292.
Enemies are stunned for 5 seconds, cooldown, 100 seconds. Skill 3, Dark Seed. Active Skill.
Hurls a mysterious black seed that explodes upon contact with enemies. Deals 730 damage to nearby enemies, calculation, 2.5 by 292.
Enemies are stunned for 3 seconds, cooldown, 180 seconds. Skill 4, Leaf Volley. Active Skill. Fires multiple razor-sharp leaf projectiles directly at targets.
Enemies along the path take 496 damage, calculation, 1.7 by 292.
Inflicts a bleeding effect, causing 30 HP loss per second for 5 seconds, cooldown, 200 seconds. Skill 5, Millennial Bark. Passive Skill. The tree spirit's bark, tempered over millennia, greatly enhances its defense. Defense plus 100. Skill 6, Fire Weakness. Passive Skill. Takes 50% increased damage from fire-based attacks. Lord Skill, Wrath of the Tree Spirit. Active Skill.
The Millennium Tree Spirit, consumed by fury, sacrifices its own health as black vines spread across the battlefield, triggering a massive explosion. Deals 1022 damage to all enemies in range, calculation, 3.5 by 292. After casting, HP decreases by 10% of max health, activation condition, HP below 30%.
Cooldown, 12 hours.
The group stared at the tree spirit's ominous stat panel, their eyes wide with disbelief.
A collective gasp of astonishment escaped their lips.
Yet Mu Chen remained calm and composed, his expression serene.
He gently raised his arm, his fingers dancing through the air.
With a flick of his wrist, the skull assassin Brock and the nether dragon-armored spider were summoned in an instant. Next, his hands moved swiftly to form seals, chanting incantations under his breath as he cast the icebound undead summoning art.
In a flash of brilliant
light, 2 icebound undead materialized before the group. Cold, bone-chilling air radiated from their forms, as if capable of freezing everything around them.
Mu Chen's sharp gaze locked onto the massive tree spirit.
His hands moved rapidly once more, casting a pet berserk skill upon
the skull assassin.
Enveloped in a shroud of crimson light, the assassin's form became a shadowy phantom, slipping into stealth. With a wave of his arm, Mu Chen issued a command.
The nether dragon-armored spider sprang into action, its 8 razor-sharp legs moving
swiftly across the ground with a sinister shhhshhh sound.
Its crimson eyes gleamed as it locked onto the enemy and unleashed nether gaze.
The tree spirit began to raise its thick, gnarled arm to strike, but a sudden burst of blinding light stunned it mid-motion, leaving it temporarily immobilized.
In
that fleeting moment, the skull assassin appeared like a specter behind the tree spirit.
Its blade gleamed with a deadly frost, striking with thunderous precision. Boom!
A deafening sound reverberated through the space, as if shaking the very ground itself.
Minus 3083 critical true damage.
A massive red damage number floated above the tree spirit, glowing like a blazing flame. Its massive body shuddered violently, and a deep crack appeared along its trunk. Black sap oozed from the wound, flowing like a sinister stream.
This damage. Is this even possible? A single skill dealt over 3000 damage to a boss with this much defense?
Yi Xiufan's eyes widened in disbelief, and he muttered in a stunned tone,
"That must be some armor-piercing skill, and it crit, too. What kind of monster is this? Where did the captain even find such an overpowered pet?"
Snowy, the healer, was equally shocked. Her eyes remained fixed on the battlefield, filled with admiration and awe.
Here's the English translation, adjusted for a fluent and engaging reading experience for an American audience.
And we only have 2 pets and 2 summoned beasts right now. Imagine when the captain levels up and is leading a whole team of pets and summons, what
a scene that would be. PK would be unbeatable. Yi Xiufan's voice grew unconsciously louder, his excitement and anticipation practically overflowing. "Do you guys know?
Before entering the dungeon, the captain soloed 64 players and came out completely victorious.
It was that guild
that provoked the captain in Starfall City.
Their 64 members couldn't even last 10 seconds, said Just a Meow Meow casually. What? A 1-on-64 victory? In under 10 seconds? How is that even possible?"
Yi Xiufan was so shocked he nearly shouted, staring at Just a Meow Meow in disbelief. The captain seems to have a fusion skill with his pets that allows him to transform into a dual-wielding warrior.
"Anyway, it's insanely powerful," Wan quickly chimed in.
Yi Xiufan exchanged stunned glances with Milky Snowflake. In each other's eyes, they saw a deep sense of astonishment. Then, as if on cue, everyone turned their gaze back to the intense battlefield.
The skeleton assassin struck successfully, its form instantly melting into a dark shadow, darting unpredictably. Its blades flashed with deadly precision as it launched 7 fierce attacks on the tree spirit.
Each slash carried a sharp whistle through the air, shing shing shing, as a stream of damage numbers floated up from the tree spirit's body.
-1,284 true damage. -2,569 critical true damage plus poison. -856 poison damage.
The tree spirit had just barely shaken off its dizziness when a deafening roar erupted, so loud it seemed to pierce the heavens, filled with wrath and agony.
Before it could
retaliate, its massive body was suddenly frozen in place. Ice spread rapidly over its form, encasing it entirely. The crystalline frost gleamed coldly under the light. Seeing this, Mu Chen's eyes gleamed with joy. He silently celebrated it had triggered the poison damage effect of the pet's equipment.
At the same time, the armored
spider spread its sharp leg blades and lunged at the tree spirit like a streak of lightning. The friction between its blades and the air created a harsh hissing sound.
Mu Chen slammed into the tree spirit with a thunderous crash. "Geez, this tree spirit's defense is insane."
Even the armored spider only managed to deal 672 damage with one hit, Mu Chen muttered under his breath. He glanced at the tree spirit's health bar, now dangerously low, and a resolute look flickered in his eyes. With a simple wave, the armored spider and skeleton assassin were instantly recalled to his pet space. Then, like a flash of lightning, he darted back to the group, taking cover behind a tree. By now, the tree spirit, freshly freed from its frozen state, was like a berserk beast. It wildly lashed out with countless vines, instantly ensnaring 2 frosted corpses. Raising its massive vines, it brought them down with a terrifying roar, the crashing wind echoing through the forest. Countless leaves, as sharp as blades, rained down like a storm of daggers, piercing the frosted corpses. Under this relentless barrage of skills, the 2 corpses were obliterated in seconds, their bodies collapsing to the ground. Suddenly, a surge of immense power erupted from the depths of the dark forest.
Everyone turned to see a dazzling beam of white light, streaking across the sky like a comet.
With a deafening crash, it struck the tree spirit, leaving a massive hole in its body.
The tree spirit froze mid-action, its expression dazed. Its colossal form swayed briefly before toppling over, raising a cloud of dust. "System, you have slain the evil 1,000-year tree spirit Moke, LV20, earning 9,000 XP. Dungeon bonus, the experience is not reduced by party distribution. Congratulations! You have leveled up."
In an instant, 2 radiant beams of white light burst forth from Mu Chen and Just a Meow Meow, shining like the first light of dawn. "System, congratulations on clearing the Dark Forest dungeon, Hell difficulty. Dungeon rating, S reward, Dark Forest chest, Hell difficulty, S grade."
System announcement.
System message, congratulations to the players. Courtesan of the Melody, Summoner, Captain.
Just a Meow Meow, Assassin, Party Member. Milky Snowflake, Archer, Party Member.
Gazing into the Abyss, Warrior, Party Member.
1-1, Mage, Party Member. On clearing the Dark Forest dungeon on Hell difficulty in 23 minutes and 56 seconds. Ranked number 1 on the Dark Forest leaderboard.
Rewards, 2 gold coins, 1 universal skill point, Dungeon leaderboard chest X1.
System, dungeon cleared. You will be teleported outside the dungeon in 10 minutes. Please prepare accordingly.
Beside the fallen tree spirit's colossal corpse lay 3 items, glowing quietly.
Two golden beams of light intertwined with a single purple beam of light.
The group was still caught in the awe and thrill of clearing the hell difficulty dungeon. The air was thick with lingering tension and elation. Without hesitation, Mu-Chen walked over to the tree spirit's corpse and swiftly picked up the 3 items.
Nightshade Tree Heart Fruit. Rarity, Gold.
A fruit cultivated over 1,000 years by the Nightshade Tree Spirit, imbued with immense energy. Usage permanently increases all attributes by +1, each player can only use it once. This translation maintains the story's pacing, excitement, and gaming terminology while making it engaging and clear for an English-speaking audience.
Seed of the Moonlit Night Tree. Quality, Gold.
An ancient tree spirit absorbed the essence of the moon over millennia, mutating from an ordinary tree species.
Hand it over to the Night Elves, and you will gain their friendship. Summon Trey Ants. Quality, Purple. Summon 2 Trey Ants to aid you in battle. Requirements, surrounding trees present, summoner level 10 or above.
Mu-Chen stood beside the corpse of the tree spirit, a satisfied smile appearing on his face.
He muttered softly to himself, not bad, my luck's holding up, got a stat-boosting item like the heart of the moonlit tree on the first try. Excitement sparkled in his eyes as he decisively extended his right hand and clicked use.
In an instant, a gentle glow enveloped his body, as if infusing him with newfound strength. His gaze then shifted to the skill, Summon Trey Ants, and his brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of frustration. The conditions for this skill are such a pain.
Without trees around, it's completely useless.
He grumbled in dissatisfaction, but after a brief pause, he raised his hand again and clicked Learn without hesitation.
Who cares? You can never have too many skills, and there's no limit to how many you can learn anyway.
Afterward, he carefully examined the skill description.
Night Trey Ant. HP, 535-30, plus 30 HP per level. Attack, 118-99, player intelligence, x 1.2, Night Trey Ant attack growth. Defense, 69-99, player intelligence, x 0.7, Night Trey Ant defense growth.
Agility, 29-99, player intelligence, x 0.3, Night Trey Ant agility growth.
Skill 1, Root Bind. Active skill. Countless black roots emerge from the ground, entangling and restraining all nearby enemies. Deals 153 damage, 1.3. Skill damage coefficient, x 118, Night Trey Ant attack, to targets and immobilizes them for 3 seconds, cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 2, weakness to fire. Passive skill.
Increases fire damage received by 50%. Mu-Chen stared intently at the Night Trend stat panel, his brows knit tightly together. He shook his head in resignation.
Not bad, I guess. At least it has a decent crowd control skill.
But when his gaze landed on the seed of the moonlit night tree, his eyes widened, and a spark of excitement ignited in his pupils. If I remember correctly, this is also a quest item for unlocking hidden professions. It can open pathways to elf-related roles like Night Archer, Dark Moon Mage, or the Hidden Summoner.
Class, Beast Tamer.
In his previous life, he had never obtained this item, nor had anyone managed to become a Beast Tamer, so the skills of this hidden class remained a mystery. His brows furrowed deeper as he sank into thought, a conflicted and hesitant expression appearing on his face. Almost unconsciously, his gaze shifted to the training notes of Marlin in his inventory, where a flicker of complex emotions glimmered in his eyes.
The name alone seemed to align perfectly with his SSS level talent.
Forget it, I'll think about it later.
You can't change professions until level 20 anyway.
He sighed heavily, shaking his head forcefully, in an attempt to dispel his worries. His tone carried a hint of relief, but the tension in his knitted brows had yet to fully ease.
Mu-Chen's attention turned to the 2 treasure chests lying quietly in his inventory.
His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Without hesitation, he opened both chests, and the system notifications immediately chimed.
System, congratulations. You have obtained the heart of the moonlit tree. System, congratulations. You have obtained the Moonlight Staff. Moonlight Staff. Quality, Gold. Magic attack plus 26. Intelligence plus 10. Constitution plus 5. Special effect, Blessing of the Elves.
In Moonlight, movement speed plus 20%, casting speed plus 50%, and attack speed plus 30%, shared with pets and summon creatures.
Requirements, level 10 or above, Summoner Mage Priest.
Without a second thought, Mu-Chen equipped the newly acquired Moonlight Staff, casually discarding and destroying the replaced black teakwood staff, bound. Today's luck was simply off the charts. Not only had he acquired a golden quality weapon he could use, but he had also unexpectedly obtained 2 Nighthark tree fruits.
The drop rate for Nighthark tree fruits was notoriously abysmal.
In his previous life, there had been players who reached level 50 without ever managing to farm even one. Mu-Chen couldn't contain his excitement and murmured to himself, the joy on his face impossible to hide.
Just then, a notification popped up on his trade panel, interrupting his moment of bliss.
It was a trade request from Wanwan, and prominently displayed in the trade window was another Nithart tree fruit. Mu Chen's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly cancelled the trade and sent her a private message.
Keep it for yourself. I just used one, and each person can only use one. Thanks, though. Alright, Wanwan replied simply.
Mu Chen sighed inwardly, marveling at his fortune. So the reward for being the first to clear the hell difficulty dungeon really is incredible.
3 Nithart tree fruits in one go. Without hesitation, he traded the remaining fruit to Yi Xiufan. You're not going to use this?
Giving it to me feels like a waste, bro, came Yi Xiufan's puzzled voice.
To be honest, I'm just playing this game for fun. I'm not aiming for rankings or anything.
There's no need to give me something this rare. His brows furrowed slightly, his eyes filled with confusion.
Mu Chen paused his actions, thought for a moment, and then replied in a determined tone. I've already used one. This one's for you.
What I'm about to tell you, keep it to yourself, don't let it spread.
This game is far more complicated than you think. Haven't you noticed?
The major corporations from all the main cities are swarming in like sharks scenting blood.
And the player base? It just keeps growing.
Brother Fan, if you still have even the slightest interest in competing for the position of head of the Yi family, I strongly suggest you start building a team that's
entirely under your control and establish yourselves in the illusory realm. This is a golden opportunity. If you seize it, it might change your future entirely.
This game will embed itself into every aspect of people's lives, becoming an irreplaceable part of the world.
It's like an endless treasure trove, brimming with unimaginable wealth. And that wealth isn't just a pile of money, it's a convergence of countless opportunities and possibilities.
Mu Chen's tone was solemn, his words heavy with significance. Yi Xiufan sighed helplessly.
Bro, don't worry. I won't breathe a word to anyone.
He waved his hand dismissively, a look of firm resolve on his face.
But I have no interest in the position of head of the Yi family. You know me better than that, don't you? I'm fully aware of my own capabilities. All I want is a carefree life of eating, drinking, and having fun. I have no desire to get involved in those annoying family disputes.
His expression was one of pure indifference as he shrugged. Mu Chen shook his head, his voice tinged with earnestness.
Alright, but if you ever change your mind, promise me you'll let me know immediately. The very first moment you decide, got it?
After saying this, Mu Chen turned to the group.
Alright, I need to farm mobs to clear my red name. You guys should team up and take on quests to level up. There's a bounty board in the main city that offers decent experience rewards.
After clearing this dungeon, your levels and gear will be way ahead of other players, so grinding mobs and completing quests will be much faster for you. His voice was calm and steady, carrying a natural authority that made people instinctively trust him.
You're not coming with us? Wanwan asked, her large, watery eyes gazing at him with hope. The others also looked at him with eager anticipation, wishing he would join them. Mu Chen's expression remained serene as he replied casually, I'm red-named right now. I can't enter the main city, so I won't be joining you.
Alright then, Wanwan said softly, lowering her head in disappointment. Her eyes dimmed slightly.
At that moment, a player named Meow Meow sent him a trade request. Mu Chen saw it and instantly hit cancel without hesitation.
The other party looked bewildered.
I haven't even paid you the transport fee yet, Captain. Mu Chen smiled faintly. We'll settle it another time. With that, he immediately left the party.
The moment he exited the dungeon, his figure blurred as he dashed into the depths of the dark forest like a streak of light, putting as much distance as possible between himself and the dungeon entrance. After all, he was a red-named player. Caution was the key to survival.
To avoid being ambushed, he quietly hid behind a massive tree, its thick foliage providing excellent cover. Once he ensured there was no one around, he finally exhaled in relief.
Steadying his breath, he unhesitatingly allocated all his free attribute points to intelligence and his universal skill points to the skill Heart of Compassion. After completing these adjustments, he began examining his character panel.
Game name, listening to the tunes in the pavilion. Class, Summoner. Level, 12, 7.28%. Experience required for next level, 55,629.
Health, 810/810.
Mana, 1,200 of 1,200. Attack power, 246. Defense, 52 plus 13. Constitution, 13 plus 39. Intelligence, 75 plus 36. Strength, 13 plus 9.
Agility, 13 plus 7.
Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 0. Light faction reputation, plus 45. Dark faction reputation, plus 10.
Skills: Heart of Compassion, Level 3, Rejuvenation, Level 1, Mana Shield, Level 1, Pet Berserk, Level 1, Agile Step, Dark Spider Summon, Blink of Light, Frozen Corpse Summon, Summon Treant. Inventory: Marlin's Training Notes, Delicious Poisonous Mushroom Soup X3, Betrayer's Secret Letter, Statue of Carolyn, Lord of Dark City, Return. Scroll X1, Basic Health Potion X10, Basic Mana Potion X20, Unsent Letter, Mysterious Skill Treasure Map, Seed of the Nocturnal Moonlight Tree. Pet Space, Skeleton Assassin Brock, Nether Dragon Armored Spider, Dark Elf Tina, 3/5. Equipment: Guardian Boots, Exquisite Mage Robe, Transformation Ring, Freya Star Tier, Spider Silk Belt, Spider Silk Gloves, Moon Spirit Staff.
Money: 4 gold coins, 30 silver coins, 97 copper coins. Finally, my intelligence has surpassed 100.
A wave of excitement surged through him, feeling his strength had ascended to a whole new level. A trace of thrill flickered across Mu Chen's face. Eagerly, his gaze shifted to the pet page. Dark Elf Tina, temporary time remaining, 23 hours 45 minutes and 33 seconds, evolution count, 1. Mu Chen's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of anticipation shining in his pupils as he quickly opened the talent evolution menu.
Without hesitation, he placed Dark Elf Tina into the slot and resolutely clicked confirm.
Suddenly, a six-pointed star array on the screen erupted in a dazzling brilliance. The radiance was like a peerless sword piercing through the darkness, instantly shredding the surrounding shadows and illuminating every corner. The light was resplendent, akin to a dreamlike starry sky, with specks of starlight shimmering against a black backdrop, resembling gemstones embedded within. The brilliance was both powerful and mesmerizing, enveloping the petite form of the dark elf entirely, as if weaving a protective barrier of mystery around her.
However, in the next instant, the light, like a fleeting bloom of a flower, abruptly receded.
In the blink of an eye, everything returned to calmness, as if the breathtaking scene just now had never happened, leaving the surroundings eerily still. On the evolution page, there remained only a dreamlike cluster of starlight, exuding an enchanting aura. The starlight patterns on the cluster flowed like water, dazzlingly beautiful, holding endless mysteries and unknown possibilities. Below it, a line displayed, time remaining for evolution completion, 25 hours 34 minutes and 13 seconds. In this tense moment, the system abruptly issued a series of notifications.
System, unknown error detected, attempting to fix.
The cold, mechanical voice rang sharply in Mu Chen's ears, causing his heart to clench as his breathing quickened.
System, unknown error unresolved, fix failed.
Upon hearing this, Mu Chen's heart leaped into his throat. His hands instinctively clenched tightly as he stared at the starlight cluster with unblinking eyes.
Thankfully, the cluster was not retrieved by the system.
Mu Chen exhaled a long breath, a relieved and satisfied smile spreading across his face, his heart brimming with anticipation for the final outcome of the evolution. Mu Chen sat under a large tree with lush foliage, sunlight filtering through its leaves and casting dappled shadows on the ground.
He squinted slightly as he began organizing his inventory.
His hands moved deftly, rifling through the items in his bag, methodically extracting the equipment dropped by members of the Proud World Guild and throwing them into the auction house. Just as he was fully engrossed, a mysterious purple light suddenly flashed, catching his attention. He focused his gaze and discovered it was a shield radiating an enigmatic aura. His heartbeat quickened instantly, his eyes filled with delight.
Exquisite Pigskin Shield. Quality, purple. Defense, +8. Health, +50. Damage reduction, +15%, shield exclusive attribute. Equip requirement, level 5 or above, shield warrior/knight.
The Proud World Guild members actually had something this valuable, he murmured in surprise, picking up the shield to examine it closely. Though it was a level 5 piece of equipment, there were hardly any such shields across the entire server. He furrowed his brows slightly, lost in thought.
Might as well sell it. There's no one around who can use it. With that, he decisively tossed the shield into the auction house, swiftly converting the auction earnings into blue star coins.
Once everything was settled, he let out a long sigh of relief, leaning against a thick tree trunk as his gaze slowly swept over the 3 items in his backpack.
The Betrayer's Secret Letter.
He picked up the letter, his fingertips gently brushing over its surface as a trace of helplessness flickered across his face.
With this read, name status, I can't even enter the city to pick up quests.
He sighed, placing the letter back into his backpack, his eyes brimming with regret.
Mysterious Skill Treasure Map.
Next, he took out the treasure map, his gaze fixated on it with focus. It requires completing multiple trials, and my pet's nether fusion skill is still on cooldown.
Digging for it now would be risky. Deliciously Poisonous Mushroom Soup X3.
His eyes fell on the 3 servings of mushroom soup, his brows tightly knit together. Even though this stuff has a high chance of poisoning that
DNP, there's still a 10% fail rate. If it doesn't work, they'll definitely hunt me down. And with this red name, if I can't escape, I can't risk it.
Slapping his thigh in frustration, he shoved the mushroom soup deep into his backpack, his face filled with irritation.
Ugh, this red name status is such a pain, it's limiting so many quests.
He looked up at the sky, his heart brimming with anger and helplessness over his current predicament. Suddenly, he caught sight of the transformation ring on his finger, and a glint of light flashed through his eyes.
That's it.
I'll head to that secret realm first.
Maybe I can find the Earth Spirit transformation gem there.
His excitement reignited, he stood up without hesitation and set off toward his target destination.
Meanwhile, in the ominous Dark Forest dungeon on King Tier difficulty, the atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. A team, battered and bruised, had just been
sent back to Star City by the overwhelming power of the Gravekeeper. The 5 members' faces were dark and stormy, seemingly on the verge of dripping water. The team captain, Laughing Spring Breeze, clenched his fists tightly and spoke slowly. Who the hell is this listening to songs in the brothel character? A teammate next to him replied with a pained expression, Captain, it's like this guy just appeared out of nowhere.
There's never been any mention of him
in the professional gaming scene. Plus, with everyone using their main IDs in competitive play now, there's no sign of anyone running a Smurf account.
Laughing Spring Breeze let out a heavy sigh. Damn it, we were this close to clearing King Tier difficulty. Our knight has an S-rank defensive talent, and even he couldn't withstand that final arrow. That guy's pet must deal insane damage. Try contacting him again. See if we can recruit him into our studio.
Boss, we've tried. He doesn't respond at all, and he hasn't accepted any friend requests.
Laughing Spring Breeze gritted his teeth, taking a deep breath. Fine, let's deal with it later. For now, we'll give it another shot. Save all high damage skills and see if we can kill him before he unleashes his ultimate. Let's move.
With a wave of his hand, Laughing Spring Breeze took the lead, walking heavily toward the dungeon entrance, his team trailing close behind. Muchen darted through the eerie, twisted expanse of the dark forest, finally arriving at the edge of a cliff. The wind howled, tugging at his clothes, which flapped sharply like battle flags, as though cheering him on. Below the cliff, thick, rolling mist churned like smoke, so dense it obscured the bottom, evoking a visceral sense of dread. His brows furrowed as he scanned his surroundings cautiously, his heartbeat pounding like a drum. The secret realm lies beneath this cliff, he murmured to himself, his tone resolute. Crouching down, he picked up a stone and hurled it downward, hoping to hear it hit something, but there was only silence, an oppressive void. Straightening up, he fixed his gaze on the deep fog below. His mind made up, he instantly activated his transformation skill, morphing into a translucent butterfly. Delicate wings fluttered in the wind, shimmering with an ethereal, dreamlike radiance. He gently flapped his wings, gliding down toward the abyss. As he descended, he carefully controlled his movements, navigating through the thick layers of mist. Suddenly, a faintly glowing cave entrance appeared on the cliffside, gleaming like a pearl in the darkness, immediately catching his attention. His heart leapt with excitement, and he quickly adjusted his course, gracefully drifting toward the entrance. The scene within the cave left him wide-eyed and awestruck. Embedded in the stone walls were countless crystal-clear gemstones, sparkling like stars and exuding a mysterious glow. At the center of the cave stood a softly shimmering portal, silent and unassuming. Muchen cautiously floated inside, but as he approached, a wave of unease washed over him. Those gemstones were actually coiled snakes. Their bodies twisted and writhed, exuding an eerie, menacing aura. On their foreheads were embedded multicolored gems that gleamed with a chilling light. Prismatic rock serpent. Level 89. Attributes? Muchen's heart tightened, pounding like thunder, as if it might burst from his chest. He silently thanked his foresight in maintaining his transformation. Without it, the consequences would have been dire. After a moment of panic, he quickly steadied himself. His eyes locked onto the portal, filled with determination. Taking a deep breath, he shot forward like an arrow, heading straight for the portal. In an instant, Muchen's figure flickered like a phantom and vanished from where he stood, stepping directly into the secret realm. The moment he entered, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged through him like a tidal wave, causing his body to tremble slightly. Once again, he found himself on a mysterious island suspended in the void. The island exuded an eerie and ancient aura, as if it had been forgotten in the corners of time. The ground beneath his feet was covered in dense, intricate, and bizarre patterns, glowing faintly in a dim light, as though whispering secrets beyond human comprehension. With each step he took, an enigmatic force pulsed through his soles, sending shivers down his spine. Muchen slowly raised his head. Surrounding him was a vast, boundless starry sky, dazzling in its brilliance, with countless stars twinkling like a dreamlike painting. At the center of the island stood a massive statue of a goddess, towering and majestic, resembling a giant that held up the heavens and the earth. Unlike the statue he had seen last time, this one radiated a chilling black light, as if it sought to devour everything around it. The goddess's face bore an eerie smile, one of profound mockery, sending a chill deep into his heart. Staring blankly at the statue, Mu Chen's breathing grew rapid, and his heart pounded like a frenzied drum. It felt as though the blood in his veins had been ignited, and an unprecedented excitement and thrill surged through him like a tidal wave.
Could I have remembered the place wrong? How could there be another artifact here? Is this statue of the Dark Goddess?
He muttered to himself, his brows furrowed in deep thought, his face a complex mix of puzzlement and delight. Taking a deep breath, his chest heaved dramatically as he tried to calm his thunderous heartbeat. Then, with determined steps, he moved toward the stone platform ahead, his gaze locked on it. His eyes burned with fervent desire and resolute determination.
As he approached the platform, Mu Chen's breathing grew even more ragged. He murmured to himself, no matter what, an artifact is an artifact.
Without hesitation, he stretched out his right hand and placed it on the platform. The instant his fingers touched the platform, an icy sensation spread through him from his fingertips, making him shiver involuntarily.
In the next moment, the previously dormant patterns on the ground lit up like sparks igniting a flame, rapidly flaring to life. The eerie patterns glowed with strange light, connecting swiftly to form a massive magic array. From the array, a surge of black and crimson light shot skyward like a tidal wave, as if tearing through the very fabric of space. At that moment, the statue began to emanate a faint silhouette of a goddess. Surrounded by an ominous black mist, the figure exuded a suffocating presence. She floated slowly toward Mu Chen, every inch of her movement carrying an overwhelming pressure, making time itself appear to slow down. The goddess's shadow smiled faintly, a smile brimming with endless mystery and unfathomable depth, sending a shiver through Mu Chen's heart. Then, she extended a hand as white as jade, cold as frost, and gently stroked Mu Chen's cheek. A wave of scorching heat surged into his mind like a flood breaching a dam, causing his consciousness to tremble. His body swayed involuntarily. In the next instant, the goddess's shadow transformed into a streak of black and crimson light, shooting like a meteor into the center of Mu Chen's forehead. The light vanished in a flash, leaving Mu Chen standing dazed in place, his face a mix of shock and exhilaration. His mouth hung slightly open, his eyes filled with disbelief. System notification, congratulations! You have obtained the artifact, Nyx's Dream Veil. Nyx's Dream Veil, quality, artifact. Magic plus 240, character level 20. Constitution plus 12, character level 1. Luck plus 10. Magic recovery plus 5, recovers 5 magic points per second. Special effect, Shadow Cloak. When equipped, the wearer enters stealth mode immediately. Attacking or being attacked will break the stealth state. If no further attacks are received or initiated within 10 seconds, stealth will reactivate. While in stealth, the first instance of damage received will be negated. Unique skill. Dream Bind, cast time, 3 seconds. Summons the power of dreams, placing all enemies within a designated area into a sleep state. Effect duration, 10 minutes. Targets will wake upon taking damage. Cooldown, 24 hours. Artifact ability.
Nyx's Whisper, grants immunity to death for 10 seconds.
Cooldown, 96 hours. Bound to the user. Non-tradable. Cannot be dropped. Indestructible. Mu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stared at the artifact in his inventory, its mysterious glow captivating his attention. Unable to contain himself, he muttered, "What an unexpected surprise! Another artifact!" His voice trembled with exhilaration, and his eyes burned with an intense passion, like blazing flames. However, in an instant, an unexpected change erupted. The entire secret realm began to shake violently without any warning, as if a colossal beast had been startled awake, thrashing its body in fury. The surrounding air was stirred by this immense force, creating a deep, resonant hum that sent shivers down one's spine. Mu Chen's smile froze instantly, as if encased in frost. His pupils constricted sharply, his heart tensed, and without hesitation, he swiftly equipped his divine artifact. The next moment, his figure mysteriously vanished into stealth mode. Without delay, he moved like a flash of lightning, heading straight for the teleportation portal. Returning once again to the mysterious cavern, Mu Chen's brows furrowed tightly. Wasting no time, he activated the artifact skill Freya's Mercy, choosing the Blink of Light ability. In a flash, his figure transformed into a dazzling burst of light, streaking like a meteor toward the cavern exit. Just as his form reappeared, he turned into another streak of light, ascending swiftly toward the cliff above. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Using the Blink of Light consecutively 7 times, Mu Chen finally made it back to the top of the cliff. At this moment, he dared not linger even for a second, continuing to blink toward the dark forest. Upon entering the forest, Mu Chen finally allowed himself a moment of relief.
His figure, moving like lightning, blinked 10 times in rapid succession.
By now, the swarm of rainbow rock snakes should no longer be able to catch up. Just as he exhaled in relief, the system's notification exploded in his ears like a thunderclap. Server announcement, emergency server update. Players above level 10 can now change their class. The announcement repeated over and over, deafeningly loud, echoing 10 full times.
Mu Chen's brows knitted even tighter, his face filled with confusion.
Something's off. This game isn't supposed to be like this in this lifetime.
He pondered deeply, yet the answer eluded him. Since the class change had been unlocked, there was no reason not to proceed. His gaze fell upon the Moonlight Tree seed in his inventory, and he noticed its description had changed.
Seed of the Moonlit Night Tree. Quality, gold. An ancient tree spirit, nourished by the essence of the moon, mutated after 1,000 years of accumulation.
Deliver this to the Druid Elder of the Night Elf clan to unlock the hidden class, Beast Tamer, class requirement, Summoner. Without hesitation, Mu Chen opened his friend list and sent an urgent message to Shirwanwan.
The email read, "Do not open this letter under any circumstances.
The system just announced the class change feature.
Take this letter to Kana Lin, she should be in the Magic Hall of Star City. Once you hand it over, you'll be able to access the hidden class quest."
Almost instantly, Shirwanwan replied.
Got it.
Receiving her response, Mu Chen wasted no time. His figure moved like the wind as he swiftly made his way toward the Druid Elder of the Night Elf clan.
This new artifact is simply incredible.
In stealth mode, Mu Chen darted through the forest like a phantom, his form flickering in and out of sight, ensuring a safer journey forward. Around him, the towering trees stood dense and imposing, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. After a short while, Mu Chen finally reached the Druid Elder. Slowly, he removed the artifact, Nyx's dream veil, allowing his form to gradually reappear. Without hesitation, he presented the seed of the Moonlit Night Tree to the Elder. The Druid Elder's eyes widened instantly upon seeing the seed.
His hands trembled with excitement as he eagerly received it. Young Summoner, you found the seed of the Moonlit Night Tree.
You have earned the friendship of the Night Elf clan. The Druid Elder raised his staff high, chanting an incantation.
A brilliant light burst forth instantly. A pillar of light rose from beneath Mu Chen's feet, its radiance illuminating the entire space. System, would you like to change your class to Beast Tamer, hidden class? Just as Mu Chen was about to make his selection, a look of astonishment appeared on the Druid Elder's face. Young Summoner, I didn't expect you to carry the aura of the Goddess of the Night.
At that moment, the shadowy figure of the Goddess of the Night materialized, floating forward like a specter.
Her slender finger lightly touched Mu Chen's forehead before vanishing in an instant. System, would you like to change your class to Divine Beast Tamer, unique hidden class?
Mu Chen's eyes widened, his heart brimming with joy and disbelief.
Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked yes. The next moment, a black hexagram array began to form beneath Mu Chen's feet, its arcane runes glowing with an eerie light.
Standing in place, Mu Chen's heart pounded like a drum, overwhelmed with excitement. The black hexagram rotated slowly beneath him, its runes shimmering with a sinister brilliance. The air around him seemed to tremble in response, as if drawn to this mysterious power.
A dark pillar of light shot skyward, enveloping Mu Chen completely.
He felt his body merging with this enigmatic force, every cell in his being resonating with exhilaration.
Mu Chen's clothing began to transform under the radiance. His black trench coat seemed to come alive, molding itself to his form with an almost sentient fluidity.
Every fold of the trench coat appeared so natural and fluid, with the crescent moon emblem at the back hem growing increasingly distinct. It emitted a soft and mysterious glow, akin to the brightest star in the night sky.
System, congratulations! You have successfully transitioned to the Divine Beast Master profession. System, the skill Heart of Benevolence, level 3, has evolved into Divine Beast Mastery, level 3. System, the skill Rejuvenation, level 1, has evolved into Divine Healing, level 1.
Divine Beast Mastery, level 3 expands the personal pet space by 12 slots. Allows summon creatures from summoning type skills to be permanently converted into personal pets.
Conversion is irreversible.
Divine Healing, level 1 restores 20% of all pet health.
Cooldown, 60 seconds, mana cost, 100. System, you have acquired new profession skills, Divine Descent, Spiritual Pet Armament, and Divine Contract. Divine Descent, fully merge yourself into a pet's body, granting you complete control over the pet. If the pet dies, the skill is forcibly cancelled. Spiritual Pet Armament, pets can now equip the player's gear. Divine Contract, initiates a contract with a target. Once successful, the target becomes your pet.
Mu Chen stood frozen in place, his eyes glued to the newly unlocked profession skills, as if petrified. His lips parted slightly, and the sound of his heartbeat echoed loudly in the silence, so frantic it felt as though it might leap out of his chest. Pairing this with my SSS grade talent, this is practically invincible, he muttered to himself, his voice brimming with excitement and disbelief.
At that very moment, the system abruptly issued an emergency notification. System, emergency notice.
A network error has occurred in the game. The illusory realm is about to shut down. Players, please prepare to log off.
Shut down in 10 seconds. System, emergency notice.
A network error has occurred in the game. The illusory realm is about to shut down. Players, please prepare to log off.
Shut down in 1 second.
Still immersed in the bliss of becoming the sole hidden profession, Mu Chen's smile remained on his face. But then, without warning, his vision went black, his body suddenly losing control as the system forcibly ejected him from the game. He shot up abruptly, disoriented, and instinctively glanced at the time. It was barely midnight.
What's going on with the game in this lifetime? A network error?
In my previous life, the illusory realm ran flawlessly for 7 years without a single issue.
And now they're forcibly logging players out? He muttered angrily, his brows furrowing tightly. Just then, the pitch-black night sky outside his window was set ablaze, instantly lighting up the darkness. Full of doubt, Mu Chen quickly turned to look outside. In the sky, a dazzling pillar of light shot straight toward Star City at an astonishing speed, clearly visible to the naked eye. It seemed to herald an impending change of epic proportions. Mu Chen's eyes widened like saucers, his heart pounding as if gripped by an invisible giant hand. The next moment, a blinding white light surged like a tidal wave, engulfing Star City in an instant. A surge of irresistible force overwhelmed him, and his vision went completely black as he lost consciousness. System, beep.
Player Mu Chen has regained consciousness.
System, beep.
After analysis, player Mu Chen killed 64 fellow players within 10 seconds, qualifying for the scavenger designation.
System, beep. Scavenger status granted. Scavenger, a special player designation. Other players cannot view your true information. Allows you to create a secondary ID. Grants opportunities for unique missions in secret realms. System, welcome, player Mu Chen, to the illusory realm. Mu Chen's eyelids twitched slightly before he slowly opened his eyes. His expression was filled with confusion as he murmured, "What happened to me?"
In a flash, he shot upright, his movements swift enough to stir the air around him. Wide-eyed, he scanned his surroundings, only to find himself in an unfamiliar, modest room.
Could it be?
I've been reborn again, he muttered uneasily, his heart heavy with unanswered questions. The walls of the room appeared to be made of flowing data streams, pulsating and shimmering with a strange light, exuding a futuristic and surreal aura. Suddenly, a flood of information surged into his mind, overwhelming his consciousness. Mu Chen stood frozen, as though turned to stone, unable to move. His face was painted with shock and disbelief, his lips parted but unable to form any words.
Blue planet. Sealed? I'd been dragged into a mysterious game? Strengthening myself through secret realm dungeons? A scavenger? This place can fulfill all my wishes? To return to Blue Planet, I must complete the illusory realm's missions? Collect the secret realm's essence? These thoughts churned in his mind, leaving him utterly disoriented. System, warning. Death within the secret realm dungeon will result in the player's permanent removal from this world. Mu Chen hurriedly summoned his interface to check his current status. Player name, Mu Chen. Class, Divine Beast Master. Talent, Mastery over all spirits. Level, 1. Health, 100%. Mana, 100%. Constitution, 17. Intelligence, 7. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Luck, 21. Skills, Divine Beast Taming, Divine Healing, Divine Descent, Spirit Pet Armament, Divine Contract. Inventory, Basic Health Potion X10, Basic Mana Potion X20. Pet Space, Skeleton Assassin Brock, Nether Dragon Armored Spider, 2/13. Equipment, Freya's Tear of the Stars, Nyx's Dream Veil, Phantom Coins, 6. System, be advised, this is the real world. Data does not define everything. Fatal injuries will result in the player's immediate death. System, players must pay 1 phantom coin daily, or face direct erasure. Today's payment has been made. Mu Chen's expression darkened instantly, his brows furrowing deeply. His gaze swept quickly across the skill panel, and his heart sank as he muttered a low curse, "Damn it! All my previous skills are gone except for the new class abilities." His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain. He then anxiously shifted to the inventory panel, only to find it almost empty, with nothing but health potions and mana potions left. At that moment, it felt as though his heart had plunged into an icy abyss. Is this it? Do I really have to start all over again? He murmured, his voice filled with bitterness and reluctance. However, when his gaze moved to the pet panel, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Thankfully, the two pets are still here. His voice trembled slightly, as though clutching at the last straw of salvation. Next, with bated breath, he turned to the equipment panel, his heart pounding in his chest. When he saw the two legendary artifacts still quietly lying there, his tense body finally relaxed. He exhaled deeply, as though a massive weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck his mind like a bolt of lightning. His expression turned tense and urgent as he quickly opened the talent panel. On the screen, the light sphere representing the dark elf, Tina, shimmered with an unusual glow, indicating it was evolving. Seeing this, Mu-Chen finally let out a sigh of relief, a faint smile of contentment appearing on his face, like a ray of light piercing through the darkness. At that moment, the system's cold, emotionless voice echoed again. System, the novice secret realm dungeon has been unlocked. Would you like to enter? Mu-Chen took a deep breath, as if drawing all his tension and unease into his lungs. His eyes gleamed like cold steel, resolute and fearless. Without hesitation, he summoned the skeleton assassin, Brock. With swift hand movements, he formed intricate seals while chanting softly. The divine descent skill was instantly activated. In an instant, his body transformed into a wisp of dark shadow, merging seamlessly into the skeleton assassin's form. Slowly raising an arm, Mu-Chen stared at the sharp dagger clutched in his skeletal black hand, his face filled with amazement. This skill is incredible, it's like being reborn. The skeleton's eyes burned with an eerie crimson glow, like flickering flames. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu-Chen decisively selected yes. In the next moment, a blinding white light surged over him like a tidal wave, engulfing him completely. The scenery before him shifted rapidly, as if seen through a kaleidoscope. Streams of vibrant, blurry colors streaked past his vision, pulling him into an unknown world. System, entering novice secret realm dungeon, Dream Isle, difficulty level, hell. As Mu-Chen's vision gradually cleared, he found himself standing on the edge of a stormy coastline. The sea breeze howled, carrying a salty tang, while massive waves crashed violently against jagged rocks, sending up sprays of white foam. Without the slightest hesitation, he darted like a phantom into the dense forest behind him. Using his agility, he climbed a sturdy tree with ease, concealing himself among its thick branches and leaves. Holding his breath, he scanned his surroundings carefully, finding no immediate threats. Only then did he let out a slow exhale. Suddenly, a task notification appeared before his eyes without warning. Main quest, defeat the island lord of Dream Isle. Time limit, 24 hours. Reward, 7 phantom coins, unlock the phantom hall. Failure penalty, erasure. Note, phantom coins will not be consumed during the secret realm dungeon. Mu-Chen gazed at the sudden quest notification, his brows furrowing slightly, resembling the undulating mountain ranges. Without hesitation, he equipped the Nyx's Dream Veil on the skeletal assassin. Instantly, his figure vanished into thin air. What is this mysterious game? Have all the players in the illusionary realm been dragged into this place? Mu-Chen speculated silently, his face betraying both confusion and unease. No matter. Let's finish this quest first. Gritting his teeth, he muttered under his breath before shooting off like an arrow, heading straight into the depths of the forest. Not long after, the sharp crack of gunfire erupted ahead. Bang! 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 Mu-Chen's steps came to an abrupt halt, his body freezing. On the spot, his expression darkened considerably as he thought to himself, guns? In this secret realm dungeon? He quickly combed through the system's rules in his mind, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Suffering lethal damage here means instant death. Damn it, he cursed under his breath but didn't stop moving. Instead, he sprinted even faster toward the direction of the gunshots. On this mysterious, desolate island, the sea breeze howled, lifting clouds of sand into the air. Hatch folded his arms across his chest, glancing arrogantly at Toxie with a smirk. We were the ones who discovered the treasure on this island first, he sneered. Toxie's eyes widened in fury as he roared, you found it first? What a joke! The treasure should be split 50-50. Everyone walks away happy. His grip tightened around his gun, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Hatch threw his head back and let out a piercing laugh, the sound echoing across the barren island. Ha ha ha. Toxie, do you really think you can claim half? We worked hard to locate this place, and now you want to share just like that? Even if I wanted to agree, why don't you ask my men if they'd accept it? Behind Hatch, a burly man with a scarred face stepped forward, barking, Captain, why waste words with him? Just take him out, and the treasure will be all ours. Toxie's face darkened, as if the very air around him had grown heavy. His voice thundered, brothers, fight. You all know what kind of person Hatch is. The only way out is through them. As his words rang out, bang, Bang! Bang! Gunfire erupted, shattering the tense silence of the island. The opposing sides clashed, their hostility reaching a boiling point.
The wind grew fiercer, tugging violently at their clothes as if mourning the bloodshed about to ensue. Hidden high in the trees, Mu Chen observed the chaotic scene below, his brows knitted tightly. His sharp gaze swept across the battlefield as he thought, the quest target isn't here.
Just as he prepared to slip away unnoticed, a series of dark shadows surged out from the depths of the forest like phantoms.
Moving with astonishing speed, the blurry figures streaked past and stormed into the crowd like a gale, accompanied by the sickening sound of tearing flesh.
The tense standoff instantly devolved into chaos. Terrified screams echoed through the forest, filling the air with dread.
Narrowing his eyes, Mu Chen strained to make out the true form
of these shadows.
As his vision sharpened, he realized with a jolt that they were bloodthirsty black wolves, their eyes glowing a sinister crimson and their fangs glinting menacingly. At that moment, an even larger figure emerged slowly from the woods. With each of its steps, the ground seemed to tremble faintly. Fixing his gaze, Mu Chen saw an enormous black wolf, its head marked with the eerie labeled Dream Island Overlord.
Mu Chen's eyes lit up with excitement.
This must be the target, he thought, his heart pounding. The wind appeared to hold its breath, and the very air seemed to freeze in response to this sudden development. The only sounds were the low growls of the black wolves and the agonized cries of the men.
Mu Chen's gaze hardened with resolve.
Without hesitation, he activated Shadow Stealth and began approaching the massive wolf in utter silence, each step as cautious as a specter stalking in darkness. The giant wolf's piercing eyes suddenly snapped toward Mu Chen's direction, sharp as blades slicing through the veil of shadows.
It scrutinized the darkness, its gaze brimming with suspicion. However, after a brief pause, it seemed to sense nothing amiss and turned away.
At that instant, Mu Chen materialized like a phantom behind the wolf. Gripping his twin daggers tightly, he channeled all his strength into his arms and drove them fiercely toward the wolf's abdomen. Shadow Strike, he growled, his voice filled with unyielding determination. As the daggers made contact with the wolf's body, a blinding white light erupted from its form, radiant and
scorching, deflecting the otherwise fatal blow. The giant wolf's body shook violently, its fury erupting like a volcano. Then came an earth-shattering roar that reverberated through the air. "You despicable wretch! How dare you ambush me?" The giant wolf roared with fury, its thunderous voice reverberating with unyielding majesty.
Its massive front paw shot upward, bringing with it a fierce gale as it slammed toward Mu Chen. At the same time, its maw began to shimmer with a strange, ominous glow. In the next instant, searing black flames erupted from the wolf's mouth like a sinister black dragon, roaring straight toward Mu Chen.
Mu Chen's heart skipped a beat. There's no escape.
Gritting his teeth, he transformed into a shadow in the blink of an eye. Blades flashed like lightning, and the sharp sound of slicing echoed out in the darkness, swish, swish, swish.
With each strike, his blade plunged into the giant wolf's abdomen. Shadow dance.
After delivering 7 consecutive strikes, Mu Chen swiftly retreated, not daring to linger. By then, blood was gushing from the wolf's abdomen, and its agonized howls shook the surroundings. The trees trembled under the force of its enraged roars. Breathing heavily, Mu Chen stepped back to a safe distance, his eyes sharp and vigilant like those of a hawk, ready to face the wolf's next attack. But to his surprise, the giant wolf's massive body swayed, then slowly collapsed to the ground.
Mu Chen exhaled lightly, relief washing over him.
"System notification, you have slain the Island Lord of Dreamland Aldot." The voice echoed in his mind, and the tension in his nerves eased slightly.
"System notification, congratulations, player, for completing the novice quest. Do you wish to exit the instance? Forced exit in 1 hour." Mu Chen narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment before resolutely selecting no.
He cautiously approached the fallen wolf's corpse, every step deliberate, the weeds beneath his feet bending and emitting soft rustling sounds. Upon examining the wolf's body closely, he found no items dropped. Shaking his head in resignation, his sigh echoed faintly in the stillness. Just then, the system popped up with a new message. "A corpse of a black magic wolf has been discovered. It can be exchanged for 1 phantom coin. Would you like to proceed?" Mu Chen's eyes lit up, shimmering like stars piercing through darkness.
Without hesitation, he chose to exchange it.
In the next moment, the wolf's massive body dissipated into smoke and vanished. As the wolf met its end, the surrounding shadows seemed to lose their leader and rapidly dissipated.
The battlefield was left in ruins, a blood-soaked ground strewn with shattered weapons and scattered belongings.
Mu Chen frowned slightly, striding through the chaos with determined steps. As he ventured deeper into the island, the howling of the sea wind grew louder, almost as if beckoning him forward. Suddenly, a massive ship appeared at the shoreline, swaying gently with the rhythm of the waves.
Without hesitation, Mu-Chen stepped aboard.
The wooden planks groaned under his weight, creaking as if lamenting the passage of time. Inside the cabin, a musty stench assaulted his senses, pungent and oppressive. To his surprise, there was still a pirate aboard, oblivious to the looming danger.
Mu-Chen moved like a phantom, appearing silently behind the pirate.
His dagger flashed like lightning. Before the pirate could even react, he crumpled to the ground. Continuing deeper into the cabin, Mu-Chen found several women bound, their eyes filled with fear and despair. His brows furrowed. With a swift motion, he raised his blade, cutting through their restraints with precision. As the ropes fell away, his skeletal form, holding a dagger, became fully visible. The women recoiled in terror, screaming as their cries echoed within the confined space. Mu-Chen shook his head slightly, his voice low and hoarse.
"The pirates are dead. You are free now."
Without waiting for their response, he turned and walked away toward the deck.
But then, bang!
A gunshot shattered the silence. One of the women had fired at him, her voice shrill and piercing.
"You damned monster! Die!" Mu-Chen turned around coldly, his icy gaze flickering.
In an instant, he was in front of the woman, his dagger slicing through the air without hesitation. She fell to the ground. Turning once more, he walked away slowly. At that moment, a small girl's timid voice called out, "Thank you, sir.
I'd like to give you this necklace. May I, Mr. Skeleton?"
In her tiny hands, she held a silver necklace with a fish-shaped iron pendant dangling from it. Mu-Chen's body froze briefly, his steps halting.
He reached out and accepted the necklace without a word. "You have obtained the Dreamland Isles coin necklace.
Saying nothing further, Mu-Chen gradually disappeared into the distance, fading from their sight. The sea wind continued to howl, as though playing a mournful melody for this tale of twists and turns.
Mu-Chen stared intently at the necklace in his hand. Dreamland Isles coin necklace. Quality? Rarity?
Description: this seemingly ordinary necklace contains the essence of the Dreamland Isle instance.
It's not equipment?
Mu-Chen frowned, puzzled as he examined the mysterious aura emanating from the necklace. He muttered to himself, unknown quality.
What exactly is essence power?
Shaking his head, he tossed the necklace into his inventory bag and moved forward.
Mu-Chen lifted his head, scanning his surroundings as he cautiously continued his exploration.
Moments later, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on a small island not far away. He had already meticulously combed through the entire area.
Aside from ordinary plants, trees, and oddly shaped rocks, there was nothing of significant value to be found. Except for that enigmatic little island.
It loomed like a colossal riddle, irresistibly drawing him in. He glanced at a dilapidated boat by the shore, then at the timer displayed by the system. Only 20 minutes remained before he had to leave the dungeon. Gritting his teeth, Mu-Chen made up his mind and decisively leapt onto the boat. Gripping the oars tightly, he rowed with all his might. Water sprayed in every direction as the small boat wobbled and swayed, inching its way toward the island across the sea.
Suddenly, the system's cold, urgent warning blared in his ears. "Warning! You have left the boundaries of the Novice Secret Realm dungeon. Extreme danger may ensue."
The alarm-like voice echoed incessantly, but Mu-Chen paid it no heed. By now, the wind on the sea had grown fiercer, and the waves surged violently, slamming against the boat as if trying to thwart his advance. Yet Mu-Chen's gaze became even more resolute. He took a deep breath and rowed harder, pressing forward with unwavering determination toward the island. The moment he set foot on the shore, his eyes were instantly drawn to a golden treasure chest radiating a dazzling light. Beside the chest lay a massive black dragon, its body entirely cloaked in darkness. The creature was sound asleep. The dragon's enormous body was as grand as a mountain. Every breath it took caused the surrounding air to tremble subtly. Mu-Chen stared at the awe-inspiring sight of the dragon, his heart sinking like a stone. Yet, even as trepidation gripped him, an overwhelming desire surged within. "Let's take the gamble." He clenched his teeth and cast Nyx's whisper, a stealth state, on his skeleton assassin. Without hesitation, he charged toward the treasure chest with all his might. "You have opened the golden treasure chest and obtained the following items. 10 void coins acquired. Life crystal, small, acquired. Breaker of all magic acquired." At that very moment, the dragon's long-closed eyes suddenly snapped open, releasing twin beams of golden light so tangible they seemed to pierce the air. The massive claws of the dragon lashed out like lightning, moving with a speed so terrifying it left no room to react. A deafening roar erupted, as though it sought to tear the world asunder. Gale-force winds surged in its wake, threatening to obliterate everything. Boom! Mu-Chen felt a tide of force as overwhelming as a mountain flood crash into him. His body was flung into the air, catapulting like a cannonball in a graceful arc before slamming heavily into the ground. The impact sent a thunderous sound echoing, while dust and debris exploded into the air, blotting out the sky. He felt as if several ribs of his skeleton assassin had been shattered. Alarmed, he hurriedly willed himself to exit the dungeon in his mind.
Instantly, a pillar of
light, pure and radiant like snow, descended to envelop his faltering figure. Slowly, it began to lift him upward, its glow soft yet imbued with an air of mystery. The dragon, witnessing this, became utterly enraged. It opened its massive, blood-red maw and unleashed an ear-splitting roar that seemed potent enough to shatter the heavens.
Sound waves rippled
violently through the air, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. Within its mouth, energy rapidly coalesced, glowing with a blinding brilliance and emitting a searing heat that was suffocating.
In the next second, an enormous fireball erupted from the dragon's maw.
It was like a miniature sun, blazing with apocalyptic fury as it hurtled straight toward Mu Chen. Watching the impending inferno, Mu Chen's heart raced with panic. He struggled desperately to move, but to his horror, he found his body immobilized within the light pillar. He could only watch helplessly as the fireball drew closer and closer. Yet, as soon as the fireball touched the pillar of light, it mysteriously dissipated, vanishing into wisps of smoke that spiraled lazily into the sky.
Only then did Mu Chen exhale deeply, relief washing over him.
The next moment, his surroundings began to spin like a kaleidoscope.
Colors swirled and interwove, dazzling and disorienting. Before he could comprehend what was happening, his vision blurred completely, leaving only streaks of light flashing before his eyes. When he came to, he found himself back in the mysterious room. The skeleton assassin's body was instantly restored to its original state. Mu Chen collapsed onto the ground, his heart pounding violently as waves of emotion surged within him, refusing to subside. Player has returned to the Void Realm. Mission settlement in progress.
The room seemed to dim slightly, as though it too awaited the final results with bated breath.
Dream Island Secret Realm Dungeon, Novice. Difficulty level, Hell.
Main quest, defeat the Island Master of Dream Island.
Completed. Due to the dungeon's Hell level difficulty, rewards are doubled. Quest rewards, 14 Void Coins. Void Hall unlocked. Player level +1. Settlement complete.
Suddenly, without warning, a glowing portal appeared on the room's wall, emitting an enigmatic light that twisted and swirled like a vortex,
irresistibly drawing his attention.
Mu Chen instinctively glanced at his backpack, his eyes filled with both anticipation and tension.
Breaker of all magic. Rarity, legendary. Rare rating, 90.
Description: a legendary dagger capable of ignoring all forms of magic and defense.
Crystal of life, small.
A crystal condensed from the power of life. Mu Chen frowned as he carefully examined the descriptions of the items, his heart filled with doubt.
This is completely different from how items displayed in games used to work,
he muttered to himself, tapping his finger lightly against the ground. Without hesitation, he quickly retrieved the breaker of all laws and
equipped it on the skeleton assassin.
The dagger instantly appeared in the assassin's hand, exuding an aura that sent chills down his spine.
There are no restrictions like in games in the real world.
Mu Chen's lips curved into a slight smile, a surge of excitement welling up inside him. He took a deep breath, his gaze resolutely fixed on his attribute panel.
Game name, Mu Chen.
Scavenger, special player, real name hidden.
Prevents others from viewing. You may set a fake name one time. Class, Divine Beast Tamer. Talent, Mastery of all spirits.
Level 2, level only effects unlocking secret realms, illusionary world permissions, etc. No direct strength increase.
Health, 100%. Mana, 100%.
Constitution, 19, affects health, defense, resistance to abnormalities, etc.
Intelligence, 9, affects spell damage, pet attributes, etc.
Strength, 5, affects physical attack, carrying capacity, etc. Agility, 5, affects movement speed, attack speed, etc.
Luck, 21. Skills, Divine Beast Control, Divine Healing, Descent of the Divine Spiritual Beast Armament, Divine Contract.
Inventory, Basic Health Potion X10, Basic Mana Potion X20, Crystal of Life, Small, X1 Dream Island Koi Necklace. Pet Space, Skeleton Assassin Brock Nether Dragon Armored Spider, 2/13.
Equipment, Freya's Tear of Starsnix's Dream Veilbreaker of all laws. Illusory World Currency, 31.
Mu Chen stared intently at the panel, his brows furrowed deeply, his face filled with disbelief.
Leveling up doesn't give any attribute points? Does everything depend on equipment upgrades?
He muttered under his breath, a mix of anxiety and confusion swirling in his mind.
Just then, the system's emotionless voice suddenly echoed.
Item containing the essence of a secret realm detected, Dream Island Koi Necklace.
Would you like to extract the essence?
Standing in place, Mu Chen's eyes flickered as he pondered for a moment before decisively selecting yes. Dream Island Koi Necklace essence extracted 1.2%.
Gained 1 attribute point. Without hesitation, he allocated the point to intelligence. Then, like an energetic monkey, Muchen darted around the room, swinging the dagger in his hand, causing gusts of wind to stir. He suddenly leaped in place a few times, landing with a dull thud. I can actually feel the obvious improvement in the skeleton assassin's body. The light in Muchen's eyes sparkled with joy. Player Muchen has reached level 2. Safehouse customization unlocked. Please imagine the layout of your room according to your needs. Muchen closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and pictured the warm little home he remembered. Every corner, every piece of furniture, was as vivid as if it were yesterday. Suddenly, the surroundings transformed dreamily in an instant. The color of the walls, the arrangement of the furniture, all of it became exactly as he remembered. The warm tones and familiar setup instantly calmed his heart. The only difference was the mysterious, glowing portal standing prominently at the entrance, silently waiting. Muchen deactivated the Divine Descent skill and slowly walked out of the room, collapsing onto the soft couch. His body sank deep into the cushions as he clenched his fists, his gaze firm, and he silently vowed, I have to find a way back. I missed too much in my past life. No matter what happens, I will seize this life with everything I have. His voice was deep and resolute, as if declaring to the unknown world. At that moment, the room's lighting was slightly dim, and the golden rays of the setting sun filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Thinking of his parents, Muchen felt a small sense of relief. Mom and Dad have millions. At least they won't have to struggle for money. But then his brows knitted together, and he murmured to himself, I wonder if Su Linwan and Yi Xiaofan have entered this place as well. Just then, the rumbling of his stomach broke the silence. Only then did he realize he was hungry. Miraculously, the food he imagined appeared on the nearby table. Muchen's eyes widened as he stared at the tempting dishes, his face full of disbelief. Slowly, he stood up, his movements stiff, as if bound by an invisible force. He reached out his hand, grasping the steaming, aromatic food, and mechanically stuffed it into his mouth. What kind of place is this? What sort of existence lies hidden behind it? What's the purpose of gathering players here? Is it just for those secret dungeon instances? He murmured to himself as he chewed, his voice echoing through the silent room, clear yet lonely. Swallowing the food, Muchen let out a long sigh. It seems I'll have to search for the answer slowly. He glanced at the 31 phantom coins he had left, and his heart sank. This is only enough for me to survive here for 31 days. To seek the answers, the first priority is to stay alive. His resigned words lingered in the air, carrying both his boundless hope and despair. Muchen's gaze locked onto the mysterious, glowing portal before him. He hesitated for a moment, deep in thought. After standing in front of the door for a while, he finally made up his mind. He cast the Divine Descent spell on the skeleton assassin, took a deep breath as if to swallow all his unease, and then slowly stepped into the portal. The moment he entered, a system message popped up abruptly. Would you like to change your appearance? Muchen looked down at his skeletal form. The empty eye sockets flickered with a determined light, and without hesitation, he selected no. As he emerged from the portal, the scene before him struck him like a bolt of lightning, leaving him stunned. The Phantom Realms Hall was a perfect replica of Star City from the game. Bright sunlight bathed the wide streets, and the paved stone ground shimmered with radiant brilliance. The teleportation array in the city square had transformed into numerous enigmatic portals, but apart from that, there was little difference. The familiar architectural style remained intact, and the signs of street-side shops swayed gently in the breeze. The square of the hall was bustling with activity as a diverse crowd moved about. Burly warriors in heavy armor walked with heavy steps, nimble mages held glowing staffs, and shadowy assassins flitted in and out of sight, concealed in the shadows. Vendors' loud hawking filled the air. Massive sale on beginner health potions. 11 bottles for just 1 phantom coin. Don't miss out, a burly man with a scruffy beard shouted, his booming voice making the surrounding people's ears buzz. A rare blue staff with a rarity level of 10. Only 10 phantom coins. Look closely, no bargaining. A sharp-eyed young man sat behind a stall, his gaze like an eagle's as he scanned the passers-by. Hey, handsome! A crisp voice called out. Muchen turned his head to see a tall woman. She was dressed in a tight-fitting red leather outfit that accentuated her perfect curves, and her golden hair shimmered under the sunlight. Are you talking to me? Muchen asked, puzzled. Of course. Your transformation gear is so cool, it actually turns you into a skeleton. That's so thrilling. Are you interested in selling it? I promise you'll be satisfied with the price. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, and her hands clenched excitedly. Muchen shook his head helplessly and walked away down the street, leaving behind a disappointed sigh. When he reached another crossroad, he suddenly noticed that the once sullen library had been transformed into a mysterious information query room.
Curiosity got the better of him, and Mu Chen hurriedly stepped inside. As he entered, he was greeted by the sight of rows upon rows of cylindrical capsules glowing with an eerie blue light, neatly arranged as if awaiting exploration. Scanning the room, Mu Chen headed straight for an unoccupied capsule. Stepping inside, he saw a familiar stone platform, its surface faintly glowing. Taking a deep breath, Mu Chen slowly placed his hand on the stone. In the next instant, a torrent of information surged into his mind like a flood, as though it would burst his head apart. It turned out that the Phantom Realm had selected a group of players from various planets, and not everyone was honored with this opportunity. Most players had been mysteriously saved by the Phantom Realm when they were on the brink of death in reality. While they were given a chance at rebirth, the mortality rate here was shockingly high, reaching 90%. The Phantom Realm was like a ruthless hunter, periodically bringing in new players to replenish the lives that were constantly being lost. Here, anyone who failed to enter a dungeon and ran out of phantom coins would be mercilessly erased. However, entering a dungeon was even more perilous. There was no room for mistakes. The only slight consolation was that within the Phantom Realm's safe houses, a variety of entertainment facilities were available. For a mere 1 phantom coin, daily living expenses were free. Reading this, Mu Chen exhaled in relief, even feeling that the Phantom Realm was somewhat generous. A daily cost of 1 coin was barely manageable for him. But the next piece of information made Mu Chen's entire body tremble in shock. Spend 10 phantom coins to return to reality for 10 minutes. Mu Chen's entire body trembled violently with excitement. His fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the excessive force. I can actually go back. His voice quivered, filled with an urgent longing. In an instant, Mu Chen shot out like a rocket ignited, racing back to the small, absolutely safe room. This was his sanctuary in this unknown world, a haven where no one could step foot without his permission. Standing in the center of the room, he gasped for breath, his voice steady and resolute. I want to return to reality. Would you like to spend 10 phantom coins to return to reality for 10 minutes? Without hesitation, Mu Chen's eyes lit up with excitement, and he decisively chose yes. In the next moment, his entire body was enveloped in dazzling white light, so bright it was impossible to look directly at. When he regained consciousness, he was surrounded by darkness. As his vision gradually cleared, he froze in place. The sky appeared torn apart, and torrential rain poured down like a waterfall. The large raindrops struck the ground with force, splashing everywhere and creating a sharp, crackling sound. Amidst the chaotic rainstorm, the piercing wail of the public security alarm stood out, slicing through the downpour and stabbing painfully into his ears. Beside Mu Chen stood an ancient clock tower. Its mottled walls, further weathered by the rain, appeared even more desolate. The clock hands seemed frozen in time. His eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the familiar surroundings. His lips trembled slightly, and his body shivered uncontrollably. Then, his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, as if all strength had drained from him. The cold rain mercilessly battered him, drenching him to the bone in an instant. His soaked hair clung tightly to his scalp, and rainwater streamed down his face. Yet, he seemed oblivious to it all, letting the downpour wash over him without resistance. The scene before him was beyond comprehension. I've returned to the moment I shot Lu Ruyan in my past life. Could it be that I, too, was pulled into the Phantom Realm by the system just before my death? What are these resurfacing memories? Could the world I reincarnated into not be real, but merely a dungeon instance? Mu Chen's heart was a tempest, his eyes reflecting fear and confusion. At that moment, the system's cold, emotionless voice cut into his ears like an icy blade. Your 10 minutes are up. Returning the player. Suddenly, a blinding white light enveloped Mu Chen's body. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in his familiar safe room. He stumbled toward the bed, his steps heavy as if each one drained him of all his energy. Finally, he collapsed onto the bed, lying flat on his back, his hollow eyes staring at the ceiling like a lifeless puppet. After an indeterminate amount of time, the system's voice suddenly roared like thunder. A dungeon instance has been unlocked. Would you like to enter? Mu Chen's heart jolted violently, as though he'd been pulled back from an endless abyss. He froze for a few seconds, and then a flame reignited within him. He shot upright with renewed determination. Yes, if the Phantom Realm system can bring me here, then there must be a way to go back. By leveling up, I can unlock more permissions. I'm sure I can find a way back. I have to stay alive. Only by surviving can I seize the chance. He roared loudly, his voice brimming with resolve and determination. At this moment, the dim light in the room seemed to brighten with his emotions. Mu Chen's eyes glowed with a radiant determination, as if piercing through the darkness to illuminate the unknown path ahead. He moved his hands swiftly, chanting under his breath, summoning a skeletal assassin. A flicker of black light flashed, and the skeletal assassin appeared before him.
Without hesitation, Mu Chen activated the divine possession skill.
A mystical force fused his soul with the skeletal assassin.
With everything ready, Mu Chen took a deep breath.
A flicker of resolve crossed his eyes as he raised his hand and decisively chose yes. System, entering level 5 multiplayer dungeon instance, Blood Moon City, difficulty level, Hell.
Main quest, eliminate vampire Count Alpha Lon. Quest duration, 48 hours. Quest failure penalty, termination.
Cleanup quest, exclusive to scavenger role, eliminate the rogue player by Xingxing. The system will automatically lock onto the target's location when within a certain range.
Warning:
player versus player mode is enabled for this instance.
Killing another player will guarantee the drop of one item from their inventory.
A blinding flash of brilliant white light swept over him.
Mu Chen felt a wave of dizziness.
When his vision cleared once more, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar world. A vast, silent square paved with grayish-blue stone slabs stretched before him. A few stubborn weeds grew in the cracks between the stones. A brilliant full moon hung in the night sky, casting an oppressive aura over the square.
Aside from Mu Chen, 7 other players were present. Some stood, while others sat. Without exception, their faces bore expressions of heavy anxiety and unease.
At this moment, a burly middle-aged man stepped forward. His voice was deep and powerful.
Everyone, although this dungeon has activated the PvP mode, I urge you not to fight amongst yourselves. As you've seen, the difficulty level of this dungeon is set to hell. If we turn on each other, what awaits us is undoubtedly total annihilation.
His gaze was earnest, and he gestured with his hands, trying to make everyone realize the gravity of the situation.
TCH, and how do you guarantee people will listen to you? By relying on your so-called charisma? Ha!
A young man sneered, a mocking smirk,
tugging at the corner of his lips.
His fingers deftly twirled a dagger that gleamed coldly, as if it were nothing more than a toy in his hands. With that, he turned and strode away without looking back, kicking up a faint cloud of dust in his wake.
A female player's face turned deathly pale upon hearing his words.
Her lips trembled, and tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Why did we have to get assigned to a hell level
dungeon? This is it. We're done for. We're all going to die. Please, I'm begging you, don't fight each other. If we unite, there's still a sliver of hope we can complete the mission. Her voice was tinged with desperation, almost a plea.
Yet the surrounding players remained cold and indifferent, as if her cries had fallen on deaf ears. A young girl stood silently, merely shaking her head slightly before choosing to leave as well. Mu Chen frowned as he observed the scene, pondering silently to himself.
Without further hesitation, he turned and walked away from the chaotic square. He knew all too well the nature of PvP dungeons. In such scenarios, it was better to trust the NPCs in the game than to place any faith in other players.
Leaving the square, Mu Chen quickly found a secluded spot, where towering trees shielded him from view. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly equipped the Nyx's dream veil. In an instant, his figure dissipated like smoke, vanishing into thin air. Standing still, with the wind whistling past his ears, Mu Chen's brows furrowed tightly. He thought to himself, it seems there are more players in this dungeon than just these 8. After all, the mysterious target of his elimination mission wasn't among the 7 he had just encountered. At that very moment, the bright moon was suddenly stained a deep crimson, as if drenched in thick blood, transforming into a horrifying sight. Eerie wolf howls shattered the silence of the night, echoing through the valley and sending chills down the spine. Moments later, several dark shadows darted toward the distant city like bolts of lightning. A towering werewolf sped past Mu Chen, carrying the stench of blood in its wake.
Mu Chen's eyes narrowed.
Without hesitation, he pushed off the ground and followed closely behind. The streets of the city exuded an eerie atmosphere. A young man had pinned a woman to the ground, his fangs bared as he ravenously drank her blood. The woman's struggles grew weaker and weaker, her eyes gradually losing their light.
Suddenly, a werewolf crashed into the man like a cannonball.
With a deafening bang, the man was sent flying like a broken kite, slamming into a wall. The wall collapsed instantly under the impact, bricks and rubble cascading down, burying the man beneath them.
Mu Chen had initially thought the werewolf was there to save the woman.
But to his astonishment, the werewolf bared its blood-stained jaws and began tearing into the woman's body with savage ferocity. Her screams were cut short, and in the blink of an eye, she was completely devoured by the beast. Just then, the pile of rubble began to shake violently. The young man buried beneath emerged unscathed. His face was smeared with dust, his fiery gaze burning with rage. He spat out a curse, "You filthy mutt! How dare you steal my prey?" With that, his figure blurred as he lunged forward like a phantom. As the werewolf and the vampire engaged in a fierce battle, locked in a brutal stalemate, a man dressed in a black uniform suddenly appeared out of nowhere, like a ghost in the night.
He held a peculiar communication device in his hand and spoke in a low voice. 2 low-tier creatures detected. Capture or eliminate? The vampire and werewolf froze upon hearing the voice, their expressions turning grim as they locked eyes on the enigmatic man in black. After a brief moment of eye contact, the 2 creatures seemed to reach a mutual understanding. Without hesitation, they exchanged a glance and bolted in opposite directions. All targets to be eliminated? Understood, the man in black replied coldly and decisively. Tisk, splitting up. How troublesome, he muttered with a frown. Without delay, he dashed after the vampire. Meanwhile, the werewolf fled in the direction where Mu Chen was hiding. Mu Chen's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharp as a predator locking onto its prey. The werewolf sped past him like the wind. Shadow strike. In an instant, Mu Chen's figure vanished, reappearing directly behind the werewolf. Clutching his sinister dagger tightly, he struck with lightning speed, aiming for the beast's vital point. Before the werewolf could react, the dagger pierced its body like a flash of light. It let out a pained howl, its body convulsing violently as its limbs thrashed weakly. Moments later, it collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Killing low-level werewolves increases your clearance rating. At that moment, a mysterious man appeared like a phantom not far away. His right hand gripped a barely breathing vampire, his cold gaze locking onto Mu Chen. A black skeleton? A new kind of monster? His voice carried a mix of caution and confusion. Mu Chen's heart tightened. The appearance of this skeleton had clearly led the NPC to misunderstand. He quickly observed the man's movements. Detected a new type of monster, a black skeleton wielding a dagger. Combat abilities unknown. Capture? Moments later, the man received a reply. Confirmed. Without hesitation, the man dropped the vampire. With a flick of his right hand, a pale blue lightsword materialized out of thin air, emanating a bone-chilling cold and dazzling radiance. With a powerful push of his foot, he shot toward Mu Chen like an arrow loosed from a bow, his speed causing a gust of wind to roar. Mu Chen sidestepped, easily evading the attack. The lightsword scraped past his ribs, barely missing its mark. We're not enemies. I'm here to eliminate these monsters too, Mu Chen said calmly. The man in black showed no signs of stopping. With a roar, he charged again. This time, his attacks were fiercer, the lightsword slicing through the air in an impenetrable flurry, creating a storm of sword shadows. Mu Chen's eyes narrowed. His figure blurred like a phantom, and in an instant, he appeared behind the man. His dagger flashed like lightning, pressing firmly against the man's neck. The man froze immediately, his face paling, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. I said we're not enemies. Did you hear me this time? Mu Chen's voice was as cold as frost. Just then, a steady voice emerged from the communicator. Who are you? Mu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he replied slowly, You don't need to know who I am. I'm here to eradicate these monsters. My contact with you is merely to gather intelligence on them. Will you cooperate? What do you need? All information regarding Vampire Count Arfalin. The other side fell silent momentarily before responding. Understood. The moment Mu Chen received the intel, his entire skeletal frame emitted faint cracking sounds. Rising swiftly, he wasted no time heading toward Arfalin's domain. The precious information from the NPC revealed that the location harbored not only several powerful vampire counts but also possibly a marquee vampire of extraordinary authority hidden deep within the castle. A hell difficulty dungeon, as expected, isn't so simple, Mu Chen murmured to himself. Passing through a bustling town, he walked alone toward the cursed, eerie forest. The blood moon hanging high in the sky was as thick as congealed blood, its light spilling down and dyeing the forest an unsettling crimson. In the darkness, strange noises echoed, sometimes the mournful wails of a grieving woman, sometimes the low growls of a ravenous beast, and other times the eerie whistling of the wind through the trees, sending chills down one's spine and making the hairs on the back of one's neck stand on end. Within this ominous atmosphere, Mu Chen's figure moved swiftly like a phantom, without hesitation. His concealed presence added to the chilling aura that surrounded him. Before long, an ancient and mysterious European-style castle came into view. Its towering spires pierced the sky, as if attempting to pierce the blood-red heavens. Though its exterior appeared well-maintained, clearly tended to regularly, signs of age were unmistakable. The massive stone walls were covered in moss of a dark green hue, thick like a heavy carpet, clinging desperately like the claws of a demon trying to drag the castle into eternal darkness. Narrow, deep-set windows adorned with stained glass reflected an eerie light under the blood moon's glow. A heavy oak door, studded with rusted copper nails, seemed to whisper tales of a long, forgotten history. On either side of the door stood grotesque stone gargoyles, their fangs bared and claws extended, as if warning intruders, this place is not meant for the living. The roof, covered with black tiles, was unevenly arranged. Several broken sections revealed decaying wooden beams. A musty odor wafted from the castle.
A mixture of damp earth, aged timber, and an unidentifiable stench of decay, as though the castle itself was a slumbering nightmare slowly awakening. On his way here, Mu Chen had noticed several figures hurrying toward the same destination.
Their hurried footsteps echoed unnervingly in the silence.
Clearly, they had each obtained critical information about this place through their own means.
Mu Chen didn't rush to enter.
Instead, he leaned lightly against an ancient tree beside the castle.
The rough bark sent a faint vibration through his skeletal frame.
Ghostly flames flickered in his hollow eye sockets as his thoughts churned, sifting through the information he had gathered.
Vampire Count Arfelin was known for his astonishing speed, capable even of brief flight. Moreover, as long as his wicked head remained intact, he could resurrect himself time and again. Just then, the cold, emotionless voice of the system suddenly echoed. "Attention! Abnormal player by Xingxing has appeared. Target location locked." The ghostly flames in Mu Chen's eyes flickered violently, his unease growing stronger by the second. This mission was far too ambiguous, completely unfathomable. There's no mention of punishment for failing the task. In that case, I can just skip it, he thought to himself, deciding to observe for the time being. A special player labeled for elimination like this was definitely not someone simple. At that moment, he kept his eyes fixed on the system's locator. His expression suddenly changed. Bai Xingxing's glowing marker was hurtling toward the ancient castle at an alarming speed. What's destined to come will come, Mu Chen murmured internally, his nerves stretched taut. Suddenly, a flash of white streaked past him like lightning. It was a woman dressed in a white maid outfit. The hem of her skirt fluttered in the wind, resembling a celestial dancer in mid-flight. She turned back to glance at Mu Chen, her eyes filled with a mix of curiosity and vigilance. Then, without hesitation, she dashed straight toward the castle gates. Her movements were swift and fluid. With her right hand, she sharply drew out a staff adorned with a dazzling gemstone at its tip. In the next instant, the gemstone turned a vivid crimson, radiating a blinding glow. "Let's set off some fireworks for you all. Ha ha ha." The woman's lips curled into a wild grin. Before her words had fully landed, a massive, intricate magic circle appeared in the skies above the castle, its patterns mysterious and complex. Moments later, fireballs descended like meteors, roaring with searing heat and devastating force, smashing into the castle mercilessly. The deafening roar of explosions shook the air, as flames leapt sky-high. The castle crumbled in an instant, stones scattering in all directions as dust and smoke billowed. Figures scrambled out of the ruins in panic, some engulfed in flames, others blasted away by the sheer force, coughing blood, while some were buried beneath the rubble, their fates uncertain. After unleashing this devastating magic, the woman transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the depths of the forest. As Mu Chen stood pondering, a piercing flash of white light suddenly erupted beside him. The woman's figure reappeared like a ghost. She locked eyes with Mu Chen, then cheerfully said, "Oh, hello there." Mu Chen's heart tightened. He didn't dare move but rapidly analyzed the situation in his mind. Can she truly see my invisible form, or is she just bluffing? A sharp kitchen knife materialized in the woman's hand, its blade gleaming coldly. Without hesitation, she swung it fiercely toward Mu Chen's direction, her actions as swift and forceful as a thunderclap, accompanied by a gust of wind. Mu Chen's instincts screamed danger. With a quick sidestep, he narrowly dodged the strike. "Ha ha ha, come on out. I can sense you. Invisibility doesn't work on me." The woman laughed maniacally, swinging her knife at him once more. This time, Mu Chen didn't dodge. He knew it was time to act. Clang! The knife struck Mu Chen's body, sending a burst of golden light radiating outward. The tremendous recoil force sent the knife flying back in an arc. Mu Chen's form gradually emerged from his invisibility. "Oh my gosh! You're a little black skeleton. That's so cool." The woman's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression lighting up with excitement. Mu Chen's metaphorical face darkened. He thought to himself, what kind of abnormal player is this? "Hi, I'm Bai Xingxing. You can just call me Xingxing. Let's be friends. I've never had a skeleton friend before." She blinked her large eyes, her face brimming with anticipation. Mu Chen stared at her coldly, saying nothing. The brightness in her eyes only grew. She muttered to herself, "I must be crazy, trying to get a skeleton to talk." Unable to hold back any longer, Mu Chen replied icily, "My name is Yi Xiaofan." "Whoa, you can talk? That's amazing. Little skeleton, we're officially friends now." She clapped her hands in delight, practically jumping with joy. "I said, my name is Yi Xiaofan." Mu Chen's voice grew louder, tinged with irritation. "Got it. Nice to meet you, little skeleton." She blinked innocently, seemingly unfazed by his rising anger. Mu Chen fell silent, a sense of helplessness washing over him. Why argue with her? Fine, let her call me whatever she wants, little skeleton it is.
He studied the woman intently, his mind swirling with questions. Just moments ago, she had unleashed a spell of immense power, and now she was brandishing a kitchen knife to toy with him.
What exactly is her class?
Meanwhile, hidden in the surrounding forest, a group of players was on the verge of losing their minds.
Like powder kegs ignited, their frustrations erupted in waves of curses and complaints. Who the hell is this lunatic?
She's ruined all my plans, a gruff male voice bellowed, his eyes bulging like brass bells. The veins on his forehead throbbed as if they might burst.
At any moment,
clenching his fists in rage, he slammed one into a nearby tree trunk.
With a loud crack, the tree shook violently, its leaves scattering like startled birds. Damn that mage.
Why did she have to alert the castle's vampires and draw them all out? Another voice trembled with despair and fury.
The speaker's face was
pale, his lips quivering. Gripping his hair with trembling hands, he seemed on the verge of tearing it out in frustration, his grievances almost palpable.
The absurd chaos had only just begun. Damn it!
Now we have no choice but to fight head-on, he muttered angrily, grumbling incessantly. Some paced back and forth in frustration, cursing under their breath, others slumped to the ground, their eyes vacant, muttering to themselves with faces full of despair and panic, and still others gritted their teeth, their weapons creaking in their hands, as if ready to charge out and fight the woman to the death. The entire forest was steeped in an atmosphere of fury, despair, and chaos, as if an irreversible disaster was about to unfold.
Just then, a vampire unfurled its black wings and shot toward Muchen like a bolt of lightning. Little skeleton, hide behind the tree. I'll protect you. Bai Xingxing shouted.
The vampire landed with a thud, its maw opening wide to unleash an ear-splitting roar. The sound wave, almost tangible, rippled outward, assaulting everything in its path. Though Mu Chen's high immunity shielded him from physical harm, the piercing screech still rattled his ears, as if threatening to tear apart his very soul. Like a phantom, Bai Xingxing instantly appeared behind the vampire. With a gust of wind, her cleaver slashed down mercilessly.
She cursed aloud. What an awful noise. So annoying. You deserve to die.
A flash of steel, and the vampire's roar was abruptly cut short.
Its body split cleanly in two, blood splattering everywhere as it fell lifelessly to the ground. The ghostly flames in Mu Chen's eyes flickered violently. As he marveled inwardly, this rogue player is truly extraordinary.
That strike just now was as fast as my shadow strike skill. But she didn't seem to use any abilities at all, just sheer speed and brute strength. At that moment, a massive shadow suddenly emerged from above the castle. A low, guttural growl echoed like a ghostly wail through the night, and the enormous shadow began to take shape. Under the blood-red moon, its glow intensified, as if drawn by some mysterious force, bathing the world in a crimson hue. Two massive bat wings unfurled, blotting out the sky and casting a heavy shadow over the land. The bodies of the fallen seemed to stir,
manipulated by an invisible force.
Dark red mist, like vaporized blood, rose from their remains and coalesced before the shadow. It let out a chilling, resonant hum, a whisper from the depths of hell, filled with malice and greed. Gradually, a colossal blood orb
took form in front of it, its surface flickering with an eerie glow.
Blood bubbles swelled and burst, releasing a nauseating stench. Suddenly, the cold, mechanical voice of the system broke the tension. Hidden quest activated. Kill Vampire Marquis Alroni to receive the hidden treasure chest.
The announcement struck like thunder, reverberating in everyone's ears.
In the next instant, a golden arrow shot out from the shadows like a meteor, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle. The surrounding leaves quivered and scattered in its wake.
The
arrow streaked straight toward the black shadow, but shockingly, it shattered into fragments of starlight the moment it made contact, dissolving into the air without leaving a trace. The archer's eyes widened in disbelief, terror etched across their face. A burly player shouted, his voice trembling, "Find the main quest target, quickly. If that blood orb drops, do you think we'll survive?" Sweat dripped down his forehead in large beads as he spoke. Another player leapt up, waving their arms and yelling, "The main target is
here with me. Come and take him down."
For the first time, the players set aside their suspicions and came together in unspoken unity. The chaos of the giant meteor spell unexpectedly fostered teamwork among the players, simplifying the dungeon's challenge. All they needed now was to eliminate the main quest target and return to the Phantom Realm Hall.
Mu Chen's figure melted into the shadows, vanishing silently.
Beside him, Bai Xingxing's eyes sparkled with excitement, locked onto the massive black figure in the sky. The eerie cleaver reappeared in her hands, exuding an aura of menace.
Mu Chen thought to himself, is this lunatic really planning to take on that hidden boss with a cleaver?
She has powerful magic skills but chooses melee combat, utterly insane. Suddenly, an overwhelming energy surged from the cleaver, distorting the air around it. Bai Xingxing gripped the weapon tightly and shouted sharply, swinging.
it with all her might.
In an instant, a colossal blade projection shot forth, carrying an aura of destruction as it slashed into the gathering blood orb.
Slash! A deafening explosion followed. The blood orb split cleanly in two, its remnants falling powerlessly to the ground.
The earth trembled, kicking up dust and a mist of blood, rendering the scene even more harrowing.
The black shadow let out an ear-splitting roar, the sound wave shaking the trees and sending leaves cascading down. Its massive body rocketed toward Bai Xingxing like a cannonball.
But Bai Xingxing, far from intimidated, leapt into the air with unbridled excitement, her figure shooting upward like an arrow. The blade's gleam flickered, and Bai Xingxing's figure darted about like a ghost, her movements elusive and unpredictable. The kitchen knife in her hand slashed through the air in an unstoppable flurry, forming an impenetrable defense as she fiercely clashed with the vampire marquis. Each collision sparked with dazzling brilliance, and unbelievably, she held her ground against the marquis in a deadlock.
Mu Chen muttered under his breath, "This lunatic."
Luckily, I held back and didn't act rashly against her.
Otherwise, I'd be in a world of trouble.
Meanwhile, the blood mist swirling around seemed almost alive, adding an oppressive tension to the already chaotic scene. Some vampires, corrupted by the blood mist, had their eyes turn a menacing bloodshot red, their fangs elongated dangerously, and their claws extended in an instant. They let out guttural roars, becoming even more feral, and charged madly at the players.
"Damn that woman!
It's her again," one player shouted angrily, his sweat-soaked face smeared with blood and grime.
"Yeah.
Why the hell did we have to provoke a hidden boss?" another player chimed in, his voice laced with despair and resentment. "Wish I could take her out first." A third player, consumed by rage, swung his weapon wildly, hacking frantically at the vampires lunging toward them. You can't even handle the main storyline boss, and you think you can take down someone who can cleave a blood orb in half with a single strike," another player scoffed mockingly. Before the words fully left his mouth, that very player let his guard down for a split second. A vampire's claw pierced through his chest. His eyes widened in disbelief, filled with unwillingness as blood poured from his mouth.
Slowly, he collapsed to the ground.
The scene fell into a sudden, deathly silence, broken only by the restless churning of the blood mist in the wind, as if mocking the helplessness of the players. In the shadowy forest, vampire Count Alphalon moved like a phantom, his figure darting with blinding speed. Trails of illusory afterimages stretched behind him, remnants of his sheer velocity. These afterimages seemed like extensions of his dark and malevolent power, striking terror into the hearts of those who witnessed them.
"Damn it! This boss is too fast."
"Without a lock-on skill, there's no way to hit him," a player screamed in frustration, his voice hoarse with anger and despair. The weapon in his hands trembled slightly under his tight grip. Suddenly, the vampire boss shifted direction, hurtling toward Mu Chen with a terrifying burst of speed. Mu Chen's gaze turned icy, like frost on a cold winter's night. "So, you've delivered yourself to me. Then I'll finish the main storyline quest first," he resolved silently, his hands tightening around his weapon. The boss drew closer and closer, moving as swiftly as a gale. When the boss entered his attack range, Mu Chen's eyes burned with intensity. He whispered softly, "Shadow Dance." In that instant, Mu Chen's body seemed to be swallowed by darkness, transforming into a deep, shadowy silhouette, enigmatic and unfathomable. The shadow moved like smoke, teleporting instantly to the boss's side, its speed so swift it was almost beyond perception. In his hand, the weapon breaker of all spells erupted with a chilling radiance, akin to icy stars dotting a frigid night sky, exuding a bone-piercing murderous intent. Swish! 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 7 blade arcs slashed through the air like bolts of lightning, their momentum unstoppable. Each blade carried immense power, slicing through the air with such force that it emitted sharp, ear-piercing whistles, as if the very atmosphere was wailing in pain. The vampire Count, Alphalon, charging at full speed, had no time to react. His body, propelled forward by inertia, abruptly froze in place. Time seemed to stand still, plunging the entire world into a deathly silence. The next moment, fine crimson lines appeared across Alphalan's muscular frame, delicate yet precise, as if chiseled into an exquisite piece of art, radiating a palpable aura of death. The lines grew clearer, as if an invisible hand was meticulously carving them. Then, with a deafening boom, Alphalan's body exploded, disintegrating into a mist of blood that filled the air. His severed head rolled to the side, his eyes wide open, still brimming with disbelief and terror. The surrounding players who had been chasing him froze in place, their eyes widening and mouths agape, their faces etched with utter astonishment. This sudden, dramatic turn of events left them momentarily incapable of processing what had just happened. The mighty boss was slain just like that? After all that effort chasing him, the vampire Count was effortlessly taken down by a single black skeleton? Mu Chen, his expression cold and unchanging, walked unhurriedly toward the fallen leader. Without hesitation, he raised Breaker of all spells and drove it cleanly into Alpha Lan's forehead, his movements crisp and decisive, free of any unnecessary flourish. You have slain the main quest target, Vampire Count Alphalon. Your quest completion rating has significantly increased.
Congratulations on completing the main quest. Would you like to return to the Phantom Realm Hall? 39 hours remain until forced return.
The eyes of several players, who had been panicking moments earlier, suddenly lit up as if they had grasped a lifeline in the darkness. Without hesitation, they frantically and clumsily chose to return, terrified that even an extra second here might spell their doom. However, a few players remained behind, their eyes glinting with greed as they stared intently at the green treasure chest that had just dropped. Their breathing grew heavier, and their throats involuntarily gulped, though none dared to take a step forward.
Mu Chen's fearsome strikes lingered vividly in their minds, the nightmarish scene replaying over and over.
At this moment, they were locked in an intense internal debate, wondering if they had what it took to withstand Mu Chen's attacks. Mu Chen, unfazed by the complex gazes around him, maintained his composure. His expression calm, he steadily approached the treasure chest. You have opened the chest, green, and obtained the following items.
2 Phantom Realm coins acquired. Vampire Fong, green, acquired. Vampire Counts Fong. Quality, green. Rarity, 11. Effect, used to obtain the Vampire Viscount bloodline.
Vampire Viscount bloodline, strength +2, agility +3, luck -1, gain traits and abilities of a Vampire Viscount. Description, pierce it into your veins, and you shall gain eternal life. Mu Chen stared at the item in his hand, his eyes filled with surprise.
A bloodline item?
His heartbeat quickened, his thoughts racing. It appeared that this mysterious phantom realm harbored countless unknown wonders, and eternal life was a temptation few could resist. However, the drawbacks were obvious. Viscounts were vulnerable to sunlight and could only sustain themselves on blood.
Without hesitation, Mu Chen stored the item in his backpack. To him, the allure of immortality would be worth the price for many people.
This item should fetch a handsome price, he thought, a sinister grin creeping across his skeletal face. Suddenly, a white figure streaked through the air like a falling star, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. When Mu Chen finally saw it clearly, his eyes widened in shock.
It was Bai Xingxing. Could the Vampire Marquis really be this powerful?
The thought flashed through his mind before he had time to process it. Instinctively, he spread his arms to catch the radiant figure. As soon as he made contact, a wet splurt sounded, and Bai Xingxing coughed up a mouthful of blood, the warm, metallic liquid splattering onto Mu Chen's body. Her face instantly turned pale as paper, her body trembling uncontrollably.
Damn it, I'm out of time. Let's play again next time.
Bai Xingxing muttered weakly, her voice laced with frustration and unwillingness. In an instant, her aura surged and transformed, like a tidal wave crashing forth. The air around her grew icy and sharp, biting to the bone.
At the
same time, the Vampire Marquis's hands began to glow with a blinding crimson light, coiling like a venomous serpent and radiating deadly menace.
Go!
The Marquis thrust out a beam of blood-red light with a sudden force, its speed as swift as lightning.
Mu Chen's face changed drastically.
Without hesitation, he tightly cradled Bai Xingxing in his arms and dashed deeper into the forest. His footsteps were like the wind, each stride pounding heavily on the ground, stirring up a flurry of fallen leaves and dust. Bai Xingxing's cold, captivating eyes remained fixed on the black skeleton before her. Her gaze was complex, yet she uttered not a single sound. Mu Chen keenly sensed that something about Bai Xingxing in his arms had shifted, but there was no time to dwell on it. Behind them, the terrifying aura of the Vampire Marquis clung to them like a shadow, as if ready to engulf them at any moment. Moments later, a calm yet chilling voice emanated from Bai Xingxing in his arms.
All right, you can put me down now.
Mu Chen froze, his steps halting as if rooted to the ground. He carefully set Bai Xingxing down.
Standing upright, Bai Xingxing's expression turned solemn and focused.
With a sharp motion, she drew out an intricately crafted staff encrusted with multicolored gemstones.
Under the moonlight, the staff gleamed with an enigmatic glow.
Her crimson lips parted slightly as she began chanting an arcane incantation, her voice low and urgent, as though communing with an unfathomable force. In the next moment, the gemstone atop her staff flashed with a deep blue light. A chilling aura surged from her body like a tidal wave, instantly plunging the surrounding temperature.
Mu Chen couldn't help but shiver. Ice dragons roar.
Bai Xingxing shouted, her voice echoing like thunder across the heavens. Before her, a massive blue magic circle materialized midair, its runes glowing with an icy, mysterious brilliance.
From the circle emerged a colossal ice dragon, roaring into existence.
The ice dragon's enormous body shimmered with translucent, crystalline scales, each one sharp as a blade reflecting cold glimmers of light.
It opened.
Its gaping maw unleashed a deafening roar, the sound waves crashing outward like an unrelenting tide, instilling terror in all who heard it. The vampire Marquis, who had been in hot pursuit, abruptly halted in his tracks. The sinister grin on his face twisted into an expression of sheer terror. He turned to flee, but it was already too late. The ice dragon roared once more, spewing a torrent of frost from its mouth. The freezing stream surged like a ferocious winter storm, freezing everything in its path. The air solidified with an audible crackling sound. The ground was swiftly coated in a thick layer of ice. Trees froze until their trunks cracked and branches snapped, falling to the ground. The vampire Marquis was no exception. Frost crept up his body, starting from his feet and rapidly encasing him until he was nothing more than a silent, frozen statue. In the blink of an eye, the forest transformed into a frozen wasteland. The ground sparkled with silver frost, and an eerie stillness hung in the air, heavy with cold. Bai Xingxing's face suddenly turned as pale as snow, her body trembling slightly. The immense power she had just unleashed had clearly drained her. She gasped for breath, sweat beading on her forehead. Mu Chen squinted, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint. This was undoubtedly the perfect moment to complete his special mission. However, just as he entertained the thought, Bai Xingxing seemed to sense his intentions. She abruptly turned her head, her gaze sharp and penetrating as it locked onto Mu Chen. Meeting her eyes, Mu Chen sighed inwardly and shook his head. He couldn't bring himself to kill an innocent person for the sake of his mission. Instead, he spread his hands in a gesture of surrender. At that moment, two other players materialized silently from the trees. Their eyes darted around cautiously before settling on the frozen form of the vampire Marquis. The man, twirling a dagger in his hand, broke the silence. "Hey, how about forming a party? I happen to have a temporary party card. This vampire Marquis isn't easy to deal with. If we team up to take him down, we can split the rewards evenly." His voice rang out clearly in the cold forest, cutting through the stillness. Mu Chen frowned and asked, "Why not just kill him outright?" A flicker of surprise crossed the man's face before he patiently explained, "Hidden quests work differently from mainline quests. For hidden quests, only the person who lands the final blow can complete the objective. If we form a party, as long as someone in the group kills the target, everyone in the party completes the quest. However, forming a party affects the rarity of items in the hidden treasure chest. The more people in the party, the lower the rarity." Mu Chen glanced over at Bai Xingxing, who didn't hesitate for even a second. "Agreed," she said, her voice crisp and resolute, breaking the brief silence. "Player Wang Hao invites you to join a temporary party. Accept? Would you like to set a fake name?" Without hesitation, Mu Chen set his name to Yi Xiufan and accepted the invitation. Reminder: temporary party members cannot attack each other. Violations will result in severe deductions of Fantasy World coins. Mu Chen's eyes narrowed, his sharp gaze darting to the distance where a woman named Xiaoyu stood with a bow in her hands. Her figure was graceful, but her demeanor was cold and unyielding. At that moment, Wang Hao suddenly raised his voice, shouting loudly enough for the entire forest to hear, "This hidden boss is ours. Anyone with half a brain, back off now." His voice reverberated through the icy terrain, brimming with an undeniable air of authority. The three players nearby frowned slightly upon hearing the words. Two of them exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with hesitation, and after a brief moment of consideration, chose to leave. They transformed into streams of light and vanished without a trace. However, one burly player, wielding a massive greatsword, stepped forward with an imposing air. His thick hands gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, and with a powerful thrust, he plunged it into the frozen ground. A loud crack resounded as the ice shattered, sending sparkling shards flying in all directions, fluttering in the cold wind. Closing his eyes tightly, he muttered an incantation under his breath, casting enhancements upon himself. A layer of gleaming silver armor began to form, slowly enveloping his entire body. The armor was intricate and sturdy, radiating an aura of invincibility, as if it could withstand any attack. Then, a brilliant golden shield materialized over the armor, its dazzling glow so intense that it was almost blinding. Finally, a transparent spherical barrier emerged around him, resembling an impenetrable fortress. Once his preparations were complete, he snapped his eyes open. Arrogance and defiance burned in his gaze as he hefted his greatsword high above his head. With a thunderous roar, he swung it toward Wang Hao. "You want me to leave? Show me what you've got." His voice boomed like thunder, reverberating through the frozen wasteland and piercing the icy stillness. Wang Hao, however, remained unimpressed. Without even sparing a glance at the burly man, his eyes shifted directly to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's expression was cold and indifferent, her frosty demeanor accentuating her striking beauty. Yet, beneath that icy exterior, a faint but palpable aura of killing intent emanated from her. "You'd better leave," she said flatly, her voice as sharp and chilling as an icy blade, carrying an invisible pressure. The man burst into unrestrained laughter, his lips curling into a sneer.
"And why should I?"
Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaoyu's gaze suddenly turned razor-sharp. In an instant, she drew her bow and nocked an arrow. Thwang! The bowstring vibrated with a resounding snap, and a golden arrow of light shot forth like a meteor streaking through the sky. Its speed was so overwhelming that it seemed to tear the air apart. The man's overconfident layers of armor, his silver plating, golden shield, and spherical barrier shattered like fragile paper under the onslaught of the golden arrow. The arrow cleaved through everything in its path, driving straight into the center of his forehead. His eyes whitened in an instant, bulging as if they might pop out of their sockets. A glimmer of disbelief flashed across his gaze, replaced swiftly by a profound sense of regret and unwillingness. His mouth hung open, as if he wanted to speak, but the words forever caught in his throat. His body, now devoid of strength, collapsed to the ground. Thud! The heavy impact echoed on the icy surface, kicking up a gust of frigid air. Beside him, a white item fell to the ground, starkly conspicuous against the icy terrain.
Mu Chen watched the entire scene unfold with a cold, detached gaze.
His heart felt just as frozen as the world around him. Here, life and death were decided in an instant. A single disagreement could lead to one's demise. Everyone was fighting for survival, there was no such thing as right or wrong here. If there was anyone to blame, it was his own greed and incompetence. The howling wind screamed through the frozen wasteland, as if mourning the cruelty of this reality. Now that the potential threat is gone, let's deal with the boss quickly. In a hell difficulty dungeon like this, the longer we delay, the more likely something will go wrong, Wang Hao said, his tone grave. His voice cut through the icy air with clarity. The others nodded in agreement. Wang Hao's expression hardened, his jaw clenched.
"Move out," he commanded.
Before the words fully left his mouth, his right hand was already gripping a glinting dagger tightly. Like an arrow released from a bow, his figure shot forward with breathtaking speed. He moved so swiftly it left the others gasping for breath, the sharp whistle of the wind trailing in his wake. His silhouette blurred, becoming a ghostly shadow in their vision. Suddenly, without warning, a piercing flash of icy light appeared at the frozen vampire Marquis's neck, like a bolt of lightning splitting the night sky. Crack! A chilling sound echoed sharply through the air. A ghastly crimson fissure appeared on the Marquis's neck, blood gushing out like a torrential stream. In mere moments, the ice surrounding him was stained a vivid red. Wang Hao twisted his body midair and delivered a powerful kick with his left leg. Flames erupted from his foot, their searing heat so intense that the surrounding ice melted instantly, turning into scalding steam that rose in swirling plumes. "Demon flame kick," he roared, his voice carrying the weight of his attack. His blazing foot connected squarely with the vampire Marquis's head. The impact sent the head hurtling away like a cannonball, spinning wildly as it ignited in roaring flames.
Xiaoyu wasted no time.
Her eyes gleamed with cold determination as she pulled her bowstring to its limit, the weapon forming a perfect arc. Thwang! The bowstring thundered once more as a fiery arrow shot out like a burning comet. The blazing projectile tore through the air with blistering heat and overwhelming force, aimed directly at the spinning, flaming head. Boom! The deafening explosion shattered the head into a thick, bloody mist. The mist, under the intense heat and the force of the blast, was incinerated instantaneously, leaving no trace behind. The battlefield fell momentarily silent, save for the faint hiss of steam rising from the scorched ice. Mu Chen had initially thought that the hidden boss had been dealt with so effortlessly. However, a sudden twist occurred. A sharp, bone-chilling crackling sound echoed as the ice encasing the vampire Marquis shattered instantly, scattering into countless razor-sharp shards that shot outward like deadly projectiles. In the next moment, the Marquis's body melted into a thick, viscous pool of blood. Strangely, the blood seemed to possess its own consciousness, writhing violently like a horrifying monster. The blood mass began to coalesce at a visible speed, gradually reforming into a humanoid shape. The once shattered head regenerated in the blink of an eye, as if it had never been damaged. The vampire Marquis reappeared before everyone, completely unscathed. He exuded an air of suffocating terror, like a demon risen from the depths of hell. Wang Hao's expression shifted subtly. He spoke faintly but with a discernible weight in his tone. "It seems his fatal weakness isn't in his head." A hint of caution and gravity lingered in his words. The vampire Marquis unfurled his massive, ominous black wings, stirring up fierce winds. His body quivered slightly as he prepared to take flight. The group exchanged anxious glances, their brows furrowed in concern. If he escaped now, capturing him later would be nearly impossible. At that critical moment, Bai Xingxing bit her silver teeth hard, gripping her staff tightly with both hands. With a determined effort, she unleashed a bone-chilling frost from the tip of her staff, instantly freezing the Marquis's legs in place. Her face grew even paler, beads of sweat gathering on her forehead. Seeing this, Mu Chen's gaze sharpened. He raised his right hand high and slashed it down forcefully. A mysterious purple-black glow flashed brilliantly as the enormous frame of the nether dragon-armored spider slowly materialized. The beast tilted its head back and unleashed a blood-curdling screech, its immense power erupting like a storm. It leaped high into the air, creating a gust of wind as it ascended. At the apex of its jump, it spewed out a massive web that shimmered with an eerie blue light, casting an unstoppable net that bore down on the vampire marquis like a catastrophic storm. Panic flickered in the marquis's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a ruthless determination. His body blurred momentarily, transforming into countless tiny bats. The swarm of bats, dense as a black cloud, screeched sharply and hurled themselves frantically at the seemingly fragile web. However, to everyone's astonishment, the moment the bats touched the web, a dazzling light flared from its strands. A surge of overwhelming power erupted. The bats, incapable of tearing through the web, were instead repelled violently, crashing to the ground.
Wang Hao's eyes sparkled as if he had glimpsed the dawn of hope in the darkness.
Gripping his sharp dagger tightly, the veins on his arms bulged. With a forceful stomp, the ground beneath him cracked as he propelled himself forward like a streak of lightning tearing through the night. His fearless momentum aimed directly at the vampire marquis. Realizing there was no escape, the marquis let out a piercing, soul-wrenching screech. He unfurled his massive black wings, wrapping them tightly around himself like an indestructible cocoon of darkness. Slaughter feast! Wang Hao roared, his figure splitting into countless phantoms. Each phantom wielded a dagger gleaming with cold light, their movements swift and relentless like a storm. The daggers slashed across the marquis's body like meteors, producing a series of sharp clanging sounds and sparks flying everywhere. Yet Wang Hao's brow furrowed deeply as his heart sank. The marquis's body bore no trace of injury, as though the assault had merely scratched an impenetrable surface. Sensing the dire situation, Wang Hao quickly retreated. Meanwhile, the dragon-armored spider's crimson eyes suddenly gleamed brightly. A golden beam of light, as fierce and overwhelming as a tidal wave, shot forth toward the marquis. It was a devastating blast, like a death ray from the depths of hell. The marquis, struck squarely, raised his hands in a bizarre motion, clutching his head tightly. His face contorted in agony, and he let out a soul-piercing howl that sent shivers down everyone's spine. His entire body trembled violently as if pinned in place by an unseen, overwhelming force. Xia Yu, witnessing the scene, had her eyes glimmering like starlight. She gripped her bow tightly, her fingers turning pale from the strain. Drawing the bowstring to its fullest, her arrow radiated a dazzling brilliance, as if reflecting the midday sun. "Floral arrow, bloom," she shouted crisply, her voice ringing loud and clear amidst the tense atmosphere. The arrow shot out like a meteor streaking across the night sky, accompanied by the howling wind. It aimed straight at the vampire marquis, and as it reached him, the arrowhead transformed into a radiant golden flower bud. Spinning rapidly, it emanated an aura of mystery and immense power. Boom! The golden flower burst into full bloom, its brilliance surging outward like a tidal wave. Countless needles of light, as fine and dense as raindrops, rained down upon the vampire marquis. The entire space was engulfed in light, turning as bright as daytime. The marquis's body was bombarded by the relentless light needles, as though countless blades were slicing through him. In an instant, he dissolved into a cloud of blood. Mist that hung in the air, thick with the stench of iron. Astonishingly, within the blood mist, a single golden heart remained untouched, radiating an unearthly glow. The surface of the golden heart began to ooze thick blood, flowing slowly as if it were alive, writhing in an eerie motion, seemingly attempting to reassemble itself. Mu Chen's gaze sharpened, his pupils contracted tightly. In his hand, the dagger known as the Breaker of All Laws trembled faintly. His jaw clenched, and his cheeks puffed as he bit down hard. "Shadow strike," he muttered in a low, resolute tone. Instantly, Mu Chen's figure seemed to merge into the darkness, transforming into a blurred shadow. His speed was so astonishingly fast that it left onlookers dazzled, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the heart. With all his strength, he struck. The dagger in his hand shimmered with a cold, gleaming light and plunged fiercely into the golden heart. Splurt! A piercing sound erupted as the heart shattered instantly, breaking into countless golden fragments that scattered in all directions. Each fragment glimmered with a fleeting brilliance before vanishing into the air. Hidden mission target, Vampire Marquis Arloni, eliminated. Completion rating increased. Congratulations, player, for completing the hidden mission. One hidden treasure chest awarded, to be claimed upon return to the illusory realm. Finally killed it. Wang Hao exhaled deeply, his voice tinged with exhaustion. His greedy eyes latched onto the dagger in Mu Chen's hand, a mixture of desire and jealousy flashing within them. To destroy.
A vampire's golden heart with a single strike. This dagger was undoubtedly extraordinary. His own purple-grade dagger, rated at a mere 36 points, couldn't even scratch the heart's formidable defenses. Just as the group began to relax slightly after defeating the hidden boss, a small, dark shadow darted like a phantom through Mu Chen's body. Its speed was unfathomable, leaving no time to react. A sharp crack resounded as a black skeletal figure collapsed, shattering like a fragile porcelain doll. The group's faces turned ashen. Fear gripped their hearts, and without hesitation, they all chose to retreat, terrified that even a second's delay might mean their demise. Bai Xingxing glanced at the scattered skeletal remains, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes before she, too, chose to return. In an instant, 3 beams of light descended from the heavens, their radiance dazzling. Only then did the group see clearly. The small, dark shadow was actually a vampire duke. It moved at lightning speed, appearing suddenly before Wang Hao's light beam, its razor-sharp claws slashing ferociously at the beam. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and blinding white light burst forth. Wang Hao's heart leapt to his throat as he nervously stared at the light beam. Upon seeing it remain intact, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief, his entire body going limp with exhaustion. The next moment, the 3 individuals vanished with their respective beams of light, leaving behind a battlefield in ruins and the ominous presence of the vampire duke. The duke's malevolent, glowing eyes fixated on the spot where the golden heart had shattered. Slowly, he drew forth a crimson diamond, as if formed from congealed blood. The blood diamond exuded an aura of dread, sending chills down one's spine. It floated toward the shattered heart. As it approached, a blinding red light erupted, dyeing everything around it in an eerie scarlet hue. Even more unsettling, the fragments of the heart began to transform into faint points of light, drawn by some mysterious force, slowly converging around the blood diamond. At that moment, a transparent figure appeared like a ghost, moving with lightning speed to seize the blood diamond. Congratulations, player, on obtaining the blood essence stone, the system notification chimed. Without pausing to examine the item, the figure immediately shouted, "Retreat!" Urgency and tension laced in the voice. A radiant beam of light instantly enveloped Mu Chen. Witnessing this, Mu Chen's taut body finally relaxed. The beam of light was clearly astonishingly resilient. He silently felt a wave of relief. However, the diminutive vampire duke let out a thunderous roar, its voice resonating like it came from the depths of hell, shaking the air with a palpable tremor. Suddenly, a crimson magic circle appeared beneath the light beam, its runes glowing with an ominous, bone-chilling energy. In an instant, an immense surge of blood-red energy erupted from the base of the light beam, roaring upward like an uncontrollable beast. The surrounding trees were obliterated in an instant, splinters flying in all directions. When the crimson aura finally dissipated, the surroundings were reduced to a void, as though the destructive force had consumed everything. Only the faint beam of light remained, standing firm. Inside the beam of light, Mu Chen was drenched in cold sweat, his clothes soaked through. He silently thanked the strength of the light beam, which had saved him from a devastating blow. His heart pounded wildly, as though it were about to leap out of his throat. In the next moment, his figure vanished along with the light beam, leaving the enraged vampire duke to vent its fury in the forest. The duke swung its arms madly, blood-red energy shooting out from its fingertips, instantly transforming the once lush forest into a desolate wasteland, barren and bleak. The player has returned to the illusory realm. Mission settlement in progress. Blood Moon City Secret Realm Dungeon. Difficulty level, Hell. Main quest, defeat Vampire Count Alphalon. Completed. Hidden quest, defeat Vampire Count Alroni. Completed. Clearance rating, S rank. Mission rewards, 36 illusory realm coins, hidden treasure chest, grade A, clearance treasure chest, grade S. Player level +1, exclusive AI assistant unlocked. Settlement completed. Mu Chen collapsed onto the soft sofa like a deflated balloon, his entire body sinking into its comforting embrace. He gasped for air, his chest heaving as the harrowing scenes from just moments ago replayed in his mind. That was way too close, he murmured to himself, still shaken, his heart pounding fiercely. It took a while before he could calm down. Then, without hesitation, he retrieved the blood essence stone he had risked his life to snatch. The stone lay silently in his palm, emanating a mysterious and eerie glow, as if it were calling out to him. Blood essence stone. Quality? Rarity? Description: a gemstone formed from the coagulated blood of immense power. It grants creatures new life forms and is a key material for vampires to create new kin. ****. You have discovered an item imbued with the essence of the secret realm, the blood essence stone. Would you like to extract its essence? Mu Chen's eyes widened instantly, excitement erupting uncontrollably across his face. I can't believe this thing contains the essence of the realm. This is a huge win. Without a second thought, he chose yes.
Extracting essence from blood essence stone, 6.7% completed.
You have gained 6 attribute points. Holy crap!
This tiny blood essence stone holds so much essence.
Could it have played a crucial role in the Blood Moon City dungeon?
Mu Chen's eyes gleamed with exhilaration.
Staring at the newly acquired attribute points, Mu Chen began to deliberate seriously. This wasn't just a game anymore.
If he allocated everything to intelligence, his pet's attributes would see a significant boost, but his own strength and agility would fall behind, potentially becoming fatal weaknesses in later stages. However, with his divine descent skill, he could hide within his pet's body when necessary. After careful consideration, Mu Chen decided to allocate all the points to intelligence. The stronger he became, the more resources he'd have access to. As for his weaknesses, he could address those later. Once the points were distributed, Mu Chen leaned back into the sofa, lost in thought. Moonlight poured in through the windows, coating the room in a silvery glow.
Silence enveloped the space.
Reflecting on the 2 times he had entered Secret Realm dungeons, he realized these realms were vastly different from typical games. The freedom within these dungeons was unparalleled, brimming with endless
possibilities and unknown opportunities.
If I come across valuable treasures in future dungeons, I should definitely try to seize them, he resolved, a confident smile playing at the corners of his lips.
Sitting upright, Mu Chen's gaze locked onto the 2 treasure chests in his inventory. He eagerly retrieved the clearance treasure chest and opened it without delay.
In an instant, a brilliant golden light burst forth, radiating like a rising sun and illuminating the entire room.
Not bad, a gold tear drop, Mu Chen remarked casually, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. With my luck stat boosted by 20 points, my chances of pulling something good should be pretty solid. You have opened the clearance treasure chest, S rank, and obtained the following items. Vampire Count's Cloak. A glass of specially brewed red wine. Vampire Count's Cloak. Quality, purple. Rarity, 38.
Description: a symbol of the Vampire Count, crafted from a mysterious and resilient material. Wearing it not only reduces incoming damage but also blocks 1 attack of any kind per day, ***.
Specially brewed red wine. Quality, gold. Rarity, 49.
Description: a mysterious legacy of vampires, brewed using a unique process that integrates magical energy.
Upon consumption, it slightly enhances physical constitution. Constitution +1, ***. Mu Chen examined the cloak in his hands. Its black and red design was both striking and functional. With its ability to block an attack daily, it paired perfectly with Nyx's Dream Veil. Together, they allowed him to remain invisible and negate 2 attacks entirely, a top-tier piece of equipment in the purple quality category. He draped the cloak over his shoulders, feeling a surge of confidence. In this world, strength was everything, and no one would judge him for flaunting it. Next, his gaze fell upon the glass of crimson specially brewed red wine. His brows furrowed slightly. He knew this item would only take effect if consumed directly. He lifted the delicate crystal glass, inspecting its contents. The portion was small, just a single sip. He brought the glass to his nose, catching a whiff of its sweet yet cloying fragrance. Resolving himself, Mu Chen tipped the glass back and downed the wine in one gulp. The sweetness was tinged with a faint metallic taste that surged straight to his brain. You have consumed specially brewed red wine. Constitution +1. He quickly instructed the smart brain to prepare a variety of drinks and gulp them down in an attempt to mask the taste of the secret recipe wine. Moments later, Mu Chen began to dry heave, realizing that the wine must have contained some unknown substances. He swore to himself that, no matter how enticing the attributes, he would never recklessly drink such strange concoctions again. Truly, the lingering aftertaste was unforgettable. Without any change in his expression, Mu Chen then pulled out a hidden treasure chest and decisively opened it without hesitation. At the instant the chest was opened, a faint white light flashed before his eyes. His brows furrowed instantly, and a glimmer of confusion flickered in his gaze. What's going on? White? Is my luck that bad? A hidden treasure chest, and all I get is a white grade item? There was a trace of barely perceptible frustration in his tone, but when his eyes fell on the item displayed in the inventory, Mu Chen's body froze instantly. His eyes widened, and an expression of utter shock spread across his face. In the silence, his heartbeat echoed loudly, and his breathing quickened. You have opened a hidden treasure chest, grade A, and obtained the following item. Acquired, Fruit of Evolution, 1. Fruit of Evolution. Quality, rarity. Description: an exclusive reward for those with the Master of All Beings talent. Its origins are shrouded in mystery. When consumed by a pet, it grants an opportunity for further evolution, ***. Mu Chen stood motionless like a statue, his gaze fixed on the peculiar Fruit of Evolution in his hand.
Holy crap, this thing actually came out of the chest, he muttered to himself, disbelief written all over his face. Then, a slight smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. He eagerly opened his talent interface. A black pet egg was quietly rotating within the interface, its surface shimmering with starlight, while information flickered beneath it. Time remaining for evolution completion, unknown. Mu Chen frowned deeply, irritation welling up within him. In the game, it would have only taken 1 day to complete the evolution. How did it become unknown here? What a scam! As he spoke, he retrieved the pet egg. At that moment, the smart brain suddenly projected a message without warning, a translucent screen appearing before Mu Chen's eyes like an ethereal veil. Force open the pet egg? Note, forcing the egg open will result in innate deficiencies in the pet. Without hesitation, Mu Chen opted not to open it. Are you kidding me? I went through so much trouble exploiting a bug to get this dark elf. If forcing it open leads to deficiencies, then I'd be at a huge loss. I was planning to give the fruit of evolution to the evolved dark elf, but now that's completely out of the question. He crossed his arms, pondering for a moment before deciding to feed the fruit to his skeleton assassin instead. After all, keeping good items unused was pointless, and enhancing his current strength was the priority. Besides, the skeleton assassin was currently his main source of offensive power. His gaze sharpened, and with a wave of his right hand, the skeleton assassin was instantly summoned. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he tossed the fruit of evolution toward it. The skeleton assassin extended its bony claws to catch the fruit. As soon as it brought the fruit to its mouth, the fruit transformed into a golden light and instantly entered its body. At the same time, a faint golden glow rippled across the skeleton assassin's skeletal frame. On its status panel, a new line appeared: Evolution Count 1. Mu Chen's eyes glinted with a steely resolve as he opened the talent evolution interface without hesitation. With swift and precise movements, he placed the skeleton assassin into the evolution slot. Taking a deep breath, he firmly pressed the evolution button. In an instant, the hexagram on the interface blazed with black-gray light, like flames igniting in the darkness. The light spread like thick smoke, enveloping the skeleton assassin entirely. The dense mist shrouded the scene, making it impossible to discern what was happening within. Suddenly, a faint green flame ignited within the fog. It began weakly but grew brighter and brighter, spreading gradually to form a strange and indistinct silhouette. The shadow twisted and writhed in the light, as though enduring immense agony. Then, the entire black mass was engulfed by a mysterious force. The light began to condense violently, creating a pressure so intense that the surrounding air crackled audibly. At last, the light shrank into 2 clusters of ghostly flames, flickering eerily in the darkness. As the black mist dissipated, a towering, imposing skeleton emerged before Mu Chen. It wore a suit of black bone armor, its intricate textures etched with the marks of time. Its bones radiated a deep, icy blue, reminiscent of thousand-year-old glacial shards capable of piercing the soul with their chill. In its hollow eye sockets, 2 ghostly green flames flickered ominously, like the eerie fires burning in the depths of the underworld, cold and menacing. In its right hand, it gripped a slender, razor-sharp bone sword. The blade shimmered with a frosty gleam, as if eager to herald death and destruction. Your pet has successfully evolved and obtained Skeleton Swordmaster LM. Mu Chen was instantly captivated by the dashing appearance of the skeleton before him. He quickly opened the status panel of the Skeleton Swordmaster LM to take a closer look. Skeleton Swordmaster LM. Constitution, *88. Intelligence, *53. Strength, *108. Agility, *90. Skill 1, Frost Sword Aura. Active skill, swings the blade to release a massive frosty sword aura, dealing ice element damage with a 50% chance to freeze the enemy. Skill 2, Icy Phantom Slash. Active skill, instantly splits into 7 sword phantoms to attack enemies. During the skill's duration, the user can freely switch between the real body and the clones. Skill 3, Frozen Blade Strike. Active skill, gathers the power of frost and unleashes a circular slash, damaging and freezing all surrounding enemies. Skill 4, Ice Blossom Burial. Active skill, transforms into a sword shadow and performs consecutive slashes on the enemy. If the same target is hit 7 times, it will be frozen entirely, forming an ice blossom. When the ice blossom shatters, the enemy will also perish. Skill 5, Sword Heart Perception. Passive skill, greatly enhances perception. Even with eyes closed, the user can sense all movements around them. Additionally, there is a 20% chance to automatically parry and nullify incoming attacks. Skill 6, Undead Entity. Passive skill, when health points drop to 0, the pet will not be forcibly recalled to the pet space. Instead, it will fully recover in 5 minutes and remain unaffected by any abnormal status effects. Chen eagerly skimmed through the skeleton swordmaster's skill set, his face brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Clenching his fists tightly, he couldn't wait to activate the divine descent technique. In an instant, a mysterious light flared up, and Chen's body merged with the skeleton swordmaster like a streak of flowing brilliance. The moment their fusion was complete, Chen felt a powerful surge of energy flooding into his body like a tidal wave. His bones seemed to brim with an unprecedented strength. The peculiar sword heart perception skill transformed his vision entirely. The world before him underwent a dramatic change.
Everything around him became crystal clear.
Dark corners lit up as if it were broad daylight, and even the intricate textures of objects behind him were vividly discernible, as though he had stepped into an ultra-realistic 3D world where he was the central perspective. Chen slowly walked over to the sofa and sank into its soft cushions, his body slightly fatigued.
Lifting his arm gently, he called out, "Smart brain?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a tiny glowing sprite zipped out, shimmering with light. "Hello, master.
I am your personal smart brain, ID number 99521, the sprite said cheerfully.
Chen's expression turned serious in an instant.
Leaning forward, he readied himself for the challenge ahead. With a piercing gaze, he fixed his eyes on the sprite and asked in a tense voice, "The world I was reborn into, does it truly exist?"
Searching.
The sprite's tone shifted, becoming unusually solemn. The room was dimly lit, with only a few rays of sunlight piercing through the heavy curtains, casting a soft glow on Chen's anxious face. "Search complete. The world you mentioned is the secret dungeon known as Asterisk, the goddess's dream."
Asterisk.
This revelation was like a beam of light piercing the darkness, instantly igniting hope in Chen's eyes. His heartbeat quickened as he muttered to himself in excitement, "A secret dungeon.
That means I have a chance to go back."
Gripping the armrest of the sofa, he leaned forward eagerly and asked, "How can I enter Asterisk, the goddess's dream?"
Asterisk. Insufficient authority. Unable to retrieve further information.
Chen's brow furrowed, and the excitement on his face quickly faded, replaced by a hint of disappointment. He took a deep breath and consoled himself, "As long as there's a chance, that's enough." Without hesitation, he stepped through the teleportation portal and entered the bustling Hall of Illusions. The moment he arrived, he was engulfed by a cacophony of noise. His heightened perception amplified everything. The lively chatter and bustling footsteps of the crowd surged into his ears like waves. The hall was packed with people. The thrum of footsteps sounded like a relentless drumbeat, and the overlapping voices resembled a chorus of chirping birds, each sound distinct and vivid. He could even hear the rhythmic thudding of the hearts around him, as though every heartbeat was a hidden drum in the dark, pounding against his nerves. In the distance, a striking female player caught his attention. Her graceful figure and delicate features stood out in the crowd. As she lifted her hand slightly to adjust her fitted attire, Chen could sense every subtle movement of hers with uncanny precision. But in the next moment, his mind descended into chaos. A flood of fragmented sounds and images surged into his consciousness, overwhelming him. He froze in place, as if paralyzed by an immobilizing spell.
Time seemed to stand still.
It took what felt like an eternity for him to reorient himself, gradually learning to filter out the irrelevant distractions and regain focus. Finally, Chen adapted to his heightened state of awareness, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead.
Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement.
This newly evolved pet is ridiculously powerful. Just one passive skill alone dramatically boosts its capabilities, he thought to himself. If he ever encountered the Vampire Duke again, he wouldn't have to flee in such a sorry state like last time. This time, he was fully confident he could stand his ground. With firm strides, he walked towards the bustling square, which was teeming with players. The air was alive with energy as players crowded together, setting up stalls and shouting to attract attention.
5 phantom coins. I can't go any lower. This is an item with 18 rarity.
A stall owner, his face flushed red, shouted vehemently.
Are you kidding me? You dare charge 15 phantom coins for a 12 rarity item? A buyer, clearly furious, roared in response. If you won't buy it, then move along and don't block others. This is an instant recovery potion. Sure, it only restores 20%, but it can save your life in a critical moment. Isn't your life worth 15 phantom coins? The stall owner stood his ground, unyielding in his reasoning. Chen wandered between the stalls, his sharp gaze sweeping over the wares like an eagle searching for prey, looking for something suitable for himself. Yet after a thorough search, disappointment crept in. There was nothing that met his needs. So, he found an empty spot and quickly set up his own stall. From his inventory, he took out Vampire's Fawn, green, placed it on the stall, and silently thought to himself, setting the price at 20 phantom coins should attract a lot of female players. However, as the minutes ticked by, his expectations seemed to fall flat. After waiting for over half an hour, passers-by merely glanced at his stall and shook their heads, walking away. Mu Chen frowned deeply, pondering the situation. Then, in an instant, the realization struck him. In the Phantom Realm, where survival rates were abysmally low, an item that promised eternal youth was utterly useless to the players. Just as he was feeling dejected, a tall woman dressed in a professional uniform walked over, her eyes burning with interest. She picked up the item from his stall, inspecting it carefully. "I'll buy this bloodline item for 10 phantom coins. No one here will pay more for it." This kind of bloodline, with its severe side effects, has very limited potential for future growth. Who would gamble their potential on such a thing? Her tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. A spark of fire flashed through Mu Chen's eyes. After a moment's thought, he decisively replied, "Deal." The woman smiled faintly, her excitement evident. "Thank you." Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly turned back, adding, "Since you sold this item to me, it means your level must be somewhat close to mine. Why, don't we be friends? My name is Wang Feifei. If we ever cross paths in a dungeon and there's no conflict of interest, we can look out for each other." "Yi Xiufan," Mu Chen replied simply. Without hesitation, he closed his stall and strode quickly toward the safe house. Back in his room, Mu Chen collapsed into a chair, his eyes fixed on the balance of his phantom coins. Emotions churned within him as the number 68 glowed on the display. "It seems like a lot, but it's only enough to keep me alive here for 68 days, he muttered to himself, his face filled with worry and helplessness. At that moment, the sharp chime of the AI assistant broke the silence in the room. "Master, a new dungeon has just opened. Would you like to participate?" Mu Chen, puzzled, stared at the AI assistant sprite, his brows furrowing. "Is this dungeon randomly generated?" he asked. "Yes, Master. As a special player, you have priority access to dungeons that match your level." Hearing this, a glint of determination flashed in Mu Chen's eyes. He thought to himself, "This is a perfect chance to test my new pet's skills and level up." Without hesitation, he chose to participate. Entering Level 6 Dungeon, Multiplayer Instance, Demon Amusement Park. Difficulty, Hell. Main Quest, Assist Humanity in Defending Hope City. Quest Duration, 7 days. Quest Failure Penalty, None. Assassination Quest, Scavenger Exclusive. Eliminate the rogue player Lu Hua. Once within a certain distance of the target, the system will automatically lock onto their location. Note, this instance has activated player-free mode. Players can kill each other without penalties. Player deaths will not result in item drops. Mu Chen couldn't help but grumble internally, in this damned place, there are barely any rules between players. Even this so-called cooperative dungeon has a free kill mode. No wonder the death rate is so high. Transmission link established. Beginning teleportation. Instantly, a familiar beam of white light appeared without warning. The dazzling brilliance lit up the entire room as bright as day. The next moment, Mu Chen's figure vanished abruptly from the room. Just as he was transported to this new location and before he could even steady himself, the cold mechanical voice of the AI brain echoed in his ears. "Anomalous player Lu Hua detected, location locked." Mu Chen's expression remained unchanged as his sharp eyes quickly scanned his surroundings. He found himself in a cramped mountain cave, cold and damp. Water droplets slid down the walls, their crisp sounds echoing in the silence. A total of 10 people were packed into this narrow space. Faint light filtered in through the entrance, but the oppressive gloom of the cave remained undisturbed. Following the AI brain's lock-on, Mu Chen's gaze landed on a bizarre paper figure standing nearby. This peculiar thing was the anomalous player Lu Hua. Thinking back to Bai Xingxing from the last dungeon, all anomalous players he'd encountered were cunning and highly skilled, their true abilities always deeply concealed. At that moment, Mu Chen noticed that the locked target was moving rapidly, yet, the paper figure beside him remained motionless, frozen in place. The real body just fled like that? Mu Chen frowned, his wariness intensifying. Gradually, the other 8 individuals in the cave emerged into view. Compared to the eerie paper figure and Mu Chen's skeletal appearance, they appeared relatively normal. However, upon closer inspection, each of them bore strange traits. One female player had a furry tail swaying playfully behind her, adding a mischievous and unrestrained air to her movements. Another female player sported beast-like ears atop her head, twitching occasionally as if capturing the faintest sounds around them. Among the group, one man stood out the most. His lower body was entirely mechanical, a masterpiece of intricate engineering. The metallic sheen of his cybernetic limbs reflected a cold glimmer in the dim light. Just then, a burly middle-aged man scanned the group with a piercing gaze. His expression was heavy as he spoke in a grave tone. "Listen up, everyone. This is a cooperative defense-type dungeon. Given your experiences in the illusory realm, you all should understand how difficult tasks in defense-type secret dungeons can be. And this time, it's hell-level difficulty." His voice boomed through the narrow cave, carrying an unrelenting authority.
Failing this mission may come without penalties, but we all know what that really means. In the illusory realm's logic, no penalties implies that failure will be catastrophic.
Each of us will face utter annihilation.
The middle-aged man's face was taut, his eyes brimming with deep concern. The tension in the cave thickened, the gravity of the situation pressed down on everyone like a colossal boulder, leaving them breathless.
Don't stress too much.
Let's first check out the city we're supposed to defend, the woman with the long tail chirped, her crisp voice breaking through the suffocating atmosphere.
At that moment, the cave suddenly began to shake violently, as if an earthquake had struck.
Without hesitation, the group rushed out of the cave. What greeted them was a breathtaking sight. At the foot of the mountain stood a small, silent city, surrounded on three sides by towering peaks. A massive translucent blue barrier enveloped the city like a protective shield. This was undoubtedly their target to protect.
However, in the distance, 5 colossal monsters were lumbering toward the city.
Each of their steps caused the ground to quake violently, as if the earth itself was groaning in agony. Mu Chen's eyes swept over the terrain surrounding the city, his mind racing.
These mountains are practically useless. Against creatures of this size, they're no more than decorative backdrops.
The group exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them before they charged down the mountain.
Mu Chen approached the city gates and looked up at the towering monsters, each tens of meters tall.
The creatures' bodies were a reddish-brown hue, their muscles bulging with bestial strength.
Sharp horns jutted out from their heads like deadly spikes.
Beneath their thick arms were claws that glinted coldly in the light, and behind them, powerful tails swayed, generating gusts of wind with each movement.
So these are demons?
They're not quite what I imagined, Mu Chen muttered under his breath. In front of the city gates, nearly 20 players had already gathered. Seeing this many people, Mu Chen's heart sank as if struck by a heavy blow. He knew all too well, the more participants in a mission, the harder the task was bound to be. These 5 demons were likely just the appetizers.
Who knew how many more would emerge later?
The difficulty of this battle was unimaginable. Suddenly, a blazing streak of fire shot across the sky. A fireball hurtled through the air and smashed directly into one demon's head. When the flames faded, the demon's head remained unscathed, not even a scratch. A wave of unease swept through the group, their expressions darkening. The air around them felt thick and suffocating, as though time itself had frozen.
Mu Chen couldn't help but mutter in his heart, its defense is this strong?
Seriously,
Hey, man, did you skip breakfast or something? That fireball couldn't even singe its skin. A mocking voice broke the silence, dripping with sarcasm.
The man who had launched the fireball turned cold, his icy demeanor spreading a palpable chill. He raised his staff once more, muttering an incantation under his breath. A massive magic circle began to form before him. This time, he conjured a reddish-brown fireball, comparable in size to a demon's head, pulsating with an ominous energy that sent shivers down the spine. The energy emanating from this fireball was several times more potent than the smaller one he had cast earlier. The fireball shot forward like a meteor, slamming directly into the demon at the front.
Boom! The deafening explosion shook heaven and earth, a
thunderous impact that reverberated through the air.
The fireball struck the demon's head, triggering a violent detonation. The demon staggered backward, smoke billowing in every direction. When the smoke finally cleared, the demon's ghastly visage was revealed. Its head was a grotesque
mess of mangled flesh and exposed bone, the pale skull faintly visible beneath the gore. It was clear the creature had suffered a grievous injury. The mage let out a cold snort, his gaze as sharp as a blade as it locked onto the player who had mocked him earlier. His eyes seemed to pierce straight through the target, brimming with disdain.
Just then, the demon let out an enraged roar, its thunderous bellow hammering everyone's eardrums.
To their astonishment, the wound on the demon's head began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fully restored, the demon once again began its slow, relentless march toward the city. The crowd collectively exhaled a sigh of relief.
Someone murmured, "Seems like these demons aren't too smart. Damn it! With such insane defense and regeneration, and we have to hold out for 7 days? Who knows how many more of these monsters will come after this? If even stronger and smarter ones show up, this quest isn't worth it. There's no penalty for quitting anyway."
One player cried out in panic, their voice laced with despair and fear.
"Shut up with your doomsaying. No penalty, and you think you can just walk away?
If we fail this mission, you'll have to survive in this hellhole for 7 days.
Do you honestly think you'll live that long once the city falls?"
Another player glared at the first, his voice booming like thunder as he countered without mercy. "I scouted the area earlier. Aside from this
city, the surroundings are filled with evil energy. Absorb too much of it, and you'll become just like those demons, mindless and monstrous."
"You?" The first player's face turned red with rage, but they stammered, unable to form a coherent reply.
Enough, stop arguing, all of you.
A calm yet commanding voice cut through the tension. A composed player stepped forward, his tone resolute. This mission requires us to work together.
If you keep bickering like this, there's no way we'll succeed. Everyone, quiet down.
A powerful, authoritative voice suddenly reverberated across the group, silencing the crowd at once. I am Li Qingfeng, from the Dream Guild. He stood at the forefront, his tall figure exuding confidence as his sharp gaze swept over the players.
Some of you may know me, but that's irrelevant. What? You're the Li Qingfeng from the Dream Guild? A player exclaimed in excitement, their face lighting up with joy.
I've heard he's part of their strategy team.
Totally reliable. With him leading, even a hell difficulty quest has a good chance of success. Is he really that famous?
Whatever, if he can get us through this, I don't care who's in charge. A fiery female player crossed her arms, her tone laced with skepticism.
But if I find his commands lacking, don't blame me for bailing halfway. She's right. As long as we clear this quest, we'll follow his lead.
The surrounding players chimed in, their spirits lifting as a glimmer of hope began to take root.
Quit talking and start giving orders already. The demon's getting closer. Someone urged impatiently. Li Qingfeng's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face at the earlier doubts.
But he quickly composed himself, a confident smile spreading across his lips.
He stepped forward, his voice ringing out like a bell. Listen closely. I'll take command. If you have objections, voice them immediately. Everything we do is to counter the incoming demons. Now, let's assign roles. Defensive classes, step forward.
His voice echoed through the air.
A towering man, built like a fortress, strode forward with steady determination. I am Li Tian.
Li Qingfeng's brows furrowed, his concern deepening as though a storm cloud loomed over him. The situation was graver than he had anticipated. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in mechanical armor stepped forward resolutely.
I'm Su Fu.
I may not be a defensive class, but my physique is strong enough to hold the line. Li Qingfeng's eyes lit up, as if spotting a ray of hope in the darkness.
He quickly continued, healers, step forward.
From the group emerged 4 women and 2 men, their faces solemn, their gazes unwavering.
You 3 will focus on healing Li Tian. The remaining 3, support Su Fu. The players nodded in unison, signaling their understanding.
Li Qingfeng scanned the crowd urgently.
I need an agile, perceptive assassin to scout the enemy's movements.
Mu Chen was about to step forward when that paper man suddenly appeared in front of Li Qingfeng. Commander Li, I believe I'm the most suitable for this task. As he spoke, he pulled out 2 small paper figures. Li Qingfeng squinted his eyes, scrutinizing him carefully.
All right, what should I call you? Call me Lu Jiren. I'll give you one of these small paper figures. If anything happens, it will notify you immediately. Good. Brother Lu, you will be responsible for scouting the mountains behind the city. If any demons attack from the rear, be sure to inform me promptly. No problem.
As soon as the words left his mouth, the paperman vanished underground in an instant, disappearing without a trace.
All personnel, listen to my orders.
Li Qingfeng commanded loudly.
The 2 demons in the front, Su Fu and Li Tian, each of you will hold one of them. The rest of the melee fighters, focus on containment.
Ranged attackers, concentrate all your firepower on the one in front.
Commence the attack. Li Qingfeng's voice cracked like thunder, startling everyone into momentary hesitation.
They exchanged glances, and though reluctant, they steeled themselves and charged forward.
Mu Chen silently grumbled to himself, what kind of bizarre command style is this? And this guy is supposed to be part of the Dream Guild's think tank? Good thing there aren't too many demons.
Just then, a woman dragging a long tail slithered over to Mu Chen like a ghost. Her face was full of curiosity as she asked, Hey, skeleton hottie, why aren't you joining the fight? Judging by that sword you're holding, you must be a melee class, right? Li Qingfeng overheard her and turned his head, frowning with a look of doubt in his eyes. Mu Chen had no choice but to raise the bone sword in his hand. Aiming at the demon's head, he called out, Frost Sword Aura.
A dazzling deep blue beam shot out from the bone sword, striking the demon's eye like a bolt of lightning. The demon let out a
pained roar, its body freezing up as a thin layer of frost quickly spread across its surface, slowing its movements significantly. I'm a magic swordsman, Mu Chen said coolly, a ranged class. Seeing this, Li Qingfeng's expression relaxed. He gripped his staff tightly and began chanting an incantation. Above his head, a massive electric orb over 3 meters wide began to form, crackling with energy.
Blue and white lightning danced across its surface, its brilliance blinding. Go!
Li Qingfeng swung his staff with force, sending the electric orb hurtling toward the demon's head like a meteor trailing sparks and lightning. In an instant, the air was filled with a destructive aura.
The
Sheer power of the blast rippled through the air, distorting it visibly. The demon's head and upper body were obliterated in a flash, leaving only a twitching lower half as black blood sprayed everywhere.
Commander Lee is incredible. He one-shot a demon.
The crowd erupted in cheers. The woman with the long tail suddenly flashed a gentle smile. She pulled out 2 pistols from her chest and fired at another demon's head. While reloading, she turned to Mu Chen and said coyly, "I didn't mean any harm earlier.
I was just curious. Skeleton brother won't hold it against me, right?" Mu Chen's heart skipped a beat. What kind of enchantress is this? He thought. Ignoring her, he locked his gaze on another demon. Raising his hand, he unleashed another wave of sword aura, as cold as ice and cutting to the bone. Around him, the other players were attacking. With all their might, their weapons flashing with vibrant colors as they unleashed skill after skill. However, few dared to use their most powerful abilities, clearly reserving them for emergencies. Even so, the barrage of minor skills was formidable when focused together. The demon's head, a clear weak point, was bombarded by a storm of attacks that rained down like a meteor shower. Before long, the second demon couldn't hold out any longer and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Ahead, 2 tanks and the other melee fighters were locked in fierce combat with 3 more demons. The demons' razor-sharp claws tore through the air with a menacing whoosh, one of them lunging ferociously at Li Tian. Li Tian roared in defiance, raising his massive shield like an unbreakable fortress. The claws struck with a heavy thud, but the shield didn't so much as tremble. The surrounding players were awestruck, their hearts swelling with relief. With such a powerful tank holding the line, they could attack with confidence. Before long, under the relentless assault of concentrated fire, the remaining 3 demons began to falter and eventually fell one by one. Their massive bodies hit the ground with a series of earth-shaking thuds, kicking up clouds of dust. All 5 demons were defeated, and for now, no new ones appeared. Mu Chen's gaze flickered, his brow furrowing slightly as a sense of unease crept into his heart. That was way too easy, he thought.
At that moment, the players swarmed around Li Qingfeng like a tide, chattering excitedly.
Commander Li's lightning magic is insane.
He took down a demon in one hit, one player exclaimed, admiration shining in his eyes.
That sword of yours must be something special, huh? A blue-tier weapon, maybe?
Your damage output is unreal, another female player said, sidling up to Li Qingfeng and scrutinizing him with curiosity. The crowd's praise for Li Qingfeng was endless, with compliments pouring in like a torrential flood.
Everyone, I am a member of the Dream Guild. Our guild is currently recruiting new members.
The benefits are great, so if you're interested, feel free to add me as a friend. Li Qingfeng took the opportunity to speak, a confident smile gracing his face.
At that moment, the woman with the trailing tail reappeared beside Mu Chen like a ghost. Skeleton brother, why not try to approach this powerful lightning mage? She could definitely be of great use in the upcoming challenges. Her voice was soft and seductive, carrying a trace of cunning. Her eyes sparkled like starlight, as though capable of capturing someone's soul in an instant. Mu Chen was puzzled. Why was this woman always hanging around him? He let out a cold laugh. Not interested? Then are you interested in me?
Her words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Mu Chen momentarily stunned.
Ha? What are you talking about?
He hadn't expected her to be so direct, rendering him speechless for a moment. Seeing his reaction, the woman smiled faintly, her expression suddenly turning serious.
All right, I was just joking. Let's form an alliance.
As she spoke, she flipped her hand and produced a temporary team card.
Mu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he asked, why?
Her eyes sparkled with intelligence as she quickly replied, among this group, there are only 3 people whose strength I can't gauge. One is that cat-eared girl, another is the paper doll, and the last is you. Skeleton brother, that paper doll has already left, and he doesn't seem like someone easy to get along with. I don't particularly like forming alliances with women, so you're my best choice. This hell difficulty dungeon won't be simple. I need a teammate who won't stab me in the back. Besides, I trust my instincts. That's all. Just the 2 of us?
Mu Chen frowned slightly. Why not? Don't underestimate me, skeleton brother.
She puffed out her chest confidently. At that moment, the cold, mechanical voice of the AI system suddenly rang out.
The beginner trial is complete. Contribution points are now being calculated. First place, Li Qingfeng, contribution points, 12. Second place, Li Tian, contribution points, 7. Third place, Su Fu, contribution points, 5. Upon mission completion, the higher the contribution points, the higher the clearance rating. The top 3 will receive an additional treasure chest of points. Note, during the mission, killing another participant will grant you all their contribution points. This announcement landed like a bombshell,
instantly darkening everyone's expressions. The fragile trust that had just been established crumbled in an instant, replaced by a mix of fear, suspicion, and greed that swirled in everyone's hearts. Hearing the message, a glint of light flashed in Mu Chen's eyes, like a spark in the darkness. He slowly turned his head to stare at the woman, who was smiling mischievously. "All right. Xia He has invited you to join her temporary team. Do you accept?" Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Chen selected accept. Li Qingfeng frowned deeply. The AI's announcement was like a grenade, shattering all his carefully laid plans in an instant. He had intended to leverage his own strength to better manage this temporary team, uniting everyone to face the challenges ahead. However, he hadn't anticipated becoming the top scorer with the highest contribution points. The already fragile trust evaporated in an instant, and even he began to suspect, if someone were to stab him in the back for those tempting points, how could he possibly guard against it? Human nature was always unpredictable. Just as Li Qingfeng was racking his brain to deal with this tricky situation, heavy footsteps echoed from Hope City in the distance. A group of armored warriors approached slowly. Their expressions were tense, their gazes wary, as if they were facing a tremendous threat. At the forefront, an elderly man wearing a mage's robe and clutching an enormous staff tottered forward. His eyes shone with hope, and his trembling voice carried a hint of anticipation as he asked, "Are you all from another human city?" Li Qingfeng took a deep breath and stepped forward. "We are not from another city. We merely stumbled into this place by accident. We plan to rest here for 7 days before leaving. During that time, we can help you deal with the demons. In return, we hope you can grant us some convenience and not treat us as enemies." Upon hearing that they were not from another human city, the hope on the elderly man's and the armored soldiers' faces instantly vanished, replaced by deep despair, as if their world had just collapsed. The old man let out a long sigh, the weight of which seemed to carry endless sorrow and helplessness. Slowly, he said, "We are all humans. In this dark, hopeless world, mutual aid should be natural. This area is frequently attacked by demons. You can follow us into the city for shelter," an elderly man offered kindly. "Elder Qin, absolutely not." A soldier clad in armor stepped forward abruptly, his face filled with urgency and determination. "We cannot trust these strangers so easily, and under no circumstances can we allow them into our city." "That's right. We mustn't let them in." The surrounding armored soldiers chimed in one after another, their emotions flaring up instantly. They waved their arms, their eyes filled with vigilance and resistance, as if the group before them were some monstrous threat. A trace of hesitation and difficulty flashed across the elder's face. He looked at the agitated soldiers, then turned to glance at Li Qingfeng and his companions, caught in a dilemma. Li Qingfeng noticed the situation and responded with a faint smile. Calmly, he said, "Thank you for your kind offer, but we're not planning to enter the city. Perhaps out here is more suitable for us." Just then, the deep, resonant sound of thud, thud, thud echoed again, as if a heavy hammer was striking directly on their hearts. "Demons are coming again." Judging by the footsteps, there are far more of them this time, someone shouted in terror. The faces of the armored soldiers and the elder instantly turned pale. Panic flashed in their eyes as they hurriedly fled toward the city. The elder glanced back while running and saw that the group wasn't following. With a helpless sigh, he continued moving. The city gates slammed shut with a loud bang. Li Qingfeng took a deep breath and addressed his group. "Everyone, there's no need to be overly wary of each other right now. If we want to complete our mission, our primary target should be the demons, not each other's points. We're all intelligent people, yes, scoring is important, but completing the mission is the key to earning any rewards. If we turn on each other now and fail the mission, wouldn't this entire trip be for nothing?" Hearing his words, the group's expressions gradually softened. "Commander Li is right. For the first 6 days, we should focus on the mission, only on the last day should we rely on our own skills to compete." Li Qingfeng's expression immediately darkened, anger boiling within him. "When did I ever say we should fight amongst ourselves on the last day?" Noticing the growing approval in their expressions, Li Qingfeng silently clenched his teeth. He resolved to endure for now, determined to survive these grueling 6 days together. At that moment, a massive figure slowly emerged before them. Its grotesque and terrifying appearance caused everyone's breath to catch in their throats. 9 demons in total, each exuding a menacing aura that chilled the blood. Among them, one wielded a weapon glowing with an eerie light, radiating an overwhelming sense of danger. "This is bad. There are too many demons," someone cried out in a trembling voice, quivering like a leaf in the autumn wind. Li Qingfeng's expression turned deadly serious. He swiftly commanded, "Everyone, fall back. They're massive, and the area in front of the city gates can only fit 2 demons at most. We'll take them down one by one. Li Tian, Su Fu, you two lead the charge. The rest of the close combat fighters, be ready to support. If anyone dares to backstab us at this moment,
I'll be the first to deal with them personally.
His words thundered with authority, brooking no dissent.
Same here, count me in too. Others echoed his sentiment, their voices rising one after another, as if forming a unified and powerful force in this moment of crisis. Li Tian and Su Fu fearlessly charged to the front, their figures as steady and resolute as towering mountains. The first two demons bared their massive jaws, preparing to attack, but were instantly overwhelmed by a torrent of player abilities. In an instant, the demons' heads were torn apart in a dazzling burst of light. Black blood sprayed everywhere, and it seemed the group faced no excessive difficulty. After successfully eliminating 6 demons, the demon wielding the weapon suddenly let out a heaven-shaking roar, its voice reverberating across the land. The remaining demons scattered in fear, opening up a wide path. The weapon-wielding demon gripped its massive weapon with both hands. Its bulging, muscular arms throbbed with veins, and its eyes glinted with a savage, predatory light. With a sudden burst of force, it leapt high into the air, its weapon leaving a terrifying arc as it descended toward Li Tian and the others. The frontline fighters felt their hearts leap into their throats, one thought dominating their minds: dodge. Li Tian's eyes widened as he gritted his teeth. With a furious roar, he shouted, "Titan Shield Smash!" A massive shield projection instantly appeared before him, radiating a weighty brilliance. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted back with all his might. Boom! The colossal weapon struck the shield projection with earth-shattering force. The deafening sound seemed to shake the entire world. The shield shattered instantly, breaking into countless fragments of starlight that scattered into the air. The weapon's momentum remained unchecked, crashing heavily into the ground. The earth groaned in agony as cracks spread rapidly, debris flew everywhere, and a cloud of dust rose into the air, obscuring the battlefield. Li Qingfeng's brows furrowed tightly. Just as he was about to raise his staff to unleash a powerful spell, at that critical moment, a figure as swift as lightning darted forward. A female player with cat-like ears, as elusive as a shadow in the night, gripped 2 daggers glinting with a cold light. Moving as fast as a gust of wind, she leapt high into the air and charged directly at the demon. In mere seconds, she landed precisely on the demon's shoulder, as agile as a cat. A sharp meow echoed through the sky, instantly shattering the tense atmosphere. Before the sound of her meow had fully faded, her daggers transformed into 2 streaks of black light that slashed across the demon's neck with nearly imperceptible speed. The demon's tough skin had no time to react, but a faint bloodline appeared on its neck. The seemingly insignificant wound was like a breached dam, instantly gushing out black blood. The demon let out a painful roar, swinging its massive club in an attempt to knock her off, but she had already vanished like a ghost. The next moment, the woman reappeared among the group, her movements as fleeting as a mirage, as if she had never left her original spot. Meanwhile, the demon's head tumbled to the ground, its fierce glare still lingering in its lifeless eyes. Boom! With a deafening crash, the demon's enormous body collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Her series of actions were as fast as a bolt of lightning, completed in an instant, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Those players who had fled in panic failed to notice this breathtaking scene. Mu Chen's heart raced, his face full of shock. The only reason he had been able to witness the entire sequence was thanks to the sword heart vision's skill of his skeletal swordmaster class. Otherwise, he would have only seen a blurry afterimage. At this moment, Xia He sidled up to Mu Chen with a playful grin. "Brother Xiu Fan, what do you think? My judgment isn't bad, right? That assassin is incredible, terrifyingly strong." Her voice carried a hint of pride, and her eyes sparkled with mischief. Mu Chen cast her a cold glance before turning away, directing a pale blue sword aura toward the remaining demons. The sword aura was as sharp as a blade and carried a chilling air. The demon it struck visibly slowed in its movements. The group watched as the once dominant demon toppled to the ground, their eyes wide with disbelief. That demon was taken down just like that? This group is full of hidden masters, while I'm nothing more than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. How pathetic, murmured one player under his breath, his tone filled with despair. The atmosphere among the group grew heavy. They all understood that in this brutal mission, their own strength was far from sufficient. The future was shrouded in uncertainty and danger. Moments later, they banded together and quickly dealt with the remaining 2 demons. At this point, the contribution rankings underwent a dramatic shift. First place, Mao Yu, contribution points, 23. Second place, Li Qingfeng, contribution points, 20. Third place, Li Tian, contribution points, 18. Everyone turned their gaze to the contribution board, then to Mao Yu, the woman with cat ears. It was clear that the demon just now had been her kill. Li Qingfeng glanced at Mao Yu, his brows slightly furrowed, but he remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. The other players harbored their own schemes, gathering in small groups of 3 or 5 to whisper among themselves.
At that moment, the cold, emotionless voice of the AI intelligence boomed like thunder. The next wave of demon attacks will commence in 6 days. The group exchanged bewildered glances, their faces clouded with confusion, as if enveloped in a dense fog. What was going on? Was this 7-day mission really just about holding out until the final day? The first 2 waves of demon attacks had seemed ferocious, yet many players hadn't even shown their true strength. Even without the intervention of these outsiders, the City of Hope's forces could have easily repelled the attacks. This meant that as long as they could withstand the final day's assault, the mission would be completed. Impossible. This is a hell difficulty mission, it can't be that simple. If that's really the case, then the last day must involve an onslaught of hundreds of demons. To match the standards of hell difficulty, someone shouted in frustration, their voice tinged with anxiety, as though an invisible hand were squeezing their heart. All eyes turned to Li Qingfeng, filled with anticipation, eager to glean his thoughts. Li Qingfeng's expression was dark as storm clouds, his brows tightly knitted, and the lines on his forehead etched deep like knife marks. At this moment, they needed to find the key to breaking through within these precious 6 days. However, outside the City of Hope, the surroundings were suffocatingly harsh. Howling winds whipped up clouds of dust, making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. The air reeked of decay, a sharp stench reminiscent of death itself. This place was utterly unfit for human survival. If there is no effective way to resist the invasion of these malevolent energies, they would be like trapped beasts with no escape. Li Qingfeng's worried gaze swept toward the City of Hope, a glimmer of hope flashing in his heart. Perhaps within the city lies the key to breaking this dire predicament. With this thought in mind, he did not hesitate, striding with resolute determination straight toward the City of Hope. At that moment, Xiaohi's voice, soft and melodious like strands of silk, echoed in his ears. Brother Shofan, do you have any good ideas? Her voice carried a touch of allure amidst the tense atmosphere. Mu Chen's eyes flickered with a fiery light as he spoke decisively. I plan to explore the surrounding areas and figure out what kind of place this really is. With that, he stood up without hesitation, his steps steady as he headed in the direction of the demon's onslaught. Seeing this, Xiaohi's eyes sparkled. After a moment of hesitation, she bit her lip and made up her mind. She decided to follow Mu Chen. She was willing to take a gamble. Staying here might lead to nothing. The probability of finding a breakthrough within the city was far too low. If there really were a way out, the humans inside the city wouldn't still be trapped here. The others, seeing the two preparing to leave, frowned one after another. Suddenly, a burly man, holding a long blade and standing as immovable as a mountain, blocked Mu Chen's path. Stop right there! The man's angry roar was like thunder, causing the surrounding air to tremble faintly. I advise you not to leave. Wait until Li Qingfeng returns to make a decision. The fighting strength here is already limited. If you both leave, everyone's safety will be compromised. His eyes widened in a glare, the muscles on his face taut, and the hand gripping the blade was so tense it turned white. Exactly. No one should leave. Yeah, if you set an example, everyone might leave, and wouldn't that make things even more dangerous? Voices of agreement echoed among the group, their faces filled with anxiety and anger. Mu Chen's eyes turned cold as he swept a sharp gaze across the crowd, his voice icy and firm. What does that have to do with me? Get out of my way. His tone was like a chilling wind from the depths of the netherworld, piercingly cold. Ha, you want me to step aside? First, ask my blade if it agrees. Be careful, or I'll shatter your bones with it. The man raised his long blade high, its edge gleaming coldly under the sunlight, as if it would descend on Mu Chen in the next instant. The wind around them seemed to freeze, the atmosphere so tense it felt suffocating. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Mu Chen sighed helplessly. Suddenly, a crisp sound of a sword ringing out pierced the air, reverberating like a dragon's roar. The crowd's vision blurred as Mu Chen's figure transformed into a ghostly shadow. In an almost incomprehensible flash of speed, the shadow brushed past the burly man like a gust of wind. Without pausing, the figure continued to charge forward. Xiaohi's eyes lit up, a mix of surprise and admiration crossing her face. Without hesitation, she followed closely behind. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. The burly man, who had been so aggressive moments ago, now stood frozen in place as though under a spell. Why wasn't he chasing after them? Could he have been controlled by some mysterious power? A chill ran through the hearts of the onlookers. At this moment, those who had just been clamoring to stop them now turned pale, their legs weak, no longer daring to step forward. As Mu Chen and Xiaohi's figures gradually disappeared from sight, a sudden frost appeared around the burly man's neck, like a venomous serpent tightening its grip. Then, to the crowd's horror, his head silently slid off, landing heavily on the ground. Boom! The sound echoed, and a faint layer of frost covered the severed surface of his neck. Strangely, not a single drop of blood spilled. The crowd was thrown into chaos,
backing away in fear as though the fallen man were a harbinger of calamity.
The few who had shouted earlier turned as pale as paper, trembling uncontrollably, as if they had just narrowly escaped the jaws of death. The sun still blazed overhead, but the onlookers felt an icy chill that penetrated to their bones, as though they were trapped in an ice cellar. A gentle breeze stirred the air, lifting a veil of dust and adding to the eerie atmosphere.
"Brother Xiaofan, you're amazing."
Xiaohe's soft and sweet voice broke the tension, her eyes brimming with admiration and awe. "That sword move just now, I could barely catch a glimpse of your shadow." As she spoke, she carefully pulled out a pink staff from her robes. Her cherry lips parted slightly as she began to chant, her voice mingling with the wind. With her incantation, a translucent pink shield slowly materialized, enveloping the two of them. The shield radiated a gentle, warm glow, as though it were a mysterious barrier.
"All done."
Xiaohe let out a sigh of relief, her face lighting up with a sweet smile.
"Now we don't have to fear the invasion of malevolent energies." Mu Chen stopped in his tracks, turning to glance at Xiaohe.
His gaze held a hint of scrutiny.
"You're following me, aren't you afraid of the danger?"
Xiaohe tilted her head slightly, blinking her lively, expressive eyes. In a playful tone, she said, "Of course I'm scared, Brother Xiaofan.
You must protect me well."
Her voice was soft and sweet, laced with a coquettish charm that could easily stir feelings of tenderness in others.
Mu Chen didn't respond. He didn't even glance at her.
Turning away, he strode forward with resolute determination.
As they ventured deeper, the atmosphere around them grew increasingly eerie and sinister.
Suddenly, a massive village appeared before them. The village was constructed with thick logs, its exterior crude and primitive. Mu Chen halted and gestured for Xiaohe to stay where she was. Without hesitation, he stepped into the village. Inside, several demons sat motionless on wooden stumps, resembling statues. One of them, with enormous wings protruding from its back, looked particularly menacing and terrifying. As Mu Chen cautiously approached the entrance to the village, a few demons turned their heads lazily to glance at him before losing interest and looking away. Mu Chen's heart stirred, and he thought to himself, "These demons seem off." At that moment, the winged demon suddenly sensed something amiss. It whipped its head around and locked its gaze on Mu Chen. It let out a deafening roar, a sound so fierce it felt as though it could tear through one's very soul. Grabbing a massive club nearby, it swung the weapon with a thunderous whoosh, aiming straight for Mu Chen.
Mu Chen's expression darkened. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he uttered in a low voice, "Frost Sword Aura." The bone sword in his hand emitted a faint, icy glow as he slashed, unleashing a deep blue arc of sword energy that shot forward like lightning. The demon's weapon arm was severed in an instant, the wound freezing over with a chilling frost. The demon howled in pain and rage, its voice echoing like thunder.
The other demons, startled by the sudden turn of events, rose to their feet. 7 of them surrounded Mu Chen, their eyes brimming with murderous intent.
Mu Chen's gaze turned cold.
Tightening his grip on the sword, he murmured, "Frost blade slash." A frigid energy swiftly gathered around the bone sword, forming a layer of frost along its blade. With a fierce swing, a circular slash of sword energy erupted, hurtling toward the demons at high speed. The demons froze in place, their grotesque faces captured in that final moment. In the next second, their massive bodies were sliced cleanly in half, collapsing with a resounding crash. The wounds were sealed with frost, and not a single drop of blood spilled. The scene was a chaotic blend of carnage and cold, a chilling tableau that sent shivers down the spine. Expressionless, Mu Chen stepped deeper into the village, methodically searching for anything of value. But the place was nothing more than a temporary outpost built from wood, desolate and dilapidated.
Just then, Xiaohe's crisp voice broke the silence. "Brother Xiaofan, look what I found."
Mu Chen walked out of the village, puzzled. In Xiaohe's hand was a shiny object, glinting with a strange light under the golden hues of the setting sun.
"What is this? A camera? A projection device?" Mu Chen asked, frowning in confusion.
"It might be," Xiaohe replied, her voice trembling slightly with excitement.
"Brother Xiaofan, we might have stumbled upon something huge. Finding a projection device at the entrance of a demon village, could someone be monitoring this place?"
Her eyes sparkled with a mix of exhilaration and nervousness. Mu Chen lowered his head and thought for a moment, then looked up at the sinking sun. Without a word, he continued deeper into the wilderness. Xiaohe, glancing at the bloodstained chaos inside the village, felt a surge of excitement. Without hesitation, she hurried after him. As she ran, she thought to herself, "This time, for sure, stick with the boss, and there'll definitely be plenty of rewards to claim." The two pressed onward. The sun was nearly set, its crimson glow casting their elongated shadows across the ground. Suddenly, a massive steel wall loomed ahead, like an ancient beast rising from the earth.
The towering wall stretched skyward, its cold metallic sheen exuding an oppressive aura.
They stared at the wall in shock, noticing a colossal iron gate at its base. With a heavy creak, the gate slowly opened, the sound reverberating in the stillness.
A demon emerged from within, and the gate slammed shut behind it with a resounding boom. The demon stood motionless for a few seconds, its eyes vacant and unfocused. It began moving forward aimlessly, each step heavy and slow.
A gentle breeze swept past, stirring up a swirl of dust that shrouded the entire scene with an aura of mystery and eeriness. Mu Chen strode quickly to the iron gate, his gaze firm.
"I'm going in to take a look."
Xia He blinked in slight surprise. After a moment of thought, a sly glint flickered in her eyes.
"Brother Xiu Fan, I want to go in too. But if there's danger, I hope you can help me out."
Mu Chen cast her a sidelong glance without replying, then equipped himself with the Nix's dream veil.
In an instant, his figure vanished like a ghost. "Can you turn invisible too?" he asked faintly. "If not, you'd better stay behind. There's bound to be danger in there."
Xia He chuckled softly, pulling a silver cloak from her chest. She swiftly draped it over her shoulders, and in a flash, her form disappeared as well. A flicker of surprise crossed Mu Chen's eyes. This girl has quite the collection of treasures.
She's not simple.
Suddenly, the iron gate began to open, producing a deep rumbling sound. Without hesitation, the two of them darted inside.
Dodging a newly appeared demon, they entered a passageway.
It was a corridor crafted from refined steel, resembling a mysterious path leading into an unknown abyss. The walls of the passage weren't smooth but were covered with intricate patterns, as though etched with the marks of time. Dim blue gemstones embedded in the walls flickered intermittently, casting an eerie light across the corridor. On the floor, faint iron rails crisscrossed, hinting at the once bustling activity that had taken place here. A subtle vibration emanated from the depths of these tracks, as though some immense power churned beneath the ground. As the two ventured cautiously deeper, their footsteps echoed through the corridor, amplified as if by an unseen force. When they finally emerged from the passage, the sight before them left them utterly stunned.
At that moment, a cold, emotionless voice suddenly rang out. "Hidden quest triggered. Eliminate the Mad Dr. M3.
Before them stood a row of massive transparent tanks, towering like the cages of giants. Inside the tanks, the faint silhouettes of demons floated in a green liquid, their grotesque forms sending chills down the spine. Mu Chen and Xia He advanced slowly, their hearts roiling with shock, yet their steps light as a feather. The green liquid inside the tanks bubbled and churned, and the demons' twisted bodies looked horrifying, retaining traces of animalistic features, sharp claws, long tails, even bizarrely shaped heads.
Mu Chen couldn't resist moving closer to one of the tanks.
Leaning forward, his face nearly pressed against the glass as he observed the distorted demon inside. The green liquid flowed through pipelines connecting the tanks, winding and twisting like giant serpents, all pointing in the same direction. What secrets lie hidden here? Mu Chen pondered silently as he took a deep breath and followed the direction of the pipes. Before long, he reached the center of the hall, where a green gemstone floated quietly inside a transparent tank. The gemstone emitted an ominous green glow, pulsing as though alive. This must be a key item in the dungeon, a core fragment of the realm, Mu Chen realized. Without hesitation, he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, and a surge of icy power rapidly condensed within him. "Break for me," he growled, swinging his sword.
The blade's light shot out like lightning, slashing fiercely at the tank. Clang! Clang! ***.
A crisp sound echoed as the sword struck, but no mark was left on the tank. Just then, a piercing alarm blared through the hall, shrill enough to tear through their eardrums.
All exits instantly sealed shut as heavy iron doors slammed closed with a deafening boom.
The tank containing the green gemstone severed all its connections and swiftly retracted into a massive steel base.
Rage flared in Mu Chen's eyes.
He immediately switched his weapon to the Blade of Nullity, a dagger capable of piercing through nearly anything. With a swift movement, he unleashed 2 strikes. This time, the blade sliced through the tank like a hot knife through butter, shattering it into countless fragments that scattered across the floor. Without hesitation, he reached out and seized the glowing green gemstone.
"Congratulations! You have obtained the Demon Source Stone."
There was no time to linger.
Mu Chen quickly stashed the gemstone into his backpack. But just as he did, a thunderous voice roared through the hall. "Thieving scum! Return my magic stone at once!"
The voice was filled with boundless fury and rage, shaking the entire hall to its core. In the distance, the massive iron doors began to open slowly, and waves of demons poured out. Their movements were swift and ghostly, their forms menacing as they surged toward Mu Chen like a relentless tide. In this critical moment, a streak of 7-colored light flashed from a concealed corner. "Your temporary teammate Xia He has used Angel's Blessing on you."
Angel's Blessing, all attributes increase by 20%, duration, 5 minutes.
I didn't expect this temporary teammate to have healing skills.
Mu Chen thought to himself, surprised.
However, there was no time to dwell
on it.
Grasping his sword, the breaker of all spells, tightly in both hands, he summoned a torrent of ice power, surging like a tidal wave.
Ice blade slash!
Mu Chen shouted, his voice echoing with fury. A dazzling circular wave of sword energy erupted from him, expanding outward.
Wherever the energy
passed, the air seemed to freeze solid.
Over a dozen massive demons were halted in their tracks, their bodies instantly encased in ice, transforming into sculptures. Crack! A series of sharp sounds followed as the demons' frozen bodies were severed cleanly in two.
They collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, scattering shards of ice everywhere. With the sword heart's eye fully activated, Mu Chen saw through everything with clarity.
He turned his gaze toward Xiaohe, who was concealed nearby, and said calmly, "Let's go. It's not safe to stay here." Closing his eyes briefly, Mu Chen's perception extended outward. In the next moment, he sensed the presence of a life form, roughly the size of a human. Opening his eyes, he moved decisively in the direction of the sensation. When confronted with a sealed steel gate, he raised his sword and slashed. A flash of icy brilliance followed, and the sturdy door was sliced open with a smooth, mirror-like cut. Xiaohe stood frozen in astonishment, her mouth agape at the overwhelming display of power. It wasn't until a few moments later that she snapped back to her senses. "This is insane.
He's way stronger than I imagined.
I have to recruit him into our team. With someone like this on board, team missions will be a breeze.
Even if he has some special demands, I can handle that.
After all, my own strength isn't half bad."
She straightened her chest confidently, a sly grin forming on her face. "Besides, he's just a skeleton.
What unreasonable requests could he possibly have? Never mind, let's focus on getting the hidden rewards first."
With that thought, Xiaohe quickened her pace, eagerly following behind him. By the time Mu Chen sliced through the ninth steel door, a mysterious, high-tech laboratory came into view.
The space was vast and empty, its walls
covered with an array of display screens. Strange lights and streams of complex data flickered across the monitors, dazzling and disorienting. In the center of the lab sat a short, elderly man in a white lab coat. He remained eerily calm, his figure bathed in the glowing lights, which cast sinister shadows around him. Suddenly, his anger erupted like a volcano.
"Damned devils! You've ruined a lifetime of my work, all of it destroyed. You monsters, appearing out of nowhere. You all deserve to die. I'll make you pay for this."
His voice was hoarse and shrill, filled with madness and hatred. His trembling hand retrieved a small green gemstone, no larger than a fingertip. A look of grim resolve filled his eyes as he prepared to place the gem into his mouth. At this critical moment, Mu Chen's eyes narrowed sharply. The blade in his hand gleamed with icy light, and in a flash, a razor-sharp strike cleaved through
the air.
The old man's arm fell to the ground, severed cleanly, and the green gemstone tumbled from his grasp, rolling a few times before coming to a stop.
Without hesitation, Mu Chen swung his sword again.
The old man's head was separated from his body in an instant, and his remains were encased
in ice, leaving behind a bloodless, chilling scene.
Yet even in death, the old man's eyes were filled with defiance and unwillingness.
Mu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he said coldly, "Villains always die because they talk too much. You didn't even grasp this simple truth, and yet you dared to play the villain?
If you had swallowed the gem before I arrived, perhaps you
could have caused me some trouble.
But no, you just had to flaunt it in front of me."
"Did you really think I wouldn't be fast enough to stop you?" The atmosphere in the lab was now icy and oppressive.
Hidden mission target Mad Scientist M3 has been eliminated.
Completion score increased. Congratulations, player, for completing the hidden mission.
You've earned a hidden treasure chest, to be settled upon returning to the illusory realm. Main quest Defend the City of Hope, 7 days, has been completed ahead of schedule. 1 ST place, Yi Xiaofan, contribution points, 1569. 2 ND place, Xiaohe, contribution points, 363. 3 RD place, Lu Hua, contribution points, 135.
Congratulations!
As the top contributor, you've earned a contribution treasure chest.
Main quest completed. Would you like to return to the illusory realm lobby? 24 hours remain before forced return. Wow! Xiaohe exclaimed in excitement. Brother Xiaofan, you're absolutely amazing. You actually completed a hidden mission on hell difficulty.
Her face was glowing with admiration, her eyes sparkling with awe. Thanks to you, I got a hidden treasure chest and a contribution chest.
I don't even know how to thank you. Can we add each other as friends? When we're back in the illusory realm, I'll make sure to properly repay you. Just then, Mu Chen's brow furrowed slightly, sensing something amiss.
Without a moment's hesitation, his sword flashed again. A sneaky little paper doll, attempting to snatch the green gemstone from the ground, was instantly sliced in half. Mu Chen's eyes turned cold as he prepared to step forward and pick up the gemstone. Suddenly, a strange shadow appeared beside Xiaohe like a ghost. Xiaohe was tightly bound by sheets of white paper, resembling a giant white cocoon.
Fury burned in Mu Chen's eyes. In a flash, he was next to Xiaohe, his dagger slicing through the air with a fierce momentum. Rip! The white paper shattered instantly, revealing a terrified Xiaohe. She gasped for breath, her chest heaving violently, clearly shaken to the core. At that moment, a paperman seized the opportunity to snatch the green gemstone, letting out a hoarse, mocking laugh. Ha ha, thanks, skeleton brother. Until we meet again.
Suddenly, a beam of white light enveloped the paperman. It fixed its eerie gaze on Mu Chen and offered a sinister smile before vanishing along with the light column. Mu Chen's face darkened, his eyes locked in the direction where the paperman had disappeared. Even his sword-hard eye had failed to sense the presence of the paperman just now.
Lu Hua was indeed no ordinary foe.
He looked forward to their next encounter. The air around him seemed to freeze under the weight of his fury. Meanwhile, the players surrounding the City of Hope were momentarily stunned before their faces lit up with ecstatic joy. Expressions of disbelief and overwhelming excitement were plastered across their faces. Their eyes widened, and mouths gaped as if they could swallow an egg whole.
The Hell difficulty dungeon was cleared just like that? Someone stammered, their voice trembling with excitement.
But the mission was supposed to start on the 7th day.
How could it be completed early? Another player frowned in confusion, their face wrinkled with doubt. Ha ha ha, who cares what happened? The mission shows as completed, so it must be true.
A burly man laughed so hard that tears welled up in his eyes.
Yeah, I thought we were doomed to fail this Hell difficulty dungeon. I can't believe we cleared it so easily.
A petite woman patted her chest with lingering fear.
It must have been some expert who wiped out the demon lair. Someone exclaimed as if suddenly enlightened. Quick, look at the contribution points. Holy cow!
This player named Jishio Fan scored 1,569 points all by himself.
He must have destroyed the demon lair.
A player stared at the leaderboard, his eyes nearly popping out of his skull in shock.
We were carried through a Hell difficulty dungeon by a single expert. One person carried all of us. This expert's strength is terrifying.
The crowd buzzed with awe and admiration. At the same time, Li Qingfeng stood among the crowd, his face dark as a storm cloud, as though it could drip water.
His hands clenched into tight fists.
All the meticulous plans he had laid out in the city had become a joke.
His anticipation and efforts had all been in vain.
His heart churned with bitterness and frustration as the surrounding cheers and laughter felt like merciless mockery ringing in his ears. Just then, the main control panel in the laboratory beside Mu Chen began to flash with red lights, accompanied by a sharp, piercing alarm that sounded like the trumpet of doom.
Self-destruction protocol activated. Time remaining until lab destruction, 10 seconds, 9 seconds.
The cold, mechanical voice echoed through the silent laboratory, striking Mu Chen and Xiaohe like a sledgehammer to the heart, leaving them breathless.
They exchanged a glance and, without hesitation, chose to return. In an instant, brilliant white light enveloped them.
Mu Chen began to rise slowly within the light, but the laboratory suddenly erupted into a massive explosion. Through the fiery destruction, he caught a glimpse of the City of Hope situated atop a solitary island.
Surrounding it were dozens of similar islands.
As the laboratory collapsed, the malevolent forces dissipated, revealing the island's true forms. At that moment, Mu Chen's figure faded from the dungeon realm.
Player has returned to the illusory realm. Mission settlement in progress. Demonic Paradise Dungeon. Difficulty level, Hell. Main quest, assist humanity and defend the City of Hope. Completed, ****. Hidden quest, eliminate the mad scientist M3. Completed, ****. Final rating, S-class.
Rewards, 30 illusory realm coins, hidden chest, A-class, completion chest, S-class.
Player level +1. Settlement complete.
Mu Chen sat back on the sofa, leaning into the soft cushions. A surge of excitement coursed through him.
Reaching into his inventory, he retrieved the green gemstone that shimmered with an eerie glow and carefully examined it. Demonic Origin Stone. Quality? Rarity?
Description: a mysterious gemstone formed from the coagulated blood of demons, possessing unique powers. It continuously emits a substance capable of demonizing other creatures. When consumed, there is only a 0.05% chance of acquiring demonic bloodline, while a 99.95% chance results in immediate demonization and complete loss of sanity.
It is a crucial item in the secret realm dungeon of Demon Paradise. You have discovered an item containing the essence of the secret realm, Demonic Origin Stone. Would you like to extract the essence?
Upon seeing this notification, Mu Chen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth.
Internally, he muttered to himself, what kind of absurd odds are these? Back when that old man was Frantically swallowing it, I thought the success rate was pretty high. Now I realize he was just a complete lunatic.
That origin stone was so tiny, the success rate must have been even lower.
Without hesitation, Mu Chen's eyes gleamed with determination as he decisively selected yes. Essence extracted from demonic origin stone, 5.5%. You have gained 6 attribute points. Remaining essence, 0.4%. Excitement surged through Mu Chen's heart.
He knew the immense potential of having pet attributes overpower the current secret realm dungeon. Immediately, he allocated all the attribute points to intelligence without a second thought. Taking a deep breath, Mu Chen slowly sat upright, his face full of anticipation as he fixed his gaze on the treasure chest in the inventory.
A golden light flashed, illuminating the entire room in an instant. You have opened the clearance chest, S rank, and obtained the following items. Mu Chen's eyes widened in bewilderment as he stared at the items revealed inside the chest. Dr. M3's Universal Key, Quality, Gold. Rarity, 41. Remaining uses, 3.
Description: crafted meticulously by Dr. M3, this universal key radiates a mysterious glow and contains boundless power.
It can effortlessly unlock all kinds of locks, including high-tech electronic doors. Evil Potion. Quality, Purple. Rarity, 30.
Description: a potion developed by Dr. M3 using secretions from the demonic origin stone.
Contained in a dark glass bottle, the liquid emits an eerie glow. Upon use, all attributes increase by 20% for 30 minutes.
However, once the potion's effects wear off, the user's constitution attribute permanently decreases by 10 points. Mu Chen frowned deeply, his gaze heavy as he scrutinized the items in his hands. Though the universal key had limited uses, it would undoubtedly prove invaluable in critical moments.
As for the evil potion, its 20% attribute boost was undeniably tempting, but the cost was far too daunting.
Who would dare to casually sacrifice 10 points of constitution in a life or death situation?
Even if I don't use it myself, it's still a life-saving potion.
It should fetch a good price, he silently resolved in his heart, already planning to sell it at the market later. Afterward, Mu Chen took a deep breath and opened the points chest with anticipation. Blinding golden light erupted once more, and to his delight, he struck gold again.
You have opened the points chest and obtained the following item. Mu Chen's heartbeat quickened.
He eagerly examined the contents of the chest, but when he saw the item inside, his body froze, as if struck by an invisible jolt of electricity. You have obtained the Life Spring Water of Hope City.
Life Spring Water. Quality, Gold. Rarity, 49.
Description: water drawn from the Life Spring, the heart of Hope City. The liquid in the bottle glimmers with a soft, radiant light, seemingly
brimming with endless vitality.
It possesses miraculous healing powers, capable of instantly restoring a player's entire health and stamina. Mu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, his face filled with regret.
He clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly.
This is such a treasure. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, his heart filled with remorse.
Judging from the description of the Life Spring Water, how could I have missed out on such a priceless gem?
He felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself.
So there's a life spring in Hope City. If only I had explored the city properly.
7 whole days, wasted just like that. I missed out on such a rare treasure. With a long sigh, Mu Chen's heart was heavy with regret. He then turned his gaze toward the hidden chest, A rank, his eyes once again brimming with anticipation. Silently, he prayed, please, just one evolution fruit, and I'll truly soar. At that moment, a dazzling white light flashed. You have opened the hidden chest, A rank, and obtained the following item. As the chest opened, Mu Chen's eyes instantly locked onto its contents, his breathing growing rapid and uneven. You have obtained a skill fruit, locked, skill fruit, locked, quality, rarity, attribute, locked. Introduction asterisk. The exclusive reward for those who possess the All Souls Mastery talent is a mysterious item, a skill-locking fruit. When consumed by a pet, it allows the selection of one skill to be permanently locked in place. Even after the pet evolves or is fused, the chosen skill will remain intact. Mu Chen stared blankly at the peculiar fruit in his hand, which radiated a strange, mesmerizing glow. His eyes widened as round as full moons, filled with disbelief and overwhelming excitement.
It can actually lock skills.
This hidden treasure chest is absolutely insane. Unable to contain his joy, he shouted aloud, his voice echoing through the room.
His hands trembled slightly with excitement. It feels like every single thing I open from these hidden chests is incredibly beneficial to my class. I need to focus more on finding hidden quests and dungeon runs from now on. A resolute gleam shone in his eyes.
Looking at his pet beside him, he fell into deep thought. Sword Heart Vision is an excellent skill, but the nether void physique of the dragon-armored spider is also incredibly powerful. He paused, then muttered, "What if I lock sword heart vision and try fusing them?" As this idea dawned on him, a fiery determination ignited in Mu Chen's eyes, shining brightly like a blazing star.
"Anyway, I'm not using the dragon-armored spider much right now.
I'll just fuse it.
Take a gamble. If I end up with a multi-skilled pet, that would be amazing."
Gritting his teeth, he made up his mind. Without hesitation, he handed the skill-locking fruit to his skeleton swordmaster, his eyes fixed on the pet as it swallowed the fruit. He then decisively chose to lock the sword heart vision skill. Taking a deep breath, Mu Chen opened the talent interface and selected the fusion option. Carefully, he placed Skeleton Swordmaster LM in the primary pet slot, silently praying in his heart.
"I hope the fused pet remains humanoid. It'll make controlling it with divine descent much easier."
Then, he placed Nether Dragon Armored Spider in the secondary pet slot.
"Proceed with fusion?" Mu Chen stared at the screen intently, his face brimming with anticipation. Without hesitation, he chose yes.
At that moment, his heart seemed to leap into his throat, a mix of tension and excitement swirling within him.
The next second, the fusion interface seemed to activate a mysterious force.
An icy blue mist materialized out of thin air, resembling ethereal ribbons that softly enveloped the two pets. Slowly, they drew closer to one another until, suddenly, an intense chill erupted from the mist like a tidal wave, surging outward with unstoppable force. In an instant, the entire space was submerged in bone-chilling cold, as though he had stepped into an Arctic blizzard. When the frost finally dissipated and the mist receded, a brand new figure emerged before his eyes. It was a skeleton clad in black armor, standing silently yet exuding an aura of awe-inspiring power. The skeleton wore a black mask, from beneath which two eerie blue flames flickered like ghostly will-o'-the-wisps from the depths of the underworld, both sinister and enigmatic. The armor itself was unique, its surface crafted entirely of dragon scale patterns. Each scale shimmered with a glacial brilliance, as though imbued with life. On its arm, a lifelike engraving of a spider could be seen. The intricate details of the carving were so vivid that it seemed the spider might creep out of the armor at any moment,
sending a shiver down one's spine.
Most intriguingly, the skeleton's figure occasionally flickered in and out of existence, like a spectral apparition, elusive and ungraspable. Mu Chen froze for a moment, then a smile crept across his lips.
His laughter echoed through the silence, loud and exhilarated.
"This proves that the dragon-armored spider's special physique skill has truly been inherited," he muttered to himself, his tone filled with excitement and joy. Unable to contain his curiosity, he quickly turned his eyes to the newly fused pet, the anticipation and wonder in his gaze resembling that of a child about to unwrap a long-awaited dream gift.
Fusion complete. Obtained pet, Nether Lord MM. Nether Lord MM. Constitution, *145. Intelligence, *76. Strength, *155. Agility, *113. Skill 1, Nether Sword Dance.
Active skill, wields its weapon to unleash 9 devastating waves of nether sword energy.
Deals massive damage to enemies within the path.
Has a 100% chance to freeze targets, reducing their movement, attack, and casting speed by 30% for 10 minutes.
Skill 2, Nether Clone.
Active skill, instantly creates 3 clones that last 20 minutes.
Each clone possesses 50% of the original's attributes.
During this time, the user can freely switch between the clones and the main body.
Skill 3, Skycleaving Nether Slash.
Active skill, leaps high into the air, gathering the power of the nether to unleash a massive sword strike at the target.
All enemies
within range will have their souls frozen.
If the freezing effect is not dispelled within 15 seconds, their souls will be obliterated. Skill 4, Nether Burial.
Active skill, channels the power of the nether to summon the shadow of the netherworld, instantly freezing all surrounding enemies.
Ignores all armor. Skill 5, Nether Dragon Armor.
Passive skill, wears the nether dragon armor, significantly boosting its defense. Mu Chen's smile grew wider as he examined the skills and stats of his new pet. The thrill of success coursed through him, and he could already imagine the countless possibilities and strategies this nether lord would bring to his adventures.
Skill 6, Netherworld Void Physique. Passive skill, a rare void constitution. Automatically enters an interdimensional void every 2 seconds for a duration of 2 seconds, rendering the user invincible and cleansing all abnormal statuses. Skill 7, Eye of the Sword Heart.
Passive skill, significantly enhances perception, allowing the user to sense surrounding movements even with eyes closed.
Grants a 30% chance to automatically parry incoming attacks, negating the damage entirely. Skill 8, Undying Creature. Passive skill, when HP drops to 0, the user does not forcibly retreat into the pet space. After 5 minutes, HP is fully restored, and the user becomes immune to any abnormal statuses. Mu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart overflowing with astonishment and sheer excitement, as if he had stumbled upon the most priceless treasure in the world. "This pet is absolutely incredible," he exclaimed, his voice trembling with exhilaration. "Especially the combination of the Eye of the Sword Heart and the Netherworld Void physique. With these two abilities together, it's nearly impossible for anyone to harm me. And paired with powerful offensive skills, I'll be unstoppable in the Secret Realm dungeons." Scenes of him effortlessly sweeping through dungeons played out vividly in his mind, and the joy in his heart surged like a roaring river bursting through a dam. "As long as I can rapidly improve my strength in the Secret Realm dungeons, I'll be one step closer to finding a way back to my original world." With this thought, hope surged within Mu Chen, as if the path home was within reach. A newfound vigor radiated from him, filling him with unparalleled determination. Glancing at the virtual currency he had accumulated, nearly 100 coins, 97 to be exact, Mu Chen took a deep breath and resolutely called out to the AI system, "Prepare me a feast." After the meal, Mu Chen collapsed onto his bed like a deflated balloon. It didn't take long before he drifted into a deep sleep, his steady breathing softly echoing through the room. 9 hours later, Mu Chen slowly awoke, stretching lazily as his joints cracked with a satisfying pop. He got up and took a hot shower, the warm water invigorating his senses. After casually grabbing a bite to eat, he settled onto the sofa, his gaze unintentionally falling on the evil elixir in his inventory. Frowning slightly, he fell into deep thought. This thing is useless to me. I should sell it at the marketplace and see if there's anything I can use. With that decision made, he wasted no time. Standing up, he strode confidently towards the teleportation gate. The bustling trading district greeted him with a cacophony of voices and a sea of people. Amidst the lively chaos, Mu Chen quickly found a relatively quiet spot and carefully placed the evil elixir on display. Just as he was about to list it for sale, the system notification sound abruptly chimed. "Player Xia, he has sent you a friend request. Accept?" Mu Chen's thoughts were instantly pulled back. A mischievous and lively image of a young girl with a wagging tail popped into his mind, making him smile faintly. Without hesitation, he clicked accept. Xiaohe's message arrived almost immediately. "Brother Xiao Fan, are you free? Our guild leader just returned from a Secret Realm dungeon and wants to meet you. She's a super gorgeous beauty, by the way." Mu Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered. He was a special player, even his name was a fabricated alias. Joining a guild and participating in group dungeons might risk exposing some of his secrets. Besides, the leveling speed in solo dungeons far surpassed that of group play. Initially, he had no intention of joining any guild. But after a moment's thought, he reconsidered. Forget it. I might as well meet her. I'm not too familiar with this place yet. Making a few connections and getting a better understanding of the environment wouldn't hurt. He replied, "I'm in the trading district, coordinates 4563, 36533. You can come find me." Not long after, Xiaohe cheerfully approached, dragging along a woman who instantly became the center of attention. The moment she appeared, all eyes were drawn to her like moths to a flame. She was tall and statuesque, her slender figure seemingly sculpted by the hands of a master artisan, every curve perfectly balanced to exude both elegance and allure. Her golden hair cascaded down her back like a shimmering waterfall, swaying gently with each light step she took, resembling rippling waves of liquid gold that gleamed with a captivating brilliance. Her long, graceful legs were particularly striking, each step radiating poise and confidence. She wore a flowing white gown, its hem as light and airy as a cloud, clinging gently to her form like the softest wisp of sky. It was as though the most delicate clouds from the heavens themselves had draped around her, enhancing her ethereal beauty. The neckline design of her long dress was simple yet elegant, perfectly accentuating her slender neck, as graceful and captivating as a swan's. Her face was a delicate blossom, her fair skin akin to creamy white jade, smooth as silk, as though a light touch could ripple across its surface. Beneath her arched brows, her large, watery eyes shone like crystal-clear springs, sparkling and mesmerizing. When she walked up to Mu Chen, her soft pink lips curved into a gentle smile, warm and inviting, like a breeze in spring that naturally drew people closer. For a moment, Mu Chen froze, his gaze magnetically locked onto her, unable to look away. His usually cold heart trembled faintly in that instant. A surge of indescribable emotion welled up inside him. That face! She bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Linwan. The familiar expression on her face seemed to transcend time, appearing before him once again and plunging him into a swirl of memories and days. "Ha! Are you Brother Xiao Fan?" Xiaohe looked at Mu Chen, her face full of confusion. Her bright, lively eyes blinked curiously. Mu Chen was abruptly pulled back to reality by Xiaohe's voice.
He hesitated slightly, then replied flatly, "It's me."
Wow, Brother Xiaofan, you're even more handsome in person.
Xiaohe exclaimed, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she clapped her hands excitedly.
This is my guild leader, Su Qingxue. She quickly introduced.
Su Qingxue smiled faintly and said, "Hello, I'm Su Qingxue, the head of the Qingxue Pavilion Guild." Her voice was clear and melodious, like a mountain stream flowing gently.
Mu Chen responded politely, "Hello, I'm Yi Xiaofan."
Su Qingxue looked at him earnestly and continued, "I asked Xiaohe to bring you here because I'd like to invite you to join our guild.
Our guild is newly established.
Though we don't have many members, each one of us is highly skilled." She paused briefly, her gaze firm and confident.
We don't accept the weak.
And our guild imposes no restrictions on members' personal actions.
Participating in team dungeons is entirely voluntary. So, what do you think, handsome? Care to join us? The surrounding area was bustling with people, and the noise ebbed and flowed. Yet Mu Chen's attention was completely captured by Su Qingxue's words. He sank into thought, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. His brows furrowed as a conflicted expression took over his face. He had initially planned not to join any guild. However, when his gaze once again fell on Su Qingxue's face, so strikingly similar to Su Linwan's, his resolve began to waver. He was desperate to find out the connection between this woman and Su Linwan. Moreover, the guild's policy of not restricting its members' freedom was indeed appealing to him. Upon careful consideration, joining didn't seem to cost him much. At this moment, Xiaohe tugged at Mu Chen's sleeve, her tone coquettish as she pleaded, "Brother Xiaofan, please join us. Our guild doesn't have a single guy yet, it's full of beautiful ladies. You can't miss this chance." Her playful demeanor made it nearly impossible to say no.
Su Qingxue followed up, "Joining our guild also allows you to trade freely with other members. You can sell treasures you don't need or buy rare
items unavailable on the market. For example, this evil elixir you've been selling at your stall. While most people can't accept a permanent reduction in constitution, for certain niche professions, the lower their health, the higher their damage output. By compressing their constitution to a specific threshold, they can maximize damage at 100% health. In their hands, this elixir is more valuable than a gold-tier item." As she spoke, she observed Mu Chen's expression closely, her eyes filled with anticipation. Mu Chen looked at the two stunning women, their expectant gazes stirring a ripple in his heart. He remained silent for a moment, as if making a final decision. Finally, he spoke seriously but calmly, "All right." Just then, a system notification sounded. Su Qingxue has invited you to join the Qingxue Pavilion Guild. Do you accept? Immediately after, another notification popped up. Joining a guild requires a minimum level of 5. Player identified as a special class scavenger, level restriction waived. Would you like to disguise your level information? Mu Chen kept a composed expression, his eyes betraying no emotion as he quietly selected yes. Without hesitation, he confirmed his choice to join the guild. You have successfully joined the Qingxue Pavilion Guild. Guild channel unlocked. Guild skill sharing activated. Guild badge, level 1 all attributes +1. A list of guild skills appeared before Mu Chen's eyes. Strength enhancement spell, level 1 increases HP by 1%. Source of magic, level 1 increases MP by 1%. Secret art of strength, locked. A row of dim icons quietly awaited activation, as if anticipating Mu Chen's exploration. Mu Chen carefully examined the guild's attribute boosts and nodded slightly, praising inwardly, "Not bad. Though the bonuses are small, the guild is only level 1 after all." "Welcome to Qingxue Pavilion," Su Qingxue greeted with a warm smile, her expression as comforting as spring sunlight, captivating those around her. "Welcome, Brother Xiaofan. Most of the guild members are currently in a secret dungeon. With your addition, we've finally reached 7 members.
Xiaohe exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling with joy. Mu Chen froze for a moment, his expression turning to one of shock. "It seems I've joined a rather unique guild," he thought to himself. He had assumed, based on the earlier conversation about the guild being small, that there were at least a few dozen members. To his surprise, including himself, there were only 7. In other words, there were only 4 members he hadn't yet met. Noticing Mu Chen's confusion, Su Qingxue explained directly, "We only recruit top-tier players, so our recruitment process is slow." Her tone carried evident pride and confidence. Mu Chen shrugged and nodded nonchalantly, signaling his indifference. But suddenly, his expression shifted, becoming grave and serious. He looked directly at Su Qingxue and said earnestly, "Guild leader Su, there's something important I need to discuss with you privately." His gaze was firm, as if this matter held great significance to him. Xiaohe noticed the change in atmosphere and gave a knowing look, mischievously winking before stepping away with a playful grin. Su Qingshue's cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of shyness creeping onto her face, but she quickly regained composure and nodded in agreement.
The two moved to a quiet corner, far from the others. The silence was so profound that they could hear each other's breathing. Mu Chen took a deep breath, his eyes locking onto Su Qingxue. With urgency, he asked, "Guild leader Su, do you know a woman named Su Linwan?" His gaze carried a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Su Qingxue blinked in confusion, her long lashes fluttering like tiny fans. She lowered her head, pondering for a while, then slowly shook her head. "I don't know her," she replied. Mu Chen let out a small sigh of relief, but a sense of disappointment followed. "Then it's nothing," he said softly. He turned and began walking back to his stall, a wave of emptiness washing over him. Watching his retreating figure, Su Qingshue's expression subtly shifted, her brows furrowed, and her eyes flickered with complex emotions. Her thoughts seemed to spiral as she stared after him. Unbeknownst to her, however, Mu Chen's sword-hard eye had already caught the fleeting changes in her expression. Taking a deep breath, Mu Chen thought to himself, "It seems the guild leader is hiding something from me. But that's fine. I'll take my time unraveling this." Returning to his stall, Mu Chen had barely taken a seat when Su Qingxue approached him again. "Handsome, do you need me to sell this potion for you?" "I happen to know a player who urgently needs an item that reduces constitution," she offered, her eyes filled with enthusiasm and anticipation. Mu Chen didn't hesitate. "Sure." Su Qingxue immediately contacted her friend, who, as luck would have it, was online. About 5 minutes later, a woman with an aura of danger approached. She wore a simple sports outfit, her ponytail tied neatly, and her figure was lean and athletic. The moment she spotted the sinister-looking potion, her eyes lit up, and her breathing quickened as if she'd just encountered the most valuable treasure in the world. She fixed her gaze on Mu Chen and asked urgently, "How much?" Mu Chen responded calmly, "Since you're the guild leader's friend, you can name your price." The woman froze for a moment, then thought carefully before replying, "This kind of item is extremely rare. Potions that permanently reduce constitution are hard to come by. I'll offer 40 phantom coins. Is that acceptable?" Mu Chen was taken aback. He had originally estimated the purple potion's value to be no more than 10 phantom coins. He hadn't expected her to offer 40, which showed just how crucial such an item was to her. Without hesitation, he agreed, "Deal." The transaction completed, Mu Chen turned to them and said, "I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now." With that, he left swiftly, returning to his safe house. There, he collapsed onto his bed, the soft mattress sinking slightly under his weight. Staring at the ceiling, his mind replayed Su Qingshue's fleeting expression, solidifying his belief. She definitely knows Su Linwan, and they look exactly alike. There's no way this is a coincidence. There's a secret here. Just then, the voice of the AI assistant interrupted his thoughts. Its cold mechanical tone sounded particularly jarring in the otherwise quiet room. "Master, a new secret dungeon has just been unlocked. Would you like to participate?" Mu Chen sighed helplessly, temporarily setting aside the doubts in his heart and deciding to participate. Entering Level 8 Secret Realm Multiplayer Dungeon, City of Phantom Spirits. Difficulty level, Hell. Main quest, destroy the demon sword Arpharo. Quest duration, 3 days. Failure penalty, all attributes -5. Purge quest, exclusive to scavengers. Eliminate rogue players Lu Hua and Bai Xingxing. Once within a certain range of these rogue players, the system will automatically lock onto their location. Warning, player free mode is now enabled in this dungeon. Killing other players incurs no penalty and will not result in item drops. Mu Chen furrowed his brows tightly, muttering to himself in frustration, "Hell difficulty again, and it's a level 8 secret realm dungeon? I'm only level 4 right now, how very friendly." Thinking of those two familiar names, his expression grew complicated. One of them, Bai Xingxing, is someone I've worked with before. A bit eccentric, but honestly not a bad person. As for Lu Hua, that bizarre paper doll, I better not run into him. If I do, I'll take him out first. Stealing from me? I hold grudges. A trace of cold resolve flickered in his eyes. This is a good chance to see what kind of reward completing a purge quest brings. With that thought, determination flared in Mu Chen's gaze. He raised his hand and summoned the Netherlord Quickly forming a series of hand seals, he chanted an incantation under his breath. A mysterious light enveloped the Netherlord and in the next moment, Mu Chen activated his divine descent skill. A flash of light later, his body merged seamlessly into the Netherlord form. Feeling the surge of immense power coursing through him, Mu Chen nodded in satisfaction, the corners of his lips curling into a confident smile. Transmission link established. Beginning teleportation. In an instant, a dazzling green pillar of light descended from the heavens like divine judgment, engulfing Mu Chen entirely.
The brilliance was blinding, his silhouette gradually fading until it disappeared from the room altogether. The moment he arrived at his new location, a bone-chilling wind howled around him like a pack of ravenous wolves.
Mu Chen shivered slightly as he scanned his surroundings, finding himself standing alone atop a mountain peak.
The sky was dark, as if drenched in heavy ink. Snowflakes swirled in the air, blanketing the ground in a thick layer of white.
Each step he took left deep imprints in the snow.
Behind him stretched a foreboding, black forest, where shadows danced ominously, hinting at hidden dangers.
Ahead lay a brightly lit basin, its high-rise buildings towering like a sleepless city.
The eerie silence was unsettling, there were no other players in sight. What truly disturbed him, however, was the fact that this time, the teleportation beam had been green. This sudden change set off alarm bells in his mind.
Just then, the familiar voice of his AI assistant, the sprite-like Jinao, rang out.
"Master, the green teleportation beam has enhanced defenses.
The system has detected creatures in this secret realm capable of breaching the standard white teleportation beam. To ensure player safety during transmission, the beam has been upgraded to green." Hearing this, Mu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief.
"Jinao, you're here too?"
"Master, I've always been here. If you have any questions, I can answer them based on your current permissions."
Mu Chen, his face now shadowed with exasperation, retorted, "Why didn't you speak up during the last secret realm dungeon?"
"Master, you didn't ask me anything."
"Additionally, as your level increases, my permissions will also expand." Rendered speechless, Mu Chen felt a wave of irritation but could do nothing about it.
Just as he was about to question Jinao further, an intense sense of foreboding washed over him.
His passive skill, Sword Heart's Eye, alerted him something, or someone, was approaching at an astonishing speed.
Without hesitation, Mu Chen raised his hand, summoning the piercing all boundaries dagger into his palm. Though compact, the dagger's blade was as straight as a lightning
bolt, its edge razor-sharp and gleaming with a chilling light that seemed to whisper of its unparalleled destructive power. This was precisely why Mu Chen valued it so highly. For now, there's no better physical weapon than this dagger. It'll have to do, Mu Chen thought, his mind racing. While its appearance might seem unconventional, it worked perfectly with his sword aura output. Just then, a white-haired woman appeared before him like a ghost, her hair whipping wildly in the icy wind. Her eyes were filled with terror
and despair.
Behind her, a pack of wolf-like creatures surged forward like a relentless tide, their fangs bared and claws poised to strike. The moment she saw Mu Chen, her body froze, her gaze locking onto his eerie figure. His form flickered in and out of visibility, and beneath his mask, a glint of cold menace shone through. The exposed black skeletal frame of his body made him look like a harbinger from the depths of hell. The woman's heart felt as though it had been seized by an invisible hand, fear spread through her like wildfire. Desperately, she glanced back at the horde of icy wolves closing in on her. Her face turned as pale as the snow underfoot. She slowly came to a halt, the snow underfoot crunching with a sound that echoed like the groans of her inner fear. She would rather face these ferocious ice wolves than confront that elusive figure. In her eyes at this moment, there was a glint of resolve, as if she had prepared herself for one last desperate fight. By the radiance of the moonlight, the power of the lunar spirit, shine in the darkness, dance among the stars.
In my name, lunar spirit blade, descend.
Her voice was crisp and determined, reverberating through the cold air. Suddenly, a massive circle of white light appeared before her, its brilliance dispelling the surrounding darkness in an instant. At the center of the magical array, a long sword with a white hilt and a faintly translucent blade slowly rose. Its surface shimmered with specks of starlight, as if it were a divine artifact from beyond the heavens. When she grasped the sword tightly, her entire body was instantly engulfed in an intense white light. The radiance cocooned her like a silken glow, and then, piece by piece, an ornate suit of armor began to form around her. The intricate patterns on the armor glimmered with mysterious runic energy, standing out magnificently in the dark forest, as though the stars themselves had descended to earth. When all was complete, the color drained from her face, and large beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. It was clear the process had drained her immensely, leaving her swaying unsteadily. The ice wolves, seeing her state, halted their movements, their greedy eyes fixed intently on her as they gradually encircled her. More than a dozen giant wolves moved in a slow, deliberate circle. Their steps were steady and rhythmic, as though enacting some grim hunting ritual. The woman gripped her sword, her hands trembling slightly from the exertion, her eyes scanning her surroundings with unwavering vigilance. Yet her complexion grew paler by the second, her body trembling involuntarily, like a delicate flower on the verge of withering in a biting wind.
Suddenly, a deep and commanding howl echoed through the frosty forest. The wolves froze in unison, their muscles taut, their eyes brimming with murderous intent.
Without warning, two wolves lunged at her, their gaping maws revealing razor-sharp fangs glinting coldly under the moonlight as they charged straight for her. "Full moon crescent slash," she cried softly, her voice filled with resolve. Clutching her sword, she swung it with all her might. The sword's gleam cut through the night like a brilliant crescent moon, slashing deep into the bellies of the two wolves. Blood spurted forth, staining the pristine snow crimson. The two wolves howled in agony, collapsing heavily onto the snow. Though not dead, they writhed in pain, rendered incapable of further combat. But just as she unleashed the sword technique and struggled to catch her breath, another wolf seized the opportunity to attack. It darted like lightning, sinking its teeth into her shoulder with a ferocious snap. She let out a pained cry but did not hesitate. Tightening her grip on the sword, she swiftly swung it once more. The wolf's head was severed cleanly, flying through the air, while its body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Another wolf fell heavily beside it. By now, the woman's arm was gravely injured, blood flowing freely and soaking her garments in deep crimson. Her movements gradually slowed, and her combat effectiveness plummeted. Suddenly, three giant wolves lunged at her simultaneously. They streaked through the air like black lightning, carrying a deadly menace. The woman stared at the massive figures closing in on her, a trace of despair flickering in her eyes. Unable to resist, she slowly closed her eyes, resigning herself to the embrace of death. Just then, an ice-blue sword light streaked through the air like a meteor, instantly spreading a chilling frost. The three leaping wolves froze in mid-air, transformed into crystalline ice sculptures, before crashing to the ground and shattering into countless fragments. Another flash of sword light followed, and the surrounding ice wolves were immediately sealed in ice, their lunging postures preserved like a series of cold, lifeless statues. The woman hesitantly opened her eyes, only to find the wolves around her turned into ice sculptures. A jolt of shock coursed through her heart. She whipped her head around, her gaze locking onto Mu-chen. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Was it you who saved me?" The relief and gratitude of having narrowly escaped death surged in her chest. Mu-chen's expression remained cold as he spoke. "I have a question. Do you know about the demonic sword, Alfaro?" His voice was as icy as his blade, devoid of emotion. The woman's face froze in shock before a look of confusion clouded her eyes. After a moment of thought, she slowly replied, "All I know is that not long ago, someone summoned the demonic sword Alfaro. It caused a heaven-shaking phenomenon in Phantom Spirit City. Clouds roiled, the winds howled, and lightning tore through the skies. But as for who made the pact with the sword, I've been trying to find out. The emergence of the demonic sword Alfaro will undoubtedly bring endless calamities to the world. What's certain is that this person is still in Phantom Spirit City." Her tone was laced with worry and fear. Mu-chen's eyes flickered with ghostly flames, as if two blue fires were burning within them. He pressed further, his voice urgent, "If the inheritor is killed, can the demonic sword Alfaro be destroyed?" His gaze was piercing, his intensity palpable. The woman paused in bewilderment before answering slowly, "Killing the inheritor would merely return the spiritual weapon to the heavens and earth, waiting for the next compatible host to appear. The only way to destroy the demonic sword Alfaro is to kill its sword spirit." Her voice was heavy, tinged with helplessness. Mu-chen sighed inwardly, his brow furrowed tightly as he murmured under his breath, "As expected, this is a hell-level mission, harder than I imagined." Seeing his reaction, the woman quickly added, "I've read ancient texts that mention the demonic sword Alfaro. Once the sword chooses an inheritor, its spirit invades the inheritor's body, merging with their soul. When the inheritor is killed, the sword spirit will retreat back into the demonic sword. That moment is the only chance to destroy the sword." She spoke rapidly, afraid to leave out any critical details. Mu-chen's eyes lit up with a spark of hope, his heart lifting slightly. A sword spirit is still a soul. This mission might not be as impossible as it looks. My pet, the Netherlord has skills that can free souls. At that moment, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He keenly sensed a figure approaching at high speed. Out of nowhere, a flaming arrow streaked toward him like a shooting star. Mu-chen casually raised his hand, his dagger slicing through the air with a flash of cold light, effortlessly deflecting the arrow. At the same time, two figures appeared beside the woman. One of them held a bow, the string taut, their wary eyes locked onto Mu-chen. The woman hurriedly shouted, "Yilan, stop this instant. This gentleman just saved my life, he's not an enemy." Yilan's face was full of confusion as she slowly lowered her bow, her brow furrowed in suspicion. Though her posture relaxed slightly, her tension remained evident. "Chiyu, are you all right?" she asked, urgently stepping closer. In 3 quick strides, Yilan reached Chiyu's side, her voice hoarse with worry as her eyes swept over her. Chiyu, pale-faced, struggled to suppress her pain. "I'm fine, just my left shoulder. One of the ice wolves bit me." Her voice was feeble, her forehead damp with sweat as blood soaked through her clothing. "Thank you, sir, for saving my life," Yu said sincerely, her eyes full of gratitude. My friend was only concerned for my safety and meant no offense.
Please don't hold it against her. Mu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he shook his head slightly. It's fine, he replied.
His voice was calm, like the surface of a still lake, as though everything that had transpired was of little consequence. Then, he turned and began to walk away, his solitary figure cutting a resolute path through the snow. Just as he was about to disappear into the distance, Shiyu's anxious voice called out after him, Sir,
if you don't mind, please come back with us to Phantom Spirit City. The entire Phantom Bureau is searching for the inheritor of the demonic sword. If there's any news, you'll be the first to know.
Her voice trembled slightly in the cold wind, carrying a faint trace of hope. Mu Chen halted, a flicker of light appearing in his eyes as he turned to look toward the grand and mysterious Phantom Spirit City at the foot of the mountain. Its light shone brilliantly, yet it emanated an air of boundless uncertainty. He thought to himself, searching for the inheritor of the demonic sword in such a vast city by himself would undoubtedly be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Thinking of this, Mu Chen said calmly, All right.
My name is Yi Xiufan.
There's no need to address me as sir. His voice was cold, carrying a hint of helplessness. Yu smiled warmly, her eyes gleaming with joy.
All right, sir. Mu Chen was at a loss for words, sighing inwardly. Fine, let her be.
A short while later, Mu Chen was escorted to a luxurious villa by the two young women. He was assigned a spacious guest room to stay temporarily. Standing on the second-floor balcony, he let the cool night breeze brush against his face as he quietly gazed down at the two beautiful women below. They were dressed in soft pajamas, playfully teasing and laughing with each other like two joyous butterflies. The moonlight bathed their figures, casting graceful silhouettes. Mu Chen smiled faintly, thinking to himself, this time, my luck in the secret realm dungeon wasn't too bad. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Mu Chen's mind. Abnormal player Lu Hua detected.
Location locked. Abnormal player by Xingxing detected. Location locked.
Mu Chen's body tensed, and in an instant, the breaking 10,000 laws dagger appeared in his hand, its blade glinting with a chilling light. Without hesitation, he equipped the Nix's Dream Veil and Vampire Count's Cloak. A mysterious aura enveloped him, and he vanished on the spot. Without a moment's delay, he leapt down from the second floor, moving like a phantom toward Lu Hua's location. The wind howled in his ears, his heartbeat accelerating, as the thrill of impending battle surged through him. Moments later, Mu Chen arrived at a desolate plaza. Before him, Bai Xingxing gripped a familiar kitchen knife tightly in both hands. Her eyes glinted with a near-maniacal fervor, her entire being radiating the ferocity of a beast on the brink of madness.
She lunged forward, slashing at a paper figure with tremendous force.
The knife gleamed coldly under the moonlight, cutting through the air with a sharp, piercing whistle, as if it sought to tear apart the silent night.
Lu Hua, frantic with desperation, dodged left and right.
His paper-crafted body appeared eerily unnatural under the moonlight, every movement accompanied by an unsettling distortion.
You lunatic! Just because I took a green item from you last time, I'll give it back, all right?
His voice was hoarse and angry, dripping with frustration and panic. Bai Xingxing's eyes burned with a fanatic light, like a starving wolf spotting its prey. A twisted smile crept onto her lips as she raised the knife for another devastating strike. With a thunderous crack, the paper figure's arm was severed, falling to the ground. Strangely, the detached arm immediately ignited, erupting in a deafening explosion like thunder on a clear day. The powerful shockwaves surged outward, lifting dust into the air and shrouding the area in a hazy mist. But what happened next was even more chilling. The torn arm of the paper figure began to grow back, slowly regenerating from the severed point. It was as if some demonic power was at work, with each fiber of paper twisting and weaving itself back together.
Seizing the chaos caused by the explosion, Lu Hua turned and fled. At that critical moment, a dagger pierced through his chest with lightning speed. Lu Hua's body froze abruptly. A muffled groan of pain escaped his throat as his face twisted in agony, his eyes filled with despair and disbelief. In the next instant, the paper figure collapsed like a deflated balloon, letting out a faint pop. The once upright form crumpled to the ground.
Immediately, a bone-chilling frost enveloped it.
In an instant, the remains were encased in thick layers of ice, their surface sparkling with crystalline frost.
At that moment, Bai Xingxing's knife descended with an unstoppable force.
Crash! A deafening sound echoed as the frozen paper figure shattered into countless icy fragments.
The shards scattered under the moonlight, glinting like tiny stars strewn across the ground.
Mu Chen frowned deeply, silently cursing under his breath. He got away after all. Even the AI's tracking signal is gone.
These abnormal players are truly troublesome. Bai Xingxing glared at the icy shards on the ground, her teeth clenched in anger.
He slipped away again. Lucky bastard. Next time I see you, let's see if your luck still holds.
She stomped the ground forcefully, as though the enemy were right beneath her feet. Suddenly, she turned to Mu Chen, her eyes lighting up with surprise and excitement.
Ha! My skeleton friend, you're alive? My little sister said that little bat beat you so badly. Your bones were shattered. I was so mad I almost charged into that world to avenge you. But since you're fine, I'll let it go this time, since going back there isn't easy.
Her gaze softened with concern as she continued, this world is full of dangers.
You better not wander off on your own.
Stay close to me, I'll protect you.
After all, we're friends, aren't we? She patted her chest with unwavering determination, as if she could shield Mu Chen with a safe haven under her protective sky. Wow, my skeleton friend, your black mask is so cool. Can you give it to me?
Bai Xingxing blinked her large, watery eyes, her face brimming with anticipation. Just then, her gaze suddenly froze, as if her soul had been momentarily stripped away. Her expression turned cold and distant, and she spoke in a chilling tone, "Hello, we meet again.
I didn't get the chance to thank you for saving me last time." Her voice was icy, piercingly cold, completely different from before. Mu Chen internally groaned. Did she switch personalities again? This change is too abrupt, completely catching me off guard.
Taking a moment to steady himself, he replied calmly, "It's nothing. I suppose we're friends." Bai Xingxing suddenly frowned, her expression turning serious as she asked, "Is your mission to destroy the cursed sword, Alfaro?"
Her eyes locked onto Mu Chen, filled with a probing intensity. Mu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He replied, puzzled, "Yes, it is. Isn't that yours too?" Hearing this, Bai Xingxing seemed to relax, letting out a long sigh of relief. "My mission is the same as yours."
A trace of worry flickered across her face as she continued, "But I suspect there are other players whose missions conflict with ours.
I had already
located Alfaro's successor, but at the critical moment, they were rescued by two players and a group of people claiming to be dark cultists." At this point, she clenched her fists in anger, her teeth grinding audibly.
Mu Chen's ghostly flames flickered in his eyes, the blue light intensifying as he thought to himself, "It seems this time the illusion realm wants to force a direct showdown among players."
The penalty for failing the mission, losing 5 points from all attributes, was already harsh enough.
This is practically pushing players into a corner.
Bai Xingxing fixed her determined gaze on Mu Chen and said, "Since our missions align, let's work together."
Without hesitation, Mu Chen responded, "All right."
Just as he finished speaking, a massive hammer materialized out of nowhere above Mu Chen's head. It descended with the force of thunder, its surface flickering with an eerie glow, as though it would crush everything in its path. But Mu Chen merely raised an arm casually. The dagger in his hand slashed through the air, emitting a flash of icy light. With a crisp crack, the hammer was split cleanly in two, instantly transforming into two massive blocks of ice that crashed heavily to the ground beside him. In the distance, a man lurking in the shadows of the square shuddered violently, blood spurting from his mouth. His face turned deathly pale, his eyes wide with terror.
"My phantom weapon, shattered so easily by a single sword strike,"
he muttered to himself, disbelief and horror written all over his face. Beside him, a middle-aged man furrowed his brows, his expression grave.
He shouted, "Everyone, attack! We cannot let this evil spirit escape."
In an instant, Mu Chen and Bai Xingxing were surrounded by over a dozen people wielding various weapons. Each of them wore a tense expression, their eyes sharp as blades,
brimming with vigilance and hostility. Mu Chen frowned deeply, confusion clouding his thoughts. Evil spirit? Could these natives have misunderstood something?
Before he could speak, a barrage of attacks came hurtling toward them like a violent storm.
Blades and swords clashed, spells flashed, and the scene became a dazzling blur of chaos.
Mu Chen was about to counterattack when Bai Xingxing grabbed his arm tightly, exclaiming anxiously,
"They're on our side.
We need their help to find the heir to the cursed sword.
We can't hurt them."
Bai Xingxing quickly pulled out her staff and began chanting softly. In an instant, a golden barrier shimmered into existence, enveloping the two of them securely. All the attacks collided with the barrier, disappearing without a trace, as if sinking into the ocean.
Bai Xingxing shouted loudly, "We are not your enemies.
We're here to destroy the cursed sword, Alfaro." The middle-aged man furrowed his brows, deep in thought. After a moment, he waved his hand decisively.
"Cease the attack."
The group gradually lowered their weapons. At that moment, two familiar figures rushed over, standing protectively in front of Mu Chen.
They spoke urgently. "Captain, this is my friend. I vouch for him."
Moments later, after repeated assurances from Mao Yu, the captain finally left reluctantly, his face still full of doubt and frustration.
"Sir, I'm so sorry. The captain didn't know your identity, so..."
Mao Yu lowered her head, her face full of guilt, her voice trembling slightly.
"It's fine. It's not your fault. No need to apologize."
Mu Chen waved dismissively, his expression calm. "Who's this lady?" Mao Yu looked at Bai Xingxing, her eyes filled with curiosity.
She's a friend of mine.
We share the same goal, Mu Chen explained.
Mado's eyes lit up instantly, brimming with anticipation as she said, "You are so powerful, my lord. Surely, your friends must be extraordinary as well. This time, they should be able to make the demon sword fall back into slumber, right?"
She clasped her hands tightly, as if placing all her hopes on them.
"My lord, it's already late at night. Would you and your friends consider staying at my place for the night?" Mao Yu asked cautiously, her eyes full of sincerity.
Mu Chen turned to look at Bai Xingxing, his gaze locking onto her.
She gave a subtle nod, seemingly conveying some unspoken understanding.
"All right," Mu Chen replied succinctly. The two returned to the villa. Mu Chen stood on the balcony of the room, gazing at the distant nightscape, his expression faintly contemplative. Suddenly, a streak of light cut through the night sky. Bai Xingxing appeared beside him in an instant, her piercing gaze fixed on him like a blade, as if trying to see through him. "In the last dungeon, you had the intent to kill me," she said with a voice as cold as ice, devoid of warmth.
"Don't deny it. Even though it was just for a moment, I could sense it."
Mu Chen exhaled slowly, the moonlight casting its glow on his face, revealing a complex expression.
He admitted frankly, "Yes. So, you're a special player? Assigned to eliminate those of us deemed abnormal players?"
Bai Xingxing asked directly, her eyes filled with suspicion and vigilance.
Mu Chen froze, a wave of panic rising in his heart. He quickly asked in his mind, "Smart brain, is it okay to disclose this to an abnormal player?" Master, there is no strict rule in the illusion realm that requires confidentiality. However, please be cautious, as ordinary players can kill special players to obtain their unique identity. Oh? What kind of privileges does my special identity grant me? Mu Chen pressed on eagerly. Insufficient level. Unable to access this information.
Bai Xingxing, seeing his silence, waited for a moment before continuing, "You don't need to pretend.
The only explanation for you wanting to kill me upon our first meeting is this. After all, I've personally killed a special player and inherited their identity. I am now both a cleaner for special players and an abnormal player." Mu Chen was stunned.
His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at her, his lips parted, but no words came out. Bai Xingxing's voice trembled slightly as she spoke, "My sister and I share one body.
Every time we return, we receive double the rewards.
Perhaps because of this, the illusion realm has classified us as abnormal players.
I'm telling you all this because I need your help. I'll offer this in exchange."
She slowly extended her hand. In the moonlight, her hand appeared pale and delicate, holding a ring in her palm. Mu Chen's eyes lit up with a hint of surprise as he saw the ring.
Ever-changing starlight. Quality, gold. Rarity, 59. Description: a ring with a unique ability that allows the wearer to transform into the appearance of anyone they've seen before.
It may not seem significant to others, but it holds
great value for the wearer.
It enables the user to disguise as an ordinary person, making it easier to interact with native inhabitants and complete missions in dungeon instances.
What kind of help do you need?
Mu Chen couldn't help but ask, tearing his gaze from the ring and looking directly at Bai Xingxing. "If one day, you find that I no longer exist within this body, I hope you can take care of my sister when you encounter her," Bai Xingxing said, her eyes full of pleading and unease.
"Ha? Aren't dungeon instances random?" Mu Chen frowned, puzzled.
"But we're both special players. The chances of us meeting are much higher," Bai Xingxing said with a hint of helplessness.
Mu Chen remained silent for a moment. Seeing the anticipation in her eyes, he finally nodded. "All right, I promise."
A radiant smile bloomed on Bai Xingxing's face, like the warm sun of spring dispelling her inner gloom. With a casual but graceful motion, she tossed the ring to him. "Thank you," she said, her voice crisp and sincere, brimming with gratitude. Mu Chen stared at her, his gaze deep and complex. After a moment, he responded slowly, "No need to thank me.
It's just mutual benefit. In this deceitful illusion realm, you're willing to trust a player's verbal promise?"
Her expression remained calm as she said, "I trust my own judgment." Her gaze was firm, as though she had unwavering confidence in her decision.
Suddenly, something important came to Mu Chen's mind.
His eyes lit up with urgency as he asked directly, "Just now, your sister mentioned being able to return to past dungeon instances. How is that possible?" His body leaned forward unconsciously, his face filled with longing. Bai Xingxing narrowed her eyes slightly, a glimmer of caution flickering in her gaze. She replied slowly, "It's possible.
As a special player cleaner, after killing an abnormal player, you'll unlock a special mission to return.
You have a chance to obtain an item called the Fragment of Broken Time.
Using it will allow you to return to the secret realms you've explored before.
Upon hearing this, Mu Chen's eyes immediately lit up like a fire ignited in the dark. His gaze sparkled with dazzling brilliance as a wave of excitement and exhilaration surged through him. His heartbeat quickened, and his palms trembled slightly. Finally, he had found a way to go back. This was the hope he had yearned for in his dreams. But in the next moment, Mu Chen's expression turned icy cold, as if a 1,000-year-old glacier had enveloped his soul. He muttered in a low voice, "Lu Hua, this time, you are destined to be sacrificed." His voice was deep, carrying an unyielding and merciless killing intent that echoed faintly in the air. Atop a high-rise building in the City of Illusions, a strange paper figure sat silently on the edge, its legs dangling and swaying irregularly in the air. As the night wind swept by, the paper figure emitted a faint rustling sound. Its hollow, lifeless eyes coldly gazed down at the brightly lit yet perilous city below. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the darkness, revealing a man approaching slowly. The paper figure remained motionless, but its head turned toward him at an unnaturally twisted angle. Its crimson eye sockets burned like smoldering flames, locking onto the man with an unwavering, eerie stare. The man's heart skipped a beat as he quickly said, "I'm here on behalf of my captain to discuss cooperation. There's no need to be so hostile." His voice carried a slight tremor, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead, glistening under the faint moonlight. Lu Hua remained silent, the atmosphere around him growing suffocatingly tense, as if the very air had frozen in response to his stillness. The man swallowed hard, forcing himself to continue. "You must have noticed by now, this time, the Secret Realm dungeon has set us players in opposing roles. Our captain used his unique ability to gather us together. We have to cooperate to complete this task. Otherwise, the punishment for failing the mission is practically a death sentence. Losing 5 points in all attributes? The next dungeon will be a guaranteed massacre for us." The man grew increasingly fervent as he spoke, gesturing wildly with his hands. "We already have 5 players in our group for this dungeon, and you're the last one we need. My captain sent me to hear your decision." When he finished, he looked at Lu Hua with hopeful anticipation. Lu Hua's voice finally broke the silence, low and hoarse like the creaking of an ancient, broken bellows. "Tell your captain I have no interest in teaming up with a bunch of useless trash." The man's expression instantly darkened, his face as grim as a stormy sky. "What did you just say?" he roared furiously, his voice sharp and piercing, his eyes blazing with anger as bloodshot veins crept across his scara. The paper figure's lips curled into a faint, eerie smile, as though whispering from the depths of hell. "I said you're all trash, not worth my time or effort." The words were as bone-chilling as a wintry gust, sending shivers down the spine. The man, unnerved by the sinister atmosphere, felt his legs weaken slightly. He instinctively staggered backward, his pulse racing wildly as though his heart might leap out of his throat. But he forced himself to calm down, swiftly donning a pair of red glowing gauntlets. "Die," he bellowed, his fists surging with fiery energy as he launched a blazing punch toward the paper figure. A massive flaming fist imprint erupted forth, radiating scorching heat as it hurtled toward the paper figure. The sheer force distorted the very air around it. Yet, the paper figure stood unmoved, its eerie smile unwavering, as if it had no care in the world. Just as the fiery punch was about to collide with the paper figure, it vanished, disappearing inexplicably into the void, leaving no trace behind, as though swallowed by darkness. The man's face turned deathly pale, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. His mouth hung open in shock, his eyes brimming with despair. Without pausing to think, he spun around and attempted to flee. "You dare strike me and think you can run?" The paper figure's chilling laughter echoed through the night, sending a wave of dread through the air. At that moment, 2 pale paper hands shot out from beneath the man's feet like lightning, seizing his ankles tightly. They climbed upward with alarming speed, wrapping him entirely in layers of paper. The man struggled in terror, letting out muffled cries of MMMPH, as the paper hands gagged him, silencing his voice. His face twisted in despair as he fought with all his might, but it was futile. "Begging for mercy now? You should have thought of that earlier." The paper figure sneered coldly. "I might have let you go, but you dared to attack me. That was your mistake." As more paper enveloped the man, his struggles grew weaker and weaker, until finally, only a grotesque paper cocoon swayed eerily in the night breeze. Snap! The cocoon suddenly burst apart, scattering countless shreds of paper into the air. From the floating fragments emerged another paper figure, identical to Lu Hua in every detail. A few bits of paper still clung to its body before drifting away on the wind. The 2 paper figures locked eyes, their twisted smiles deepening into sinister grins, as if mocking the world from the dark abyss. Lu Hua spoke calmly, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. "Go." The paper figure across the way didn't hesitate. It leapt from the rooftop above, drifting down like a fallen leaf, vanishing into the endless night without so much as a sound. A glint of cold light flickered in Lu Hua's eyes as he muttered to himself, "I'll need to make more paper figures."
Those two won't be easy to deal with. His brows furrowed, and his expression grew heavy. I still have so much to do. I can't afford to fall here. Lu Hua's voice was low and resolute, as if he were declaring his determination to the entire world. Afterward, he sat at the edge of the rooftop, his legs dangling freely, gazing silently over the world before him. The night breeze brushed past, and under the moonlight, his silhouette appeared especially solitary. The following day at noon, the sun blazed fiercely, its rays dazzling. Mu Chen stood quietly on the balcony, a gentle breeze ruffling the hem of his clothing. Beside him, Bai Xingxing frowned deeply, her face etched with worry. She spoke in a subdued tone. How long has it been now? Why hasn't the Phantom Bureau found any trace of the demon sword contractor? There isn't even the slightest sign of unrest. Are we really the only ones assigned to this mission? Her voice carried a tinge of frustration and doubt. Mu Chen felt a jolt in his heart. Considering the Phantom Realm's usual patterns, this possibility wasn't entirely out of the question. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Deep down, he felt as if the Phantom Realm bore him ill will, constantly pressuring him to grow faster, never allowing a moment's respite. Every time he participated in a secret realm dungeon, the difficulty was several levels beyond his own, and it was always on nightmare mode. Even though he was a special player, this level of special treatment seemed excessive. Mu Chen spoke slowly. Maybe you're right. Bai Xingxing froze, her face filled with confusion and disbelief. You really think I'm right? Mu Chen continued. Let's wait. The mission's deadline is still 2 days away. If we don't hear anything by today, we'll go investigate ourselves. He cast his gaze toward the villa's swimming pool below, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. This villa has a great setup. It's quite comfortable. Why don't you join the others and take a break for now? In the pool, Shiyu and Yilan were splashing around, laughing and playing joyfully. Hearing his suggestion, Bai Xingxing pouted, her face flushing red as though he'd struck a nerve. She couldn't help but retort loudly, in your dreams. At that moment, the clear sky suddenly shifted. The azure expanse seemed to be veiled by a thickening layer of gray haze, growing ever darker. It was as if an invisible hand were pulling the light away bit by bit. The skies dimmed further, and eventually, darkness engulfed the entire world. A fierce wind rose abruptly, howling like a raging beast, tearing mercilessly at everything in its path. The once bright sun vanished within this eerie transformation, as though swallowed whole by the encroaching shadows. Night fell in an instant, and the heavens lit up with a sea of stars, glittering like gems. Among them, one star glowed blood-red, its light sinister and ominous, like a malevolent eye watching over the earth. Suddenly, a blinding crimson beam shot up from the center of the city, a column of light so vast it seemed to pierce the heavens, linking directly to that blood-red star. The red glow engulfed the city, casting an apocalyptic hue, sending chills down the spine. Mu Chen and Bai Xingxing exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Without hesitation, the two leapt from the second floor, their movements swift as arrows. At the same time, Shiyu and Yilan's communicators emitted sharp, piercing alarms, sounding like the horns of death echoing ominously through the air, filling all who heard it with dread. The color drained from their faces. Yilan's eyes burned with resolve. Without a second thought, she sprinted toward the garage, her hurried steps kicking up clouds of dust. Shiyu dashed over to Mu Chen, her breathing rapid, tension rendering her nearly speechless. Hurry! The demon sword contractor is at the central plaza. That red light is the fusion of him and the sword spirit. We have to stop him. If we don't, the souls of everyone in this city will become sacrifices. Her voice trembled, laden with fear and desperation. Just then, the roar of an engine sounded in the distance. Yilan drove a car racing toward them, the tires screeching against the pavement, smoke billowing. Before the car even came to a full stop, she yelled, "Get in, now!" The four of them piled into the car, which shot forward like a released arrow, heading straight for the central plaza. Mu Chen's gaze was fixed on the ever-approaching crimson column of light, his expression growing graver by the second. "Stop the car," he said suddenly, his voice cold. Without hesitation, Yilan slammed the brakes. The tires screeched loudly against the road, leaving long black skid marks as the car came to an abrupt halt. Yilan turned to Mu Chen, perplexed, but he offered no explanation. Instead, he pushed the door open and stepped out. Ahead of them stood a faintly blue, transparent barrier, like an invisible wall, blocking their path. Mu Chen's gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a fierce burst of sword energy. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out as the barrier shattered in an instant, disintegrating into countless blue fragments that dissipated into the air. "Watch out!" Bai Xingxing cried out in alarm. At the moment the barrier broke, a thick bolt of lightning came crashing down with a destructive force. But Mu Chen remained unwavering, standing firmly in place as the lightning struck his body directly. To everyone's astonishment, he emerged completely unscathed after the strike.
Bai Xingxing let out a sigh of relief, silently thinking to herself that if it had been her, she wouldn't have dared to take on such an attack head-on. At that moment, a man and a woman emerged from the shadows ahead. The man was dressed in simple, humble clothing, his appearance seasoned by time and hardship. His bald head gleamed faintly under the moonlight, and he held a string of prayer beads in his hand, exuding an air of mystery.
The woman, in contrast, wore an ornate mage's robe embroidered with intricate runes. She gripped a massive staff, its tip adorned with a dazzling gemstone that emitted a faint, flickering light. The man grinned as he spoke, "Ladies and gentlemen, this path is closed. I suggest you turn back." With that, he pressed his palms together and began chanting under his breath. In an instant, several faint blue barriers materialized out of thin air, each one impossibly sturdy. The woman frowned deeply, her gaze fixed warily on Mu Chen. Her voice was urgent as she said, "We need to leave now. That lightning spell was my most powerful attack, and it didn't leave a scratch on him." Still grinning, the man seemed entirely unconcerned. "Don't worry, they can't get past this. Fighting? Maybe I'm not the best at that. But when it comes to defense, at least in this illusionary realm, I'm number one. No one else even comes close."
As he spoke, he gripped his prayer beads tightly, and a radiant light burst forth, illuminating his face with an almost divine brilliance. "Ward," he bellowed, his voice echoing like a thunderclap. With a forceful motion, he swung his arms wide. In an instant, over a dozen golden beams shot out from the prayer beads, streaking across the night like meteors. These golden lights transformed into transparent shields, each one inscribed with mysterious runes that interwove tightly, forming an impenetrable wall in front of him. The man glanced at the woman with a smug expression, raising an eyebrow and curling his lips into a confident smirk.
"See? I wasn't lying, was I?" The woman looked at the neatly arranged shields ahead of them. Her previously tense posture relaxed slightly as she exhaled a soft breath. The anxiety on her face began to fade, and a sense of calm settled over her. Meanwhile, inside the vehicle, Qiyu, Yilan, and Bai Xingxing were preparing to step out and join the fight. But Mu Chen turned his head slowly, his gaze like a blazing torch. He looked at the three of them with unwavering determination and said firmly, "Stay in the car. Don't come out. Just wait." His voice was low and commanding, carrying an undeniable authority that left no room for argument. In the next moment, his expression turned icy, the chill in his eyes as piercing as thousand-year-old frost, sending shivers down anyone's spine. With a powerful push of his legs, he launched himself into the air like a cannonball. Clutched tightly in his hand was a legendary dagger, its blade beginning to radiate an intense, freezing ghostly energy. The surrounding air seemed to freeze under its influence, cracking audibly as the temperature plummeted. Another slash of the soaring cloud. With the force of a thunderstorm, he swung the dagger toward the pair ahead of him. In an instant, a massive burst of sword energy roared forth, like a tempest capable of obliterating everything in its path. All anyone could see was a dazzling flash of sword light streaking across the air, so fast it was impossible to follow. Wherever the sword energy passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a sharp, high-pitched wail. The blue and golden barriers in front of the man and woman cracked the moment the sword energy made contact. Thin fissures appeared, radiating a chilling, ghostly blue light that resembled the flickering tongues of venomous serpents, announcing the overwhelming power of the strike. The man and woman froze, their expressions locked in place, as if time itself had stopped. Suddenly, the cracks on the barriers spread like lightning tearing across the night sky, rapidly expanding with terrifying speed. The fissures intertwined into a web, resembling a dense spider's web that sent chills down the spine. Boom! A thunderous explosion shattered the stillness as all the barriers crumbled like fragile glass. Countless tiny ice crystals burst forth, scattering like a cascade of stars, drifting down in a breathtaking display. On the other side, the man and woman were too stunned to react, unable even to blink. The frost surged toward them like a living tide, moving so fast it was nearly imperceptible. In the blink of an eye, their skin and clothing were entirely consumed by the ice, its frigid grip invading every corner of their beings. In mere moments, they were transformed into crystalline human sculptures. The man's eyes were wide open, his mouth agape, as if caught in a final, desperate scream. The woman's face was frozen. In terror, her hands still raised in a futile attempt to ward off the frost. Their lifelike forms seemed to capture the very essence of helplessness and fear in that fleeting, harrowing instant. Qiyu and Yelan sat frozen in the car, their gazes fixed forward, as if they had turned to stone. The shocking scene before them left their mouths agape, their throats constricted as if blocked by a boulder, and their breathing quickened. Instinctively, they swallowed hard, unable to tear their eyes away from the astonishing sight. They were so engrossed that they didn't even notice when Mu Chen quietly returned to the car. "Let's go," Mu Chen said calmly,
his voice breaking the suffocating silence in the vehicle.
The two snapped out of their trance as if jolted by an electric current, their bodies trembling slightly. Hastily regaining their composure, they scrambled to start the car, slamming on the accelerator. The vehicle surged forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, kicking up a cloud of dust as it sped toward the center of the city. Bai Xingxing's eyes lit up with excitement, her voice rising in pitch. "I knew you didn't die at the hands of that bat. You've been hiding your true strength all along." Her face was alight with joy and exhilaration as she locked her gaze on Mu Chen. But Mu Chen remained silent, his head tilted back as he gazed at the mysterious, unfathomable night sky, as though searching for secrets buried within its depths. His expression was solemn, and for a moment, he seemed to merge with the starry expanse above. After he had unleashed his overwhelming power to eliminate the man and woman in an instant, their journey had become eerily smooth. The surrounding area was unnervingly silent, as though the entire world had been muted. Not even the faintest sound could be heard. They sped along, the scenery on either side blurring past, yet no enemies appeared to block their path. This unsettling tranquility felt like the calm before a storm, heightening their nerves to the breaking point. Finally, when they reached the central plaza of the city, the scene that greeted them was as horrifying as a nightmare. A massive, crimson barrier, resembling a dome that could blot out the sky, tightly enveloped the entire square. Its blood-red hue was so thick it seemed to drip, exuding an eerie, bone-chilling aura. It looked as though it had been forged from the blood of countless tormented souls, radiating a malevolent energy that made it feel as if even approaching it would result in being devoured. Within this sinister barrier, a towering crimson pillar of light stood out, piercing the heavens like an unyielding column. It connected directly to a similarly ominous red star in the sky. Upon closer inspection, the pillar seemed to contain writhing, indescribable entities, grotesque and horrifying, as if they were malevolent spirits from the deepest pits of hell. The sight sent shivers down one's spine, as though even one's soul could be drawn in and consumed. At the heart of the pillar, a man stood motionless, gripping a blood-red longsword. The blade appeared to be forged entirely from coagulated blood, radiating an overpowering stench of iron that was nauseating. His eyes were closed as he stood in the center like an unyielding statue. Yet, his wind-tossed hair seemed almost alive, wildly dancing as if it had a will of its own. The man exuded an oppressive aura so palpable it was suffocating, pressing down on everyone around him as though the air itself had become heavy and unbreathable. Surrounding the crimson barrier were ranks of figures clad in black cloaks, forming a tight circle. Their lowered heads obscured their faces, and under the eerie red glow of the barrier, their silhouettes appeared ghostly and menacing, like malevolent spirits crawling out of hell. Each cloaked figure held a variety of strange and dangerous weapons. Curved blades gleamed with a cold light, their edges still smeared with what appeared to be fresh blood. Staffs burned with roaring flames, the fire licking at the air as if hungry to consume everything around them. Spiked whips swung through the air, emitting sharp, menacing cracks that sent chills down the spine. Suddenly, a brave spirit wielder attempted to break through the encirclement. But just as he made his move, a cloaked figure raised a blazing staff and began chanting an incantation. Flames erupted from the staff, surging toward the adventurer with terrifying speed. Unable to dodge in time, the spirit wielder was engulfed in fire, his agonized screams piercing the night. Yet despite his pain, he gritted his teeth and pressed forward. Another cloaked figure lashed out with a spiked whip, the sharp crack of its strike echoing loudly. The whip tore into the adventurer's back, splattering blood as he collapsed heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. At that moment, a towering figure stepped out from the ranks of the cloaked figures with steady, deliberate strides. His presence was as imposing as a steel fortress. His eagle-sharp gaze locked onto Mu Chen and his companions as he spoke in a cold, commanding voice. "Stop them. They must not be allowed to disrupt the Demon King's summoning ritual." Yes, the cloaked figures responded in unison. Their voices were deep and thunderous, like a storm rumbling in the distance, carrying a resolute determination to die if necessary. Without hesitation, the cloaked figures surged forward like a black tide, their synchronized footsteps pounding against the ground with a force that seemed to shake the earth. Their eyes were filled with unmistakable killing intent as they focused intently on Mu Chen's group, their weapons gripped tightly, poised to strike at any moment. In this tense and suffocating atmosphere, the sudden roar of engines shattered the stillness. A convoy of vehicles bearing the insignia of the Spirit Bureau tore through the streets, arriving like a whirlwind. Tires screeched as the cars came to an abrupt halt, the friction against the pavement releasing wisps of smoke into the air. The car door slammed open, and the well-equipped agents of the Phantom Spirit Bureau charged out like tigers descending from the mountain. The first officer to hit the ground was immediately ambushed by a black-robed figure wielding a curved blade. A deep gash was carved into his arm,
and blood quickly soaked his sleeve. Gritting his teeth to endure the searing pain, the officer swung his massive sword from his back in a fierce counterattack against the black-robed assailant.
A violent battle erupted instantly. Shouts of combat and the clash of weapons merged into a chaotic symphony of bloodshed and turmoil.
Bai Xingxing's brows furrowed tightly, her face dark as lead. Her voice carried palpable anxiety.
There are just too many of them on the other side.
Without hesitation, she raised her staff, her lips moving swiftly as she chanted incantations like a storm.
In an instant, a transparent shield materialized out of thin air, enveloping their group.
The shield shimmered with a soft glow, rippling gently like water.
Her eyes burned with determination as she commanded, "Cover me."
Focusing her full attention, she resumed chanting, the gem at the tip of her staff gradually radiating a resplendent golden light. Tiny arcs of electricity danced along the staff, crackling with sharp sounds, as the air grew thick with tension.
On the other side, the black-robed figures reacted immediately. Several shadowy forms darted forward like specters, their movements
as swift as lightning, closing the distance between them and Bai Xingxing's group in an instant, stirring up a violent gust of wind. One of the black-robed figures brandished a sharp blade, lunging at Chiyue, who was tasked with providing cover. Chiyue dodged aside, but the blade still grazed her shoulder. Blood quickly seeped through her clothes. Ignoring the pain, Chiyue bellowed in anger, swinging her long sword with all her might to clash with her attacker. Mu Chen remained composed, his gaze steady as he looked toward Chiyue and Yelun. He spoke slowly, "You two, keep an eye on her." Though his tone was calm, it carried the weight of thunder, imposing and undeniable. Then, with a slight tremor of his form, 3 beams of light shot forth from Mu Chen, splitting into 3 identical clones. The 4 figures stood in a straight line, their stances upright like towering pines, exuding an aura of invincibility, as if war gods had descended upon the battlefield. Raising his arm, a sharp glint of murderous intent flashed in Mu Chen's eyes, a gaze so cold it seemed capable of freezing everything in its path. He roared, "Nether Sword Dance!" His voice thundered through the air, shaking the heavens and earth. Immediately, razor-sharp sword energy hurled forth, tangible and fierce, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle, surging like a storm. The 3 clones moved in perfect unison, unleashing the Nether Sword Dance. The powerful sword energy intertwined, merging into a vast, boundless sea of blade energy, roaring and surging with unstoppable force. The entire intersection was engulfed by the suffocating storm of sword energy, as if the air itself was being shredded to pieces. The black-robed figures ahead were caught in the onslaught, unable to even scream before being frozen solid by the icy sword energy.
Their faces locked in expressions of terror, they transformed into lifelike ice sculptures.
The relentless sword energy, carrying an unyielding momentum, crashed against a red barrier, producing a series of sharp, crackling sounds as sparks flew everywhere. Yet, the seemingly indestructible sword energy lost its power the moment it touched the red barrier. The barrier flickered faintly before returning to its original state, as if the devastating attack had been nothing more than a minor nuisance.
This barrier's defense is absurdly strong, Mu Chen thought, his heart sinking.
His brows knitted tightly, his expression a mix of gravity and frustration. In that critical moment, a shadow silently emerged behind one of Mu Chen's clones, without the slightest warning. The figure moved like a ghost, elusive and silent, blending seamlessly into the darkness. With veins bulging on his hand, he gripped a gleaming dagger and thrust it toward the clone's chest with lightning speed.
The clone's chest erupted in a brilliant flash of light before shattering like crystal, disintegrating into countless specks of starlight that vanished into the air, resembling a dazzling firework.
Mu Chen's brow furrowed tightly, his eyes wide with fury. Flames of anger ignited in his gaze, burning with a desire to lay waste to everything. Enraged, he swung his arm fiercely, unleashing a torrent of sword energy toward the shadowy figure.
The sword energy roared like an enraged dragon, surging toward its target with unstoppable force.
Realizing Mu Chen's terrifying power after taking down the clone, the shadowy figure wasted no time. Moving like a phantom, they vanished in a flash, leaving only faint afterimages on the ground before diving into the earth.
Mu Chen's sword energy crashed down with a deafening roar, shaking the heavens and earth.
The ground split open to reveal a frozen crater, its edges lined with jagged ice spikes. But the figure had seemingly evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace behind.
Earth escape technique? That must be another player.
Mu Chen growled through clenched teeth, his jaw tightening as his teeth ground audibly. Flames danced wildly in his eyes. At that very moment, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Bai Xingxing, soundless and ghostlike, creeping up on her without a trace. The figure concealed himself in the darkness, radiating a chilling aura of murderous intent. In his hands, twin blades gleamed coldly, resembling the fangs of the Grim Reaper. His muscular arms suddenly tensed, coiled with an explosive power like a thunderous storm, and he swung the blades fiercely toward Bai Xingxing. The arc of the blades cut through the air like lightning, decisive and unstoppable.
Mu Chen sensed the surge of extreme danger.
Without hesitation, he commanded the nearest doppelganger to rush forward. The doppelganger moved with incredible speed, instantly positioning itself behind Bai Xingxing. With one swift motion, it unleashed a sharp wave of sword energy that roared out, attempting to force the attacker back. Yet, in the split second when all seemed on edge, the shadowy figure abruptly accelerated. His speed, ghostly and unpredictable, defied comprehension.
In an almost supernatural manner, he reappeared to the side, his movements fluid and seamless as his twin blades slid back into their sheaths.
At that very moment, two deep, bone-revealing gashes suddenly appeared on Mu Chen's doppelganger. Blood sprayed wildly, and the light within the wounds dimmed instantly.